Spore Evolution's third open beta's update log was as follows. 1. 30 beta testers slot will be opened up, and up to 180 people can be online at a time. 2. Players are welcome to send an email to the developers to apply for a beta tester slot. Same as before, the application will be a biology paper, expressing how players plan to evolve in-game, what species they will evolve, why it's feasible, and what makes their species viable. This test will determine whether you can enter the third open beta. 3. Due to technical limitations, there will be no further open slots in the near future. In order to allow more players to enter the game, this game follows the policy of survival of the fittest, and the last 20 players out of 150 from the previous beta tests will be weeded out. There are Little Pig, who loves life, 8 miles headshot, gonna whip you up. In this third beta test, 20 people will be replaced and 30 people will be added, making it 50 new accounts in all. 4. It's up to the players to explore the game world and figure out its background setting. This is for the sake of enhancing the players' enjoyment of this game, and the developers will have the final say. Most major game developers talk too much when releasing a new update, but he was different. He was lazy, so the update log was very brief, and each point had this extremely hardcore undertone. I Jeff about how you feel. Scram if you don't like how I do things. Xuji's goal was very clear. He wanted the players to all go bald. He wanted to squeeze them for all they were worth and make them rack their brains to write papers and come up with new theories for him. Let them brainstorm until they go bald to help him. DIY. Evolve new species. The balding Akina's speedster was a perfect example. Work hard. You'll become strong after going bald. Translator's note. This is probably a reference to One Punch Man. Since I've taken care of the third open beta and posted the update log, should go out and buy some food. Xuji on his bicycle and left the house. Chen Shi has said that after she left, he could still go to Aunt Lai's house to have his meals, but Xuji didn't want to be a leech. He'll have to cook his own food from now on. In the sandbox world, he was a ruthless slave driver of a creator. But in the real world, he was a nice guy who had to worry about his reputation. I feel as if I've become one of those keyboard warriors. I act all crazy online, but am kind as ever in reality. Xuji calmly ridiculed himself while stroking his thick hair, but he had no regrets. After all, life was all about having fun, and although he had terminal cancer, there was now hope of a cure. Xuji leisurely rode his bicycle through the country roads, while enjoying the fresh air and the rural scenery. He went to the town to buy a lot of vegetables, meat, sausages, cooked food, and fruits. Then he rode back and put them in the refrigerator. These should be enough for a few days. After all, I still have my delicious pallbearer chickens. Xuji had thought of a certain someone again. Also, like I previously proposed, a large number of players have begun to evolve plants in the orchard. But even though they're plants, they're still running around all over the place. There were too many wacky players in the small evolutionary sandbox. After being a stationary tree for a while, they quickly got bored of the monotony and evolved their roots to let them freely run around as they pleased. They did not find this weird at all and were very proud of themselves. It's morphin time. Look at this tree running around. Isn't it awesome? For an example, at this moment when Xuji has just returned to the courtyard. Whoa! Run away, guys. Stay away from the path of the stampede. The giant boss is back. The traffic committee of the Sandbox's 3rd district would like to remind you. There are thousands of dangerous roads, and the path of the stampede is number 1 among them. If you fail to stay away from it, your loved ones will cry. Stop babbling, run. A bunch of weirdly shaped plants that had previously been standing still started to pull their roots out from the soil. Tap, tap, tap. Dragging mud behind them, they frantically ran away. Their running posture was extremely odd. In an instant, the path of the stampede has been turned into a barren dirt road without a single plant in sight. Tsuji was stunned. He carried his stuff through the 10-meter-long path and entered the house. These bastards are becoming more shameless by the day. As soon as Tsuji had walked into the house, a bunch of miniature plants began to poke out their heads and look around cautiously in the yard. After they had confirmed that the coast was clear, they hurriedly returned to the path of the stampede, then rooted themselves in place and returned to being ordinary plants. Stop pushing, you just stepped on me. Your roots are getting entangled with mine. Are you messing with me? Dude, that's where I was standing before. You've stolen my spot. Fuck. Are you playing dead? You think you're really a plant? My spot has the best lighting. Look at my growth, my luxurious green leaves. You think I'm gonna let you take it? Let's duel. A short while after Tsuji left, the entire place had turned back into a lush forest, and there was no trace left of the previous pathway. Somewhere in the lush forest, two trees had started their duel and were happily wrestling. Dude, pull on his leaves. Right. Into a baldy. How dare he steal your spot? Poof. The fruit of one of the trees exploded, spraying the other tree's wooden face with corrosive liquid that soon covered its entire body. Fuck. How dare you poison me? Where's your sportsmanship? Esports does not need to be fair. This dude really knows how to play dirty. He's even evolved poisonous fruit bombs. No wonder he dared to steal someone else's spot. This is natural selection. If your plant is too weak to get a good spot, then you are destined to be eliminated. Around them, a bunch of trees were shooting the breeze and happily cheering them on. Aside from the spectators, there were also others who were excitedly talking. Damn, this update has really caused a stir. The medical students outside are all complaining and asking why it's not a medical paper this time around. Their papers were all ready to go. So what? The moment the beta test started, everyone outside has gone crazy. They're all excitedly preparing their biology theses now. I'm beginning to think that this game is trying to turn us netizens all into masochists. The more it abuses us, the happier we are. It turns out that our yard's giant boss is really an invincible NPC. He is the legendary creator, a background character who adds color to the sandbox setting. To think we wanted to defeat him. Yay, that was stupid. Hey, Akina's speedster must be panicking. He wanted to shit in the creator's food and hide poison in the shit. Ignorant people are truly fearless. But Tsuji had just returned to his room and placed the black and white supermarket plastic bags on the table. He started putting the groceries into the refrigerator while feeling quite happy and relaxed. After all, he was used to the wacky antics of those tiny players outside. Naturally, they hadn't seen his plastic bags. All they could see was a hazy glowing giant. And any modern object he carried would be concealed by the hive mind. He frowned slightly. They actually know that I am the creator? Tsuji thought for a moment, then went to his computer and boarded the forum. He did this whenever he was confused by an unexpected incident. These boastful little guys couldn't keep a secret if their life depended on it. Tsuji did a quick search and immediately found out what had happened. Everything started with this incredibly imaginative post. Amazing! If we take what we have learned of the magic world's background setting from future, Skywhale, and connect it to our sandbox world's own background setting, we arrive at an amazing truth. Our sandbox world is but one among thousands in spore evolution, thousands of worlds. Xuji was utterly shocked. What's this all about? Since when did my small evolutionary sandbox have such a grand setting? Why did I not know about this? WTF? What are they plotting this time? Stop screwing with me. He shuddered. I'm not really an omnipotent creator. I'm just a low-level wizard and farmer who's hiding in the countryside. This could be the end of me. I am not amused. He hurriedly clicked on the thread and found out that the poster was the super old-timer, Akina's speedster. Xuji picked up a cup of tea and read on carefully. He had to investigate the enemy camp to see what this guy was up to and take precautions. The thread was already quite lively. Hello everyone, I'm Akina's speedster. Yes, it's me again. The third beta test started this morning, and I'll take this opportunity when all eyes are on the forum to post my speculations about this game's background setting. To be honest, I have a very good relationship, Mr. Future Sky Whale. And after talking with him, I've discovered some really amazing things. First, I'll start with the hottest topic recently, the opening of a new map, the Magic World. I'm sure you all know by now that there is a larger world map. And our small starting area is simply the beginner's village. That is to say, even after all this time, we're still stuck in the beginner's village. This game is too hardcore. Its map is simply massive. The game developers are too amazing. I cannot praise them enough. In the Magic World, everyone has their own AI and acts according to their own logic, just like a real living person. Even animals have their own behavioral logic. This is simply unimaginable. Over apes, it's like a real otherworld. I doubt that even 1,000 supercomputers would be able to handle all these calculations. This is a miraculous level of technology that's far ahead of the current era. I'm an amateur in this area and will leave it up to the experts to make their own conjectures. Second, if we leave aside the magic spells and spiritual power, all of its other parameters are completely in line with reality. I'm sure some of you have heard about this. Several physicists have conducted a joint experiment in the sandbox to test the gravitational acceleration in this game and found that G9.7888. This parameter is exactly the same as in the real world. In other words, in the game world, Newton's second law of physics FAMA that you learned in school is fully applicable, as well as classic formulas such as G AVT. Furthermore, chemical reactions are also exactly the same in the other world. Even in pharmacology, concepts such as target cells, receptor cells, antibiotics, and the like are perfectly applicable. If only the plants, fungi, and microorganisms in the other world weren't completely different, and their doctors had to start from the very beginning, their alchemical potions might have been able to surpass modern medicine thanks to their use of magic. This is the reason why the technology whiz Future Sky Whale could use the slime engines to climb the tech tree and open up the field of bioalchemy in the other world, becoming the great emperor who reigns over alchemy and the gates of truth. Amazing, right? This game is definitely not a game for those who can't study. I think the words of Mr. Future Sky Whale really apply here. Give me enough knowledge, and I can move the entire world. If you don't have a solid base of knowledge, you can't play this game at all. If you're a good student in reality, you're only a smart guy. But in this game, if your physics and mathematics grades are good, you might be able to become another sovereign emperor and become invincible in another world. Scientific knowledge will change your destiny. After all, the game is too realistic. The sandbox is exactly like the real world, and there's not a single error to be found so far when you compare the parameters in the sandbox to variables in reality, such as the laws of physics and chemistry. And you can also learn magic in this game. This is a very sophisticated, otherworldly discipline. I even suspect that, since the parameters of the magic world are completely in line with reality, if we could get our hands on the blood of the evil eye, we might be able to become wizards in the real. Third, I'll post a strategy guide for the new map. For this, I am very grateful to Mr. Future Skywhale for his support. He has spent 3 months in the magic world to write a dictionary of the magic world's language, and took screenshots for the players outside. Attached pictures, 1045 pages. Why are there pages, you ask? Why am I crying, you ask? Yes, this game is really that hardcore. As we all know, this game is like a second life. It has no system layout, it has no level grinding, and it has no game-like stats. In the sandbox, you are really an evolving spore. The other world is also like that. Language and civilization must be relearned. You are a real live person who has traveled to a different world. The most amazing thing is that if you become strong enough in the other world to fly around, you would be able to feel that invincible power as if it was really yours. That is to say, you would be able to truly experience what it's like to become emperor with unsurpassed might. This hardcore authenticity is what makes people both love and hate this game. When Future Skywhale first entered the other world, it took more than 3 years for him to learn its language. Thanks to the book he's written for us, it'll take us far less time if we ever get the chance to go to the other world. But a new language is still very difficult to learn. I took a brief look, and it's unlike any language found on Earth. The pronunciation is quite unique, and it is harder than English. Good luck, everyone. I got addicted to games in college and still need to pay required foreign language course. It's already difficult enough for me to graduate, and now I have to deal with this. FML. 4. The background setting of spore evolution. This is the most critical point. Remember when everyone ambushed the giant boss and opened the Book of Genesis on his chair? I still have the screenshots from back then. 5 photo attach it. The Age of Darkness, the Age of Radiance, the Age of Rebirth, the Age of Genesis, the Age of Magic. Guess what Future Skywhale found when looking through the Magic World's history books? The history book, Genesis, of the Sumerian civilization, 102 pages. If you don't understand the language of the other world, you can look up the dictionary of the Magic World's language and translate it word by word. There is a passage recording the moment when the Creator first granted civilization to the Magic World. The great beast of wisdom stood 10,000 feet tall. His face was divine, his body wreathed in pure white light, his passage crushing mountains and shattering the earth. Don't you think this description resembles someone we know? Hundreds of years later, the King of Heroes developed Sumerian civilization and turned against the Creator. He was punished for his arrogance, and the world was destroyed by the Great Flood. Now then, my studious fellow gamers, remember that page in the Book of Genesis? In the Age of Genesis, the first intelligent species appeared. The Bugape tribes developed civilization, built city-states, expelled the giant beasts, and became the masters of the era. But they were cruel and violent, and so heaven sent down a great flood, ushering in the third extinction event and wiping out 99% of all life. Look, also a record of the apocalyptic Great Flood. The Book of Genesis is the giant's diary. At this point, everyone must have connected the dots, right? This giant in our yard is the legendary creator, and he created the magic world in only 7 days. The contents of the historical records are as follows. On the first day, God said, "Let there be light," and there was light. On the second day, God said, "Let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters," and there was heaven. On the third day, God said, "Let the waters under the heavens be gathered together into one place, and let the dry land appear." And it was so. In the records, the world was created in 7 days. It's awe-inspiring. The following is my assessment of his prowess, along with my conjectures about the background setting. The giant in the courtyard once destroyed the ancient civilization of the magic world with the Great Flood. He's a peerless existence who can end worlds on a whim. The age of darkness, the age of radiance, the age of rebirth. He has established long epic eras and created worlds. He was born from the primordial void. He is the chaos at the beginning of everything. He is a singular existence that spans multiple universes and countless dimensions. He transcends matter, time, space, ethics, cognition, and causality. He is beyond all human understanding, be it past, present, or future. He is infinite, eternal, and immortal. He is a multiversal abstract and the embodiment of chaos. He lives outside of cosmic space, in the interstice between dimensions, that is, in this small courtyard, where he evolves all species in the multiverse. He is the architect of space-time, the creator of the multiverse. Xujiji? He was completely confused when he saw this. I live in the interstice between dimensions, where I use you spores to evolve all species in the multiverse. My place is just a small orchard in the Dongkeng countryside. This Akina's speedster is nuts. Suji did not know whether to laugh or cry, and he was dumbfounded for a long time. That guy really had overactive imagination. Suji had never paid much attention to the smaller sandbox. It was only 30 square meters. He developed it with minimal resources, and then left the players alone to evolve as they pleased. Suji had focused all his attention on advancing the magic world civilization. Who knew that these hardcore players, in the smaller sandbox, would come up with such a grandiose background setting? These masochists grew ever more passionate, the more he mistreated them. What beginner's village? There is no beginner's village. This place is all that you will get. Suji was speechless. As for the magic world, breaking through the dimensional barrier and crossing the passage between worlds was not something ordinary people could do. The difficulty was too high. Even after all this time, only 2 people have gotten an achievement award, and not everyone could be like Grantham. Most people wouldn't last more than a few years after crossing into another world with their species. Grantham was a unique case. He had a really cute appearance and was weak enough to be considered harmless. That's why even though he was discovered in the early stages, people only treated his species as X-rated items and bred them for sale. His species was also valued for their exceptional reproductive capabilities. That was why they could survive long enough to prosper. Furthermore, although they were weak, they could act as bioengines and had great potential. You guys? Once you've crossed over, your king would only last a few years at most. The stronger the monster, the more likely it is that it would get captured or killed. Do you think that you're all Gary Stuss, who would immediately become legendary epic wizards the moment you've crossed over into the magic world? It's far more likely that you'd get dissected for experiments. The magic world is not friendly towards monsters. Ever since the tribal era, they've suffered at the hands of monstrous species and were very hostile against non-humans. Even the Emperor of Alchemy had to wear a human appearance and did not dare reveal his true identity as a slime. Furthermore, he could not overtly favor his species and had to protect them in secret. However, if this will make them work even harder, then I'm all for it. Suji smirked like an unscrupulous boss. I love you guys. Even though I don't pay you, you work like crazy for 7 or 8 hours per day, going bald in the process. And even under these terrible conditions, you're happy and only want to work even harder. They'd keep on working until they dropped dead. Such employees are the dream of any boss. Suji was very satisfied. This was a great development. It's good that you're evolving new species and advancing my world civilization. As for your dream of living a century of life in another world in a day, well, you can keep on dreaming. Obediently stay in the smaller sandbox and work hard, guys. He smiled brightly. It felt like a great weight has been lifted off his chest. It turned out that they weren't trying to screw him over. They wanted to screw themselves over. Adores. You masochists want to work until you drop dead? Free. It's not like I have to observe labor laws anyway. Suji stood up, went for a glass of water, then returned to the chair and continued to look at the comments. He wanted to see what that would do next. At this moment, Akina's speedster was in high spirits and feverishly kept on posting. He didn't know that a certain creator was stalking him. An invisible battle of wits between creator and netizens has begun. Amazing. So he's the creator, the one above all, who has destroyed an entire world with the Great Flood. And I had to challenge someone like that. Everyone, look at the last page, the Age of Magic. It's only half written and should correspond to the magic world's current era, but according to the magic world's history, the natives only know about the Sumerian era, which corresponds to the Age of Genesis. They do not know that before the emergence of mankind, there had been 3 long epochs, each tens of thousands of years long. Meanwhile, human civilization has only lasted over 1,000 years. If they knew, they'd be terrified, right? Ha 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 ha. Kinda want to see their expressions when they find out. One more thing. In the past, the people in the magic world had searched all over for the creator, known to them at the time as the Great Beast of Wisdom, but could not find where he lived. Now that I think about it, the place where the creator resides is here with us. The interstice between dimensions. One day in this higher dimension is equal to 100 years outside. So, it's the question. What do we spores in the yard mean to the creator? If I am not mistaken, this game's full background setting should be something like this. The creator creates worlds and evolves the species of the multiverse using the spores in his yard. We the players are those spores. After we've evolved a species with potential, the creator will move us to one of these worlds. This is what happened, future Sky Whale, which means that we have to evolve new species to leave the beginner's village. This game, such an awesome setting for its beginner's village. I cannot praise it enough. And there is more point that can be verified. According to Mr. Future Sky Whale, the evil eye that I evolved before, that is, the eyeball monster I've told everyone about in the past, has already appeared in the magic world long ago. What's more, it has advanced the development of civilization in the magic world, leading to the blood of the evil eye, incident with the 3 witches centuries ago, which gave rise to magic. Without the eyeball monster I evolved, there wouldn't be any witches or wizards. I feel an amazing sense of accomplishment when I think about this. My species has left an indelible mark in this world. It has become the cornerstone of the magic world. You cannot feel such an amazing sense of accomplishment in any other game. There is also the pallbearer chicken species that I evolved before. They have also appeared in the magic world and are now living in the desert. They're also considered one of this world's indigenous monsters and have been used in magic experiments where people were forced to take in the blood of the pallbearer chicken and turned into poisonous harpies. And thus, the Beastman Kingdom appeared in the magic world. Damn, when I heard about this and saw the amazing screenshots of the Beastman Kingdom that the bossman sent me, I felt ecstatic. I felt like this was the highest point of my life. The pallbearer chicken that I've worked so hard to evolve had given birth to the Beastman Kingdom and an entire new race in the magic world. Each species we evolve and each move we make here would make waves in the history of the magic world and perfect its vast setting. If I'm right, perhaps it's not just the magic world but the entire multiverse. Yes. After Akina's Speedster's detailed analysis has been posted, the forum exploded. After all, the amount of information contained in the post was huge. It overturned all they thought they knew about spore evolution, and everyone was super excited. Wow! It turns out that we haven't even left the beginner's village yet. Fuck! If it weren't for his analysis, we wouldn't even know that the background setting of this game is vast. So detailed and perfect. This game is too amazing. That's right. This game is too amazing. Suji had blended in with the other netizens and was also nodding frantically. Before I read your post, even I didn't know that my game had a grandiose background setting. At this moment, after reading such a meticulous and well-thought-out post, even the creator himself was stunned. After reading the post, Suji himself felt excited. What a brilliant post! After seeing such an ingenious and sophisticated game setting, even Suji himself wanted to sing its praises. He felt his blood boil with excitement and desperately wanted to enter the game to start a glorious new life in another world. The unaware netizens were naturally even more excited. The developers are amazing. This game may be hardcore, but it's also super kind to its player base. It's too bad though that there are too few beta tester slots, so I can only watch others play and visit the forum to calm my addiction. I want to play this game so much. It's unbelievable how this game made us love learning, starting from evolutionary theory, then moving on to medicine. And just when we thought chemistry and physics would be next, it shifts to linguistics. This is too much. If we get to enter the magic world, we'll have to learn its native language, the beginning. You have to learn an entire new language just to play this game. Does it get any more absurd than this? I'm struggling with just my foreign language classes. If this keeps up, this game will really become a second life? It turns out that we start on the most epic map of them all, the creator's courtyard located between dimensions, the origin of all things, where the creator evolves life from us spores. It's no wonder he periodically checks on our evolution. I can't believe we thought he was a boss we could beat. Failures. Wow! When I think of it like that, I really want to make my little ant go over and suck up to the creator. I'm sure only good things would come of this. Sign me up to +1. Hey, you bootlickers are really shameless, but I'm different. I want to lick his sexy chest hair. Humph. You are blaspheming against the creator. As a singular existence that spans countless dimensions, transcending time, space, causality, and ethics, how can there be such a setting as chest hair? Are you asking for a beating? Some cute girls have begun to speak up and said that they were now fans of this game. The supreme creator was too handsome, too dignified. He looked super handsome even when eating an apple. Real-life celebrities and characters from animes and movies simply could not compare. They wanted dakimakuras and figurines of him. I found out that the legendary creator likes to sit on a chair in the yard and eat apples. Ha ha ha, he also likes pears. This gives me hope as a plant. I'll please the creator by evolving into a delicious fruit-bearing plant. I'm sure this will trigger a hidden quest. Then I'll evolve delicious vegetables. Aside from being sweet and delicious, they'll have 8 times the protein of beef and can even deliver themselves into his mouth. This adorable little sweetheart wants to be eaten up by her ass kissers. Tsuji was sitting in front of the computer and following the crazy discussion in the forum. He didn't know whether he should laugh or cry at all the dirty jokes. He hadn't expected this. Although he's done nothing, after Future Sky Whale revealed information about the magic world, this kind of absurd development has happened in the forum. Because he wanted to eat some delicious fur, he had to rack his brains to trick them into evolving plants in his orchard. Who knew something this great would happen now? They'll take the initiative to evolve delicious food and deliver themselves to him. His gourmet plan was about to be realized. I'll have delicious food to eat. I'm really looking forward to my happy farm life in the future. Tsuji continued to observe in secret. Inspiration struck him, and he sneakily posted in the forum, fanning the flames. Don't forget, everyone, that the creator's favorite food is the pallbearer chicken. That's right. Countless players in the forum suddenly realized what they needed to do. They hurriedly logged into the game one after another and frantically searched for Akina's speedster, who had just entered the sand table after posting. At this moment, Akina's speedster was working hard to expand the population of his pallbearer chicken species. Thanks to his efforts, their numbers have begun to recover from being eaten in the previous mass extinction. Akina's speedster watched as a group of enthusiastic players rushed towards him and laughed. So they finally came. As I expected, they're all looking at me with such worshipful eyes. This must be because of my amazing post. Just now my brilliant logic has gained me a lot of fans. Quickly, catch him. Guys, we must offer up the pallbearer chicken as a sacrifice to trigger the hidden quest. Right. He was the one who instigated us to sin against the creator before. We must capture him and offer him to the creator in order to beg for forgiveness. An extremely terrifying scene was taking place in the lush woods. Countless oddly shaped animals, with 8 tentacles, 9 legs, and over 100 pairs ashed at the pallbearer chickens and annihilated them in an instant. Akina's speedster? WTF. What wrong with all of you? The reason that I made a point of logging in after posting and made sure that I looked good was so that you would praise me for my brilliance, beat me up. Run. He was not stupid and hurriedly fled. What did I do? Kina's speedster was crying, tears streaming down his face. How did it turn out like this? He ran away frantically and ended up hiding in the woods, gasping for breath. These damn flunkies. I kindly revealed to all of you this game's amazing background setting in my post, yet you're trying to screw me over? He failed to notice that, behind him, a bunch of plants were secretly signaling one another with their eyes. Look, what have we found here? It's a stray Akina's speedster. We should catch it. An Akina's speedster can provide us with enough energy for several days. They're rich in protein and are also the creator's favorite food. But this guy's not easy to deal with. We should slowly approach him from behind. Shh. Be careful not to make any noises. Poof. The trees quietly uprooted their roots, and sneakily approached Akina's speedster. No, a miserable scream followed. Hey! I can't believe we caught it. It's struggling very hard. Be careful. He's actually gone crazy and is biting. Oh no, he's biting me. Quick, gag him. There you go. All the poison in the pallbearer chicken is in the head, just remove the head and you can eat it. Its protein content is 6 times that of beef. Of course, if we're not pressed for time, we can roast it first. It'll be even more delicious that way. Well, they have a crunchy texture and taste like chicken. Don't eat too many of them, and don't eat their King Akina's speedster. After all, there must be enough of them left to breed. We want to offer up this species as a sacrifice to the great creator. The trees trudged away. Whoosh! A cool breeze blew by. Akina's speedster has been stripped of all his feathers, struggle, and was as naked as a newborn baby. His face was full of confusion. He was in despair and was beginning to question his life. In the end, I'm nothing more than a spring chicken. My species' only worth is that they're delicious. At this moment, Xuji was sitting quietly on his chair by the entrance to the yard and eating his apple. In front of him, a group of bizarre trees, with crowns of lush flowers and leaves, and brightly colored pallbearer chickens hanging on their branches prostrated themselves at his feet, as if they really were a group of primitive tree people worshipping a giant god. Xuji smiled. He casually grabbed their offering and took the chickens back. Start making tonight's dinner. Last time it was soup. Let's deep fry them this time. Xuji calmly ate the pallbearer chickens and continued to browse the forum to spy on the enemy's camp. After confirming that a certain jackass hasn't posted anything else, and that he really wasn't in any danger, he felt relieved. He didn't have the time to constantly supervise these wacky players and returned to his main business of evolving new species. First, he considered the current development of the spore evolution sandbox. After the slime, these players haven't developed any new species with potential. They were all crappy creatures. However, this post should have ignited their enthusiasm. They all want to start a second life in another world and will work hard to evolve species with potential. I don't have to worry. Xuji felt certain that as long as those players kept sacrificing their hairline, new species with potential should appear in no time. There was no need to hurry. In addition, according to the player survey, most players in this sandbox were young people between 16 to 26 years old. There weren't many minors. Spore evolution did not need to have age restrictions like other online games. After all, without a certain level of education and a high IQ, it was impossible to play this game. It's a shame, though, that so many eager young people will end up with no hair. Xuji showed an expression of pity, then coldly moved on. Right, hive mind, will these overactive traits that they've evolved be of any use? Although Xuji initially only wanted some food, he also wanted to diversify the magic world species, if possible. It would be too monotonous if all the supernatural life forms were animals. A proper magic civilization full of danger and mystery had to have magical plants. The hive mind mechanically replied, "A small portion of them have potential, albeit very little. Their potential is as low as can be, only the lowest level." Xuji frowned. After considering his options, he decided to leave them alone and wait for them to evolve plants with higher potential. Quality over quantity, Xuji then turned his attention to the application papers from the 3rd beta test. Time to look through those applications. Things were much more hectic compared to the 2nd beta test, and there were tens of thousands of professional dissertations on his computer. This time, they've come prepared. Quite a few of them have started writing their paper, from the moment the second beta test ended, and were just waiting for this moment. Sure enough, Chen Shi was right. They've all gone nuts over the third beta test and prepared well ahead of time. With this kind of crazy competition, there's no way she'd pass if I don't let her in through the back door. Xu Ji knew his own worth well. There was no way he could push himself so hard. After all, he still had a full head of hair. He went through the 50 papers that had been selected by the hive mind and started reading the two with the greatest potential. The first one had the following premise. The Rubik's Cube. A creature with solid bones that could theoretically replace metal. The paper's main proposal is to evolve a creature with bones hard enough to replace metal, since the magic world didn't have any. Since there were already bioengines, biometals should also be possible. The accompanying plan was over 100,000 words long, concisely written, with DNA diagrams and evolutionary diagrams. Su skimmed through it. Similar to the slime, this creature's body structure was extremely specialized in terms of design. It only had a mouth, and all nutrients would be supplied to its bones, except for the necessary digestive organs and eyes, which were relatively tiny. It did not have any body tissue, and was simply a rectangular brick, no different from a steel ingot. The bone density of this creature was extremely high, combining a super stable diamond lattice with the molecular structure of eggshells. These diagrams weren't enough, however. After all, evolving such a creature was the most difficult part. The plan also included a step-by-step guide on how to evolve a single-celled spore to an arthropod with a sturdy exoskeleton. The guide was very comprehensive and seemed quite feasible. What an amazing talent! Suji gulped. How did they think of this? A steel ingot that's capable of eating and growing. He tried to picture it. What would steel making in the other world look like in the future? In an alchemical vault, ingots are neatly stacked like bricks against the wall. Every brick has a mouth filled with sharp fangs. As long as they're fed, these steel-like bone ingots will slowly grow in size. What an otherworldly and macabre scene. It's an intriguing concept. This is exactly the kind of magical creature that I'm looking for. There's no doubt that it'll advance the magic world civilization. He did not care about the privacy of others, and immediately used the hive mind to find out who had written this paper. It turned out to be a woman. This alluring 20-year-old genius was a world-famous biology professor at a certain university. She has written many papers and had even been nominated for the Nobel Prize in Biology. Another big fish. This third beta test is full of amazing people. Some of the most accomplished people in reality have suddenly decided to join in on the fun. Xu Ji was very excited. An era of unprecedented prosperity awaited him. Haha, I won't have to tiptoe around that crazy bastard, Akina's speedster, in the future. I now have all these amazing experts working under me. I no longer need you. This development filled Su Ji with joy. He took a moment to calm himself, then looked at the other paper. This one was even more amazing. Conception of an artificial god, creating a never-before-seen mythic level 8 life form. God? Xuji was stunned. Does this mean that you want to artificially create a mythic level 8 creature that's stronger than the current emperor of alchemy? So daring. Do you think it's that easy to get overnight? There were no mythic wizards or witches in the current magic world. Only hero-class organisms who have broken their genetic lock could have the power of a mythic creature the moment they were born. After all, the phoenix, which was still in its long infancy period, was born in epic level 7, and it was only a pseudo-hero. It was only through pure serendipity that heroes were born. They were extremely formidable life forms that could adjust and modify their own genes just like Suzy, and could integrate any gene they wanted, according to records left behind by the previous Tyrannus queen. Even after seeding an entire planet with spores, only a few heroes would be born from among the billions of life forms. An artificial hero class? Aren't heroes supposed to be unique? Hive mind, is this a scam? Xu Ji frowned slightly. It can be done. The hive mind answered, mechanically. This is a revolutionary theory, and should not be ignored. This person may have broken through previous evolutionary limits, and has achieved mass production of pseudo-hero level creatures. He may have even surpassed the previous Tyrannus queen. Suji trembled all over. This person may have achieved something that even the previous Tyrannus queen could not. He looked down quickly. There was no thesis, no biological diagram, no evolutionary route, nothing. This paper was just an evolutionary hypothesis from the author, and needed to be verified. The opening paragraph was very and serious. In nature, there are many species that form symbiotic relationships, such as the well-known rhinoceros and the oxpecker. And then there are anemones and hermit crabs. See, anemones cannot move, so they have to use the weaker hermit crabs as mounts. In exchange, they protect the hermit crabs from their natural enemies by secreting deadly venom, which becomes a powerful weapon for hermit crabs. Their relationship is like the relationship between a knight and his mount, and they are indispensable to one another. This a symbiosis of two species. But what I wanted to create is a symbiosis of hundreds of species working together like gears, connectors, and batteries to form a single massive synthetic life form. This creature will break the size limit and reach a terrifying height of 1 kilometer. It will be a towering colossus. Xuji was slightly shaken. A massive synthetic life form? When Xuji restricted their body size, he did not expect that someone would use this method to bypass his genetic lock. 1 kilometer was many times larger than the great behemoth Fenba, and was already the size of a big dog in Xuji's eyes. For ants, such a creature would be the same size as a vast mountain range. But how could it be possible for countless creatures to naturally combine into one? This is my preliminary proposal. This unconventional evolutionary path will require the cooperation of nearly 100 players. Initially, we'll create a wooden ship that can travel over the sea. This will act as the basic framework for further evolution. Hundreds of player spores will attach themselves to the ship as peric seaweeds, parasitic shells, etc., covering the entire ship. With this, they will be able to travel long distances in search of food, like parasitic organisms on modern ships. Over time, as the ship begins to rot, its various parts would gradually stop working. In order to continue traveling long distances on the ship, the seaweeds and shells will evolve to replace the broken-down parts, turning into gears and the like, fusing together as they become part of the ship. In the end, they will replace everything and become a gigantic living ship. This is the initial form of my synthetic creature. After that, they can follow the normal evolutionary route and gradually evolve into a giant fish. They can even move onto shore and become a giant amphibian, a giant land creature, or a giant flying creature. This creature will have a massive body standing over 1,000 meters tall, comparable to a building hundreds of stories high. This synthesis of countless life forms will surpass any individual living creature. I need countless players to participate in this plan, which I'll call the Spore Players Guild plan. Countless players will combine into a single life form. I'll form the head, he'll form the arms, and she'll form the muscles, something like that. This creature will be an entire players' guild. Please give me this chance. You're making an artificial god. Of course, I'll give you this chance. What an amazing plan. No matter how much time, effort, and resources this project will take, I'll make the players in the sandbox give it their all. I'll support this guy behind the scenes to the very end. Xu excitedly shot up from his seat in front of the computer. And here is another amazing talent who's full of unconventional ideas. It's like I've gotten all the big names in biology to join in on the fun this time around. Suddenly, he was struck with a bold idea. If this synthetic living ship project succeeds, then there's hope for my sky island, the heavenly realm of the gods. Xu had thought about this very thoroughly. If you could create a living ship, then creating a synthetic living island that could fly should also be possible. If it can be done, then I'll no longer have to worry about the land of the gods, Achilles. Xu was delighted. This plan must go forward no matter what. If it works, it'll turn another page in the history of evolution. As for how much time, effort, and resources this would demand from those 100 players, should Xu care? They were the ones who would be exhausted anyway. Gotta on the agenda. Xu skimmed through the other papers. Most of them were pretty good, and may indeed create species with extraordinary powers. Compared to last time, when they couldn't prepare at all, the papers this time were much higher in quality. The hive mind's mechanical voice interrupted his thoughts. If this plan succeeds, then as the Tyrannus Queen, you should completely devote yourself to evolving extraordinary powers in biological life forms. Please call me Tyrannus King. Xu laughed. These 50 papers are good enough. Make the announcement. The third beta test starts at 6 tomorrow, same as last time. Understood. After doing all this, Xu indifferently looked at the larger sandbox. Another day has passed, which equivalent to over 100 years in the magic world. This guy has been inside for 2 days. Our dear transmigrator, the Emperor of Alchemy, should be over 200 years old. How will he act in his old age? Xu felt that, like the previous 2 monarchs, this person would surely act up before his death. Gilgamesh had pointed his sword at God in his old age. The 3 witches prayed for an audience with God in their twilight years. This great emperor won't get desperate and try to fuck with me before he dies, right? Xu had a headache. The founder of each dynasty was majestic and amazing individual who dominated their era, and Xu naturally favored them. But every one of them had gotten restless in their old age, and he had to be very careful lest they catch him off guard. He had just finished dealing with Akina's speedster and ascertained that he was not causing any trouble. And now he had to deal with this crap. Even the natives were absurdly competent, who knew what a transmigrator would be capable of. But after Xu has observed him for a few seconds, he laughed out loud. Grantham simply didn't have the leisure to cause Xu any trouble. At the moment, he was in great danger. Bro, you had a miserable beginning, and your slime species became slaves and X-rated goods. After 90 years of patient struggle, you finally became strong enough to defeat Medusa, and started your glorious life as the great emperor, but that did not last very long. You've grown weak in your old age, and now all the major powers in this world have gathered. The Magic World, Kingdom of Babylon, year 523. The Emperor of Alchemy was now 221. This invincible emperor, who reigned over the 3 great kingdoms, often stood on a high cliff atop the hanging gardens of Babylon, surveying the magic world's vast territory. At this moment, his solemn eyes were tinged with anxiety. It's taking too long. I've logged out several times, but they still haven't gotten any results yet. These past few years, people have begun to notice that, although the Emperor of Alchemy was still young and handsome, with the body of a Greek god, his aura was gradually weakening. It no longer had the terrifying coercive pressure that made the entire world want to kneel at his feet. The Emperor of Alchemy's lifespan may be coming to an end. This was the conjecture of a 5th level wizard. This news spread like wildfire in the various magic academies, mage clans, and alchemy labs throughout the 3 kingdoms. The Emperor of Alchemy has had a long and accomplished reign of 131 years. He opened the gates of truth, created the 2 alchemical wonders of the world, started the Golden Age of Alchemy, and has now lived for 221 years. If you think about it, the 3 witches only lived to the age of 240. The great emperor, who reigns over the entire world, has grown old. Although the Emperor of Alchemy defeated the Empress of Death, Medusa, unlike her, he's still only level 6 and won't live much longer than 250 years. Who in this world doesn't die one day? Even the grandest of monarchs who rule over a vast territory must return to the dirt in the end. First, there was Gilgamesh from the ancient Sumerian myths, then the 3 witches who founded Babylon, and now there is the Emperor of Alchemy. In the great kingdoms, people from all walks of life mournfully sighed and grieved the end of an era. Meanwhile, various forces, including the evil Rose sect, which had gone into hiding, have begun to move. The Emperor of Alchemy was mighty. Whether they were friend or foe, no one could deny this. He reigned supreme in this world, and none dared to defy him. But this was only when he was younger. Now that he was about to die of old age, who would become the next ruler of this world? In the Rose, on the mountain peak. Over the years, Orthodox witches have completely taken over, and the current Rose Kingdom was no different than the Kingdom of Babylon. But there were still remnants of the evil witches lurking in the shadows, in an extremely well-concealed cellar, with walls the color of dried blood. The Emperor of Alchemy's fearsome prowess is comparable to a pinnacle epic level 7. But in the end, he is only a 6th level wizard. Our Empress, Medusa, is a true 7th level epic witch with a long lifespan. Even though she has been sealed, she is still in her prime. In the past years, some of us have also reached the legendary 6th level. We could go to the dark land on the other side of Oceanus Gorgon Island and try to rescue the former Empress of Death, Medusa, by attacking her seal from both sides. The Rose Savior's hidden cult was led by the remnants of the fallen kingdom of evil witches. They only had 8 members, and each member was a wanted witch who was level 5 and above. There were even genius witches who had defected from the academies among them. After this day, they divided themselves into 4 pairs. Each of them wore concealing robes decorated with roses, a scarlet witch's hat, and a magic crest on their chest with a slash mark on it to symbolize their status as renegades. They traveled along the coastline, from port to port, assassinating royal ministers and sneaking into magic academies in order to gather information on Gorgon Island's seal. Boom! That night, the sound of explosions shook the Royal Rose Academy's magic library of truth. The clouds above were pierced by several bright columns of light, and a gray film suddenly covered the sky. Attack! As this loud alert resounded throughout the Magic Academy, bright flames lit up in the night. Who dares to invade our academy? I, Morsus, shall face you with my spear of fire. The patrolling instructor confidently walked out of the library. Morsius wore an instructor's dark blue robes, and his body was wrapped in black flames. His hawk-like gaze instantly focused on one of the 2 women in front of him. My genius apprentice, Charlotte, who defected from the academy 3 years ago, you've finally returned. Prioritize our objective. I'll deal with the instructor. Charlotte's companion was a renegade witch who wore a black eye patch and wielded a bizarre cane that also doubled as a matchet. She was about to step forward, but was held back by Charlotte. Charlotte lowered her gaze for a moment before slowly looking up at her former mentor, instructor. Although you were renowned as the Blazing Gale, you have fallen behind the times. You are no match for me. Leave now if you don't want to die. Boom. Her words were interrupted by a wave of flames. How foolish. Charlotte angrily roused her spiritual power and counterattacked. 30 days of darkness. Charlotte, you actually completed this taboo spell. Morseus roared in anger. Meanwhile, that moonlight, it's the eye of darkness. Ermin was sitting in front of her moonlit window and looking up at the fearsome light in the sky. She quickly got up, closed her thick black spellbook, and shivered. It's Charlotte Shylock, the creator of the Mystic Eye and the founder of ocular magic. The peerless genius who defected from the academy 3 years ago is back. She reminisced of the old days, when they were still a happy witch trio. The 3 of them had performed their tasks under the guidance of their mentor, Morseus. There was herself, the bottom-of-the-class dummy, the kind and innocent healer Lucy, and the aloof Charlotte, who had a perfect score in all subjects and was known throughout the academy as a once-in-a-century genius. That flame must be our instructor attacking her. Then, Ermin had a bad premonition and hurried to the library. There, she saw Morseus, one of the Academy's strongest genius level 5 instructors, lying in a pool of blood. This kind of injury could only be caused by Charlotte's eye of darkness. Ermin trembled and fell to her knees. Instructor, after joining the Rose Saviors, she's grown this strong in the 3 years. To have beaten you this easily. That girl has stolen some of our Academy's information on Gorgon Island. She is planning to unseal the Empress of Death, Medusa, overturn the world's order by killing our aging emperor, Grantham. Morseus gravely spoke as his eyes began to dim. He looked at Ermin, his student who lacked talent but was the most hard-working of them all. Go. Take whatever you need from the Academy and embark on your journey. Protect our emperor and stop Charlotte, my former apprentice, and your fallen best friend. Later, in the Academy Plaza, the director of the Magic Academy urgently launched the plan for the emergency retrieval of the Book of Seals. He dispatched 3 teams of elite students, each led by one of the Academy's special instructors, to pursue the renegade witch, Charlotte. Half a day later, in front of foaming waterfall, Charlotte looked up in surprise at the people chasing after her. The beautiful Ermin was among them, her face full of hostility. Ermin, you can't stop the Rose Saviors. Although the Emperor of Alchemy is both benevolent and wise, and the era of alchemy he started has benefited us all, we still have to kill him. The Nephthys, Beastman Kingdom. Emery, the king of harpies, was sitting quietly on a high place overlooking the entire Beastman capital of Nephthys. It's the Rose Saviors again. I must send people to prevent them from unsealing the Empress of Death and release Medusa back into the world. Furthermore, I'm going to the Babylonian royal capital to assassinate the Emperor of Alchemy. He, Emery, king of the Beastmen, was a pinnacle 6th-level wizard and was one of the strongest wizards in the world besides the Emperor of Alchemy. The people of the Beastman Kingdom called him the essence of venom. Your Majesty, your opponent is the legendary Emperor of Alchemy who has the fearsome prowess of an epic level 7. Even if he's getting old, countless ministers tried to dissuade him. They understood that Grantham, even in his twilight years, was still an unfathomable existence, and the most powerful being in the world. The difference between each level was insurmountable. A level 7 could easily slaughter hundreds of level 6 wizards. Unfortunately for them, their king had a death wish. Although the Emperor of Alchemy commanded everyone to treat the beastmen as equals, many orthodox witches still looked down on them for being a product of the evil witches' alchemical experiments. They were a deformed and unnatural species, and human ethics did not apply to them. They were base, vulgar, and ugly creatures who were hated by all. There were people who even called them the misbegotten crossbreeds of monsters and beasts behind their backs. Many unscrupulous Orthodox witches would hunt them in secret and sell them in the underground slave markets. What awaited them after that was death in the fighting pits amidst the cheering of nobles. The unluckier ones would simply be killed, their body parts turned into alchemical ingredients used in the making of magic staves, wizard robes, and various alchemical tools. Countless beastmen have lost their lives and loved ones because of this. Everything is for the enduring glory of the beastman kingdom. If we win, beastmen will become the masters. Era. Emery snarled, flames blazing in his eyes. Although the Emperor of Alchemy has been a very gerund to the beastmen, treating us very kindly, while also creating many policies to promote equality, we still have to kill him. All nuts. Xuji was speechless and couldn't help but laugh out loud. For a while, he really didn't know what to say. The Rose Saviors said, although the Emperor of Alchemy is both benevolent and wise, and the era of alchemy he started it has benefited us all, we still have to kill him. The Beast Kingdom said, although the Emperor of Alchemy has been a very good friend to the beastmen, treating us very kindly while also creating many policies to promote equality, we still have to kill him. Look, where's your conscience? Honestly, the Emperor of Alchemy was the most heroic and wise monarch Shuji has ever seen. He wasn't tyrannical and devoted himself to advancing civilization through the development of science and alchemy. He wasn't interested in carnal pleasures, and everything he did was for the sake of the country and its people. After all, he didn't have equipment. His love was platonic and pure, and his feelings towards the 7 little witches were a complex mix of romantic and familial love. To this day, he was working hard to extend their lifespans and wake them from frozen hibernation. Back then, Gilgamesh was extremely tyrannical. He established slavery and even killed his own son. But no one dared to plot against him. So why is everyone trying to kill the benevolent and wise Emperor of Alchemy? Xuji felt sad for him. Ironically, this was simple human nature. People who think nothing of bowing down before tyranny will suddenly find the courage to raise their swords when serving under a benevolent lord. Grantham was too kind. He is a builder by nature and does not know how to play the Game of Thrones. Evil opportunists have begun to plot against him, but he doesn't even know. At this moment, he was still obsessed with developing stuff and climbing the tech tree. All his attention was on the potion of longevity that would extend his lifespan, and he was completely unaware of the assassination plot against him. This was why most emperors had spies and secret guards serving them. The walls had ears, and any plot against the monarch would be revealed instantly, and the traitors put to the sword. I warn him? Xuji thought for a moment, then indifferently shook his head. But how? I have no way of warning him. Forget it, let's go with the flow. Although it is a pity that the great emperor who had opened up an era would be assassinated like this will keep him from acting up before death. I'll have fewer things to do if he does not try to defy fate by searching for the gods in his old age. It's all good. His lifespan is about to end anyway. I should just let him die and log out from the game. 200 years of life in another world is already good enough. The Kingdom of Babylon, year 527. The night had just begun. A pale moon hung in the sky, and the Kingdom of Babylon was covered in murky gloom. In a beautiful arched corridor within the palace, delicate sconces cast a pale yellow glow on stone walls carved with golden wreath patterns. To the sides of the corridor, pretty girls in witch robes were scattering flower petals from their flower baskets. In the middle, a court minister holding an ostentatious wooden staff was leading the way for a beautiful woman. This woman was Ermin. She was the champion of this year's Inter-Academy tournament and has been granted an audience with the legendary Emperor of Alchemy, Grantham. Back then, in the battle under the waterfall, Ermin had fought bravely but still lost in the end. Led by their instructor, countless students worked as one to defeat Charlotte, but they still lost against her, and she got away with the Book of Seals. 5 years later, after fervently training under one of the Academy's hidden sages, Ermin developed the spell Wave Dash and entered the Inter-Academy tournament, winning the championship. Before she left, her instructor taught her this: the pulse of the world is the origin of everything. Heaven and earth constantly pulse. Life itself pulses, forming waves. Thus the power of waves is the power of life. When you observe the microscopic world through the alchemical lens invented by the Emperor of Alchemy, you will find that every single part of the body is constantly pulsing. Waves are the foundation of this world. This is the truth of everything, and our discipline's gate of truth. Ermin took this to heart. She knew well that if she didn't develop a brand new school of magic, she would not be able to rival Charlotte. I've received confidential information that the Beastman Kingdom has stopped the Rose Saviors from breaking the Empress of Death's seal, and that they will briefly work together to assassinate the Emperor of Alchemy. Ermin had an icy expression on her face. I can't even alert the throne because there are too many of their agents in the royal palace of Babylon. It's no longer safe. The Emperor of Alchemy is too kind and merciful, and is unable to understand the darkness in the hearts of men. It's up to me now to protect him. Charlotte's time, you'll definitely infiltrate the royal palace to assassinate the Emperor of Alchemy, but I will stop you. At this moment, as the tournament champion, Ermin was surrounded by beautiful witches as she slowly approached the throne room. Stirring music started to play, the impassioned notes surging like waves from within the depths of the palace. This is the music of the gods which descended from heaven during the era of the three witches, the Symphony of Fate. Such an amazing performance. Which court musician is this? Ermin couldn't help but remark. This is not a court musician, nor is it a human being. It's a music box that His Majesty made an alchemical contraption. Her guide whispered admiringly, "Our great emperor is truly the man who opened the age of alchemy. An alchemical contraption, a mere object, could play such beautiful notes? What great monarch!" Ermin marveled. She has grown up listening to stories about the great emperor. He was praised by everyone for the great wonders of the world he had created. It felt as if he had descended from heaven to illuminate the world with his otherworldly genius and unconventional ideas. Ermin silently followed behind the group. Lovely witches stood on both sides of the arched corridor, scattering pink flower petals from their baskets. It was a beautiful scene out of a fairy tale. She finally entered the throne room. Her guide walked onto the bright red carpet and looked at the majestic monarch sitting high above. She excitedly raised her voice and announced, "The champion of this year's Inter-Academy tournament, Ermin, seeks against the great Emperor of Alchemy, the ruler of Babylon. His Majesty Grantham, the Emperor of Alchemy, tried to speak, but bizarrely, his mouth kept opening wider and wider. Before anyone could react, it had turned into an ugly, yawning pit filled with blood. Starting from the mouth, his entire body began to crumble, dissolving into a pool of thick reddish-black blood. His flesh and skin melted away, and all that was left behind was his gigantic, snow-white skeleton. In an instant, the entire throne room has fallen silent. Everyone's mind went blank. The Emperor. In the next second, a despairing cry shattered this unnatural calm. The great Emperor has been assassinated. Help! Royal guards? The shrill screams, one after another. Clang, clang, clang. In the air alchemical square in the center of Babylon, there was a magnificent European-style clock tower the color of aged bronze. At this moment, its bell was ringing loudly. Enemy attack. It's the highest level alert. 3 6th-level witches rose up into the air, exiting as they flew to the royal palace of Babylon. Soon, they were little more than black dots against the sky. In the throne room, all was chaos. The sconces on the wall shone bright enough to light up the entire capital. Under their snow-white glare, people raved and screamed. "Be quiet." The 3 6th-level witches gaped at the gruesome spectacle in the throne room. Their great emperor's body had been mangled by countless horrific forbidden spells. It was a truly shocking scene. The Eye of Darkness, Toxic Night, Temporal Key. 13 forbidden spells must have struck him all at once. One of the witches sniffed the air and snarled. There is Emery King of the Beastmen, Rose Saviors, and 2 premier schools, the Whaley Sect and the Scarlet Snake. A total of 7 6th-level mages attacked His Majesty at the same time. Those mongrel beastmen and 2 of the top schools in our nation have committed treason. His Majesty is dead. There's no hint of life left in the corpse before us. Impossible. But that's really His Majesty's body. Grantham is not His Majesty's real body, but only we know this. We can't tell others. The 3 6th-level witches solemnly glanced at one another. Apart from the 3 of them, who knows how many 6th-level mages have defected? First, we must capture the traitors who assassinated His Majesty. They could not have run far. They must pay a terrible price for assassinating our Lord. The 3 of them headed to the glowing violet crystal in the center of the hanging gardens of Babylon and gravely waved their staves. Magic scan. The world was dyed in white light. Powerful electrical sparks flashed, surging in a mighty torrent towards the sky. An impenetrable net of electricity covered Babylon's night sky in an instant, scanning every hidden corner within Babylon. At this moment, a harpy, a couple of women in rose-ornamented robes, and the leaders of 2 premier magic schools were gathered inside a hidden chamber. All of them were heavily wounded, as expected of one of the wonders of the world, the Hanging Gardens of Babylon. We've been discovered, but it won't be that strong without the great emperor personally controlling it. Let's fight our way out. There was an immense and intricate blood-colored magic circle drawn on the ground. As the 7 of them waved their staves, it emitted a blood-red light that quickly turned eerie black. Dense black mist rose up and converged in the sky above Babylon, forming enormous black clouds that covered heaven and earth. Boom! The black clouds eventually coalesced into a massive black giant. His muscular upper half was the size of a huge city, and his lower half was insubstantial, mist like the genie of the lamp from the Arabian Nights. He fiercely swung his fist at the electrical net in the sky. "Break the seal, my giant Whaley." The giant fist, made of condensed black mist, shattered the electrical net. Meanwhile, Ermin was leaving the royal palace with her three-man team, her face full of grief. They stopped at the palace gates and looked up at the battle taking place in the sky. Above them, countless legendary mages were locked in a titanic battle. What a terrifying battle. The Emperor of Alchemy still got assassinated in the end. Charlotte has grown far too strong. She is already one of the strongest legendary beings in the world. We have failed. Our emperor is dead. The girls were sobbing. Those bastards. The Emperor of Alchemy was such a great man. Without him opening a new era, we would still be in Medusa's era of evil witches. How dare they try to murder him in his old age? No, the Emperor of Alchemy should still be alive. I believe that the great emperor will not die so easily. Ermin miserably bowed her head, then suddenly looked up into the depths of the distant alleyway. There, a cute little slime was collapsed in a pool of clear, gel-like blood. She walked over, picked up the unconscious little slime with one hand. Oh, what's this? In the Spore Evolution Game Forum. The Afghan future sky whale suddenly reappeared in the forum, and his startling post once again caused an uproar. Help! Help! Are there any bigwigs here who could help me? The kingdoms and magic sects under me have suddenly rebelled. But why? I just want to build stuff. Whatever did I do to you? I'm utterly speechless. All these super powerful monsters shamelessly ambushed me in my old age, and I barely managed to escape with my real body after a big battle. I fainted by the roadside halfway through, and who knows what's happening to me now. I'm just an unconscious slime. This game is too realistic. Not only do you have to sleep, you could also faint. Can you fucking believe this? Anyway, I'm really pissed off right now, and the game interface is all black. I have no idea when I'll wake up. I fainted by the roadside in the Kingdom of Babylon. I won't be killed when I'm still unconscious, right? Guys, I'm in a coma and can only log out to ask for help. Grantham went online and frantically begged for help out by playing the sympathy card. Next, he posted on a forum that was famous for its knowledgeable user base, hoping that some bigwig would be able to help him. He was really at the end of his rope. The title of thread was, Question. I, the Emperor of Alchemy who rules over the magic world and dominated an era, have suddenly been assassinated. What should I do? Urgently waiting online. If you're gonna die, then just fucking die. Must you cause so much trouble before passing on? Looking at this scene, Xuji was dumbfounded and silently cursed the little bastard. Why couldn't he obediently get assassinated and log out? Stop causing trouble for me. After all, this transmigrator emperor was certain to make one last attempt at finding the land of the gods, Achilles, and have an audience with the heavenly gods before dying. Xuji wanted to tell him, I haven't built that map yet. It would be very embarrassing for me if that gets revealed. He didn't think that, even though this guy has been injured to this degree, and even fainted in the game, he still didn't want to accept death. He desperately struggled on, and was begging for sympathy while frantically posting online. Wasn't this guy's desire to live too strong? Xuji was speechless. You are the great Emperor of Alchemy, the supreme being of this era. Why are you acting so pitiful? Have you no shame? Wouldn't it be embarrassing if you get seen by people in the magic world? And even in reality, you are still a prestigious over 40-year-old CEO of a tech company. Stop acting cute. Where's your dignity? Xuji blinked. He didn't know whether he should laugh or cry. Forget it, I'll let him be. As long as he does not cause trouble and give me a headache before logging out, then everything's fine. Xuji couldn't stop the bastard anyway. It wasn't as if he could disconnect the guy. Xuji was not really the creator. He was a simple farmer, and he couldn't even interfere much with the development of civilization in his own sandbox. How was he supposed to do that? Enter the sandbox all the time as the towering, thousands of feet tall creator? That's too impractical. Transform into the god of wisdom, Mercury, and intervene? Troublesome, and also impractical. Besides, how can the netizens outside possibly help you? Suzuki calmly shook his head. He felt that this guy was only struggling in vain. You've been cornered to this degree even though you're the Emperor of Alchemy. No matter how amazing those netizens, they won't be able to help you. Just obediently remain unconscious by the roadside and die. Suzuki indifferently bit down on his apple. You're only dragging out your death. At this moment, after the renowned future sky whale begged for help in the other world, the game's forum was stirring with excitement. Even the other forum full of elites was abuzz. Even though this was a forum of VIPs, where each member had an annual income of millions and lived a storied life, they still felt very proud that Grantham was turning to them for help. Fuck. This topic seems interesting. We have an average monthly income of 1 million, and everyone here is talented and well-spoken. But I know this person. He isn't simply making things up. He is indeed a transmigrator, and another world's legendary emperor of alchemy. On the forum, everyone wanted to know about the situation. How could he be having such a hard time in another world? He gave transmigrators everywhere a bad name. Grantham explained that he was getting old, was nearing the end of his life. His spiritual power was less than 1/10 of what it originally was. If only he was a true 7th level epic wizard, then he wouldn't be killed by a sneak attack even if he had grown old. After all, the gap between each level was significant. But he was only 7th level thanks to his alchemical constructs. And he was basically a 6th level wizard in the end. When the players heard what he had to say, they immediately understood and laughed. We can't help you. Just obediently die? Just lie down and die. You fainted by the roadside. Some housewife might have picked you up and is now getting ready. You? The above poster is too heartless. He's the great emperor of alchemy. But I'm not like you. Boss, first write this in your will. In a few hundred years, a red-colored creature with 8 tentacles will appear. This creature is the son of heaven, and all who remain loyal to the emperor of alchemy must support him at that time. Yes, that son of destiny is me. I'll be the next person to leave the beginner's village. I'm already halfway bald. Bro, you're amazing. In the forum, a bunch of souls were causing a stir, demanding that future shy whale leave behind a will or a secret treasure trove. He was going to die anyway. They'll at least be able to avenge him later on. They'll claim the emperor of alchemy's inheritance and get rich overnight after leaving the beginner's village. Compared to them, other netizens were much more serious. Is it really that amazing? Does the other world really have that kind of AI? There's even a rebellion, and various forces are trying to assassinate you. It's that realistic and hardcore? The situation is indeed urgent. The great emperor of alchemy has fainted by the roadside, and it's uncertain whether he still lives. I have been following this game for a while. Isn't this really another world? Yes. According to all the gathered data, it's indeed a real world. Maybe this game's technology is even more advanced than we have imagined, and is in fact aliens sending Earthlings to another planet. You've all read those web novels, right? Where an MMO actually taking place in another world. Medical students, show yourself. Weren't you all determined to fight on? If you've already completed that potion of longevity bow, then the boss wouldn't have gotten attacked in his old age. Yes, the Emperor of Alchemy only got assassinated because he has grown old. It's all your fault. The people on the VIP forum were still very righteous. Faced with such a difficult challenge, they launched the plan to gather ideas from all netizens to save the emperor of another world. The mighty keyboard warriors began to discuss countermeasures. Renowned big shots began to appear one after another. Their analysis of the situation and plans for a desperate counterattack left everyone in awe. This wave of posts about exploring another world and saving the Emperor of Alchemy pushed the thread to the top of the search engines. The other world's Emperor of Alchemy has been assassinated. What should I do? Urgently waiting online. Moreover, in the VIP forum, people have started to blame the medical students. After all, this only happened because of them. It's our fault? When the medical students heard about this, they were pissed off beyond belief. They all protested, saying that they were innocent and have already tried their best. They even stayed up all night for this. But how much time has passed now? It's been little more than a day, about 30 hours. And the 4,000-something students have already worked very hard. They hadn't pushed themselves that hard even for their postgraduate exams. They simply didn't have enough time. Among them, the following medical student was the first to speak up. Studying medicine to save another world. According to the information given us by the big boss, there are currently 7 different methods for brewing the potion of longevity. We've carefully studied the medicinal properties of these 7 variants and concluded that they've already extended his lifespan to the absolute limit. Making an even better potion is basically impossible. We really can't do anything about this. The boss aging is irreversible. The 3 witches must have also tried various methods in vain back then. I love learning. Then aren't you guys useless? Studying medicine to save another world. We've found a new approach. Since we can't prolong his lifespan in this manner, we should try to develop a potion of genetic expansion. It will open enough genetic space for people to integrate a 3rd gene. At his current level, he has already reached the limit of his lifespan. So we must help him become a more powerful life form by integrating a 3rd gene. Everyone became excited when they read this. A 3rd gene? Grant was dumbfounded. He was sitting before his computer while begging for help. But he didn't really think that anything would come of this. He just wanted to struggle one last time, even though it would be in vain. But who knew that these medical students work hard to prove themselves? They were even crazier than he was. They actually found a way to save me. What an ingenious idea. Grantham was extremely excited. When Xuji saw this, he was also surprised. He didn't think that there would be such amazing hidden talents among the netizens. They've really found a way. Potion, genetic expansion, making space for a 3rd gene. She frowned. Lots of junk, genetic information, would accumulate in the genes of normal creatures throughout their long evolutionary process. Therefore, their genes would only have enough free space to take in a 2nd gene, and not a 3rd gene. Feeling as if he had discovered a new continent, Xuji was astonished and asked the hive mind, "What do you think of this potion of genetic expansion?" The hive mind mechanically replied, "This potion that the medical students are trying to develop was very common in the era of the previous Tyrannus Queen. The previous Tyrannus Queen divided genes into 5 levels. The further along you are, the more difficult it gets. Once you've taken in the 5th gene, you'll reach the ultimate level. You'll become a legendary Tyranna who can break the genetic lock and freely adjust your genes." She was taken aback. So that's how it is? The Tyrannus has 5 power rankings according to the number of their genes. You become a Tyrannus hero when you can integrate a 5th gene? Xuji thought for a while. The phoenix's genes gave it 4 innate abilities: control over fire, toxic flames, fire immunity, and fiery rebirth. That is, it was born with the equivalent of 4 genes. No wonder the hive mind said that it was a natural-born pseudo-Tyrannis hero. It's just that 3 of its innate abilities were quite ordinary, and only fiery rebirth could be considered a godly gene. The hive continued. Life forms with 3 genes are the standard for mythic creatures. Presently, it is impossible for low-level life forms with only 2 genes to reach the mythic 8th level. Xuji nodded when he heard these words. In other words, the epic 7th level could be reached with hard work, but the mythic 8th level was beyond what the sandbox's current level of life forms was capable of, and they had to integrate a 3rd gene. Weaker life forms cannot bear the strain of such great power. That is to say, in the previous generation, which focused on science and technology, the potion of genetic expansion is the foundation of your power development? Suji frowned slightly. Without it, it's impossible for the people in the sandbox to reach the mythic level 8. The Tyrannus hive mind replied in a mechanical voice. That's right, Tyrannus Queen, continuing down this path is not recommended. The potion of genetic expansion is from the path of science and technology, which depended on all kinds of potions to stimulate one's genes, like the potion of strength, the potion of speed, the potion of dexterity. This generation, which focuses on the development of superpowers, should create a training method that enables an individual to open up space in their genes by naturally breaking through their limits, instead of relying on the potion of longevity. Xuji nodded and pondered seriously. The path of science and technology used the potion of longevity to break the limits of the human body. The path of superpowers should focus on training methods instead. If he used genetic medicine to break through, he would indeed be following the same path of technology as the previous Tyrannus Queen. Breaking through with the help of external factors would leave you with a much weaker foundation than achieving it through your own efforts. At the moment, these medical students were frantically brainstorming and looking through reference books in the library. After studying the molecular diagrams of the other world's medicinal plants, they've somehow managed to start walking down the same path as the previous Tyrannus Queen. Should I stop this development? Xuji frowned and looked at the excited comments on the internet. Forget it. It'll be very difficult for me to stop them anyway. What am I supposed to do? Disconnect their internet? Bonk them on the head? Issue an announcement that would prohibit them from doing this research? I shouldn't try so hard and let them do as they wish. This could also be considered a kind of magic potion. When epic 7th level mages ignite their divine flames and ascend, the less talented ones would use this forbidden potion, while the more gifted ones would depend on their own strength. Doing so would let them freely choose the properties of their 3rd gene and divine flame. This kind of setting is interesting and would also make sense. Xuji thought for a while and decided to leave things be. However, it's as you say, I should put that training method on the agenda. However, they should be able to figure something out by themselves, right? After all, their current level as life forms was too low. Without a 3rd gene, reaching the mythic 8th level was impossible. Legendary 6th level, epic 7th level, and mythic 8th level. The mythic 8 level was a dividing line. Life form with only 2 genes could progress through the first 7 levels, but from level 8 on, you must have 3 genes. This was an absolute and fundamental change. Although mythic creatures haven't appeared yet, Xuji still had to plan for the future. Xuji frowned slightly. However, their 2nd gene now is from the blood of the evil eye. But what will they pick for their 3rd gene once they reach the mythic stage? That's also something I'll have to consider. Currently in the sandbox, there were only two other extraordinary species. The slime and the pallbearer chicken, no matter which gene you picked. They were all rubbish and would affect your future potential. It's because these crazy bastards are not working hard enough. Xuji was sitting in his yard eating his apple while enjoying the cool breeze. He ruefully shook his head and looked at the wacky players in the smaller sandbox with a disappointed expression. To think that even after all this time, they still haven't evolved any new species with acceptable potential. Because of that, I don't have more genetic options. The players in the forum naturally didn't know that Xuji was chatting with HiveMind while thinking of better ways to exploit them. At this moment, they were all very excited. Meanwhile, Grantham was sitting in a daze in front of his computer. He originally thought that posting online asking help was just him struggling in vain, and nothing would come of it. But who knew that these medical students would work this hard to prove themselves? They were even crazier than he was. They've found a way. Grantham excitedly clicked on his mouse and started typing a new post. Future Sky Whale, if you can really help me, I will livestream how the Emperor of Alchemy rises from the ashes in this post. You'll know all about how I'll counterattack and put down the rebellion. Then, Future Sky Whale posted a pitch-black screenshot, indicating that this was what he could see at the moment. He was currently unconscious. He'll post a live stream of the Emperor of Alchemy putting down the rebellion in his old age. Everyone was excited. They felt that this was super interesting. Cerebral bluff. Fuck, you medical whizzes are amazing. People in the magic world can only take in a single gene. The gene of the evil eye which lets them become. But you guys have found a way to break this rule and allow people to take in one more gene. Hands off. Our medical knowledge will change another world. Woot, now that you have found the way, how is this potion of genetic expansion coming along then? Hurry and let the boss reverse the situation and live a third life. Cute girl who wants to evolve into a dragon. Quickly, help the boss pull a reversal. When the medical students saw everyone excitedly following their progress, they were also very excited. They hurriedly typed their reply. Studying medicine to save another world. At present, we do have a formula for the potion of genetic expansion, but we'll need the blood of the phoenix. We speculate that the phoenix's fiery rebirth should clear up enough junk from one's genetic structure to make room for a third gene. The medical students were now even more excited and eagerly posted. Studying medicine to save another world. After studying the cellular diagrams sent to boss, I've found that the molecular structure of the phoenix's blood cells is very similar to the lighthouse jellyfish, which is the only biologically immortal organism found on Earth. In addition, its unique characteristic of fiery rebirth can be used to clean up redundant gene fragments, giving people an inferior version of fiery rebirth. However, various auxiliary drugs are needed to change the molecular structure of the phoenix's blood before others can take it in. Currently, we will require 3 grams of purple wind grass, a drop of green vegetable salt. Hands off. Enough. I love learning. Enough. I don't love learning that much. It's fine as long as we can save him. Hurry up and post the potion's formula, and keep the principles behind it to yourself. Everyone said that they've had enough of the hardcore technical jargon. They were all busy people and didn't have time to listen to the medical students rambling on. Students. They wanted to cry. Why must we medical students suffer so? Can't we brag a little after working so hard? When Future Sky Whale heard this, he immediately said, I could give you that data on the phoenix's blood because I've beaten it up once in the desert and have a blood sample stashed away. This young god of flame has a very long growth period. Though it's more than 200 years old, it's still in its infancy and hasn't truly become conscious yet. Right now, the phoenix's blood is hidden in my secret storeroom. He also added that, as a builder and veteran Minecraft player, he naturally had a hobby of collecting things. He had hidden the frozen 7 little witches in a super secret vault, along with 99 samples, each of various alchemical ingredients, and countless amazing treasures. The blood of the phoenix was also stored there. Studying medicine to save another world. That's good, the problem now is how to wake you up. Everyone started arguing. Although they now had an attack plan, Grantham couldn't wake up. This was the biggest problem. If he was unlucky, he might have already been killed while unconscious, and all their efforts thus far would have been useless. However, at this time, another renowned big shot, who was a professor of psychology at a certain university, spoke up. This old man finds your discussion very interesting and wants to join in. I personally think that, if this game is as realistic as you all say, you could try the method people use to wake up from a coma in reality. I have seen many such cases, where the patients are either in a coma or a vegetative state. Some of them can vaguely hear, cannot move, so in order to wake them up, we'll often have their family members talk to them by their bedside. We will also ask them to cooperate. As long as they have strong willpower, they'll be able to wake themselves up through persistent self-hypnosis. The method is as follows. This was a method to wake up from a coma through self-suggestion. It's a super big shot this time. The netizens were even more excited when they saw this post. He was a particularly well-known authority in the field of psychology who's been around a long time. When Grantham saw this post, he felt that it was a good method and immediately put on his VR glasses and entered the game. Within the pitch darkness, he frantically told himself to wake up. Wake up! Wake up! Using strong language and various mental cues. For a while, there was only darkness, but gradually his senses started to come back. When he finally left the dark void, he saw an unfamiliar ceiling. He was in a jar of pickled vegetables, and several witches were talking nearby. It really worked. I've woken up from my injury-induced coma. This game is so realistic. I'm alive. When Grantham opened his eyes and could see again, he was immensely relieved. As long as he didn't wake up on a cutting board, he was perfectly fine with being in a jar of pickles. He was a slime, okay? Ermin was speaking. More than half a month has passed. In the end, the 3 legendary guardian witches of Babylon couldn't catch those assassins, and there's been no news of the Emperor of Alchemy. No one knows whether he's still alive. Grantham silently eavesdropped on the conversation. In the short period of time he spent chatting on the forums, more than half a month has passed in the magic world. Oh? After being unconscious for half a month, this slime has finally woken up? Ermin noticed Grantham poking his head out and had a sympathetic expression. The poor little thing must have been knocked unconscious by the aftershocks of the battle in the sky. After all, those were legendary mages fighting. After the era of the evil witches, the cute slime has become a common pet, and they were also used as alchemical engines. The Emperor of Alchemy really favored them and raised a great number of slimes, so it was no big deal when a slime showed up on the side of the road. After Grantham confirmed his safety, he silently logged out and went on the internet. Future Sky Whale. Wow, psychologists are awesome. Your wake-up method really worked. I actually woke up and saw this scene. Fortunately, I was rescued by a passing witch and didn't die, so what should I do next? Screenshots, 7 total. The faces of the four screenshots. The scenery in the room. 2 screenshots. Me in a jar, 1 screenshot. Everyone online clicked on the screenshots. They were exquisite pictures filled with exotic scenery. How could this game be so fucking realistic? To think that the real-world method of awakening through self-suggestion would also work in the other world. The elderly psychology professor was also taken aback. I casually said that, but it actually works. It's realistic enough to simulate that kind of detail? That's incredible. This is an amazing research topic. He trembled in front of his computer and hurriedly called some of his old friends. In the thread, the players were still excitedly talking. They found it very interesting that Grantham actually woke up. This could be another big event in the game's history. The boss just put on his VR glasses and logged in for a few seconds, then came out. It was only the blink of an eye for us. But so many things happened inside the game. He successfully tested the self-awakening method and investigated his surroundings for a few hours. That's scary. He also took screenshots for us. I grow more convinced by the day that this is not a simple game and is really another world. The difference in time flow is too frightening, and this witch named Ermin is so beautiful and aloof. She's my new waifu. Based on her appearance, I'm sure that she's a kind-hearted witch. Believe it. The above poster is too superficial. Told me not to trust pretty girls. Countless people getting more excited. Each choice they made and each advice they gave would affect the life and death of the Emperor of Alchemy. This was like the text games, instantly popular online. In the game's lifeline and in interdimensional communication, the player's phone would inadvertently connect to a victim who was in the middle of some crisis in another world, and each choice they made, each advice they gave, would affect the victim's life and death and the direction of the plot. It was also similar to pick-your-own adventure stories like The Invisible Guardian and Detroit Transformers, where every choice you made would lead to completely different developments and different endings for the protagonist. There was also the difference in time flow. The players would make a plot choice, and in the next second, future Sky Whale would post the result of their choice, along with a bunch of screenshots. It was exactly the same. We'll all stay online to help the Emperor of Alchemy. Mom and Dad, you can no longer scold your son for being a deadbeat. I can finally play this highly intellectual game. Although it has turned into a visual novel. Many people tried to come up with an idea, and they were surprisingly horrified in their opinion. They said that the best plot choice at this time was to seek out the 3 legendary witches guarding the Babylonian capital. The wounded Grantham could ask them to escort him back to the royal palace, and after he had regained control of the Hanging Gardens of Babylon, he could recover the blood of the phoenix from his secret vault. At this time, another certified big-shot, well-known authority in the field of history, who often appeared on TV, expressed a different opinion. This old man has been watching ever since the psychology professor joined in. Your choice of asking the capital's 3 guardian witches for help will certainly lead you to a dead end. Right now, we need to think of these people inside as resourceful enemies. Look at all the plots to usurp the throne in our own history. If you have prepared for years to assassinate the Emperor of Alchemy, wouldn't you have multiple backup plans ready? In case you fail, and the seriously wounded Emperor of Alchemy manages to get away? If I were them, I would definitely place an inside man among the 3 guardian witches. On the surface, she'll be the same as the other 2, and do everything in her power to chase down the rebels and protect the seriously injured Emperor of Alchemy. But in reality, she'll be waiting for the Emperor of Alchemy to reveal himself by asking for help. As soon as this conspiracy theory came out, the screen was filled with comments such as, "Fuck, so amazing," as expected of a big shot historian. And I grew up watching this guy on the History Channel. Future Sky Whale was also dumbfounded. Then, I can't seek out the 3 guardian witches of Babylon, because I'll die the moment I get back? But I thought they were quite loyal. Oh, why is my life so miserable? I'm the great emperor of alchemy. And yet, I can't even return to my own palace after being assassinated, and am forced to sneak out of the Babylonian royal capital. I could hide out in my secret base, but how am I supposed to get there all by myself? There should be many pursuers after me, and many who are waiting in ambush along the way. But I'm just a heavily injured slime. After getting such great results, this gentleman has become completely accustomed to acting cute while begging for sympathy. He had no dignity at all. Everyone started to argue. This was indeed a desperate situation. A counterattack seemed impossible. After plotting for so many years, the traitors should have an absolutely foolproof plan to kill him and wouldn't make any errors. Although at the moment, he has gained reliable support from the internet, with a renowned psychologist helping him wake up from his coma, and a leading historian helping him see through enemy traps. This was only the difficult first step. Then, someone else suggested, "You can only ask the 4 witches who saved you for help. Didn't you say that one of them has excellent potential? And that her wave magic, which utilizes sound waves, has the potential to become an entirely new magic school. What's more, she is the champion of the Inter-Academy tournament and your loyal fan. Although she's only a 5th-level witch, you can teach her along the way. She should be able to avoid danger long enough to escort you to your vault." Wow! So we're playing the part of the hidden old master now? The audience members started cheering. Although they lacked the knowledge to participate themselves, they felt that just watching the big shots strategizing was already super interesting. However, how are you going to make her believe that the cute slime she picked up on a whim is actually the high and mighty emperor of alchemy? Aren't you worried that you'll give her a stomachache from laughing too much? It's okay, just tell her directly. I am Elvis. I am the emperor of alchemy. I'm alive and am only on the streets due to unfortunate circumstances. I have a vault filled with treasures hidden away, but my 10 billion in assets is now frozen. You only have to give me $200, and I'll be able to unfreeze my assets. I'll richly reward you later if you stay close by my side and protect me until I recover from my injury. The king does not lie. To sum it up in one sentence, I, the Emperor of Alchemy, want your money. I think I received a text message like that once. I, Elvis, want your money. Isn't this a very common scam? Are you trying to make me die from laughing and then inherit my spare change? What a crazy bunch of idiots. Xuji was speechless. On the other hand, he found these new developments quite interesting. Unexpectedly, renowned experts in the fields of medicine, psychology, and history were all interested in saving the Emperor of Alchemy after seeing his post. Because of the ruckus raised by the third beta test, big shots from all walks of life become interested in this game. They all wanted to see how realistic it could be, and whether their expertise could be applied in-game. But Suji didn't care about them, and just wanted to see if the Phoenix's blood could really be used. So, he silently signed on using his previous alt account and posted a fairly reasonable suggestion. Vengeful creator. Wasn't the Emperor of Alchemy raising a bunch of slimes? You can just say that you're the Emperor of Alchemy's pet, the king of the slimes, and ask her to help you save your master. That should be more believable. As soon as he posted this, everyone nodded in agreement. Why didn't they think of this? Pretend to be the Emperor's pet first? Everyone thought that this was a good idea. After all, it would be too unbelievable for a slime to claim that it was the high and mighty emperor of alchemy who rules the entire magic world. That's true. It's better to say that you're his pet who got injured in the attack. That's more believable. Everyone agreed that this was the best solution. They hadn't been seeing this. Xuji was satisfied and logged out. Following this, everyone began to enthusiastically discuss which lines would be best, and how to persuade the witches that Grantham really was the emperor of alchemy's pet. Another certified big shot, who was a renowned linguist, then stepped forward, saying that he's had enough of watching amateur flailing around. Leave it to me. Using his linguistic skills and knowledge of the human psyche, he edited Grantham's lines to make them as persuasive as possible. Hands off. Wow, another big shot has appeared, and it's linguist this time. Always having the right people for the right tasks could be considered a cheat ability, right? Future Skywhale is just like those transmigrators from the novels, and his cheat ability is the best. I love learning. You are so lucky and have all these amazing people helping you out. Try to persuade them with these lines. We'll follow up with more ideas. Grantham put on his VR glasses, then logged out after 2 or 3 seconds, and shamelessly continued to beg for sympathy. I succeeded. I'm so happy. They now believe that I am the emperor of alchemy's pet, and are willing to help me. They've agreed to escort me to my vault. Actually, they were doubtful in the beginning, and if it wasn't for the bossman's lines, I wouldn't have been able to convince them. I came that close to failing. Screenshots. Tov. Solid. Beautiful wallpapers filled with fantastical CG-like scenery were posted, and everyone was delighted. He succeeded just like that? A full 3 hours have passed in-game, but it's only been a few seconds for them. They knew the result of their choice in seconds, and were also treated to many screenshots. This was really no different from a visual novel. At this moment, the renowned linguist was sitting in front of his computer in a daze. How can this game be so realistic? The AI inside seem like real people and can be persuaded by oratory techniques. There's even this kind of detail. He was also surprised. The old man was originally on a sightseeing trip with his granddaughter when he got a phone call from his old friends. At their request, he temporarily joined a secret research center and began to follow this lively thread on his notebook. He didn't care at first, but was now surprised and confused. What the hell is this? In search center. We urgently contacted Mr. Shu, who was traveling abroad, and he had been a great help. A staff member in a white lab coat took a deep breath. He still felt a little dazed. These past few days, they have established a secret research center and made good progress. They didn't really care at first, but the more they learned, the more they were shocked by this game. The priority level of their research kept rising, and was now at the highest priority level in the entire nation. Every photo in the game has been analyzed by experts in the field of digital imagery. They were detailed enough that each strand of hair and each thread of cloth was visible, as if they were pictures taken in the real world. Moreover, they've had their own personnel enter the third beta test, because the competition was too fierce and there were too many talented experts among the public. Out of the 5 slots they expected to get, the government only barely managed to get 1 person in. This person imitated a certain big shot. He built his own farm, turned into a basement scientist, and made his own microscope inside the game. He found that he could see the molecular structure of every single object in the game under the microscope. Unbelievable, right? What's more, compared to inanimate objects, the structure of living things was even more diverse. They've looked at the screenshots that the Emperor of Alchemy gave to the medical students. Each plant and animal had their own cellular diagram. Each diagram was different and unique, and everything was in full compliance with biological laws. According to their analysis, these were very plausible biological structures that could really exist. And yet, they did not belong to any known organism on Earth. You can use a microscope to observe every minute detail in this game. It's accurate down to the molecular level. This is not something that can be done without a supercomputer that's centuries ahead. Countless people were shocked. At first, when they suddenly received a notice from above, they couldn't understand it at all. Why should college professors and experts from various fields form a secret research group just to study an online game? What the government thinking? It was just a casual sandbox game, albeit that was highly acclaimed online for promoting learning and was loved by parents everywhere. What there to study? Was this game made by the government in order to promote learning? And they were supposed to test for bugs? Moreover, why were there experts from every single field in this research center? Renowned professors of biology, linguistics, history, psychology, sociology, and various completely unrelated fields have been gathered here for a single purpose: to research the ecology and physical environment in this game. They were all confused by this order and began their research full of questions. Some of them were even rebellious, but now countless experts have begun to make unbelievable discoveries, and they were all absolutely committed. Here, they could realize the infinite possibilities of their respective fields. At this moment, they were all very excited and wanted to take advantage of this conversation with the Emperor of Alchemy to make even more in-depth investigations. Grantham naturally did not know this. At this moment, he was super excited. He had miraculously awakened thanks to the method of self-awakening from an injury-induced coma. He had miraculously avoided a death trap thanks to a certain big shot's reminder. He had miraculously convinced Ermin thanks to the real world's amazing conversation techniques. Renowned authorities from 3 separate fields had coincidentally appeared right when he needed them and made 3 miracles for his sake. It felt as if he had cheat codes enabled. He would pull a reversal and get out of this incredibly desperate situation in another world without much effort. The helpers that he's gathered online were too amazing, and he was overwhelmed with glee. This is the best. Future Skywhale smiled happily in front of his computer. I'm saved, boss. At this time, his secretary knocked on the door. It's time for our company's annual conference, and 3,000 employees from all over the world are attending. We've arranged for a concert and invited many stars. Boss, do you want to make a speech summarizing our company's progress this year, or even sing, as you have done previously? I don't have the time. Let the vice presidents take care of it. Grantham snorted coldly. His voice held the overbearing authority of a CEO accustomed to being at the top. This was further enhanced by his 200 years as the Emperor of Alchemy, which was several times longer than his age in the real world. Yes, boss. His domineering aura was too much for the secretary, who shriveled at his tone and quickly retreated. Outside the door, several of the company's vice presidents were waiting in silence. When they saw the pale secretary shake her head, they were all flustered. What happened to our idol, our regal CEO? At this moment, in the room, Grantham, who hasn't bathed in days, had messy hair and dark circles under his eyes. He had completely turned into a middle-aged net addict. The cold dignity was gone from his face, and he had a flattering expression as he typed away. You pros are too amazing. Wow, my life is finally looking up. Should I do next? Give me some advice, please. Yep. This gentleman was now completely shameless. In this most critical of times, he has given his brain a vacation and completely abandoned his ability to think for himself. Even when he went to the toilet, he wanted the big shots to help him choose, just in case there was another trap. Has lost his mind? Not really. At the moment, he was leisurely drinking tea while sitting before his computer. Haha, after playing this hardcore game for so long, I've gone half-bald from all the crazy research. But now I only have to act cute, and I'll be able to cruise through this crisis? That's hilarious. He smugly stroked his hair in silence and felt that logging out to ask for help online was one of the best decisions he's ever made. The next move. The advisors behind the scenes each had their own opinion and stood by it. After arguing for a while, they finally reached an agreement. Right now, Ermin is only a 5th-level witch and shouldn't be able to protect you until you reach the vault. You have to help her reach the legendary 6th level first and become one of the strongest beings in the world before she'll have the ability to protect you. Don't you still have your signature technology, Grantham, the exoskeleton that increases mana? Make one for her. After she wears it, her level will increase from level 5 to level 6. After all, you are the Emperor of Alchemy's pet and have inherited much of his knowledge. It wouldn't be odd for you to be able to make such a thing. Ermin will believe you even more, and she'll be sure to protect you. Grantham was taken aback. This was a good idea. While his intellect was beyond doubt, he was but a single individual and couldn't match the collected wisdom of many. Good idea. This time, Grantham disappeared for 3 minutes. The people online kept a close eye on the thread while constantly refreshing the page. They stared the whole time without blinking. Finally, Future Skywell reappeared. Woo! It's done. It took me over a month to make all the components and buy the alchemical ingredients required for the magical formation. Fortunately, Ermin has the backing of an entire magic academy and is quite wealthy. It took quite a lot of resources, but I'm finally done with the new model. Screenshots. 17 total. Yeah. These detailed screenshots were beautiful enough to be used as fantasy wallpapers. They depicted a 3 meters tall humanoid construct that looked just like a real person. With her exquisitely beautiful figure and dark blue staff in hand, she looked strangely familiar and seemed to be from the same race of giants as Grantham. What a beautiful alchemical construct. Countless people began to comment. Only a few minutes passed outside, but a month has gone by inside. Future Skywell scoffed. This is nothing. A man's romance should be giant constructs the size of mountains. It's my alchemical wonders of the world, Adolphus, and the hanging gardens of Babylon, that are beautiful and worthy of praise. He silently uploaded more screenshot, 141 total. These were the screenshots Grantham had held in reserve from before. Fuck. Amazing. The people thrown into a frenzy. The surface of Adolphus' gigantic body was covered with intricate patterns. He towered over mountains and held a massive shovel in hand. It made for a majestic scene. The giant alchemical airplane, the hanging gardens of Babylon, soared through the sky. On the back of the plane was a miniature continent with green grass, lush mountains, and grand palace complexes. It was inspiring and magical scene. You can see how much the boss loves these things by the number of photos he's taken. Akina's speedster previously said that he's left an indelible mark in the history of the magic world with his evil eyes, pallbearer chickens, and the Beastman Kingdom. But I disagree. Only the bossman can make this claim. The glory of the Emperor of Alchemy will live on in history for tens of thousands of years. Indeed, these are the magic world's equivalent of the pyramids and the Great Wall, and the bossman is equivalent to the historical figures who built them. Future generations will remember his name. Everyone marveled at the degree of freedom in this game. You could do whatever you wanted, and Grantham truly made unbelievable accomplishments as a builder. If you can't live forever, then who doesn't want to leave their name in history after they die? Who doesn't want to be immortalized in mankind's long and glorious history, and live on in the hearts of the people? Future Skywhale has accomplished this, and left his mark in the history of the magic world. Tens of thousand years later, countless mages will still sing of his greatness. While everyone was naturally envious, they also felt elated. That's right. Even if they couldn't play, they still felt elated by being able to witness the Emperor of Alchemy's life. This hardcore game was too realistic, and the satisfaction you felt couldn't be compared to any other game. In this game, you could change the course of history and be immortalized in historical records. F1 online side. I've been thinking this before. Technology is so advanced and changing with each passing day. I must live long enough to be able to play games with VR helmets. Who knows, maybe they'll appear in another 50 or 60 years. I didn't think that they would appear now and come packaged with such an incomparably amazing game. I am glad to be born in this era. Indeed, I've also dreamed of that, but talk is cheap. In the following 4th beta test, I'll be sure to free up enough time to enter. No matter how hard I'll have to work or what kind of price I'll have to pay, I want to be able to experience this game. Countless people got really emotional as they helped future Skywhale in the game, influenced an entire other world in real time. Meanwhile, in the research center, while the netizens were deeply moved, they didn't know how truly amazing this game was. After looking through Grantham's thousands of pictures and diagrams of the 2 wonders of the world, all the experts were extremely excited. Preliminary inspection shows that these structures are completely in line with existing theories of mechanics. After all, they were built by a modern person. They must be preserved as valuable reference materials. We might be able to learn more after further study, and perhaps even gain inspiration for new types of weapons. In the research center, countless experts from various fields hurriedly began to move. They've already contacted the player, Future Skywhale, and asked him to help them gather data in the other world, but he refused. However, they still had other cards to play. Based on his actions so far, he should be some scientific big shot, and they've already begun to investigate his real-world identity. It's just that they had too little time to work with. It's only been 2 days since the Emperor of Alchemy entered, and they only started their investigation last night. There really wasn't enough time. Mobilize everyone. This is an extremely rare opportunity to communicate with him. Our experts can mix in among the netizens and do their best to help this Emperor of Alchemy. We'll be able to retrieve more data this way. The 1,000-something pictures he posted is also a big discovery. For now, quickly contact about a dozen experts in mechanical engineering and weapons development and get them to join our group. But their projects are also very important. Some people hesitated. No buts. Also, we have a dozen linguists studying the previously released Dictionary of the Magic World's language. Are they done yet? They're done with their study. It is not a fictional language. The pronunciation of various vowels, words, syllables, phonetics, and personal pronouns are fully consistent with the laws of Earth's languages. Our preliminary conclusion is that this is a sophisticated, real language that has evolved over a long period of time. What? It's a real language? Then wouldn't the historical text, Genesis, that we've translated using this dictionary also be true? Could it be that everything recorded in the magic world's long history has actually happened? But that the descriptions of the Creator are too unbelievable. Especially those 7 days of creation. On the first day God said, "Let there be light," and there was light. And God separated the light from the darkness, calling the light day and the darkness night. On the second day, God said, "Let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters," and there was heaven. On the third day God said, "Let the waters under the heavens be gathered together into one place, and let the dry land appear." And it was so. And God called the dry land earth, and the gathering together of the waters he called seas. On the fourth day God said, "Let there be lights in the firmament of the heavens to divide the day from the night." And so there was an alternating cycle of sun and moon, with 50 years of day and 50 of night. That kind of power was too terrifying. But since the world inside was so real, then maybe the God inside was also. Countless renowned experts were starting to become more and more horrified as they sat before their computer screen. This is no longer simply a game, and is likely to be a vast other world. This great moment will be recorded in history. Earth has taken its first step into the outer universe and made first contact with an alien civilization. Tsuji? He had naturally noticed their investigation through the hive mind, and for a while, he didn't know what to do. What vast other world? Outer space? Aliens? Earth has entered. History will remember this great moment. This is just a small sandbox in an orchard in the Dongkang countryside, okay? Your data is like that because I built the sandbox on Earth. Hey! Stop it with your crazy theories. It's fine if the netizens believe Akina's speedster's nonsense. But why are you joining them? Stop scaring yourself. Xuji, dumbfounded expression. In the Sumerian era, the historian Akkad had made this all up while sitting on Noah's Ark. That terrifying history, along with the Creator's peerless might, were nothing more than fiction. Xuji didn't think that they would now cause such a commotion at the top. The invincible Creator who transcends space, time, and dimensions. Xuji was sitting in his yard basking in the sunlight and eating melons. At this moment, he didn't know what to say. I'm only a first-level wizard and hard-working farmer in the countryside. I'd die from a single gunshot. How can there be such a weak Creator? So I'm omnipotent now. Thank you for all the flattery. Xuji calmly smiled. But thanks to the hive mind and the tyranny spores, I can evolve countless new species. I'm confident that I'll become a true creator sooner or later. I do not know if I would be able to meet your expectations at that time, but I'm far too weak right now. Even when I'm just relaxing in my yard, those crazy bastards in the sandbox are constantly trying to rebel and give me a hard time. And I'm also suffering from cancer. He knew better than anybody how weak he truly was. He was merely a young farmer, and not any kind of creator like those wacky players expected. According to the hive mind, various countries have been roused into action. They've noticed the amazing potential of this sandbox game and have started to make their moves behind the scenes. They all adopted similar measures and established secret research centers to conduct in-depth research on this spore evolution sandbox game. Is every country studying my little orchard? After Shujuji heard this, he was a little uneasy. Although I knew that I'd attract global attention sooner or later by publishing this game online, I didn't expect it to happen so soon. He had always been bold, but now he was somewhat flustered. It was fine if the players in the small sandbox and the natives in the big sandbox wanted to cause trouble. Xuji was used to it by now, and didn't mind spying on them or matching wits with them all day long. But why are even real-world superpowers joining in? He hurriedly checked the information that the hive mind has given him, and began to spy on them. Let me take a look. They all believe that this game is a product of miraculous alien technology. The aliens have come in peace, and do not seem to have any evil intentions, and their nation must be the first to seize this risky opportunity. If they could set foot in another world, then they would have taken the first step into the space age. Xuji spied on the secret research centers around the world and found that they all had the same long-term goals. Develop a colony, cross into outer space, occupy the other world, bring Earth into the space age. Even now, renowned experts were standing before the game screen while excitedly telling the leaders of various countries these kinds of predictions. The appearance of another world is a great opportunity for us. Earth will enter the space age and colonize the stars. We must not let other countries get the jump on us. Raoue. Xuji spit out. He was eating. WTF? Going on. Although they found it hard to believe, according to all the gathered data, this other world was a real world, and a certain emperor of alchemy had easily conquered it. It was an underdeveloped and backwards world of magic. Theoretically, any modern person who transgrades would be able to rule over the magic using natives with technology. This was a fertile land full of gold that's waiting to be harvested. They all wanted to become the next emperor of alchemy and expand their nation's territory by colonizing another world. Furthermore, each of them had a vague idea of what would come next. The nation whose representative became the next emperor of alchemy would gain control over the other world, and by researching its magic civilization, its high-level mages, and its heavenly gods, it would become the #1 nation on Earth. What amazing ambition! Xuji was speechless. They've become greedy after seeing the Emperor of Alchemy's scientific accomplishments in the other world. The space age has come. It's time for mankind to head out into the endless cosmos and colonize other worlds. It's suddenly into that kind of a sci-fi story. He was in a daze. He felt that he's received more shock today than the entire past year. They all want to take over the other world and turn it into a colony of their own country. That means that these fuckers are trying to take over my orchard. You want to make my orchard yours? You goddamn robbers! Colonialists, shameless world powers. My family orchard is more than 100 acres and cost me almost 300,000 yuans in land commission. It's super expensive. You think you can just take it away? Xuji tried to look innocent before bursting into laughter. But in another half a year, the contract for the land will end, and it'll no longer be my orchard. I'll have to renew the contract, but I lack the money. He was indeed quite short of money. Very much so. If he couldn't renew the contract for his orchard, his spore evolution sandbox might soon become homeless. If these superpowers know that they went through all this, each of them spending tens of billions of dollars to establish a research institute with the highest priority level in their nation just to take over a small rural orchard, they'd be quite dumbfounded, right? He sat in the orchard and calmly peeled his apple. I should just ignore them and continue farming in peace. Their feelings are none of my business. Xuji's family was one of the wealthier ones in the village, and he also used to be a young and promising employee of a foreign company. But he was now unemployed. His savings were disappearing too quickly, and he had to find a way to make money. The land commission was a problem. It took a while for Xuji to calm down. He took a deep breath and told the hive mind, "I can't let them do as they please inside my sandbox. After all, it's still part of my family's orchard and something I've worked hard to develop." Initially, Xuji simply wanted to drive these troublemakers away and keep them from disturbing his sandbox world. Let them be as dumbfounded as they pleased. It wasn't his problem. They can't do anything anyway. But he changed his mind. Wait, I should just ignore them and let them do as they please. Perhaps in the future, after I've created countless sandbox worlds, I might be able to realize their ambitions. Earth will enter the space age and start exploring the multiverse. This moment will be recorded in history. Countless Earthlings will weep with joy as they watch their leaders give tearful speeches on the TV. That's one small step for mankind, one giant leap for Earth's civilization. We are about to enter the space age, and countless otherworldly civilizations beckon. Xuji smirked. But in fact, they've never left Earth and are actually in my orchard, slaving away for me as worker ants. It's an amusing thought. Xuji felt that the kind of future they've envisioned was too far away. This tiny little sandbox was not enough for them. That'll have to wait until he's actually made a multiverse with multiple sandbox worlds. He might need more manpower to help him evolve new species then. At that time, perhaps he'll give each of them a sandbox world to rule over, and let them start interdimensional world wars with one another by invading each other through the passage between worlds. Entire nations will be able to get rid of their accumulated grievances in his orchard. What amazing thought. Furthermore, wars advance civilization. But at the moment, I can't dream that far ahead and must treat my cancer first. I must finish laying down a stable foundation for my alchemical civilization. The end goal was already in sight. Xuji turned his attention towards the sandbox before him. Xuji constantly had to deal with all sorts of trivial tasks due to the sandbox. Now that all sorts of players are gathering, and many secret research centers are trying to get their agents into a beta test, his current plan for dealing with them was show restraint and deny them entry for now. Even the smaller sandbox could be considered a miniature world. If he gave them a sandbox and let them develop civilization inside, they'd be able to do 100 years worth of scientific research in just a day. After 30 days in reality, they'd be 3,000 years ahead of other nations in terms of scientific development. This would seriously affect the power balance of the entire world. It was understandable why everyone was so frantic. This already a real otherworld. Therefore, Xuji couldn't allow them to enter. At least, not for a while. At this moment, Grantham did not know that he had boarded the express train. Countless big shots from various research centers were assisting him behind the scenes in order to gather more data. Even with his credentials, it would be difficult for him to meet these big shots under normal circumstances. He was quite ecstatic at the moment. The online community is really filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. These guys are even better than some of the experts that I know. He smiled and continued typing his post. Future Sky Whale. Everyone, the armor is ready, so the next step should be to depart, right? There are 2 routes to the secret vault. Which one do you think I should pick? By the way, my mass purchases of alchemical materials may have attracted attention, and they should know that I'm alive by now. A screenshot with a detailed map of the mountain range was posted. So this is the mountain range? There are so many Era beasts. They look quite fierce in these screenshots. Amazing. Such a beautiful mountain range. There are so many species and plants living here. If this was the average online game, then these monsters alone would be enough for me to level grind for 3 years. We'll indeed need to consider the route. The players immediately began to cross-examine the map, and another big shot stepped forward to start a brainstorming session. After consulting many advisors, he picked the most suitable route, which was a long winding route through extremely difficult terrain. After minutes, future sky whale, you've really saved my pitiful life. After advancing for 10 days inside, I noticed an amazing fire erupting in the distance, where the other route through the mountain range was. That was probably an ambush, right? Luckily, I didn't go that way. You guys have saved me by picking this route. Screenshots. 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 Countless netizens found themselves in awe. Grantham was relying on them after all. Besides shamelessly begging for sympathy, he has also been quite generous with his screenshots. Future Sky Whale. The route you guys chose is full of difficult terrain, along with many springs and waterfalls, right? I secretly took a few photos while Ermin was bathing, but she immediately caught me and chased me out. Screenshots, 3 total. These were low-definition photos of a beauty bathing in an ordinary hot spring. The images were hazy, but you could still vaguely see Ermin's divinely beautiful figure half submerged in the spring water. By now, everyone has become Ermin's fan. She was a strong, beautiful, and kind girl with an outstanding personality. Ermin was the real protagonist of this difficult journey. Grantham, who had been reduced to a seriously injured and aging slime, was now a pitiful weakling. He had been weakened to the level of a beginner first-level wizard, and was only responsible for communicating with the outside internet and acting as a commander. The aloof and beautiful Ermin was the real protagonist of this adventure. She was far more beautiful than any anime heroine, and her fans used her gorgeous screenshots as their wallpapers. Hands off. Bro, that was very inappropriate of you. How dare you sneakily take pictures of my goddess bathing? And why didn't you take more? Cerebral bluff. I'm licking my screen right now. Everyone come. I have a goddess bathwater here. It's a life-giving elixir, 1 sip per person, no more. Akina's speedster. Then I'll take a sip for my aging father. Huh? I love learning. Ha, you disgusting men. Even though I'm a girl, I've also become her fan. During this journey, I've seen how righteous, honest, and passionate she is. She'll not leave a single companion behind, and even wants to save Charlotte, who defected from the academy. This makes me think of Naruto passionately chasing after Sasuke. If after your comeback you don't designate Ermin as the next monarch, we fans will make you pay. Cute girl who wants to evolve into a dragon. How shocking! Ermin has been picked as the next monarch behind the scenes. Is this corruption or bribery? When Tsuji saw this, he smiled and continued to drink his tea. The netizens continued their lively discussion online. The end of this comeback journey may seem very distant, but it shouldn't take much longer. He could wait. The aging Emperor Grantham had embarked on a difficult journey with Ermin as his protector. Together, they must overcome countless hardships and dangers. For the sake of their beloved goddess Ermin, the players outside frantically exerted themselves to help her defeat all pursuing enemies and turn the impossible into reality. The Kingdom of Babylon, year 529. The great emperor of alchemy has been assassinated. No one knew if he was still alive, and the 3 kingdoms fell into chaos. The various magic academies were in turmoil, and the coming Dark Age loomed ominously over the entire land. The culprits who caused all this, an organization full of legendary 6th-level mages, were very shocked at this moment. Their pursuit efforts had all failed. They've escaped again. That ambush was supposed to be foolproof. It's like they can see the future and even know what we're thinking. As expected of the Emperor of Alchemy, the living legend who's comparable to the king of heroes who dared to defy in ancient Sumerian myths. Even when alone, wounded and dying, he's making us feel as if we're up against the wisdom of the countless sages. How can there be such a perfect all-rounder in this world? How is he such a competent and all-knowing polymath? The mages from various magic schools, the ruler of the Beastman Kingdom, and the Rose Saviors didn't know what to feel at the moment. Although they held an absolute advantage and had pursued Grantham with overwhelming strength, they were beginning to feel very uneasy. An hour has passed since Grantham last posted, and 5 or 6 years have gone by in the magic world. Another year or so had been spent on the run. The rebel schools were getting desperate, and it was getting more and more difficult for Ermin's party to escape. They've traveled a long way. In order to keep their enemies from knowing their destination, they picked the longest and most complicated route possible. And what should have been a short journey had taken them 6 long years. Their fearsome opponents had pushed them to the brink of death countless times, but in the end they've broken through all obstacles and have finally arrived at their destination. Grantham's secret vault was just ahead. We've finally made it here alive. Following the player's instructions, Grantham began to brew the potion of genetic expansion in the small vault. After months of failure and wasting countless ingredients, he finally succeeded thanks to the help of countless medical students. Future Sky Whale. Guys, I am going to take the medicine you made now. This is the moment of truth. Follow my live stream. Screenshot of the potion of genetic expansion. The picture showed a potion straight out of a fantasy game. In a crystalline bottle, a hazy liquid the color of blood emitted a soft and mysterious white light. We've finally arrived at this moment. We are about to create history. The Emperor of Alchemy, who got attacked due to his old age, has created a second gene, or should I say, the magic world's potion of genetic expansion. Grantham has broken an immutable iron law of the magic world. He has 2 bloodlines now, and will live a second life. Ha ha ha. Grantham has brought alchemy out of the long night. Ha 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 ha. He's the peerless man who's grasped hold of heaven. You fools think you can slander the great Emperor of Alchemy, harm him, bully him, and humiliate him in his old age? But he's broken the law of this world and will live a second life. It's the return of the king. I love learning. You overexcited Chunis are in the wrong channel? Although they were joking around in their posts, they couldn't conceal their worry. After all, this game was too realistic. Success was never guaranteed. Everyone was anxious in the forum. In the past hour, they felt as if they had been transported into movie to take part in an intense and exciting chase through another world. The flesh and blood people inside have truly moved them, which was why they couldn't afford to fail here and have all their efforts be in vain. Grantham was also anxious. It was theoretically possible that he could take in the phoenix's blood, clean his genes, and be reborn from the ashes, but whether he could actually do it has yet to be seen. He knew well that he was stepping into a brand new territory. This has never been done before in the magic world, and if he succeeded, he'd usher in a new era. Ermin, who was standing by his side, looked worried. She was not stupid, and has noticed that something was odd. How could the pet of the Emperor of Alchemy, a mere slime, be so formidable? He had made the Emperor Alchemy's signature alchemical armor. He seemed to know everything, and had created countless miracles to help her escape. Even now, he was creating a never-seen-before potion so that he could live a second life. Although she didn't want to admit it, based on how doggedly their enemies had pursued them, along with various other signs, she has noticed an unbelievable truth. The legendary emperor of alchemy was, actually, a slime. That is to say, when she had thoughtlessly saved a little slime collapsed by the roadside all those years ago, she had accidentally saved the entire magic world. But after all this time, that was no longer important. Ermin looked at the potion on the table and walked silently. "You are the great emperor. You must live. You can't die so easily. I don't want justice to be defeated. Evil must not be allowed to run rampant in this world. I have only admired one person ever since I was little." She leaned against the wall, took a deep breath, and silently looked up at the blue sky over the mountain range. "Back then, when you kept asking me about the person I admire, I only answered you with a smile. I couldn't say that I grew up listening to your legend, because everyone would be shy when facing their idol. Ending the era of the dark witches. Opening up a golden age of alchemy. Creating the two alchemical wonders of the world. Leading the people of Babylon up to heaven to have an audience with the gods. Devotedly guarding the 7 witches you love, and toiling away to create life-extending potions for their sake. Your accomplishments are too many to count." In a secret room, Grantham was also taking a deep breath. Hesitation is weakness. He gulped down the potion of genetic expansion, and an insidious burning sensation enveloped his entire body. Pain. Severe pain. This pain was more severe than the deadly ritual of the blood of the evil eye, which turned people into mages. He felt as if he was constantly being burned into ashes and then made anew. As his consciousness faded, Grantham thought he could see a phoenix rising from the blazing flames. "Am I going to die? After begging for sympathy and acting cute for so long, I'm still going to fail?" He smiled helplessly. "You can really feel so much pain that you want to die in this game. It hurts so much. It's still hardcore as always. But it's also this kind of pain that makes me feel that I'm really living a second life." He couldn't hold on anymore, and his consciousness completely plunged into darkness. After blacking out for most of the day, he woke up in a daze and felt sore all over. "This is..." Grantham made a fist. He had changed on a fundamental level, and his entire body felt light as a feather. There was no data and no game screen to remind him. But he could clearly feel that his body had undergone a metamorphosis, and he has transformed into a brand new species. This was a clear, physical sensation. This, real world after all. "Teacher, you've finally woken up." Ermin furtively wiped away her tears and quickly stood up. "I've succeeded." He looked at Ermin, who was crying with joy next to him, and felt immense relief. At this moment, he has completely stopped treating this as a game. There were flesh and blood people inside, with real emotions, real pain, real laughter and tears. This was his second life. Next, he started to consider his second new gene. At the moment, he only had a single choice: the pole chicken's gene. That's right. He was a slime. He naturally couldn't pick the slime gene, and the evil eye's gene had already been integrated. There was no other choice. I have only one choice. I have to take in the gene of that crazy guy in the sandbox. Such misfortune. Grantham was speechless, but still logged out to post on the forum. Ermin was very calm as she looked at the slime who had suddenly fainted and logged out. She was used to it by now. He would frequently faint for a few days, hours, or even 10 minutes at a time. This was probably the after effects of the Emperor of Alchemy getting seriously injured in his feeble old age. Future Skywell. Everyone, I've succeeded. It's time for me to take the next step and take in the pallbearer chicken's gene after opening up space in my gene chain. Finally. As soon as he posted, everyone sighed in relief. They had been far too anxious for the past few minutes. They felt as if they had sent a dying patient to the hospital after a long and difficult struggle, only to find that it was self-serve only. They had to prepare the operation fee, the surgical scalpel, and all kinds of medications. After overcoming countless hardships and dangers, they finally got him into the emergency operating room, but could only anxiously wait outside. They were so afraid that the operation would fail, and all their previous efforts would be in vain. Hands off. Success. I finally have the peace of mind to go to the toilet now. I feel so relieved. I love learning. I feel as if a great weight has been taken off my chest. We have created history in the magic world, and will live on in historical records, and I'm also happy to know that you're fine. Do you want to integrate the gene of the pallbearer chicken now, and turn yourself into a delicacy? Besides, don't you think the name pallbearer chicken sounds very unlucky? Akina's speedster. I'm very angry. My gourmet species is the strongest. Since the creator likes their taste so much, other gods will probably like it too. The next time the bossman seeks an audience with the gods in heaven, he could use his own flesh and blood as an offering to please the gods. Cerebral bluff. You're nuts, bro. How'd you even think of such a move? You've failed in poisoning the creator, so now you've switched targets and want to kill the heavenly gods of the magic world with your poison. What a pro. Cute girl who wants to evolve into a dragon. Wow. So he's going to sacrifice himself to kill the heavenly gods. He'll hide shit in their lunchbox and poison in the shit. The thread was filled with good humor. Grantham also laughed while wiping away cold sweat. While these guys were full of crap most of the time, in fact, they were very good people. As for poisoning the heavenly gods, he had no such plans. They were only joking, and even if he managed to get through the eye of the storm, this toxin only worked on level 4 mages and would be useless. Grantham thought for a while and posted, I am going to integrate the new gene now and livestream my comeback. Next, Grantham took the poisonous harpy gene-changing medicine. After expanding his genes, taking in a second new gene was relatively safe, and he didn't have to worry about his life. After the severe pain has passed, Grantham looked at his new form and was rendered speechless. He has turned into a dark green poisonous slime with 2 little wings behind his back. I have turned into an angel-type slime. I've gotten even cuter. What's wrong with this world? He posted some screenshots and caused a great stir on the outside. Wow, the boss is so cute. What an adorable slime king. Look at those little wings. Our little emperor of alchemy can't be this cute. Ha ha ha. The difficult period is over, and it's time for some entertainment. The boss has extended his lifespan and regained his youth. Now we must follow the live stream of his counterattack. As expected of a fan of sim games, the boss is quite the collector, and his vault has enough material to build a new Grantham. My couch is ready. I've also prepared snacks, tea, and soda. I'm just waiting for him to start live streaming his comeback now. Good. The Kingdom of Babylon, year 539. The Emperor Grantham, who reigned over alchemy and the gates of truth, was assassinated in the royal palace 12 years ago, throwing the world into turmoil. This chaos has lasted for over 12 years. Many things have happened during that time. The Rose Saviors seized the giant Adolphus and headed to the island of Alchemy, Gorgon, to unseal the Empress of Death. But they were stopped by the Beastman Kingdom in Wolf Harbor. The Beastman Kingdom had just dealt with one emperor and had no intention of letting another one appear to rule over the world. The struggle between the two great factions has become increasingly fierce. After several years of this, the Emperor of Alchemy should have died of old age. He was already close to the 250 years limit and also got grievously injured. We no longer have to worry. Although they still pursued the Emperor of Alchemy, it was no longer a priority, and they had turned their attention to warring against one another. After all, everyone must die of old age. This was an immutable fact. The three witches who founded an era, the king of heroes Gilgamesh, none of them could escape death. Even the illustrious Emperor of Alchemy must be a pile of bones by now. He couldn't have surpassed the three witches and Gilgamesh, right? During these turbulent 12 years, some of the smaller magic schools have been annihilated, and many others have risen. The leading witches of the kingdom of Babylon barely managed to keep their kingdom afloat, thanks to the hanging gardens of Babylon. But on this day, a perfectly beautiful 3 meters tall man walked through the gates of Babylon. Behind him was a similarly tall woman who was also 3 meters in height. The guards on both sides of the city gate and the poor people passing by couldn't help but stare in shock. This size, it's a 3 meters tall giant. Only the legendary Emperor of Alchemy has such stature. You're not wrong, that is the Emperor of Alchemy's face when he was young. Our ruler, the Emperor of Alchemy, has returned. The Emperor has returned. He is still so youthful. He has gained a second life and returned as a youth. Everyone excitedly talked, and the elders among them were even weeping. Grantham walked through the streets and arrived at Babylon's palace gates. He glanced at the chattering people around him and softly spoke. I will stand here and wait for 3 days. Within these 3 days, all the rebels must come before me and beg for my mercy. The returned Emperor of Alchemy had peerless confidence. Countless Babylonians wept with joy. They poured out into the streets to welcome back their lord. Screenshots. Grantham quickly posted and logged back in without lingering outside. He silently waited for the enemy to come knocking on his door. On this day, the entire magic world was in an uproar. People thought that their epic emperor, who was nearing the end of his life, couldn't escape old age, sickness, and death. But he had broken these rules and returned as the king once again. Translator's note: this chapter was released quite a bit later than originally intended, and I apologize. But life got in the way. Really makes me wonder how some people can pump out more than 2 chapters a day, every day, without any problems. Is it possible that they actually do this for a living or something? The Emperor of Alchemy, who everyone thought was dead, had returned to the prime of his life. Why didn't you die? How did you return to your prime? He didn't break through to the epic 7th level. How could he still be alive? This is something that not even the mythical 3 witches and Gilgamesh could have done. Otherwise, they wouldn't have tried to kill God or have an audience with the god of wisdom, Mercury, in their old age. The Emperor of Alchemy has surpassed the ancient myths. The great magic schools and the Beastman kingdom despaired, and the Rose Saviors were incredulous. They did not believe what was happening. Not only had the Emperor of Alchemy returned alive, he has even become younger. No matter what, the Emperor of Alchemy will not spare us rebels. We will die unless we can get the Empress to protect us. But if we release her, we have no choice. Originally, the great schools and the Beastman kingdom worked together to stop the Rose Saviors from breaking the seal. But they had no other choice now. The Emperor of Alchemy has the temperament of a great ruler. He has a generous heart. He did not drown the world in blood immediately upon his return, but chose to wait in Babylon for us rebels to come apologize. But this is a mistake. We can use this remaining time to rescue this world's only other epic level. The terrifying Empress, who once ruled the age of dark witches. Emery, the king of the beastmen, couldn't help but tremble when he said this. Just thinking of her title, the ruler of death, filled him with fear. She was the legendary monster who could open the door into the afterlife and summon the deceased. If it weren't for his oncoming death, he would never commit such a taboo act. On the following day, countless legendary 6th-level mages contacted the Rose Saviors and crossed Oceanus into the dark island of Alchemy, Gorgon Island. In recent years, the Rose Saviors had already found a way to break the seal, but were stopped by other forces. At this moment, unhindered, they easily broke the seal. Beneath the island, a door opened, revealing a breathtakingly beautiful woman inside. She was sitting before an alchemy table and observing a biological sample under the microscope. This is the legendary Empress of Death, one of the strongest and most terrifying beings in this world. But she looks so beautiful, so gentle and serene. All the 6th-level mages were silent. They were all afraid. As expected of a legendary epic 7th level. She was still as youthful as ever when even the Emperor of Alchemy had grown old. She raised her head slightly and looked at everyone in surprise. "Who are you all? How did you break Grantham's seal? Empress, we are here to save you." The Rose Saviors hurriedly stepped forward to explain themselves. "So that's what happened. He grew old and almost got killed by you lot." Medusa laughed, but after a brief moment of surprise, she lowered her head and resumed her studies. "I don't want to leave. I am in the middle of studying alchemy. The Emperor of Alchemy has founded an extremely subtle and profound discipline, which allows me to understand the true meaning of death by studying the microscopic realm. Surprisingly, even the individual components of a living organism have their own cycles of life and death. This is one of the great truths of this world." Empress, the Rose Saviors said anxiously. They didn't think that this would happen. For countless years, they've worked hard to break the seal, but the Empress of Death was now too engrossed in her research and did not want to leave. Medusa laughed and looked up at them. "This generation has a lot of 6th-level mages. This is great progress. But didn't you say that Grantham had opened the gates of truth and seemingly gained omniscience in his old age? He knows everything and leaves nothing out in his plans. Facing him is like facing the combined wisdom of the entire world. Did you really think he'd overlook you all coming here?" Everyone had nothing to say to that. Medusa laughed and quietly continued, "I don't know how he prolonged his lifespan, but in the end, he is only a legendary 6th-level wizard. Legends live up to 250 years, while epics live 600 years. The fundamental difference between each level. So what if he has doubled his lifespan and will live 500 years? It's still not as long as my lifespan. Why should I care about his overwhelming combat power? He won't live very long. So what if he seals me for a single lifetime? He's still a 6th-level wizard and can't kill me. I only need to wait for him to die of old age or sickness, and the world will be mine again." Medusa bent down as her slim and pale fingers adjusted the microscope. She smiled softly and continued. "Back then, I was quite discouraged after my defeat, but after all these years, I've come to realize that a momentary victory or defeat meant nothing, and the real winner is the one who survives till the end." Everyone was silent. They were stunned by her words. The witch empress, who was calmly continuing her research, was a true sage. Medusa had more to say. "Actually, he did this on purpose. He waited 3 days, so that you'd have time to release me. He wants to face me in a battle where he could die at any moment, and use that pressure to break through to the epic 7th level. Just like I did back then. If he succeeds at that moment, I will die. There'll be no second chances." This is the strategy that netizens had come up with. But they had underestimated the great empress, who once dominated the entire world. She easily saw through their plot and was not going to give Grantham a chance to break through to the epic 7th level by battling against her. After this day, the entire world knew. The Empress of Death, Medusa, has voluntarily sealed herself away on the island of alchemy and vowed that as long as the Emperor of Alchemy was alive, she would never set a foot outside of Gorgon. As long as the Emperor of Alchemy is alive, the Empress of Death, Medusa, who once ruled over the Dark Ages, would never leave. She has acknowledged that the Emperor of Alchemy is invincible in this era. The Emperor of Alchemy has dominated an entire era and none dares to defy him. While the Emperor of Alchemy is not an epic, he's much stronger than an epic. On the 3rd day, all the rebel 6th level mages had given up hope. Their forces despaired and took the initiative to appeal to the kingdom of Babylon for mercy. In just half a month, a great purge was carried out. Countless undercover level 6 mages and spies were discovered. They were stripped of all their magical power and confined on an island in the Carlson Great Prison. These traitors and rebels would never again see the light of day. Those who were overly ambitious now kept their heads down. The Emperor of Alchemy has conquered old age, and no one knew how long he'd live in the future. This page in history was thus recorded in the Spear of Witchcraft, the Kingdom of Babylon, year 539. During the 12 years after the aging Emperor of Alchemy was assassinated, the realm was plunged into darkness and turmoil as great powers fought for hegemony. But on this day, the Emperor had gained a second life and returned to take command over the entire world. All rebels came before him to beg for mercy. The Kingdom of Babylon, year 549. 10 years have passed since the rebels had been suppressed, and the reign of the Emperor of Alchemy continued. He had completely surpassed the normal lifespan of 6th level wizards, and it seemed as if he would reign forever. He was still strong, youthful, and energetic, full of vitality. The legendary love story of the Emperor of Alchemy has also reached its happy conclusion. By employing the same method he used to prolong his life, he successfully rescued the sealed 7 little witches and extended their lifespan. Only, they were no longer fully human, and had the characteristic ahoge of slimes growing on top of their heads. At this moment, 10 years later, the people had finally realized the truth behind the Emperor of Alchemy's longevity. They must have integrated the blood of slimes. How is this possible? They've clearly taken in the blood of the evil eye, which means that this is their second bloodline integration. But only one bloodline can be integrated. This is the immutable law of the magic world. The aging Emperor of Alchemy must have developed a method to integrate a second bloodline. This was how he prolonged his life and brought peace to the world. The Emperor of Alchemy's unfathomable alchemical skills has already reached the realm of the gods. Compared with people who waste all their time on intrigue, he is a true wizard. Give me enough knowledge and I can move the entire world. The Kingdom of Babylon, year 600. On the centennial celebration of the nation's founding, the Emperor of Alchemy, who had lived for over 300 years, announced his grand marriage with the 7 little witches of Elizabeth's. It was a glorious and prestigious wedding. The entire world congratulated them and presented them with many rare and precious treasures as wedding gifts. The giant Adolphus launched colorful alchemical fireworks, and the magnificent light show covered the sky above the royal capital of Babylon. In the streets, countless merchants, shopping women, and pedestrians looked up with tears in their eyes. Our king is finally married. The hanging gardens of Babylon flew up into the sky, and the grand wedding ceremony was held under the brilliantly shining stars. Ermin, the emperor of alchemy's one and only disciple, silently stood guard to the side and smiled sentimentally. Master, at this moment, you are no longer the all-knowing and omnipotent emperor of alchemy, but a lover who has been waiting for over 200 years. Ermin wiped her eyes as her tears flowed freely. Master, the more I understand you, the more I admire you. You are a true hero despite being a slime. On this day, the Emperor of Alchemy entered the palace with his 7 beautiful brides. Flowers were scattered throughout the garden, and countless mages were weeping sentimentally as they discussed with one another. Legend has it, the Hanging Gardens of Babylon were built by Emperor Grantham for his consorts so that their home would be preserved. And they'd still have something familiar even 100 years later. One of the rooms inside is that exact same shabby little room from back then when they lived together in Elizabeth's coven. Many women cried when they heard this. The Emperor of Alchemy hadn't studied the art of alchemy all his life in order to become a god. He just wanted to save his mortal lovers. They've finally reached their happy ending. Our great emperor can now happily live out the rest of his days. Countless witches were standing in the palace of the Hanging Gardens of Babylon as they looked at the beautiful fireworks in the night sky. They all sighed longingly. If there was someone who loved them so much, then they could die without regret. Such a lover was rarer and more precious than any treasure in this world. After entering the royal palace, Grantham took off his power armor and turned back into a bouncing angel slime with a swaying ahoj. He leaped into Elizabeth's arms, surrounded by Melly and the other 5 little witches in white wedding dresses. Elizabeth laughed and hugged the cute little slime. Back then, the weak little slime we picked up boasted that he would become the next emperor, but to think he would actually fulfill that promise. All of you didn't believe me back then, but do you believe me now? Grantham was also crying and laughing as he tried to wipe away his tears. While with them, he was no longer the great emperor who had to maintain a dignified front at all times and was just their little pet. They were his family, and after all these years of waiting, they had finally woken up. This potion of longevity had not only prolonged his lifespan but also theirs as well. Say cheese. Screenshots. 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 These posted screenshots were worthy of being made into wallpapers. Netizens looked at the exquisitely beautiful night scenery filled with dazzling fireworks and were filled with emotion. I'm so happy, really happy. Finally, after such a difficult and fantastical journey, Ermin and the aging slime emperor's great escape, he's reached the perfect happy ending to his 200 years long love story and is now getting married. Although I find the sudden shift in genre a little weird. To the above poster, I want to beat you up. Humph, don't joke around at a time like this. Theirs is the purest and most beautiful love, a beautiful and nebulous emotion that's halfway between familial and romantic love. They've shared so many happy memories in Elizabeth's coven back then. And it was because of this that the boss could keep working hard these past 200 years. He has come this far for the ones he loves. I'm so touched. Although he's marrying 7 wives, I'm not objecting at all. It's probably because there is no physical contact, and it's not a relationship built on lust. He only wanted to formally recognize them as part of his family. It's such a pure desire. To be honest, I'm crying right now. I usually watch tragic movies, but I've never used so many tissues before, huh? Why is everyone so sad? You should be happy. This visual novel has finally reached its perfect ending thanks to all our help. It almost feels like the child that I've worked so hard to raise has finally grown up and is now getting married. Huh? Countless netizens watched this wedding and were filled with emotion. Thanks to their assistance, this visual novel was finally coming to an end. They've reached their desired perfect ending, and we're now watching the ending slides filled with fireworks and beautiful brides. Xuji had also been following the post on the computer in his room. He sighed. Grantham can really stir up trouble in his later years. Just like the founders of the previous eras, he just couldn't sit still. He laughed, but as long as he does not cause any trouble for me, it's all good. He frantically begged for sympathy while acting cute so that the netizens would help him. Thanks to that, those guys gave me quite the pleasant surprise. However, Grantham, you couldn't break through the epic 7th level after all. The epic 7th level was simply too far away. Grantham was a scientist and a builder. His magical talents were not that amazing. Even if he could live a little longer, he still had very little hope of breaking through. Even with a second other gene and the help of netizens, he could at most live another 1 or 2 days in reality. Even if the Emperor of Alchemy had gained some extra years, his glorious era will soon come to an end. Xuji looked at the other sandbox that had just been opened for the 3rd beta test. A group of new players had already entered the sandbox. It was time to plan for the next era after the Emperor of Alchemy. It's been a hectic month, and I had no time to translate. But I'm finally done now and should be able to release a chapter every 1 to 2 days again. Some of you have suggested that I'd open a Patreon and do this more seriously. I'm somewhat reluctant about that, as having a Patreon would also mean that I'll have a responsibility to my patrons, and I'm simply not fast enough to release 2 chapters every day like those other guys and have this remain a hobby. 3-4 hours every 1-2 days is a relaxing pastime. 7 to 8 hours every single day would it be a full-time job. Of course, if I could at least make $300 a month, enough for me to barricade myself at home for the next year, at least without completely draining my bank account. Hopefully this COVID thing will have blown over by then. It might be worth it. Going outside is causing me way too much stress these days, so perhaps I should consider it. If there's anyone in the know reading this, can you tell me if it's possible to get $300 per month via Patreon by translating 2 web novel chapters per day? Seems a tall order, lol. Now on with the story. Xuji speculated that Grantham wouldn't be able to break through to the epic 7th level. Even though he had great battle prowess, a cautious personality, and a strong desire to survive, he won't be able to live much longer. He's only a 6th level in the end, and would be able to rule in there for another day or 2 at most. Xuji thought for a moment and turned to the sandbox, where the 3rd beta test was taking place. The crisis brought on by the Emperor of Alchemy's old age in large sandbox has been settled, and the Emperor of Alchemy has regained his throne, so Xuji shifted his attention to the smaller, evolutionary sandbox in order to deal with any potential problems that may crop up due to the opening of the 3rd beta test. The 3rd beta test was now in its 2nd day. Xuji was sitting on his chair by the entrance and eating his apple while the newbie players gawked at him as always. Ha ha ha! I've finally climbed out of the sandbox's ocean and met the legendary creator. It's true that he loves to eat fruits. I'll take a souvenir picture. Ha ha ha, don't stop me. I'm going to offer myself to him. +1, +2, and Xuji bit into his apple as he observed these new players of the 3rd beta test. He was speechless. Though the quality of players this time was very high, they were as zany as ever. In fact, Xuji had secretly left 2 spots open in this beta test, one for Kenshi and one for himself, so that they could easily meet. Hive mind, check to see how many spies from various countries have infiltrated this third beta test, Xuji thoughtfully said. The hive mind mechanically answered him. Of the 50 testers in the sandbox's third beta, 7 of them are from different major powers. There were only 7 spies in the third beta test, a very small number. Did this mean that there were too many unaffiliated experts, and the government-sponsored research institutes could not compete? This was not the case. It was not until the Emperor of Alchemy posted a few days before the third beta test that the various countries realized how incredible spore evolution really was. Based on various data that matched the real worlds, this could be a real other world with a frighteningly fast time flow. It was only at this time that they started trying to get a tester's slot. They only had a day and could not properly prepare. This was the reason. Moreover, in their eyes, numbers did not matter that much. There was not much difference between one agent backed by a research institute or multiple agents backed by the same institute. It would be better to focus their resources on one person and have countless scientists support him in gaining a position of dominance, becoming the next emperor of alchemy and ruling over the other world. Furthermore, they believed that they should be cautious and did not dare to insert too many agents in case they angered the aliens behind this technology. When Xuji heard this from the hive mind, he was speechless. You've gone as far as planting spies, and now you're worried about my anger? That's right. An angry creator is serious business. An apocalyptic great flood will end all life. But that's in the sandbox. Xuji thought for a while. Was angering him in reality a serious problem? He'd have to fight a bunch of great powers intent on colonizing new territory. But he was too weak. A lowly first-level wizard farming who dropped dead after eating a single bullet. His power was only a bluff, and the only thing he could do was hack into their network with the hive mind and eavesdrop on them. In fact, the abilities of these 7 people were beyond doubt, and they were backed by countless experts and a massive research institute to help them plan out their every move. They were super-enhanced versions of Grantham. Xuji scratched his head and took a bite of his apple. I must admit, each of these 7 people is equivalent to a child of destiny, a protagonist who's blessed by fate like in the novels. With their invincible hot armor, they are Gary Stuss on God mode who'll sweep aside all in their paths. As the creator ruling over fate, he should be happy that 7 children of destiny and novel protagonists have appeared to advance civilization. But these Gary Stu chosen ones all have poison in them. Xuji considered his options. Getting rid of them would be easy. After all, the hive mind can identify the spies, and they never had a chance. However, chasing out these 7 Gary Stuss chosen by fate and blessed by destiny would be a waste. Xuji was somewhat hesitant to do so. Make them work. I must make them work. If these research institutes want to work until they go bald, who am I to deny them? But I need to find a way to ruin their plot and make them work for nothing. This was a very tricky matter. Next, Xuji called Chen Shi. Xuji had asked her to move out of the dormitory before and live alone. After all, it was not a good place for gaming. He had also warned her not to reveal her in-game ID, or even let people know that she was playing this game. I logged in. Chen Shi was very excited. I did not dare tell my classmates that I actually got a beta tester slot. Those are worth $500,000 online now, and you could not buy one even if you had the money. What's your ID? Xuji asked in order to keep up appearances. My name is Tin Foil, translator's note. Te in Chinese, pronounced as Shizi, Chen Shizi, Xuji Zi. Chen Shi was very excited. Xuji coughed twice at that and asked, "You've entered the sandbox, right?" "I have entered. I've done my homework and studied a lot about evolutionary theory. I have climbed ashore and am next to some crooked trees which are chatting with one another. I am Red Lizard. Wait there, I'll go in and find you." Gu Suji looked at the sandbox. Crooked trees. Red Lizard. His eyesight has already reached an astonishing level, and after casually looking around, he found Chen Shi's location a few minutes later, and so he silently returned to his room to log into the game using his account Vengeful Creator. After the incident with the 3 witches back then, he had evolved a deformed octopus species in his spare time, in case of an emergency where he'd have to enter the sandbox. It was now time to use it. A bunch of trees were chattering away, in front of a crooked tree. "Wow, are you really a female player? There are very few girls in this super hardcore game, so you must be very knowledgeable. Come, let's get acquainted and discuss the theory of evolution." "Bro, stop trying to pick up girls." Unlike the second beta test when we joined, competition in the third beta was extremely fierce. Since she's one of the survivors, I'm sure she's someone who does not have much hair left on her head due to overwork. She must be a female gamer who's at least half bald. Chen Shi was furious. "I am not bald." But she didn't dare to say she got in through the back door and had someone else write her paper. At this time, a riot broke out in the distance. Oddly shaped animals and plants frantically ran in a certain direction while beckoning to them. "We must show up at this meeting if we want to go to the other world." Chen Shi's eyes widened. What happened? Why is everyone running? Is the creator leaving the yard again, and we must quickly get away from the path of the stampede or get trampled? Even though she was a newbie, she knew plenty about this game, and knew about the path of the stampede. This is not because of the stampede. This is a gathering of players. "We're plotting something big," a crooked tree said triumphantly. "Let's go, we should also participate, or we won't have a place in the upcoming event." "You're plotting something big?" "I remember how you gathered at the beginning of the second beta and plotted against the creator. The result was a party wipe." Chen Shi hurriedly replied, "You're now gathering again at the start of the third beta and plotting something big. Are you going against the creator again?" "Of course not. Now, who would dare to oppose the creator? There are only bootlickers these days who spend all their time trying to evolve into delicious food for the creator," the crooked tree said. "Didn't you read the forum? There is a super hot new thread that showed up right after the Emperor of Alchemy's thread closed. Some bossman said that he had a way for all of us players to transmigrate to the other world, and we're now going to the meeting to discuss this matter." Xuji had just made his octopus walk out and was taken aback when he heard this. He had been preoccupied with the upheaval in the magic world due to the Emperor of Alchemy's old age, and had not paid attention to the small evolutionary sandbox for a while. What were these wacky players secretly plotting now? What's more, they've been plotting for some time. It felt like every time a beta test opened, the players had to cause a stir. They gathered and formed a raid against the giant boss in the second beta. And now, in the third beta, they wanted to go to the other world as a group. Their plans grew bigger every time. These people were crazy. Letting everyone go to the other world was an incredibly bold idea. Perhaps only these wacky and fearless players would be able to come up with such an idea. "What's going on?" Xuji couldn't help but step forward and ask. "This person is..." the crooked tree doubtfully inquired. "My boyfriend," Chen Shi proudly answered. "Damn! You're a couple who are both accomplished students? Did you write your research papers together and join this game together? Are you planning to show off your love for one another in this game?" The crooked was shocked. Everyone knew how difficult it was to get a beta tester's slot. To think this accomplished couple would be able to get two of them and join this game together. It was frightening to think about. What a badass couple. He was dealing with two big bosses and should not try to mess with them. He really shouldn't mess with them. Loving couples should all die. The trees who were enthusiastically chatting with Chen Si just a moment ago immediately lost interest now that her boyfriend had shown up. Let's go. We should head to the meeting. They pulled out their roots from the ground and strode forward. At this time, a tree in the distance dumbfoundedly exclaimed, "Hey, take me with you. I can't move. Can a tree that can't walk even be considered a tree? You're not a proper plant." Left with no choice, the crooked trees worked together to uproot this tree. Then, two trees placed the dark green tree on their shoulders like a carrying pole, one in front, one behind, and began walking. Chen Shi looked at this bizarre scene of several trees with legs walking away while carrying another tree, and was lost for words. After these deformed trees were gone, she hurriedly turned to Chen Shi and said, "We're very lucky to have encountered such a major event. Let's go! Let's go to the meeting and join in on the fun. I'm so excited!" It doesn't seem possible that everyone would be able to go to the other world since only two big bosses have managed to get an achievement award so far, but who knows? It would be great if we could actually go to the other world. Chen Shi also knew the Emperor of Alchemy's story well. This was a super realistic game world after all, and she could not help but be envious of such a life. After all, how long can a modern person live? 80 years? 90 years? But in this game, if you're strong enough, you could live for hundreds of years and rule the world. You could even learn magic and become a mighty being with supernatural powers. This was a world of limitless and glorious possibilities. Calling it a true second life was not enough. "Of course we should go," Suji thoughtfully replied. Originally, he had entered the sandbox to go on a date. He only wanted to take the opportunity to talk to Chen Shi and also relax his nerves. He hadn't expected to run into something like this. These souls were eagerly causing trouble once again. "Why must you guys be so hyperactive? Can't you just give it a rest? Give me 5 minutes, I'll log out and check the forum to get a better understanding of the situation," Suzy said. "Right," Chen Shi quickly nodded. After that, Kazuji immediately logged out and sneaked into the enemy camp to gather intelligence. He checked the forum and discovered that there was another really active thread. He had just been too focused on the Emperor of Alchemy's back then to notice. Kyotisis. Is the matter of evolving your species still causing you worry? Are you going bald because of all the all-nighters? Do you truly want to go to the other world? Then join us. The learning is a waste of time. Guild will fulfill your desire to go to the other world. The thread starter had the nickname "Learning is a waste of time" and was a newbie from the 3rd beta test. At this moment, he had just made another intriguing post. Let everyone enter the other world together. A guild? Since when did this game have a guild system? Impossible. Only a few big bosses have managed to enter before. How are we all supposed to leave the beginner's village? Everyone angrily called this a scam at first, but when they finished reading the post and saw the methodical analysis, along with the preliminary biological diagrams, everyone grew excited. Fuck! This is the principle of spore symbiosis. You're making a synthetic life form. It must have taken great imagination to come up with the bio-engine from before. But this person is even more amazing. When I think about it, it actually seems feasible. There are many examples of symbiosis in nature. Wolf packs, rhinos and rhino birds. Too many to count really. Let's combine. I'll form the head. Gundam Warrior Transformation. JPG. Let's combine. I'll form the skin. Procure transformation point GPG. Let's combine. I'll form the skeleton. Sailor Moon transformation point GPG. Damn it. I can't find the right picture. In an instant, this thread had become extremely active. Before this, everyone had been left wanting more after participating in the Emperor of Alchemy's adventure as spectators. But now, they all had the opportunity to go to the other world together as a team. They'd be able to go sightseeing and take in the exotic scenery of the other world. It was such a thrilling thought. This synthetic creature would be equivalent to an entire guild. It would be amazing if this succeeded. The sense of accomplishment would be unimaginable. This was truly the most mind-boggling plan that the players have come up with since the opening of the sandbox. Xu Ji skimmed through the thread and immediately understood everything. This was the player who had written that paper and wanted to evolve a mythic level 8 synthetic life form. Sure enough, he had started his plan of forming a guild as soon as he entered. Learning is a waste of time, guys. The species that you evolve yourself may not have enough potential. You all know how difficult that is to accomplish. If you want to go to the other world, then this is a rare opportunity for you all. Instead of trying to find your own way, why not enter the other world with us first? You can still evolve your own species after you've come out. Anyone who wants to participate in this Godmaker plan should come join us. First come, first serve. The big boss had issued a formal invitation. I love learning. What a monstrous newbie. I'm amazed. Does this mean that even I will have a chance to enter the other world? Cerebral bluff. You should say we'll all enter together. I was so excited when I looked at the screenshots of the big boss's life before, and now, it's finally our turn to enter. Even though we'll have to enter as a team, while the super bossman did it alone, I still want to beat him up and steal Ermin away from him. I'm coming, my goddess. Ha ha ha. Hands off. I'm so happy. If this succeeds, then won't it mean that in the future, we'll be able to team up and enter the sandbox as we please? Akina's speedster. Don't think so. This synthetic life form should only count as a single achievement. Even if we could make another one in the future, it would be pointless. This is our one and only opportunity for all the players to enter as a team. There was a lot of discussion and excitement. People even started discussing the feasibility of the project, which led to the current scene, where a bunch of oddly shaped creatures were rushing to the meeting. It was time to find out if this was actually feasible, and they were discussing how they should combine according to the big boss's evolutionary diagram. Xuji laughed when he saw this. I've been trying to figure out how I could get them team up, but to think that they would be so excited about this. They're all full of enthusiasm after witnessing the Emperor of Alchemy's life and want to cause a stir. Xuji thought for a moment, then re-entered the game and explained the general situation to Chen Shi. We'll also be able to enter the other world? Chen Shi was very excited. The bossman is too amazing. Even nobodies like us will benefit, thanks to him. Let's go. The two of us should also participate. This is our one and only chance. There'll be no next time. Xuji thought about this. I will not participate. I'm not interested in this other world. You can go if you want, though. This is a rare opportunity for you to go sightseeing with the big bosses and enjoy the beauty and harmony of the other world. Aren't you one of those gamers who love to go around taking in the scenery? This is perfect for you then. Have fun with your group tour. You're not going? That's such a shame. Chen Shi was a little disappointed. Xu Ji had a hand rested against his cheek as he considered his options. Should he open a back door for Chen Shi and find a way for her to become one of the leaders of this Godmaker plan? After all, according to the hive mind, This giant god would be a Tyrannus pseudo-hero, a pseudo-mythic level 8 life form. Even though it wouldn't be a true mythic level 8, and only had 1 foot through the door, it was still a demigod. A demigod has never appeared in the magic world before. If these wacky players were to cause trouble using the giant god, it would be difficult for him to deal with them. The heavenly gods and Mercury, the god of wisdom, were little more than props and won't be able to do anything. He needed to insert a spy who would be able to control the giant god's core functions. Moreover, this spy needed to be dumb and obedient enough to play the game exactly as he instructed. Wasn't there a perfect candidate right in front of him? She's dumb. She's never played games before and completely ignorant. She's super excited about her sightseeing trip in the other world. But how will I insert Chen Shi in as my spy and give her control over the core functions? Xu Ji glanced at the excited Chen Shi beside him and began to plot. If these guys were planning to act, then it was absolutely necessary to place a spy among them who could restrain them when necessary. Xu Ji accompanied Chen Shi to the meeting, which lasted for over an hour. After eavesdropping on them for a while, he logged out. Xu Ji learned from the meeting that 173 out of the sandbox's 180 players were going to participate in the plan to create the giant god. The remaining 7 chose to not participate like Xu Ji. Some of them would be busy in reality for the next few days and won't have the time. Others felt that the species they were half done with evolving had great potential and couldn't bear to commit suicide and return to being a spore. After the participants had been decided, it was time to move on to the main agenda. These players have all entered the sandbox through writing research papers, and were old hands at this. They were all extremely competent and quickly started the discussion and kicked off their crazy god-making plan. As soon as they began, a certain shameless big shot spoke up. Akina's speedster. Fax! Is it all right to make a synthetic life form that's only 1,000 meters tall? That's not nearly cool enough. We should make it at least 5,600 meters tall. Actually, even 5,600 meters. If we're going to do it, we should aim for the greatest possible impact. Its size should be comparable to that of the creator residing in our little yard, a 10,000 meters tall giant. Only then can we call this the Godmaker plan. Everyone. His words were too shocking, and for a short while, everyone was silent. Cerebral bluff. Fuck, the big boss is acting up again. This guy is always thinking of treasonous things like making God or killing God. I love learning. So scary. What do you think, boss? Learning is a waste of time. I think it's possible. If we're gonna do it, we might as well go all the way. Eh? After all, if each of us were to lead our own species with dozens to hundreds of members and combine, reaching the same size as the creator should be possible. Suzy, who was eavesdropping on the players, was stunned. You're not just acting up, you're going all in? Aren't you afraid of the consequences? Originally, the giant god was only supposed to be the size of a husky, but the more they discussed, the more their ambitions grew. Finally, they unanimously decided, we'll go for it. They'll create a creature that's the same size as Guji, a 10,000 meters tall giant. For an ant, that's already the size of a vast continent. Under the leadership of learning is a waste of time. These super ambitious madmen eagerly got started with their plan and began to create the ship that would form the basic framework for their creature. They worked together to chop down trees, move timber, raise manpower, and started building a giant ship that was the size of a continent. Okay, so you're building a ship, but why are you souls chopping us trees down? So what if we are? The earlier you die, the earlier you can reincarnate. Sooner or later, everyone will have to die anyway. We'll all have to return to being a spore, and then combine into this new creature. Akina's speedster took advantage of this opportunity to get his revenge. The large, fiery red rooster had his chest puffed out and his head held high as he patrolled the area like an inspector. You trees should show some initiative. Hey, the trees with legs over there, carry these trees that can't move and line yourself up before the chopping block. The pallbearer chicken was practically strutting. Also, those players who've evolved scythes on this side, move quicker, will you? You call yourselves men? I want to see some blood. The sooner you chop off their heads, the sooner they can be on their way, and the less they'll have to suffer. Trees? The players who were plants burst into tears. This guy, obviously trying to get back at them. It turns out that the reason everyone had worked so hard to evolve trees before was so that the sandbox would have more timber. We had such great foresight. And this was going to be a momentous project. A group of ants were working together to build a massive ship, but everyone moved extremely quickly, and the division of labor was very clear. Although there were only 173 players, each of them was leading their own species, forming a workforce that was tens of thousands strong, equal to what built the Great Wall of China. Screenshots. In front of a dark green forest, a king tree with legs led its tribe, composed of dozens of trees with legs, to line up before the chopping block. On the other side, a bunch of oddly shaped, scarlet-colored creatures with scythes sat on small benches and frantically chopped away. There were also players who've already got started on their task of assembling the ship. These screenshots were all posted in the Godmaker thread, and there were also live streamers who kept the outside spectators constantly updated on their progress. It's so exciting. Look at the beautiful, sexy long legs. I'm drooling. Such sexy trees getting chopped to pieces online. How shocking! It turns out that these trees evolved legs so that it would be easier for them to line up for suicide. The discussion online was really lively. Everyone had something to say, and they were all envious. Almost all the players were participating in this god-making plan, and everyone knew that if they succeeded, it would be a very big deal. The second beta had the god-slaying plan, and now the third beta had this god-making plan. It was crazy how much trouble these players could get into, and the things that they managed to come up with. To think that they would be creative enough to conceive of such a creature. I'll form the head, I'll form the arms. They've managed to turn a small sandbox into something really special. Before this, everyone had been extremely envious of the Emperor of Alchemy, but now they all said that they were unimpressed and were going to enter as a team and beat him up online. In no time at all, not counting the occasions when they had to log out to eat. They've already live-streamed for over a dozen hours. A gigantic ship that was the size of a small wooden boat in reality was quietly parked in the small sandbox before Xuji's gate. The reason why this took so little time was because it was a very roughshod job. The ship was little more than a pile of wood that had been haphazardly spliced together. It was fine as long as it could float on the ocean. After all, it was only the basic framework for the creature, and they wanted it to decay as quickly as possible. 1, 2. 1, 2. A bunch of bizarre creatures labored away. Tens of thousands of little ants worked together and pulled the huge ship into the ocean. Fortunately, there was enough space. The ocean that Xuji prepared for them took up 40% of the 30 square meter small evolutionary sandbox, and was a 12 square meter pond. This was more than enough room for a 1.8 meters long and half-a-meter-wide wooden boat. We've succeeded. It's time. Everyone commit suicide. We must now reincarnate and start over as a spore in the primordial ocean. Then evolve into single-celled creatures. Remember that as soon as we're born as spores, we must attach ourselves to the ship and cover every inch of it as a group. You have all been shown the evolutionary process. As the ship slowly decays, us parasites will gradually replace its individual parts while joining up and forming a cohesive whole. Eventually, all the wooden parts will be gone, and the ship will be entirely composed of living organisms. Look, everyone. The Creator, who is sitting on his chair in the yard and eating his apple, is looking at us spores. That's normal. According to the setting, the Supreme Creator is omniscient and omnipotent. It's only natural that he'd want to know what we're up to if we start acting up in his transdimensional evolutionary courtyard. The Creator must be dumbfounded. With his own eyes, he's seen us work together to create a creature that's just as immense as he is. He must be very confused right now. What are these single-cell creatures doing? Are they crazy? Haha, maybe we'll get a hidden achievement award. In ancient legends, the great ship of life sailed through the eternal sea of chaos. The ship had 8 sails, a single anchor, and was surrounded by countless tentacles. This unknowable horror is the cradle of the old gods. It is the indescribable existence that unifies all in this world. Xuji sat on his chair and ate his apple as he silently observed the players in the distance. Contrary to the crazy excitement they displayed, he was very calm. He had become used to antics by now. Xuji asked the hive mind, "Is the player who's overseeing this plan learning is a waste of time, a spy from the research institutes?" "No, he's not." The hive mind provided him with the data it's gathered. This person was another extremely outstanding talent. Xuji took a look. Learning is a waste of time was a college student from an ordinary background who was studying marine ecology. No wonder he had so much specialized knowledge about the parasitic organisms on seafaring ships and came up with this idea. Everything's fine then. Xuji thought for a while and decided that he wanted to see how they'd evolve. The small evolutionary sandbox had a cell division speed of 10,000 units, and the spores evolved extremely rapidly. After a few hours, they quickly adapted to the environment and became marine organisms that could usually be found attached to ships, such as seaweeds, shellfishes, corals. They quickly spread across the entire ship, forming a dense and complex network that evoked an intense phobia of crowded spaces. Marine parasites, once attached to a ship, would rapidly cause it to decay. These furiously multiplying spores were naturally even worse. Very soon, some parts on the ship began to corrode and were replaced by various life forms. This cycle repeated itself endlessly until the entire ship was taken over. The countless players sticking together have replaced every component of the ship, forming a gigantic ship-shaped life form. Learning is a waste of time. We've succeeded in taking the first step of attaching ourselves to one another, but this structure is still very rough and is little more than a bunch of living flesh, grafted together. Still, it's the all-important foundation. This gigantic piece of meat is already a brand new life form born from spores. It doesn't have sensory organs yet, but can evolve in any direction. I love learning. Now, it's time for the big boss, Kina's speedster, to take the stage. He had overworked himself to the point of hair loss to plan this newborn synthetic fish's evolutionary path. Akina's speedster. Ha ha ha. It's time for the star of the show to enter the stage. Guys, I will now tell you all how we should proceed. Right now, we're just a bunch of useless flesh grafted together, and cannot be considered a true life form. Let's consider ourselves a primitive spore. Next, we'll take advantage of external pressure and adapt our biological structure to the environment. 160 of our 173 players, together with their own species, will not evolve separately. They'll evolve together as a whole, some forming the skeleton, others the flesh, the outer skin, the exoskeleton, and the hair. The remaining 13 players will form the core muscle fibers that will control all of the giant's basic actions. After all, there were 173 players, each with their own thoughts, which made it very difficult for them to communicate or cooperate. If they all controlled the giant together, then it wouldn't be able to move at all. Therefore, 160 players would have to play dead and become the skin, the bones, the cells. These biological structures were stationary, so they had to quietly stay still like a tree. Living things depend on their muscles to move. 13 players would each evolve into different types of muscles. Smooth muscles, cardiac muscles, skeletal muscles, etc. Leading their species, they'll turn into the muscles that are spread throughout the giant's body. With control over their own species, which will form hundreds of thousands of muscle fibers, they'll be able to control the giant's movements. This Council of 13 round table within the giant's body will be composed of elite bosses such as Akina's speedster, and learning is a waste of time, who will have control of the giant's core functions. What a frighteningly imaginative life form with amazing potential. Tsuji was sitting some distance away, eating his fruit and sipping on his tea. Limiting those who'd be able to move the muscles, only 13 people should solve the problem of it being difficult to control. At this moment, this slow-moving, constantly evolving ship was gradually becoming more organized and was no longer a haphazardly grafted together pile of flesh, with each player now having their own responsibility to take care of. Naturally, a noob and a nobody like Chen Shi did not have the ability to get into the Council of 13 that had control over the giant's core functions. Xuji had no choice but to lower his expectations and have her try her best to turn into the hair part of the body. This was his backup plan. To think that all 7 of those heaven-blessed protagonists have managed to sneak into the Council of 13 made a sad expression. With research institutes backing them, they were just too capable. In fact, without them and the powerful countries behind them secretly helping out, these players wouldn't have had such an easy time. After all, this giant god was a terrifyingly large synthetic life form. There was no way to create it without having an immense knowledge base. These people have shown their worth, and together with Akina's speedster, learning is a waste of time, and others, they crafted the giant's evolutionary template together. Their abilities were recognized, and they had become core members of the Council of 13. These sons of a bitches have all inserted themselves, and are now planning to gain control of the giant god from within. They're starting a conspiracy in the other world. Xuji was completely speechless, but without them working for me, this idea would just be a fantasy. It's too difficult to implement. At this moment, a few more hours have passed. The players worked hard, and the ship of flesh had grown limbs and was gradually beginning to walk upright. The ship's various parasites began to completely differentiate themselves. The corals and shellfishes gradually combined into solid bones. Meat-rich creatures such as clams and mussels formed the flesh. Seaweeds and water plants turned into lush hair. Moss and kelp became delicate skin. However, the creature still retained the appearance of the original ship more or less. The ship's original giant anchor was now a giant, black, anchor-shaped weapon which it gripped in its hand. The sails have evolved into ears, and the creature looked as if it was wearing half of a giant ship. It's just that, While the creature was originally supposed to be as tall as Suzy, it ended up a little short. If Suzy was a 10,000 meters tall giant, then this creature only reached his chest and was little more than 6,000 meters. But with this size, it could still be considered a super gigantic god in the sandbox. It's over 1,000 meters. Its body is comparable to a vast continent and can destroy the Babylonian royal capital just by lying down. Xu Ji froze for a moment, then murmured, "This sea giant composed of countless marine creatures can be considered the god of the sea. With this kind of shape and the giant anchor in its hand, isn't it the legendary giant of sea and tide, Leviathan?" At this moment, Xu Ji wasn't the only one who was shocked. The players in the ocean were also super excited. "Ha ha ha, we have finally evolved into an amphibian and can go ashore. You can talk, but don't move around. Only the 13 players in charge of the muscles can control our body. You're all just the frame. Have you ever seen any creature whose bones, skin, hair, and tendons can move on their own? Such a creature does not exist, okay? You should all obediently play dead. Just let yourself be carried. No, organs have a mind of our own. We'd rather move." This led an extremely ribald scene. The immense giant half-submerged in the ocean, the giant of the tides who towered over the 30-square-meter sandbox, began to break apart as its bones, skin, and hair happily ran away. Boom! The giant's entire body peeled away layer by layer and collapsed like a house of cards. Akina's speedsters. Fuck. Stop running, you bastards. Organs like the bones and the skin cannot move. Come back right this instant. We're falling apart. Cerebral bluff. Ha ha ha, I am skin with its own personality. The tidal giant's skin began to peel away. Hand off. I am hair that has its own dream. The tidal giant's hair fell off and began hopping away. Tin foil. I'm different from them. I'm hair that's content to remain on the head. I'm a proper lady. I love learning. The scalp says, "No, you're not." Then, under I love learning's control, the entire scalp, moving like an octopus. Taking along the lush hair, it ran with an extremely curious posture and jumped into the ocean, where it swam frantically. "It's time for us women to rise up." "What?" Of loons. Xuj ruefully looked on. The spectators outside, who were watching their live stream, saw this scene and laughed till their stomachs hurt. Oh my god. What kind of creature is this? The scalp is running away on its own. My tooth also has its own ideas. Toothach HBG. Fuck, even the bones have legs. They've broken out of the skin and are madly running away. They've declared that they're living beings with their own rights. What a shift in genre. These bones refuse to stay rooted to the spotlight like a proper tree. I'm sure that they must have been made by those loons who've evolved trees with legs in the sandbox before. To think that they've now evolved these instruments of rebellion, huh? Countless people had to moan and complain for quite a while before they could convince these hyperactive guys to return to their positions and reassemble the creature. Let's combine. I'll form the bones. Let's combine. I'll form the skin. Let's combine. I'll form the hair. They had already finished evolving into the proper shapes with the proper functions. Separating wasn't a problem. It wasn't a real living creature after all, and was a symbiosis of many different interdependent life forms. At the moment, they were casually reassembling it like a toy giant made of Lego. After playing around for a while, they were naturally very happy. The big boss is amazing. We've succeeded. Once we biocomponents assemble, we turn into a sea giant. This is truly a perfect evolutionary route, as giants are amphibious creatures that can survive and freely move around on both sea and land. It's a pity that it's too cumbersome and can't fly, Otherwise, it'd be a species with command of all three terrains: land, sea, and air. That would be super amazing. Ha 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 ha. The next step is to enter the magic world and assimilate genes. Even if we can't get phoenix blood, we can at least integrate one more gene. We have a total of 173 people, and everyone can integrate one gene. Players in charge of organs, the bones and skin, can make their species integrate the evil eye gene, turning themselves into magical bones and skin. They won't even have to move. The horrifyingly chaotic and oppressive mental pressure that they emit, along with the autocast magic from their skin and bones, would be able to end all life. That's simply too amazing. Players in charge of the muscles and tendons can integrate the slime gene. The slime's ahoj is a powerful engine and can be used to reinforce the muscles and tendons, which are also powerful engines. Our strength will multiply, and maybe we won't have to move around so ponderously. Organs like the hair and teeth can take in the pallbearer chicken's gene, which extremely poisonous and specialized to send people to the afterlife. After all, we're not true hair and teeth. We are assembling blocks who can detach ourselves and move on our own to ambush and poison others. This giant god's entire body will be made up of destructive weapons. When Xuji heard this plan, he couldn't help but tremble. That's right. If these players enter the magic world, they'll be able to take in a second gene. When individual body parts like the skin, bones, and muscles can practice magic on their own, a true horror would be born. These loony players have created a horrifying, forbidden existence that could make the entire world tremble. It could easily destroy the world. Xuzi's hairs stood on end. These players really knew how to stir up trouble, creating a forbidden existence like that. It felt as if they were always trying to find a way to destroy his sandbox. Hive mind, Xuji silently commanded. Bring up this giant's genetic properties. Its attributes were as follows. The evil god Cthulhu, ruler of the old world, the great destroyer, unifier of all things. The name is still being discussed. Players, who are still undecided. Genetic properties: unspeakable horror, transformation, ability to regenerate from a single drop of blood, immortality, can grow without limit, potential unknown. These 4 inborn abilities were several times more amazing than the phoenixes, which only had one truly impressive ability. All 4 of these creatures' abilities were amazing. Next to it, slime genes, evil eye genes, and other genes on that level were not even worth mentioning. Xuji carefully read through the description of its 4 inborn abilities. Unspeakable horror. Its entire body is composed of countless sentient creatures. Their disorderly thoughts intermingle into a violently distorted, chaotic, and evil whole that emits an oppressive mental pressure. It's an existence beyond human understanding that cannot be directly looked at, and whose voice must never be heard. Any ordinary person that hears it or looks at it will have their brain break down and instantly go mad. Zhuyi. Any living creature that attempts to understand it or look at will go mad from the unspeakable horror and run away in confusion, only to perish in the end. Evil gods cannot be directly looked at. Ixuji remembered that the old gods from the Cthulhu mythos had such a setting. Right now, this chaotic and evil creature was being controlled by the players. Its horrifying potential was still untapped, and it could be considered somewhat normal. However, when the 173 players log out or are forced to leave, it'll gain independence and become an extremely distorted and chaotic existence, with 173 layers of thoughts, endlessly screaming in 173 different chaotic voices. It's a collection of chaotic and evil thoughts, from which a unifying intellect cannot possibly be born. Gene number 2, transformation. The creature is formless and shapeless. It can transform into any shape, with limitless possibilities. Xuji was a little surprised and took a bite of his apple. This means that, as a life form, its nature is akin to a pile of Lego, which can be assembled into any combination, with infinite possibilities. The tidal giant before me right now, just one of its forms. He looked at the next ability. Gene number 3, ability to regenerate from a drop of blood. This creature is not a true living thing and is composed of 173 different kinds of evil god cells. If there is even one piece of flesh, or one drop of its blood left behind, then the creature cannot truly be killed. As long as the 173 evil god cells that are its basic components still exist, then even if they're scattered throughout the world, they'll multiply and call out to one another to reunite, rebuilding its body. Like in that scene just now, when those loons reassembled it. Ixuji was stunned. It cannot be killed, and is in existence beyond human understanding. Such a life form that surpasses all human knowledge was really just like those in the Cthulhu mythos. Gene number 4, eternal life. This creature has an eternal lifespan that surpasses those of planets. Entire worlds would go through the cycle of destruction and rebirth. Entire eras would come and go as it marches on, eternal and ageless. Oisi was silent for a while. That's somewhat true, I guess. It's a synthetic creature composed of 173 different kinds of evil god cells. As long as these 173 different species coexist and multiply from generation to generation, constantly recreating its body, it would indeed live forever. This is equivalent to the body's cellular replacement over time. Although its thoughts would be extremely chaotic, leaving it little more than a mindless creature, its vitality was truly terrifying. These bastards have created a truly terrifying forbidden existence. The moment it was born, it was already an epic 7th-level creature with the combat power of a demigod. And this is when it's still in its most primitive state, and hasn't taken in any new genes. If it could practice magic like these players said, then after each player had taken in their first gene, it would become a true demigod. If they could take in a second gene and keep training together, then it would become a mythic 8th-level creature. Moreover, each of its cells would be able to train on its own. It could grow without limit. From what the hive mind had told him, Xuji understood well how great the difference between an epic 7th level and a mythic 8th-level mage truly was. In fact, there was an intermediary stage in the middle, that of the demigod. The demigod stage was when you've gathered enough power and reached the absolute limit as a human being. After this, there was only one final step, igniting your divine spark, which is integrating a third gene and becoming a higher-level life form, and you'd enter the realm of the gods. Genetic levels were not the same as power levels, but as long as you were at the same level, then the one with more genes would be the stronger, higher-level life form. Moreover, life forms with low genetic levels cannot advance to the higher power levels. Meanwhile, those with high genetic levels will have no such problems. In fact, Grantham already has the divine spark, that is, the third gene, and should not have any bottleneck at the demigod stage, but he's not talented enough as a magic practitioner and cannot break through the epic 7th level. Shuji frowned. Hive mind, can I take in this gene? Shuji suddenly asked. I do not recommend it. The hive mind replied. This kind of creature cannot be considered a true living creature. It only has such unique characteristics because it's an odd kind of synthetic life form. That is to say, unless I'm okay with losing my consciousness and intellect, getting such godlike inborn abilities is impossible. As expected, It's very difficult to get rich overnight and receive such amazing forbidden power without sacrifice. After a moment of silence, Xuji laughed. However, each of these creatures' 4 inborn abilities are so amazing, it should be comparable to the legendary 5 genes Tyrannus heroes, who can freely adjust their genetic structure, right? Originally, I expected it to only be a pseudo-Tyrannus hero, but it has far surpassed my expectations. It's far beyond the Tyrannus hero with 5 genes. The hive mind immediately replied. However, it would be very difficult to make such a chaotic and mindless creature into your subordinate. Xu was not surprised. These 4 genes were simply too amazing, so it was only to be expected that it would beat the average 5 genes Tyrannus hero. In other words, I've created a terrifying existence with higher potential for growth than the average Tyrannus hero. It's no wonder that you previously said that this is a revolutionary idea that's far ahead of the times. Even the previous creator and Tyrannus queen could not evolve such a forbidden life form. After all, she had focused on science and technology and would not think of this kind of aggregated life form. Xuji calmly took the credit for the player's hard work. He already considered the powerful creature that they've made his. Yes, let them go bald from overwork, all that they make is mine. Although he couldn't control such a terrifying evil god that was capable of ending the world. As long as it exists, it would instantly raise the level in the other world. While Xuji was thinking on his chair. At this moment, the loony players some distance away were super excited. We've succeeded, but why isn't the system saying that we've gained an achievement award for creating a species with potential? No way! Such an amazing creature would definitely get an achievement award. But could it be that we can't receive it as a group? This loophole that'll allow all of us to enter the other world is not permitted? No way. Everyone was worried. They've successfully evolved, but nothing was happening. Could it be that the system does not consider us to be truly mature yet? After all, we cannot even walk properly, and will need more practice. We keep swaying and twisting as we walk, and there are always troublemakers running away and making us break apart. Yes, we have to practice. Let's practice a little more. Everyone must cooperate and control the creature together. And idiots, please stop causing trouble. We must become proficient with our combination skills of walking and jumping, and also be able to quickly split up and reassemble the body. Otherwise, even if we enter the magic world, we'll only get beaten up. We, the players, are the 4th calamity. Translator's note. Refers to the world-ending armies that usually show up in MMO games. 2 zombies. Dens. 3 zerg tyrannids insect swarms. 4 the players themselves, lol. We're going to the other world because we want to cause trouble. We'll conquer the natives of the other world. With that declaration, countless people began to passionately work together so that the creature could properly move around. Xuji indifferently looked on. He'll wait until they've practiced for a while before letting them into the sandbox. Suddenly, he frowned a little. The synthetic giant god that I was most looking forward to is now complete. Then how's that Rubik's Cube creature coming along? 7 out of 180 players did not participate, and the big boss with the thesis proposing the Rubik's Cube was among them. At this moment, she was silently experimenting and evolving her Rubik's Cube creature. It looks like that on this side, the iron bar creature is also coming along well and should be complete soon. Xuji saw her progress and laughed happily. This 3rd beta had 2 creatures with amazing potential. He was very happy and expected great things from them. Meanwhile, in the larger sandbox, as Xuji watched the players create the giant god over the past 2 days, Grantham had peacefully lived through 2 centuries. and was nearing the end of his life. His era, the era of the Emperor of was finally coming to an end. Translator's note: the newly released game Pathfinder, Wrath of the Righteous, has completely ate up most of my free time, so until I finish it in a month or two, or if I suddenly change my mind about opening a Patreon, I'm probably gonna update only once every 3 days. Really sorry about this, guys. On another note, anyone playing this right now, care to share your stories? They really weren't kidding when they labeled that game's unfair, difficult and fair, lol. The Kingdom of year 700. 100 years have passed since the grand wedding celebration. They were now celebrating the nation's founding day, and at the same time, the annual tournament between the three great kingdoms' magic academies was taking place, and countless talented mages were competing in the ring. The Emperor of Alchemy has reigned for over 300 years and lived for more than 400 years. He's lived for over 400 years. No one has ever managed this before. Back then, Gilgamesh and the three witches only lived for over 200 years. Such a long lifespan is truly unprecedented. Yes. Countless people were shocked at this and had no choice but to hold their silence. During these long years, there were no longer any dissident voices. Peace and prosperity reigned as the eternal and immortal Emperor of Alchemy ruled over the three great kingdoms with absolute authority. After a lifetime of hard work, Grantham could finally settle down and tinker around in peace. During these past 100 years, he happily lived together with the 7 little witches while building things and developing the tech tree. It was a truly idyllic existence. In this peaceful era, several more level 6 mages have been born, and Ermin had also advanced to the 6th level. But because the nation was too peaceful, and people were no longer living under the constant pressure of impending death, there were no truly amazing geniuses like Medusa, who was capable of opening up a new era. During the Founding Days celebration, the mountaintop Kingdom of Roses and the desert Kingdom of Bean came before the great monarch and presented him with a dazzling assortment of exotic treasures as congratulatory gifts. Mages from all over the three great kingdoms gathered and discussed magic and alchemy while leisurely nibbling on various delicacies. Occasionally, they would raise their heads to look up at the king of Babylon, sitting on his golden throne, Grantham. His aura is as powerful as ever. What amazing coercive pressure. I believe that the Emperor of Alchemy will live forever and rule every magic era. As they talked, flowers suddenly started blooming. Rows of beautiful court ladies with flower baskets in hand started walking out from the sides while scattering flower petals into the air. The champions of this year's magic tournament, the Edward Elric and Alphonse Elric, stepped forward before our great Emperor of Alchemy, the King of Babylon. His Majesty Grantham, colorful and exciting eras followed one after another, giving birth to countless stories in the magic academies and great schools. Through it all, the Emperor of Alchemy looked on from his high throne, eternal and unchanging. The Kingdom of Babylon, year 704. Only 4 years have gone by since that celebration, but the entire nation was suddenly rocked by a shocking news. The Emperor of Alchemy's 7 royal consorts had died of old age, and the Emperor was holding a funeral for them. What? The Emperor's consorts have died of old age? Grantham stood silently in front of their tomb for 3 days. Teacher. Ermin, who was standing silently in the distance, wanted to comfort him but did not know what to say. The 7 witches of Elizabeth's coven were extremely weak. The Emperor of Alchemy had to spend countless precious treasures and use up much of the nation's resources to extend their lives. so that they could wake up after sleeping for almost 100 years. But even after all that, they could only live for another 100 years. Grantham suddenly remembered something and sighed. I still remember my meeting with the champions of that inter-academy tournament, the Edward brothers. They had breached the alchemical taboo of human transmutation, treading into the same forbidden grounds as the Empress of Death in order to revive their deceased mother. The resultant alchemical backlash had left them disabled. Grantham sighed. I shouldn't be talking about this, and I do not want to ask the Empress of Death, Medusa, for help. I just want to lay them to rest. I've had a happy life with them for 100 years. That's enough. They've lived for over 200 years, comparable to Gilgamesh and the 3 witches back then. For weak level 3 witches, that's more than enough. Grantham was already quite satisfied with these past 100 years. It's just that, in the following days, he'd be alone. He felt empty after the death of the 7 little witches. There was no longer anything he wanted out of life, which seemed to have lost all meaning. I feel as if it's those girls who are my true family. I've almost forgotten the fact that I'm a transmigrator from the modern world. It's as if I truly am the Emperor of Alchemy, Grantham, and this life is my true life. Just this once let me be a capricious tyrant. He smiled sadly, then turned around and walked away, making this proclamation as he looked at his magnificent palace in the distance. Let it be buried together with you. This was originally the home that I built for your sake. On the second day, there was another announcement which shocked the entire world. The Hanging Gardens of Babylon will be buried together with the 7 consorts. Countless people were shocked beyond belief, and everyone discussed this in the nation's streets and back alleys. The Hanging Gardens of Babylon is an alchemical wonder of the world. It's going to be buried because of 7 lowly level 3 witches. It was originally a home built by the Emperor of Alchemy for the 7 witches. Using it to search for the heavenly gods was only an extra function. It's only natural to bury it with them. Isn't the Hanging Gardens of Babylon too grand of a tomb? This is fake news, right? It's not fake news. There have been witnesses who saw the Hanging Gardens of Babylon fly up into the sky and head towards the endless pit of Tartarus that had been dug to explore the limits of the underground. It's sunk into the depths of the earth, and the giant Adolphus is busily filling up the pit with his great shovel. When they've confirmed the validity of this news, everyone marveled at its scope. Thus was the great tomb of Tartarus established. The Hanging Gardens of Babylon was buried deep underground, serving as a place of eternal repose. This was the most sensational piece of news in the past hundreds of years. Perhaps this was not just a tomb for the 7 little witches. The Emperor of Alchemy was also planning to turn it into his future tomb, allowing him to join them beneath the earth after he died. However, the fact that the Emperor had buried the Hanging Gardens of Babylon, which he used to search for the heavenly gods and explore heaven's eye of the storm Gigantes, meant that he had completely abandoned that dream. After the death of his 7 consorts, their monarch was tired and had lost his ambition. The Kingdom of Babylon, year 800. Another 100 years have passed, and the Emperor of Alchemy was now 500 years old. The great emperor has ruled for an interminably long period of time, spanning over half of the Kingdom of Babylon's age. The centennial founding days celebration was being held once again. Another inter-academy tournament was taking place, revealing countless new talents. It seemed as if nothing had changed. Compared to 100 years ago, the great emperor was as mighty as ever. People dared not look directly at him as he sat on his throne due to the immense spiritual pressure he radiated. Just like 100 years ago, people talked about this. The Emperor of Alchemy looks as impressive as ever, He's not just faking it and is in fact about to die of old age, right? Do not be presumptuous. During Babylon's centenary celebration 200 years ago, when the emperor got married, people said the emperor wouldn't live much longer. 100 years ago, when the 7 royal consorts died of old age, again there were people saying the same thing. And yet, the emperor is now sitting on his high throne, presiding over this celebration, still as full of vitality as ever. The emperor of alchemy has lived for over 500 years. It's unbelievable. An average 6th-level legendary wizard only has a lifespan of 250 years. But for the current emperor, his long life may actually be a source of torment. Everyone sighed. If this kept up, the emperor of alchemy did not seem like he would be growing old anytime soon. Perhaps he'd be able to live for another few hundred years, or even 1,000 years. The emperor of alchemy's true ability, not something that a mere 6th-level wizard would be able to measure. Oh. In the dark land on the other side of Oceanus, the island of alchemy, Gorgon, Medusa was also somewhat surprised. 6th-level legends have a lifespan of 250 years. 7th-level epic mages have a lifespan of 600 years. I am now over 650 years old, and should be long dead by now if I had a normal lifespan. I would be if I hadn't made a breakthrough, allowing me to partially uncover the mysteries of death, understand what the Emperor of Alchemy was talking about, the cells which are the basic building blocks of all living things. I discovered that they were constantly going through a cycle of death and rebirth, and managed to ease their aging, which is why I now have a lifespan of over 700 years. But why is the Emperor of Alchemy not dead yet? On the contrary, is he going to outlast me at this rate? A 6th-level legendary wizard was going to outlast a 7th-level epic witch. This was simply unbelievable. It was as if the Emperor of Alchemy was the one who was truly epic. Medusa had a laid-back personality, but at this moment, even she couldn't remain calm. She was now over 600 years old and had little more than 100 years left. Her anxious face was full of disbelief. How long is he going to live? The Emperor of Alchemy is only a legend, and yet he's going to outlast me, an epic witch. Translator's note. Well, that happened. Picking back up a tertiary hobby once you've fallen out of the habit of updating regularly was more difficult than expected. The internet is full of distractions, and there's always a new series to binge on and a new game to play if you don't carefully manage your time, lol. Still, dropping this series in the middle of nowhere doesn't sit right with me, so I'm back again. At the very least, I'll absolutely keep going until Xuji gets his cancer cured and the arc in which it happens closes. After that, well, we'll see, haha. Babylon, year 84, in the Grand Hall of the Royal Palace. Grantham, who was sitting on his high throne, was just as anxious as Medusa. Why is Medusa not dead yet? She's over 650 years old. Any ordinary epic witch would be long dead by now. Much like Medusa, Grantham also wanted to outlast his opponent. He intended to get rid of a ticking time bomb before he died, and clear the way for Empress Ermin so that his successor would be able to reign over a peaceful world. The two mightiest beings in the world were now locked in an endurance contest to see who would die first of old age. With the help of countless netizens, he had created a medicine that could extend his lifespan, while Medusa could only rely on herself and had a difficult time. She also managed to extend her lifespan. Both of them had their methods and were confident that they would outlast their opponent. Medusa was a native of the magic world and did not have access to modern science and technology, but she was a true genius who forged ahead on the path of magic. Her road to ascension was still rough, But she did break through her limits as a living organism and was beginning to put her genetic structure in order. Through studying the microscopic world, she had realized that the epic seventh level was humanity's absolute limit. If one wanted to break through to the next level and ascend, surpassing humanity by taking in another gene and becoming a higher level life form was a must. On this day, the Emperor of Alchemy contemplatively sat on his high throne. He looked at his disciple Ermin, who was standing below, and spoke. As expected of the Empress of Death, Medusa. I couldn't outlast her after all. 500 years is the absolute limit of my lifespan. I could not get rid of Medusa during my reign, and she's sure to break out of the seal and bring calamity to the world after my death. Ermin, it's all up to you now. I understand, teacher, Ermin murmured. For a while afterwards, Grantham remained silent. It looked like he had no choice but rely on the evil god of destruction that would soon enter this world. He was confident that the players would be able to deal with the slippery and cunning Medusa. When it came to mind games, those lunatics wouldn't lose to anyone. He still maintained contact with the outside world and took the occasional 10 minutes break to eat, go to the toilet, and browse the game forums. Ermin was the forum's idol, and those loony players all admired her. Beautiful pictures of her occupied the posters hanging in their rooms and the wallpapers on their PCs. Certain websites were even selling Ermin dakimakuras and Ermin figurines, with a monthly sales figure in the tens of thousands. Ermin was a peerless beauty with the aura of a saint. With magic staff in hand and garbed in her beautiful witch's robes, she was a goddess incarnate. Furthermore, she was both passionate and determined, and her wish to get her friend back resonated with everyone. She was the idol of countless otakus who regarded her as their 2D waifu. They had followed the live stream of her dangerous journey alongside the Emperor of Alchemy like they'd read a visual novel or watch a movie starring Ermin as the main character. As they watched her slowly mature from a naive young girl, over the course of her journey, they had all fallen in love with her. Now that they could enter her world, it was like they were fans who could enter their favorite movie or anime to meet their favorite character. How could they not be ecstatic? We made this giant god so that we could leave the beginner's village and enter the other world. I want to get an autograph from my goddess. All. Ha ha ha. As long as you're a fan of Ermin, then we're all brother-in-arms. Brothers? Fuck off. Aren't you all trying to NTR me? Empress Ermin is my waifu. Dude, Rem your waifu? She's my ex-wife. Everyone was super excited. These people had all become Ermin's loyal fans. They were all in a frenzy to enter the other world, declaring that they'll get Ermin's autograph and steal her away, keeping her beauty for themselves. For the sake of their waifu, they'd break through the barrier between 2D and 3D to marry Ermin and reach the pinnacle of their lives. Grant, you boob stards, what are you going to do to my beloved disciple? He pictured an evil god breaking into pieces as its individual body parts engaged in civil war for the sake of a woman. It would make for quite an interesting scene. What a bunch of shameless little bastards. He made a miserable face. If it were up to me, I wouldn't let them enter. In the near future, an apocalyptic evil god would cross countless dimensions and break through the stellar passage to descend upon this world. But this evil god only wants an autograph from its idol, and has no intention of destroying the world. How would Ermin react when faced with her evil god fanboy who's a towering giant with a size comparable to that of the creators? I'm sure she'll be very confused. Again, it would make for quite an interesting scene. He truly couldn't predict how things would turn out. These players don't follow common sense at all, okay? but do what he could. Sitting on his high throne, he looked down at the countless ministers gathered below in the audience chamber and loudly proclaimed, "Ermin, from today onwards, you will succeed me as the next monarch." Teacher. The tall and slender Ermin wept. Her serene and beautiful face was full of grief. She understood well what this meant. "After I die, entomb me within the hanging gardens of Babylon." After a moment of silence, Grantham stood. The dying emperor of alchemy chose to silently leave the throne room and spend the final moments of his life in front of the Temple of Wisdom, gazing at the statue of the god of wisdom, Hermes. He silently stood before the Temple of Wisdom for 3 days and 3 nights, his gaze somber and contemplative. Like a resting old lion, he gazed at the distant blue sky in the horizon as his life flashed before him. The beginning of his journey, when he first transmigrated, and his meeting with those evil witches in the forest. The bleak and dark years he spent as an X-rated product. The 7 cute little witches. Lilith, Medusa, the Hanging Gardens, the giant Adolphus, the search for the gods in heaven, the comeback after old age. Suddenly, the Emperor of Alchemy smiled. He felt relieved and at peace with himself. "My life as the ruling emperor was eventful and glorious. I have no regrets." Returning from his trip down the memory lane, he looked at the statue standing tall above the holy temple. "I only have one question. Are my achievements comparable to those of the 3 witches of yesteryear? Am I truly the greatest magic emperor in history? Oh, great god of wisdom Mercury! Back then, when I flew up into heaven for an audience with the gods, I was turned away at the gates, but I still wish for an audience with your august self. Won't you let me meet you today?" This was the final wish of the dying hero. In the outside world, Xuji sighed and silently put down his lunchbox. "I will honor your dying wish, like with the 3 witches before you, and with Gilgamesh before that. You have all advanced my civilization, and were each the pioneers of a glorious new era." It was much easier for him to enter the magic world now that he had a player account and a spore-generated avatar. Could it be that I'm still not qualified enough for an audience? 7 days passed, then 10 days? Through it all, Gratham remained standing at attention before Hermes' statue. But nothing happened. As his consciousness slowly faded, he knew that his final hour had come. It was at this moment that an exotic black bird descended, bathed in holy light. Wreathed in a blazing halo, the bird slowly approached him, speaking to him in a gentle and resonant voice. "Grantham, your accomplishments are not inferior to any hero of ancient myths. The world will forever remember your glory. Your lifetime as the Emperor of Alchemy will forever occupy a spot in the collective memory of the heavenly gods." The ancient slime wearing a radiant golden crown was already on the verge of losing consciousness. But it seems like he heard this proclamation all the same. His dying body shook with emotion, and he smiled a smile full of satisfaction. "I am truly honored to have gained the recognition of the heavenly gods." The spear of witchcraft thus recorded a new entry in the history of the Kingdom of Babylon. In the 804th year of the Kingdom of Babylon, the Emperor of Alchemy passed away after reigning for over 500 years. The entire world mourned his passing, and the god of wisdom, Mercury, descended to send him on his way. On this day, the Emperor of Alchemy passed away. He spent his final moments before the Temple of Wisdom and met the god of wisdom, Mercury. This news quickly spread throughout the entire magic world. "No way. That's impossible. This is a baseless rumor. We've just had an audience with the Emperor of Alchemy during his 500th birthday celebration. He was full of energy then and showed no signs of old age at all. At first, the magic academies, great magic schools, and secret societies reacted with skepticism. They had believed that the great emperor of alchemy was a living god and would watch over his subjects for all of eternity. His historic achievements have surpassed even mythic heroes such as Gilgamesh and the Three Witches. The era that they lived in, the era of the Emperor of Alchemy, was the greatest mythical era. The Emperor of Alchemy has lived a truly storied life. He had ended the chaotic era when evil witches ruled and ushered in the glorious age of alchemy. He was the architect of the two great wonders of the world, seeker of the heavenly gods, and the man who had conquered old age to return as a youth. Many people counted themselves fortunate to be living under his glorious rule, and felt honored to witness the birth of a legend. Others bemoaned their fate. They were born in the wrong era, and no matter how amazing or brilliant they were, they would forever be overshadowed by the Emperor of Alchemy's matchless glory. And now, they were supposed to believe that this living legend suddenly died of old age one day. Everyone believed that the Emperor of Alchemy's glory would be eternal. After all, he had already conquered old age and returned as a youth once upon a time. It was not until more than 10 days have passed after countless people had borne witness to the emperor being entombed within the grand tomb of Tartarus, and Ermin had ascended the throne as the next ruling empress did the people bring themselves to accept unbelievable truth. The Emperor of Alchemy has passed away. With the confirmation of the emperor's death, countless people bitterly wept, while others gleefully laughed out loud. That night, a certain leader of an evil magic sect sat alone in his lair and drank himself under the table. While he was relieved that the shadow of death that had constantly hung over his head was now gone, he also felt a profound sense of loss. The back that he had been chasing after all this time was gone, and he felt as if his burning ambition has been doused with cold water. I grew up listening to his stories and have always wanted to surpass him, but now I'll never get the chance. He murmured pensively. The 6th-level legendary dark wizard radiated a frightening aura as he sat in the shadows. Right then, a disciple of the righteous sect walked in and anxiously spoke. "Teacher, it's time for our sect to rise up now that the Emperor of Alchemy is dead. You alone are worthy of becoming the next Emperor of Babylon. How dare that lowly Ermin take your rightful place? The hanging gardens of Babylon have been entombed under the earth, and there's no world-class wonder suppressing us. This is our chance. Even if we were to make a scene, we should at least wait until the 100 days of mourning had passed." Almost all the conspirators within Babylon had reached an unspoken agreement. Though the entire nation was in chaos because of the emperor's death, and his funeral would be the golden opportunity for them to attack, they chose not do so. Be they friend or foe, none could deny the Emperor of Alchemy's brilliance. All would pay homage to the greatest magic emperor in history. His virtuous and inspired rule has paved the way for the entire world, and a glorious future awaited them. Mages are seekers of truth, adherents of knowledge. With enough knowledge, I can move the entire world. They could remember this declaration as if it was yesterday. With that single proclamation, the magic emperor had set the tone for their entire civilization. Those who lamented, those who drank themselves silly, and those who conspired all looked in the direction of the great tomb of Tartarus as one. They silently lifted their wine glasses up high, then sprinkled the wine onto the ground in honor of the great Emperor of Alchemy. Even the Emperor of Alchemy's enemies could not help but admire the way he had lived. In the dark land on the other side of Oceanos, the island of Alchemy Gorgon, an invisible black crow silently landed onto the ground, losing substance and sinking into the earth. He's finally dead. Medusa's heart was beating wildly as fear slowly gave way to relief. It turns out that his vigor was only a front. He was determined to outlast me to pave the way for his successor, Empress Ermin. That was way too close. Just a little bit more. He would have outlasted me, as expected of Grantham. As her terror faded, Medusa felt relief such as she has never felt before, along with a myriad of complicated emotions. Emperor of Alchemy, you're merely a legendary wizard, yet you have managed to suppress me, an epic witch, and came this close to outlasting me. Even I have to stand in awe of your accomplishments. Medusa stood up. She walked to a table and lowered her eyes while casting a minor cantrip. A clear stream of water poured into the wine cup that she held up high. Emperor Grantham, I offer this toast to you. God's on your journey. Putting the cup back down, her figure disappeared into the shadows. I offer this cup of wine in honor of your life. You were selfless, just, and righteous. You fought not for power and territory, but for the sake of the people, ushering in the age of alchemy. You prioritized saving your lover over becoming a god. In the days to come, even though I've mastered death, I will never summon your lingering spirit and dominate your will. Never would I disrespect you so. I will quietly wait until your 100 days of mourning have passed before breaking out of my seal to rule the world once again. Grantham silently opened his eyes. He gently sighed after taking off his VR glasses. He could barely recognize his room. Everything about it felt so unfamiliar. Although only 5 days have passed in reality, his way of thinking was still stuck inside the magic world. He felt that he was the Emperor of Alchemy, Grantham, who had transmigrated into a modern-day civilization built on science and technology. His gaze was tired and somber. His mind has matured over his 500 years of life within the game, and his way of thinking was that of an ancient sage who had seen all there is to see in this world. I do not know how it was with the ancients. What was Qin Shi Huang thinking when pursuing immortality? Did the legendary Pengzu truly live for 800 years? But it is a fact that I have lived for over 500 years, a frighteningly long period of time. After this, I need to take it easy and adapt myself once again to the modern world. My current state of mind is no good. I'll have to stay away from the Spore Evolution forums for now, at least until I've recollected myself, except for the occasional breaks to take care of his body's basic needs. Grantham has been logged in 5 days straight and hasn't even taken a single bath in all that time. His hair was disheveled, his hygiene a mess, and he was absolutely exhausted. Before I do anything else, I should take a bath first. Strangely enough, though his body was exhausted, his mind remained sharp and clear, and he was full of spirit. Taking off his clothes, he entered the bathroom and looked at himself in the mirror. His eyes in the mirror were brighter than ever and filled with mysterious energy. What happened to me? Why do I look so refreshed? Because of my business, I've always been super busy all year round. My hair should be all withered and my face pale and lifeless. But why do I look like this now? As Xuji noticed Grantham logging out from the game, while lamenting the Emperor of Alchemy's death, he was also silently observing him and was well aware of his current state. He has gained a small part of the Emperor of Alchemy's spiritual strength. Although the Emperor of Alchemy was an ant-sized slime, his strength was far too great. The energy contained in his tiny body was comparable to that of several adult human beings, and he could easily kill multiple grown men. Even though he's only gained a small part of the Emperor's power, it was more than enough to improve his health. He's in peak physical condition, on the level of an ordinary athlete who exercises all year round. But that's all, he will never be able to gain superpowers. Xuji shook his head, sipping on his glass of water before continuing. The genes of people in the real world are simply too lacking. Ordinary life forms who haven't taken in the genes of the evil eye will never qualify to become wizards and will never be able to practice magic. However, now that the Emperor of Alchemy has died, a glorious era had come to an end, and there were various things he had to take care of. In the magic world, many who wanted to rebel. Now that the Emperor of Alchemy was dead, they planned to depose Ermin. After all, Ermin has yet to prove herself, and they believed her to be easy prey. You think that Grantham did not see this coming? Su Ji shook his head. Easy prey? That's hilarious. Ermin's already a 6th-level witch. Although she's not much of an alchemist and could only inherit a small portion of the Emperor's abilities, she has developed her own unique school of magic. Once she puts on her alchemical bioarmor, she's equal to a 7th-level epic, albeit a relatively weak one. She may not be a match for Grantham, but subduing these people shouldn't be a problem for her. Their rebellion was doomed from the very start. In fact, all of this was part of Grantham's plan. First, show weakness to tempt them into rebelling. Then, once Ermin ascends the throne, crush the rebelling Magiclex in a show of strength and establish herself as a force to be reckoned with. I do not need to worry about these idiots. They're all doomed. But Medusa, on the other hand? Su Ji frowned. Medusa is very close to becoming a demigod. She's reached the absolute limits achievable by mortals and has already started to search for a method of ascension. Ermin is still too young and inexperienced, and won't be able to deal with her once Medusa breaks out of her seal. Besides, Grantham had to rely on a potion to gain his 3rd gene. This is the wrong path to take, because it is the path of science and technology. I'm looking forward to Medusa ascending to the level of a demigod after gaining a 3rd gene and igniting her divine spark. Hopefully, she'll be able to create a proper method of ascension. After another moment of thought, Su Ji turned to the evolutionary sandbox. Since the Emperor of Alchemy has died, it's time to let these guys in. Medusa needed to be pressured into developing a proper method of ascension and reaching the level of a demigod. The threat of death should be a good motivator. It's time for the evil god from another world to invade. And with this, the level of the magic world should rise once again. Z smirked. What will happen when the evil god composed of countless players arrives in the world? What kind of chaos will they cause? He was looking forward to it. Furthermore, now that the evil god is about to descend from another dimension, ushering in the apocalypse, I should take this opportunity to expand on the magic world's background settings. Su Ji started his preparations. It's time, another cinematic cutscene. In the 30 square meters small sandbox, the giant could now effortlessly walk around. But unfortunately, it was not capable of jumping yet. It was too large and too heavy for that. It would immediately break apart if it tries to jump, and will have to be reassembled afterwards. Its muscles were still too weak, and its component body parts weren't properly held together. It won't be until the players have taken in a second gene. The slime gene, would the giant be properly glued into one piece? Learning is a waste of time. Guys, praise me. Aren't I genius or what? After we 173 cell leaders have joined together, along with our tens of thousands of kinsmen, forming this colossal giant, this sandbox is looking pretty small right about now. I love learning. You're right, it feels no bigger than your average classroom. I'm really feeling like a god right now. The trees below are only the size of chopsticks, and with but a single step, I can destroy mountains and rivers. Cute girl who wants to into a dragon. I've learned something new today. So this is what the world looks like in the eyes of the Creator. His gaze encompasses the entire world, and we're nothing more than little ants in his eyes. Akina's speedster. onwards to our next destination. I want to strut down the path of the stampede just like the creator. Cerebral bluff. Are you sure we'll be okay? We're causing a commotion in the creator's dimensional courtyard. Won't he beat the shit out of us for turning into such a gigantic creature? Akina's speedster. Lol. Risk takers die with a full belly. Cowards die hungry. First we'll take over his personal walkway. Next, we'll sit on his chair like a boss and fondly remember that time we got party wiped in the giant chair dungeon. Learning is a waste of time. We're going to sit on the creator's throne? Is this rebellion? Akina's speedster. Ha ha ha. That's right, we're all born equal. How dare he sit high above us? I'll say to him, Old man creator, we must take turns as emperor. Today, this seat is mine. Learning is a waste of time. Wow, such a boss. Cerebral bluff. These guys were really getting carried away with their boasts. They've somewhat mastered the giant's body, which was huge indeed, reaching up to Xuji's chest. Still, despite their size, they could not see the sandbox because the tyrannous hive mind was blocking their vision. And yet, they were now planning to sit on Xuji's throne. You dare lust after my seat? A certain idiot hasn't learned his lesson yet, huh? I see that more beatings are in order. I must write this down in my little notebook. Shuji scowled, silently jotting down this latest insult. But it's time to let them in. At that moment, just as the players were about to carry out their dastardly plot, the system message that they've been waiting for all this time appeared before their eyes. Everyone happily cheered. Announcement: congratulations to the 173 players who have evolved the species unifier of all things, which has great potential. You have won an achievement award. Success. Success. Wife, I'm coming. Scram. Empress Ermin is mine. The man standing by the Empress's side will be me. Everyone was ecstatic, and the chair in the yard was immediately forgotten. Next, only two options appeared in front of them. 1. Make this species your starting species. 2. Start a second life. Many people were surprised when they saw this. Why was there an option missing? Huh? What happened to the permanent spot in the game? Ha ha ha, stop daydreaming. 173 players gaining a permanent spot in the game after evolving a single creature is way too big of a loophole. Of course the developers are gonna notice. I was originally going to pick that without telling anyone. I'm really afraid of being eliminated? Me too. Damn it, you traitorous bastards. It's a good thing that option didn't show up this time, otherwise, with so many missing body parts, we'd be practically useless. How will we leave the beginner village then? Ha ha ha. All hail the wise developers. They saw this coming and saved us from the traitors. Originally, many had wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to get a permanent spot in the game. But with that option off the table, there wasn't much of a choice left for them. The option to make this species your starting species might as well not even be there. After all, who wants to be just a single body part? And thus, everyone unanimously chose to second life. Looking forward to a wonderful journey in another world and meeting their idol. As they excitedly waited for the system prompt, 7 to 8 seconds went by in silence. Then, sure enough, please arrive at the designated location to cross the world's barrier and enter the interplanar passage. Meanwhile, in a certain secret research institute somewhere in Asia, we've uncovered the true identity of the Emperor of Alchemy. His name is... He's the founder of a well-known private enterprise. A document was placed in front of everyone. After all, Grantham was not good at covering his tracks and had left behind too many clues. such as asking for the help of many prominent biologists to help him evolve the slime species. It was natural that he would be found out in the end. What's more, the timing also matched. He had disappeared for more than 5 days in the real world. It's a pity that he has already logged out. Otherwise, we could have had him explore various possibilities for us. The director of the research institute immediately ordered, "Destroy all the evidence. Spies from other nations must not find out who he is. The Emperor of Alchemy's true identity must be protected at all costs. We've already contacted him and he said that he's willing to help. He'll give us info on the other world's current situation, its people and systems, along with physics data, measuring things such as gravity, acceleration, etc. But he refused to divulge his most important secrets, the core alchemical techniques used to make Grantham, and demanded that we respect his intellectual property rights. The other world, intellectual property rights? The director was taken aback. While the two wonders of the world were indeed very powerful, they weren't a match for the bio-armor Grantham, which could increase a mage's power by an entire level when worn. It was thanks to this that the Emperor of Alchemy could dominate the other world, and he naturally wanted to have it. Fine, we'll respect his intellectual property rights. A nation is built on its laws, and as far as our country is concerned, intellectual property rights are absolute and should also be applicable to the other world. After all, we're planning to colonize the other world and must think of the future. Besides, his identity alone is enough. Were the greatest magic emperor in history were to reappear in the magic world one day, there's much that he could do for us. Next, they learned that Grantham's physical fitness had improved, and were even more shocked. Did a part of his power travel back with him to the real world? At that moment, they received the system announcement. Please arrive at the designated location to cross the world's barrier and enter the interplanar passage. The director tensed, then started issuing his commands. We are enter another world. Scientists in all departments, prepare yourselves. We're about to go through a long interplanar passage. What kind of technology is this? Is it teleportation? We must study this. In the research institute, countless people anxiously watching the screen. Our top priority right now is gaining control of the giant god. According to our agents, spies from various other countries have already infiltrated the Council of 13 in order to seize control of it and rule over the other world. There's only enough room for so many countries on Earth, which is why the various superpowers have started to explore outer space with their rockets and satellites a long time ago. It was all in order to find a new world mankind could settle in. And now, an extremely realistic other world has appeared with a thriving magical civilization and its own pantheon of gods. Anyone who transmigrates into this world could become another emperor of alchemy. It was truly an unexplored land filled with opportunities. What's more, their magical civilization was completely different from Earth's science and technology, with many hidden secrets to uncover. Even if you ignored everything else, the difference in time flow where a single day outside translated to 100 years inside was enough to drive anyone mad with desire. In the secret research institute of a certain island country. Even though we're a powerful nation, our territory is too small. We must gain dominion over the magic world and make it part of our territory. Our country, give whoever becomes the next emperor of alchemy a position equal to that of the prime ministers, and grant them the right to establish a 13th colony in the other world. In the Russian Research Institute, countless researchers were seriously studying the game screen. This is one small step for mankind, one giant leap for Earth. The vegetation and ecosystem inside is completely different from Earth's, and we'll be coming into contact with an alien civilization. Not to mention the fact that one day outside is 100 years inside. We'll be able to do a lot of research and gain a massive head start with this insanely fast time flow. If we could stay inside the game for a month, we'll be able to gain a 3,000 years advantage in science and technology over other nations, and become the greatest superpower in the world. In the American Research Institute, scientists in white lab coats were also sitting before the game screen. We're about to enter the game. This is a good opportunity to explore the other world and compare data. If it's truly another world, then Earth may soon enter the space age and colonize other planets. All kinds of scenarios were playing out. It was an exciting time to be alive. They could only rely on hearsay before this, and data gained from forum posts were not exactly trustworthy. But now, the various countries could finally affirm the truth for themselves. Meanwhile, in the Council of 13 that controlled the giant god, learning is a waste of time. Akina's speedster and co. were completely unaware that they've been infiltrated by 7 chosen ones who had the backing of entire nations. Even now, these chosen ones were silently plotting against one another in the dark. Tsujushi? These people. I only want to evolve a giant divine life form. Why must everyone get in my way? First the players, now you guys. What are you all trying to do to my orchard? This is a small orchard that's only 100 acres, a small sandbox. Why do you guys even want to colonize it? You call this expanding your territory? It's all because the scientific data inside the game is too realistic. Suji had an odd expression on his face. Your ambitions are pointless because I can kick you out at any time. The magic world is not ready for colonialists right now, and those who want to take advantage of the time flow to do research can also scram. Now that you've evolved the giant god, your mission is complete, and it's time for you to exit the stage. But I suppose I can throw you a bone. In Spore Evolution's sandbox, the prompt has appeared, and the 13 players in charge of muscle movements hurriedly moved the giant god to the designated location. They were about to enter the interplanar passage when another prompt appeared. The energy inside this creature is too great for it to go through the interplanar passage. What? Everyone was stunned. This was like those settings in the novels where gods who were too powerful could not descend to a lower plane. So this creature we've evolved is indeed powerful enough to be considered a god. Our Godmaker plan is a great success. But it's too powerful and we can't transmigrate. What are we going to do now? Countless people panicked, but someone quickly came up with a solution. We may be too strong as a whole, but we can still break into smaller components to sneak into the other world, then reassemble when we get to the other side. Woot! That's brilliant. Immediately, the giant's body began to fall apart. Meanwhile, Xuji had returned to the entrance of the yard and was once again sitting on his throne. He shook his head at this. Too strong? Nah. Too big and won't fit through the white water pipe I buried underground. In any case, they quickly began to break apart, and it took most of the day before they could line up to enter the other world. After walking for a long time in the dark, bright light appeared before them. They continued moving forward, and finally arrived in lush primeval forest that stretched as far as the eyes could see. Warning: please fully integrate into this world and act like a native. Revealing that you're not of this world will lead to elimination. What beautiful view. Quick, let's assemble. Head, bones. Hurry up. We have no time to waste. Soon, Medusa will try to conquer the world again. We, the giant other-dimensional evil god, have crossed through space-time and descended into the magic world to help Ermin beat up Medusa, and then get Ermin's autograph. I've already thought of how I'd pose after our victory. I have practiced over a dozen JoJo poses for this moment. The over 100 eager players hurriedly began to reassemble the evil god. All of them were super excited. Meanwhile, the 7 spies in their midst were busily testing the difference in time flow with shocked expressions on their faces. I just logged out, and I can confirm that the difference in time flow is real. This is amazing. Now that they've infiltrated, they could no longer converse with the outside world in real time, while they could get their respective research institutes to help should they encounter a problem. They would be on their own most of the time. Fortunately, all of them were extremely competent secret agents and have no problem surviving various dangers as they gain their footing in this other world. At this time, all of them chose to remain carefully hidden among the ordinary players and fight by their side in the war against Medusa. This was a good opportunity for them to secretly gather data. After all, they did not know yet who were the spies from other nations in the Council of 13. It'll take time for them to uncover one another's identity. It was like a game of mafia. Meanwhile, Tsuji was sitting on his chair and eating his apple. Those 7 chosen ones all look down on the other players and are certain that one among the 7 of them will be the last man standing, gaining control over the evil god and ruling the world, which is why they're all plotting against one another. But as a matter of fact, there's someone even more devious hidden in the shadows. This person might become the protagonist of the new era. At this moment, in the game's sandbox, they finally entered. A certain female gamer commented as she looked at the disappearing interplanetary portal. She was a bizarre creature that looked like a dark red brick with a mouth full of sharp fangs. Poof! Men. These idiots with their lower bodies have all been enchanted by the saintly Ermin and want to help her. Not me. She was Pan Yusun, the 28-years-old girl who had sent the Rubik's Cube thesis. She had also succeeded in evolving her creature. In her room hung a beautiful poster of Charlotte, not Ermin. As a loner and often misunderstood genius, Yusun thought that Charlotte was even more beautiful. Charlotte's dark beauty, which was tinged with evil, was more in line with her aesthetics. At first, everyone thought that Charlotte was pure evil. But during that journey when Ermin helped Grantham escape his enemies, the two fought their final battle beneath a waterfall, and people finally learned why Charlotte wanted to unseal the Empress of. Long ago, Charlotte, Ermin, and Lucy were best friends. Unfortunately, on a mission for the Academy, because of Charlotte's and Ermin's mistake, Lucy had died. As the two of them hugged Lucy's body, they completely lost it. After that, Charlotte turned her back on the Academy and joined the Rose Saviors to unseal the Empress of Death, Medusa. The Empress of Death has mastered the forbidden magic to bring people back from the dead and could resurrect Lucy. Like the Edward brothers before here, she wanted to learn this taboo spell in order to resurrect her most precious person. What happened to the three of them was a tragedy. Charlotte is not wrong. She did not mind infamy as long as she could perform the infinite Tsukuyomi and bring back a world where they could laugh together with Lucy. She looked down at the Rubik's Cube monsters she had evolved. Why does justice have to win? Evil has to fail. Is evil really evil? I think that it's only right that Charlotte, who is clearly the superior genius, should succeed. Charlotte, I feel angry for you. You shouldn't have lost that battle against Ermin under the waterfall back then. You had an absolute advantage, but lost just because those underhanded players chose to help Ermin. Since it's such a realistic game, I should be able to choose which camp I belong to. I want to break Charlotte out of the prison island of Carlson, befriend her, then help her beat Ermin and resurrect Lucy. Charlotte, you lost last time because there was no one to help you against that cheater Ermin who had all the players on her side, but this time you have me. I will stand by your side against those 173 idiots and lead you to victory. She looked at the posters of Charlotte which covered her room, then quietly put on her VR glasses. We've picked our camps. You guys have sided with Ermin, and I have sided with Charlotte. I will take on all 173 of you by myself. There was another system announcement after that. Announcement. Congratulations to the player, boom. We're done for evolving the Rubik's Cube species. It has great potential and you've earned an achievement award. But no one heard this announcement in the game. 173 players have already left the beginner's village, and there were only 7 players remaining. Except for Pan Yushun, all of them were busy in real life and weren't logged into the game. If they had the time to log in, they would have participated in the Godmaker plan. 3 options appeared before her eyes. 1. Make the Rubik's Cube species your initial starting species. 2. Gain a permanent spot in the game. 3. A second life. No one knows of my entry and I'll have the element of surprise. She chose the 3rd option without hesitation and silently entered the interplanar passage. So, if you're an evil god. Pan Yusian smiled brightly. I know all your weaknesses. I've been watching carefully as you evolved your various body parts and even understand your makeup better than some of you. Now that I've sneaked in, I'll pretend to be a native of the magic world and help Charlotte beat you up. The terrifying evil god invading from another world will be sealed away, bringing peace to the magic world. Peace, you say. What is this? Nuclear-enforced peace? He was speechless. Sure enough, fangirls were scary. This girl was way too devious, underhanded. She was planning to backstab everyone. The players within the evil god, along with the 7 chosen ones, who were busily plotting against one another, were completely unaware of their misfortune. They were fated to be stabbed in the back when they least expected it. So sad. So sad. The Charlotte fangirl has begun her counterattack. Suji, Yusin's profile again. She has a high IQ but is antisocial and withdrawn. While she's revered as a genius, she has a secret she keeps hidden from the world. She's a big fan of tragic villains. Suji took a sip of tea. She's the kind of person who doesn't side with the heroic protagonists when watching movies and TV shows. She would rather self-insert into the tragic villains instead, desperately cheer them on. Grantham was a great and just man. But this person was completely different. She was a radical who dreamed of becoming an infamous villain. What a maidenly dream. Xuji bit down on his apple. So you wanted to become the next Medusa? At this moment, Yusian was biding her time. She hid in the interplanar passage and watched as those loony players reformed the evil god Cthulhu. After they had left, striding over mountains and rivers, she discreetly led her Rubik's Cube species out of the passage. She was a rectangular creature, was essentially a dark red iron brick. It was even harder for her species to move around than those slimes, which were round and had strong ahoges, to propel them forward by hitting the ground. Naturally, she had considered this when evolving her species and had come up with a solution. She quickly lined up her subordinates and made the ones behind bite down on a brick corner of the ones in front, forming a snake made of square blocks like the one in the snake and apples game. This allowed them to quickly slither around. She glanced at the towering giant in the distance, then sneakily left in a different direction. I've memorized the map. First, I'll head to the island prison of Carlson and rescue Charlotte, whose magic has been sealed. While slithering along, she murmured, "Since I'm shaped like a box, I'll go by the name of Pandora in this world. I am Pandora's box. I contain within me all the world's disasters. I am misfortune, I am deceit, I am the plague, I am terror, I am the source of all evil. She who opens me will gain supreme power." She happily continued, "Charlotte, I can't wait for you to open Pandora's box so that I could share my power with you." The Kingdom of Babylon, Year 85. Grantham's 100 days of mourning had gone by, and trouble was stirring. In the academies and magic sects, there were many voices raised in protest, refusing to recognize Ermin as the next ruler. After all, each of the previous monarchs had only gained their position after bathing in the blood of their enemies. But in less than 3 days, Ermin had put them in their place. Garbed in her alchemical bioarmor, she had the power of an epic 7th level and quickly suppressed all dissent. However, on that day, Gorgon Island violently trembled, and the sea churned. "I'm back." A woman dressed in witch's robes walked out, leisurely strolling through the sky as she headed towards the kingdom of Babylon. She was the terrifying being who had reigned over the ancient age of darkness, the fabled monster used to scare children to sleep in the past hundreds of years. She was the forbidden figure of legends feared by all. Now that the Emperor of Alchemy was no longer there to keep her in check, she had finally returned. Or of death. Clouds swirled in the sky, forming a black rose that blotted out the sun. The entire royal capital of Babylon was covered in shadows. The Empress of Death, Medusa, with a solemn expression, Ermin stepped out to face her. Ermin's unique magic, which used vibrations to control sound waves, was tricky and difficult to defend against. Though she was barely at the epic level after putting on her alchemical armor, she could put up a good fight against the mighty Medusa. However, after half a day's struggle, she still lost in the end. "Grantham had quite the disciple. To think that you managed to injure me." Medusa expressed her surprise after spitting out a mouthful of blood. Then she turned and left, declaring thus, "Ermin, I will not kill you. I'll simply reclaim my mountaintop kingdom of roses. Like with Lilith back then, I'll let you rule the kingdom of Babylon. You'll have to provide me with men on a regular basis." Medusa's temperament was the same as ever. She would always give her opponent the opportunity to grow stronger, because she desired a mighty foe. Like how she had broken into the epic 7th level when the Emperor of Alchemy had pushed her to the brink of death back then. She now needed someone to pressure her so that she could break through her human limits and reach the level of a demigod. "I've lost." Ermin smiled bitterly. "The Dark Age has returned once again." In less than 30 years, Medusa had regained control over the Kingdom of Roses, and evil witches ruled the world once again. Wanted witches who violated the 3 great commandments could now openly walk the streets, and no longer had to hunt men while lurking in the shadows. Today, like any other day, Medusa was sitting in her palace with her eyes half closed. "Back then, I was an ambitious and arrogant woman who stood on this world's summit. But now, I only want to reach the level of a demigod and gain immortality. I know better than anyone that my era, the era of evil witches, has passed. I'm only trying to pressure Ermin into becoming stronger. Ermin, you're still lacking. Will you be able to reach the next level and help me break through?" Medusa took a deep breath. She had already demanded that Ermin hand over the potion Grantham used to gain a 3rd bloodline, but was informed that it was all gone. This was only natural. After all, Ermin had known that Medusa would be returning soon. And it was also true that these forbidden potions have all been used up. Back then, the Emperor of Alchemy had wasted all of the remaining Phoenix's blood on the 7 little witches, who were all extremely untalented, and the last portion was given to his apprentice Ermin. To brew the forbidden potion of ascension, we'll need to use Phoenix's blood as a base, but hundreds of years have passed and the Phoenix is no longer in its infancy. It's gone beyond the epic level and has reached the demigod level. In this world, it is now invincible. As a matter of fact, back then, after having lived his second life, the Emperor of Alchemy had tried to get some more Phoenix's blood, but was grievously injured by the demigod Phoenix. Medusa frowned and quietly continued. Does this mean that I'll have to slay a god if I want to become a god? No, I do not necessarily have to follow in his steps and use a pun to ascend. If I do so, won't it prove that I'm completely inferior to him? At the end of the day, Medusa was an extremely proud woman. If the Emperor of Alchemy could blaze his own path to ascension, then who says I can't do the same? At this time, she received a message from outside. One of the Rose Witches' alchemical workshops, located on the west side of the Balchik mountain range, close to the desert, had been attacked by an unknown party. We've lost all contact with them. Medusa was unconcerned. She believed the culprits to be nothing more than rebelling Orthodox witches, and left the matter to her subordinates. A few more hours passed. The 4th-level mages who went to investigate the scene all went crazy. They must have seen something truly horrifying and ran away in a panic. They bled from their eyes, ears, nose, and mouth, dying from excessive loss. It was an extremely miserable scene. They died instantly. What kind of horrifying thing did they see? Interesting, this is really interesting. Empress Medusa sat on her throne, frowning while lightly tapping her fingertips. The witch ministers standing below her did not dare to make a single sound. Another day passed. A 6th-level legendary evil witch was sent out to investigate. Shu went mad in an instant, and was wandering around in a stupor when a passing-by witch found her. As the first person to come back alive, she was brought back to the Palace of Roses. She must have seen something extremely horrifying. Her hair was disheveled and her eyes erratic. She had completely lost her mind. There are no injuries or traces of battle. Macbeth is a legendary witch, one of the strongest beings in the world. How could this have happened? To think that even a 6th legendary witch, what exactly did she see? In the Rose Palace, all the witch ministers looked terrified. Fear and tension such as they've never felt before began to spread through the royal court. The oldest and strongest human emotion is fear. And the oldest and strongest fear is the fear of the unknown. When one stood at the entrance to a yawning abyss, it was only natural for most people to turn away winced with the dark unknown. Yet, it was also natural to be filled with the desire for exploration. Fear was both and alluring. We must investigate this. Mages are eternal seekers of truth. While many witches felt afraid, they were also excited to explore the unknown. Macbeth has gone mad and it's uncertain if she could be cured. Medusa took a deep breath. However, I can find out what happened to her by reading her memories. Medusa's palm gently caressed Beth's forehead, and a hazy memory slowly emerged. Deep within a forest, Macbeth was in the middle of her investigation when suddenly, the hazy form of a terrifying creature that towered above the clouds appeared before her. With that single glance, her mind broke down. It was a life form on a level far beyond her understanding. A jumble of words spoken in an alien language filled her mind, and thus, the legendary witch went mad. A single glance was all it took. Even though she saw only a memory of this scene, Medusa's face turned pale. Fear permeated the depths of her very being. She didn't want to die. She hurriedly bit down on her lips to shock herself awake. Empress Medusa. Her retainers nervously cried out. She was suffering a backlash just from the memory of what had happened. I'm fine. Medusa slowly lowered herself back onto her throne. But a trace of fear lingered on her face. I couldn't even make out its shape in that memory. What did it look like? A clump of dark green mud. I couldn't tell at all. You cannot look directly at it. You cannot describe it. It's an existence that cannot be observed by human beings. Because the moment you look at it, your brain would break down from the strain. An unfathomable life form cannot be seen or heard, huh? Medusa pondered for a moment, recalling what she just heard. She had felt as if an ancient primal evil had whispered directly into her ears. It was a horrifying jumble of words, spoken in a dark and twisted alien language. Wow, someone is here again. She's a beauty. Yosh. Hello, pretty lady. Huh? Why did she start to vomit blood the moment she appeared? Is she having a nervous breakdown? Why is she frantically running away after seeing us? Could it be we talk too much? Fuck. I think it's because we're too ugly. This is all because of Akina's speedster's distorted aesthetics. Guys, I'm tired. How much longer until we reach the desert? Do we have to go to the desert to beat up the Phoenix boss? And get its blood for Ermin as a meeting gift? When Medusa heard these chaotic voices, she couldn't help but cough up blood. What is this? Is this its unique characteristic? She had a terrified look on her face. How could its thoughts be this chaotic? This creature is a natural disaster. This jumble of words that it's constantly emitting. Is it some kind of spiritual curse? To Medusa, this creature was an unfathomable evil. However, as an experienced magician and researcher, she quickly noticed something. This chaotic being is not actively emitting spiritual magic. It is a passive property keeping people from looking straight at it or listening to it. Turbulent emotions flitted across Medusa's face. But how could such a terrifying creature possibly exist? Isn't such an unfathomable life form already a god? Yes, this creature must be an extremely evil god of chaos. The witches around her were panicking. What kind of terrifying creature was this? What's more, this walking disaster was invading their territory. Medusa calmed herself with a deep breath. We don't know what it looks like because we can't directly look at it. Based on how fast it's moving, it must be truly gigantic, comparable to a giant mountain range in size. It's too late for the witches in that area to escape. Stand in this order. All mages in that region must wear blindfolds and earmuffs and cast magic on themselves to block their vision and hearing. In addition, they must pull back their spiritual senses to avoid coming into contact with that evil god and suffer a mental breakdown. Great Medusa, will this really work? A witch couldn't help but ask. Won't we just become helpless after losing our vision and hearing? I don't know. Medusa smiled bitterly while shaking her head. This method should keep us from being killed by its passive ability, but that's all. Its passive alone is enough to make us cripple ourselves to this extent. If this walking disaster actively try to kill us, then there's nothing we can do. The witches in that region hurriedly began to follow Medusa's plan. As the players trudged on, they began to encounter many witches who wore blindfolds and earplugs, aimlessly wandering around like blind and deaf people. Fuck, are we that ugly? Oh God, there goes my self-esteem. Those hussies, we're so ugly that you can't bear to look at us, huh? But what's with those earplugs? You're not even going to listen to us? Be careful not to step on them, they are all blind now. We're so ugly that those who saw us back then died from the shock. I'm still feeling very guilty about that. This is all Akina's speedster's fault. Come out and receive your beating. Within the Rose Palace. Medusa learned that blocking off one's vision and hearing was indeed effective. As I thought, human beings are too insignificant to be worthy of its attention. Those who died didn't die because it was actively trying to kill them, it's just that its mere existence is too much for human beings to bear. This unfathomable creature was not aiming for us from the very start. Its target is the young god of fire, the phoenix. It has descended upon our world to slay a god. Medusa shuddered at this thought. But the direction that the creature was heading towards was undeniably the great desert of Nephthys, where the phoenix lived. This was also the same direction as the Beastman kingdom. Medusa's face twisted. What is going on? Could it be that this evil god is an enemy of our pantheon, the gods who reside in the heavenly realm of Achilles? Has it come to kill the young phoenix god in its cradle? I can't allow this. Medusa stood up, anxiously walked back and forth. At the end of the day, she was still an inhabitant of this world. Although the heavenly gods were only a legend and no one has ever seen them, that did not mean that the phoenix, the god of fire, could be left to die. Who knows what kind of catastrophe this would cause? The entire world may be thrown into chaos. Now that the evil god has descended to the mortal realm, I must try to contact the heavenly gods. She stood up and headed towards the kingdom of Babylon. The king of Babylon. Medusa spoke coldly as Ermin warily faced her. Disciple of the great alchemist, I have no time to deal with you right now. I must contact the great god of wisdom, Hermes, and beg him to answer my questions. Ermin immediately replied, The heavenly gods will never grant an audience to a tyrant such as you. You will fail. Medusa ignored her. Instead, she directly headed to the Temple of Wisdom and reverently prayed before the god's divine statue. Great God of Wisdom, an unspeakable evil god has descended from a higher dimension. At this very moment, it is heading toward the desert to attack the young god of fire. What? Ermin's entire body was rigid with shock. A god has descended to the mortal realm? Throughout their long history, aside from the creator initiating the Great Flood, as recorded in the myths of ancient Babylon, there has never been a case where a god descended to the mortal realm. Even the legendary god of wisdom, Mercury, had only sent down an avatar. No one has ever encountered a god in all of their majesty. No one knew the true limits of a god. What is a real god like? Elman couldn't help but ask in a trembling voice. God cannot be directly looked at. God cannot be directly heard. As Medusa recalled that memory, that terrifying first contact with a transcendent life form beyond human understanding, she too started to tremble. As Medusa related her tale, even an epic mage such as Ermin was terrified. To think that a god was such a terrifying existence. Ermin softly continued, The god of wisdom, Mercury, is benevolent indeed. The reason that he's never descended in person is because we mortals cannot directly look at the true form of a god, cannot directly listen to the voice of a god. Then, Xuji awkwardly scratched his nose and laughed. Nicely imagined. I like this kind of setting. With this, the background setting of the magic world was finally complete. Gods have never appeared in all this time, and he could only desperately bluff by saying that they resided in heaven. While everyone believed that a god must be very powerful, that power was something completely disconnected from reality. Now that an evil god has finally appeared, people finally understood that the terrifying power of a god was not something they could ever hope to surpass. He had not simply been boasting. His mysterious and enigmatic god of wisdom was just as powerful. Since Medusa has come to the temple to pray to me, it's time for me to add on to this world's background setting by showing them another CG cinematic cutscene. Shuji laughed. I want to show them a glimpse of the land of the gods, Aeschylus, but I haven't built it yet. I suppose I'll have to fake it with a drone for now. Xuji sat by the entrance to the yard and looked at the black DJI drone next to him. He had properly prepared. Pan-Yusion was not enough by herself. At least in the short term, she wouldn't be much of an opponent for the evil god. Xuji thoughtfully rested a hand on his cheek. As long as they're only up against opponents on the same level, they're basically invincible. Those 4 absurd inborn abilities are not just for show. They're still not a demigod yet, and haven't even been taken in their first gene, but their combat power has already transcended what the current level system could measure. Their evil god should be able to match a demigod. This enemy of the world is far too strong right now because there are no demigods to oppose it. Once they've taken their first gene, it'll become even more invincible. I must nerf the evil god to preserve the game's balance. While Medusa and Ermin needed pressure to help them break through, dying after a light swat cannot be considered pressure. The difference in strength was simply too much. I'll start by dispersing them. Once the evil god's body parts have been scattered throughout the magic world, it'll weaken quite a bit. You guys will have to find one other again and slowly reassemble. This will be the true starting point of your life in another world. The hit mastermind, Xuji, had everything under control. In the Nephthys desert, the phoenix trilled high and mournful as it fled into the distance, its blood staining the desert sands. We won. Poor phoenix. When it was at the epic level, the Emperor of Alchemy kept taking its blood. After a few hundred years, it could finally relax, because the Emperor of Alchemy was no longer a match for it now that it has reached the demigod level. But then, we showed up to continue that tradition. Ha ha ha. This young god of fire has lived its entire life as a living supply of divine blood. You guys controlling the arms, transform them into the shape of a bowl so that we can hold its blood without spilling. We've got our meeting gift, now it's time to head towards the kingdom of Babylon and meet our idol Ermin. I want her autograph. At this moment, in front of the Temple of Wisdom, in the face of the oncoming threat, Medusa and Ermin have chosen to set aside their differences. After all, an evil god was no laughing matter. Suddenly, a ray of light shone down on the Temple of Wisdom. Shrouded in divine radiance, an exotic black bird slowly descended. I have heard your prayers. The exotic black bird spoke, in a gentle and resonant voice. Holy white light trailed each of its leisurely steps. An evil god has descended on our world. Great god of wisdom, what is going on? Medusa agitatedly asked. For a brief moment, the black crow scrutinized the two of them, before softly replying. Foolish mortals, did you think that our world is the only one in all of creation? These words shook them beyond measure, and their minds went blank. We, the heavenly gods, have been resisting an invasion from another world all this time. Similarly, we have also been invading the other world. Both sides have suffered heavy losses, and there aren't many of us left who can still fight. After all, the Creator had created our world only recently. We are a new world that's lacking in history and foundation. Which is why I had to descend to the mortal realm back then, and grant the ancient Babylonians the three great disciplines of civilization. The young phoenix god is the child of Ares and Venus, two gods who have fallen in battle. I did not think that the evil god would descend to kill it in its cradle. We were hoping that the god of fire would grow into a powerful warrior in the future. When they heard this monumental news, Medusa and Ermin were frozen stiff with shock. The heavenly gods have suffered heavy casualties. There weren't many of them left. Our world is a newly created world, and there are many other transcendent worlds. The god of wisdom continued on. Just now, the phoenix god had been badly injured by the evil god and barely escaped with its life. That evil god is now heading towards the kingdom of Babylon to slaughter everyone living in this land. It's heading towards us? Ermin was startled. Is it planning to slaughter everyone in the 3 great magic kingdoms? Fuck. Soul is trying to frame us. We are not the Burning Legion, the scourge that destroys worlds. We've come in peace. We had no intention of killing the phoenix and only wanted some of its blood to give to Ermin as a meeting gift, okay? We're heading here to get Ermin's autograph, help her deal with Medusa. How dare you badmouth us in front of our idol Ermin? Ermin, Medusa, you must deal with the evil god and protect this world. The god of wisdom spoke in a resonant voice. At this moment, I'm fighting in heaven and will not be able to personally descend. But I'll still be able to deal a fatal blow to the evil god. Use that opening to tear it apart with your magic and scatter its body parts throughout the world. Ermin and Medusa nodded in response. More than 10 days later. Rumble. Ground shook. A vast and terrifying figure strode towards the capital of Babylon. The being stood over 60,000 feet tall, its body piercing through the clouds, its titanic form blotting out the sun. It trampled over mountains and forests, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Ha ha ha. I'll meet my idol. I'm getting excited just thinking about it. How should I present myself to her? What's the most handsome pose I can take? As they excitedly walked towards the capital, they saw Medusa and Ermin standing on the city walls in the distance, getting ready to meet them in battle. The 2 women have already blocked off their vision and hearing, preventing themselves from looking directly at them or hearing their voices. At that moment, as light and shadow danced across the vast blue sky, a floating island appeared, half concealed behind the clouds. This was the DJI drone that Xuji had enhanced various glamorous special effects. The giant raised its head. When they saw this divine miracle, the players were abuzz with excitement. I love learning. Wow, a floating continent. Has the realm of the gods descended from the eye of heaven? Cerebral bluff. We're too noticeable, and the native gods must be trying to destroy us. As expected, they see us as invaders, huh? Akina's speedster. Screw them. Guys, let's fuck them up. The phoenix was no match for us back then. We're already a god. There's no reason to be afraid. Onwards. They were still high from their victory over the phoenix god, and did not hesitate to bend down, pick up a small mountain, then hurl it upwards into the sky. Boom. The radiant land of the gods lightly avoided the stone projectile with an adroit shift in direction. Sitting by the entrance to his yard, Xuji had to wipe away cold sweat as he saw this scene through the drone's camera. Those bastards. How dare they just attack without any warning like that? This DJI drone cost me over 12,000 yuans, you know? You guys came way too close to smashing it. Xuji took a big bite of his apple in order to calm down. Had he been dealing with a native of the magic world, such as Gilgamesh, the 3 witches, or Medusa, have somewhat of a hard time, and would need to control the hive mind very precisely in order to kill a single individual. But on the other hand, dealing with these idiots, the evil god from another world, was a very simple matter. As Xuji sat on his chair and ate his apple, he used the remote control to turn on the drone speakers and started speaking in between bites. It was a little difficult to make out his words. I am the god of wisdom, Mercury. I had expected more of the evil god who has broken through the interdimensional passage to descend upon this world. Most players could not understand the magic world's language, but there were a few people among the 173 of them who had indeed taken the time to learn the language. They hurriedly translated this sentence, and everyone was super excited. "So you're the god of wisdom? I expected more of you. Don't just mouth off while hiding in the sky. I dare you to come down and fight us." "Yeah. We're only throwing stones because we haven't learned magic yet and are limited by our mortal flesh. Otherwise, we'd already have flown up to face you. Come down. I'll fuck you up. In school, I've never once turned down a challenge. I've never backed down from a fight." Fortunately, because of the language barrier, no one in the magic world could understand them. Otherwise, they'd have had to say bye-bye to their dignity as the evil god. "Very well. Behold the true power of a god." Hermes' majestic voice pierced through the clouds as hazy light surged from the land of the gods. In the yard, Xuji had put down his apple. "You dare to rebel?" He smiled and shook his head. "You players are getting too full of yourselves. You have no idea how powerful the heavenly gods of this ruling world are. This is the price you'll have to pay for defying the gods." As the players, along with everyone in the Babylonian capital, looked up in fear and doubt, Xuji calmly spoke the magic words in his mind. "Supreme technique, grandest connection." In the next second, the world was covered in light. Then, dead silence. All was still. The players were left staring at a black screen. What? With no one left to control the evil god, its body instantly shattered into pieces. Its flesh, skin, and bones began to peel apart, layer by layer. Dust covered the sky. It was a truly frightening scene. Countless players logged off, bitch and moan on the forums. Why did we black screen all of a sudden? Was it a bug? Did we get disconnected? Fuck! I'm so pissed off. Where are the developers? Show yourself. This disconnection is not because of a bug. There has never been a bug in this game. We must have fainted after being hit with the god of wisdom Mercury's divine technique. This is why we can only see a black screen, just like Mr. Slime back then. Oh, it's not a bug. I thought that the fucking developers were messing with us. Goddamn, what a scary technique. As expected of Mercury, the legendary god of wisdom, he knocked us out in one move. Boom. Boom. The colossal, over 60,000 feet tall giant continued to fall apart piece by piece, collapsing like a house of cards. The rivers overflowed. The seas churned. It was a scene of the apocalypse. In this moment of collapse, the people of Babylon could finally open their eyes and directly look at this towering evil god from another world. They could finally behold the true form of the creature that must never be looked at, and whose voice must never be heard. The evil god cannot be directly looked at and cannot be heard. This was why the witches have been keeping their 5 senses sealed all this time. But from the violent rumbling of the ground, they could tell that the evil god has been defeated. Finally, they could open their eyes and look at the true face of the evil god. I finally look. I want to see what it's like. This is. They looked up in awe at the colossal giant whose form blotted out the sky. It was comparable in size to the creator described in ancient Babylonian myths, and yet, it had been destroyed in an instant, its body collapsing with the violence of a tsunami. What have we missed with our 5 senses sealed? Ermin couldn't help but murmur. In the span of a few breaths, the god of wisdom has. What would a mere disciple of Grantham know of the realm of the gods? Medusa sarcastically commented. Her eyes were bright with passion and reverence. What kind of forbidden divine art did he use? I can't believe it. I couldn't feel any magic fluctuation at all. Yet it only took one move to disintegrate the evil god. Meanwhile, we could not even look at it, could not even listen to it. Beneath the city walls, Her witch ministers stood still as they blankly watched the collapse of the mountainous giant. At this time, Shuji used his drone speaker to deliver a horrifying piece of news. Did you think that the evil god would die with just this? Even now, it has started to reassemble its body. What? Ermin stood ramrod straight. How can that be possible? It can still recover even after dying in such a fashion? But she could see this truth with her own eyes. Because of the players being logged out, the evil god's component body parts were scattered all over the place, but they were still full of vitality. The writhing and wriggling bloody pieces of flesh made for an extremely creepy sight. Even after it's been torn into pieces like this, its body parts are still alive, and each of them even have their own chaotic thoughts. Evil. Such chaos. Such perversion. This mountainous pile of splattered flesh was too terrifying. Inconceivable. I can't believe it. Mages are the seekers of truth and the keepers of knowledge, but the diverse biological makeup of this creature before us has overturned all that we know. In this world, no one has ever seen such a terrifying life form. Their shock when seeing such an unfathomable creature was great indeed. Tsuji continued, I don't have the leisure to help you more than this. You must now work together as a nation to shred the evil god's body parts and scatter throughout the world with wind magic, so that it won't be able to quickly reassemble. Scatter it, huh? Medusa and Ermin solemnly looked at one another. We must hurry. This was no time for them to be hostile to one another. If they did not do anything about this situation, then they themselves would soon meet their end. We must join forces. With us two epic witches, and the giant Adolphus, which is one of the wonders of the world, we'll have the prowess of 3 mighty epics. Then there are also the countless legends working under us. We'll all work together. 10 minutes later, countless mages have assembled. They flew up into the sky as one, and the combined spiritual pressure they released made the entire world tremble. Their magic dyed the heavens in a kaleidoscope of colors. Formless tempest. Wind barrier. Together, they raised a truly awe-inspiring storm. Each magic academy and sect used their school's strongest forbidden spell to create terracanes that shredded the evil god's scattered body parts and blew them in all directions. The razor winds converged into sky-spanning tornadoes that dispersed throughout the world. This exhausted all their mana, and they were left gasping for breath afterwards. In the sky above, the radiant land of the gods was flying further and further away from their kingdom, slowly getting lost behind the clouds as it returned to the eye of heaven, Gigantes. Looked up. The gods have left. It was then that they once again heard the god of wisdom's quiet voice. The evil god Cthulhu is one of the oldest and mightiest beings in this universe. It is an unfathomable existence that cannot be directly looked at or heard, and once ruled the stars in the elder days. Because it had to break through dimensions to descend, it has been reduced to less than 1/10 of its original strength, which was why I could easily defeat it. At this time, it has been scattered all over the world and lies dreaming in a death's sleep. Its body tissue will naturally converge to form the flesh islands of Arlaya, which will absorb one another and reform its body. When this process is complete, the true Cthulhu, which is many times stronger than what you've encountered, will awaken from its slumber fully recovered and usher in the apocalypse. What? Everyone looked up in incredulous horror as the land of the gods slowly disappeared into the sky. This day, the day of the evil god's descent, would forever be recorded in the magic world's history as the day that the trajectory of the entire era irrevocably changed. Millions of years later, when people blow away the dust from the ancient tome, the spear of witchcraft, and flip through its crumbling pages, which carried the historical weight of long eras, they would see the beginning of the Age of the Gods, recorded thus. In the 836th year of the kingdom of Babylon, the evil god Cthulhu descended, bringing death and despair to the world. The god of wisdom led the land of the gods to vanquish it and scatter its body parts throughout the world, where they lie waiting for an opportunity to rise once again. Powers. At the yard's entrance, Xuji was once again sitting on his chair and eating his apple. After a while, his DJI drone finally returned. It's completely true that its current strength is only 1/10 of what it would be at its peak. I'm not lying. After all, the evil god has just entered and hasn't taken in another gene yet. It still has a mortal body that cannot fly and cannot use spiritual power. There was nothing wrong with what he had said. Once they've reassembled, they would indeed return in peak condition. These cells that have been scattered throughout the world were all very cautious and hardworking. Each would train in secret, integrate a second gene, and individually grow stronger. Once they've reassembled, the evil god would change on a fundamental level and become unimaginably powerful. If only they hadn't been in the heartlands of the kingdom, I'd have used my high-power industrial fan to blow them away myself, and the girls wouldn't have had to do anything. That would only further complete this world's background setting. After this CG cutscene, those girls have now seen the land of the gods and have an idea of how powerful the god of wisdom truly is. His work done, Xuji leisurely stood up and put away the DJI drone, then went to the kitchen to start cooking his meal. Meanwhile, in Spore Evolution's game forum, this thread had become the hottest thread in the forum in an instant. Big news! As soon as all the players left the beginner's village, everyone disconnected, WTF? In the eyes of those outside the game, it has been less than 10 minutes since the players entered, which was about enough time to go to the toilet. It felt like all of them had immediately logged out after entering the game and were now posting like mad on the forums. One person logging out is nothing remarkable, but for all of them to do it, was it an instant party wipe? Countless people were excited and hurriedly asked them what had happened. Everyone got disconnected right after entering. This immediately drew the curiosity of everyone in the forum. After all, Spore Evolution was an unprecedentedly popular game, and almost every gamer paid close attention to it and enjoyed discussing it. It was a game with infinite possibilities after all. As they skimmed the forums, they finally found a detailed post that revealed what had happened. Is the time flow really that fast? In the time it takes for us to go to the restroom, an entire month has passed for you guys? Fuck! You're all crazy. Back then, you wanted to challenge the creator, and now, after you entered, you challenged the native gods, and got owned in an instant. Hats off to you guys. Lol. You guys are a lost cause. When people learned of the cause of this mass disconnect, they could not help but point and laugh. Sad, so sad. At this moment, in the forums, there were countless posts attacking Akina's speedster. They bitched and moaned as they listed his deadly sins. Back then, he led us against the creator, which resulted in our party wipe against the boss. He made us evolve into such an ugly creature, all the ladies were scared out of their minds. It's all Akina's speedster's fault. And just now, he made us pick up a stone and try to smash the land of the gods. You think you're King Kong attacking a plane or something? We're all deader than dead because of you. The heavenly gods are probably sprinkling salt and pepper on our body right now and having a nice BBQ. Akina's speedster, show yourself. You must answer for your crimes. Everyone pissed off at Akina's speedster. After they disconnected, many had tried to re-enter the game to no avail. The screen stubbornly stayed black. Did they all die just like that? It was at this moment that a new post appeared that tried to make logical sense of this situation. The poster was "Mr. Learning is a waste of time. Learning is a waste of time. How are you, everyone? You all know me. Everyone should calm down. I'm sure that we didn't actually die. Listen my analysis. First, I don't think that it's Akina's speedster's fault that the natives all faint the moment they see us. The creature we've evolved is simply too chaotic in nature. Its spiritual waves are too strong, too evil and distorted, much more so than the evil eye. This property must be the cause. Secondly, although we've lost, since the otherworld's gods do not know of our body's unique makeup, they can't truly kill us. They probably no longer care about us and think that we're dead, knowing that we can revive ourselves from just a single drop of blood. As you all know by now, our group is made up of 173 tiny kings, distributed throughout the body's vital points. We're like tiny pressure points and are probably still alive. If I were to take a guess, only our subordinates who were outside had died. What's more, we've evolved our giant to have a sturdy skeleton, with 173 skeletal plates specially evolved to protect our vulnerable pressure points, where the 173 kings reside. So, worry too much. Now that a reliable big shot has appeared, everyone could finally sigh in relief. Learning is a waste of time. But although those protective bone plates are the sturdiest parts of our body, that's no guarantee that all 173 of us have survived. There may be an unlucky few who died and have to leave the game. Everyone started bitching and moaning at this, saying that they had always been lucky and that this couldn't possibly happen to them. Then one of them asked, "If that happens, wouldn't you guys be crippled because you'd be missing body parts? Learning is a waste of time. That shouldn't be the case." The possibility of someone actually dying is pretty low, and even if they get kicked out, I'm certain that their species would still survive and multiply while remaining a part of our body. The only downside is that they'll turn wild and won't be capable of independent thought since their king died. I hear you. Theoretically speaking, players in charge of the bones and skin can freely log out since they're not supposed to move anyway. Their death won't be an issue. In fact, it might actually be a plus since it'll keep those idiots from rebelling and trying to move. What matters is that the 13 players in charge of the giant's muscle movements don't die. Even if something were to happen, as long as one of them could take over for his comrade, then everything should be fine. Everyone felt much better after this analysis. After several more minutes of discussion, someone suddenly shouted, "We can finally re-enter the game, everyone." "What the hell happened to us? I can't see anybody else." The group asked him what had happened. Other players started panicking. They re-entered that game, and after merely a dozen seconds, they logged out again to exchange information. "I can also enter the game now. Our creature is amazing. Even without sensory organs like the eyes, I can still make out the surroundings with my spiritual senses. I'm in a forest right now. What about everyone else? I'm hanging on the edge of a cliff. I'm on a roof. What happened to us? Where's everybody else? Guys, I'm part of the giant's skin." After I regained consciousness, I found that I've been turned into a vellum page in a notebook. A blonde-haired, blue-eyed woman is writing on me with a feather quill right now, while sitting at a table by the window. The poster above me should count himself lucky. I'm also a piece of skin, and do you know where I'm at right now? I'm in a fucking desert. After traveling under the sun for half a day, I'm about to die of dehydration. Can anyone reading this come up with a way for me to survive? I want to pull a reversal like the Emperor of Alchemy. Ha ha ha. Dude, go in. My situation is pretty ordinary. I'm at the bottom of the sea. There are lots of fish around me. Fuck, as for me, I'm a thread of hair. After I've woken up, I found myself part of a bird's nest, and there is weird yellowish shit on my head. These fucking birds are so unhygienic. You think you guys have it bad? Your situation is nothing compared to mine. I'm a bone, and right now, I'm in the mouth of a giant dog. It's licking me all over, and I can't even run away. When I tried, it was stunned for a few seconds. It must have never seen a bone capable of moving around before. Then it immediately grabbed me and brought me back. I'm drenched in saliva. Somebody save. Ha ha ha. Everyone couldn't help but laugh at this. Guys, how is it that you can all walk? I'm a bone and I can't move at all. I can only lie stock still in the middle of a forest. Ha ha, look everyone, we have a sucker here. Let's bully him. When the big shots were helping you evolve back then, why didn't you secretly evolve some legs just in case? You must be ready to run away at any time. What have you been learning evolutionary theory for? Stop gloating, guys. To the honest person above, where are you? Give me your location, and if it's close by, I'll go save you. Us bones have to stick together. We've been scattered all over the world. After discussing their situation in the forum, the players have come to this horrifying conclusion. The otherworld's gods have torn us to pieces. While the players may be raising a ruckus, none of them were stupid. During the several seconds they've been disconnected, which they spent cursing Akina's speedster, several days have passed in the magic world. They've been unconscious the whole time, and their parts scattered throughout the magic world. No matter what happened to them now, they wouldn't be surprised. As expected of the god of wisdom Hermes who brought the light of truth to mankind in the ancient era. He's just too strong. To think that he could wipe us out in one move. What kind of unimaginably powerful divine art was that? I'm his fan now. He's so cool. Quite so. When the land of the gods appeared from behind the clouds, and his divine might descended upon the earth, I was reminded of that time when the Lich King wiped out our entire guild with his ultimate move. I'm still in awe. It seems that we're not well equipped enough yet, and our levels are too low. Do you think that this deity also has a tragic past? The child of an aging king, sacrificing himself to pull out Frostmourne and become a god. He's the man who will become Hokage and protect this world. This antagonist boss is quite a charismatic character. We should ask for his autograph the next time we meet. Although they got killed by the god of wisdom, none of them held a grudge. As they talked in the forum, they were all gushing about how cool he was when he killed them and whether they could get his autograph next time. Players, Sir Deity, you were so cool when you killed us last time. Can we ask for an autograph? Said Deity. Can this creature get any weirder? Such an incomprehensible being. Oh right. That ultimate move that immersed us, don't you think that it's just too weird? Guys, did any of you see him chant or show any kind of tell before releasing it? Nope. The screen just went black all of a sudden. So it's an instant release kind of skill. Then do you guys think that it has any cooldown time? It must have. There's no tell before release, which means that it can't be interrupted. If there's no CD on top of that, then how are we supposed to beat him? Now that they've gotten serious, they were earnestly reviewing the battle. They were all experienced MMO gamers and knew that they should be able to gain useful information after each party wipe. Like the order in which the boss uses his techniques, or how much HP the boss would have to lose before entering his second phase. The creator may be out of the question. That otherworld god should only be a very powerful being. They did not fear him. He must be the final boss of this world. And they needed to come up with a strategy to beat him. They will avenge themselves for this party wipe. To think that our colossal evil god Cthulhu, ruler of the elder days and unifier of all things, would meet such a pitiful end. We're the fucking evil god. How did we end up as pages in a notebook and the chew toy of some wild beast? I can't accept this. Remember future Sky Whale? And how awesome his entrance was. Now look at us. It's so shameful. You think that that's shameful. When Grantham entered, his subordinate species got turned into X-rated products. They became pets that were sold for 10 rose coins each. As for you guys, you got disassembled the moment you entered. Some of you are now chew toys, others part of a bird's nest, or the pages of a book, or a traveler struggling to survive in the middle of a desert. Suji was speechless. You have nothing to be ashamed of. He wasn't any better off than you lot, really. Though they may bitch and moan, these guys were all super hardcore gamers and had plenty of experience dealing with party wipes. Taking advantage of this opportunity, when everyone had logged out to report their status on the forum, they did a quick roll call to see if anyone had died. The good news was that everyone was in a difficult situation. None of them had been kicked out of the game. Fortunately, the heavenly gods don't know about our unique makeup, and all 173 core cells have survived. As long as the king remains, rebuilding the species is only a matter of time. Countless players sighed in relief. Their situation may not be the best, but it was still better than dying. What they did not know was that their survival was never in doubt. Shuji hadn't actually attacked them after all, and only forced them to disconnect, causing them to fall apart, which was why they did not suffer any damage before getting blown away by the witches. It was at this moment that Akina's speedster stepped forward. He had been trembling in a corner of the forums this whole time, while everyone cussed, not daring to make a sound. He boldly declared, "Everyone, it's time to play Dragon Ball. Let's collect the 173 scattered Dragon Balls and save the world." Before everyone could react, he pushed on. "Hear me out, guys. It's time for us to rise up. We'll gather from all the corners of the world and reassemble ourselves. Then we'll murk the god of wisdom, Mercury. He may be a god, but he will fall before us. Failure is the mother of success. Repeat after me. We, the evil god group, fear nothing. We, the evil god group, fear nothing. We, the evil god group, fear nothing." Akina's speedster's attempt to change the subject was quite successful. All too quickly, many people fell into his trap and forgot about punishing him. They even began to passionately repeat his slogan. Many others could not help but scoff at this. To the guys above me, are you really gonna go along with Akina's speedster's crap just like that? Guy's insane. Wake up before it's too late. There are too many idiots and not enough scammers in this world. It's useless to change the subject. I wanna murder him. The forum was very lively. As long as they didn't die, then everything was fine. They were all used to this game's hardcore difficulty. At this moment, the forum was even more active than the time that Emperor Grantham ran in his old age. Much more so. Everyone was super excited about their fantasy adventure. The evil god has been dismembered. The players forming its component parts have been scattered throughout the world and were all in a difficult situation. The main quest was clear. They had to assemble and reform its body. Some started bird's nest. Some started at the bottom of the sea. Some started within the pages of a notebook. Others in the middle of the desert. After preparing a simple meal in the kitchen, Xuji began to spy on the enemy camp while eating. He couldn't help but be amused. To think that these idiots could be having fun even in such a miserable situation. I heartily approve. After skimming the forums for a while, Xuji finished his meal, did his dishes, and got to work. He's decided to ignore the players for now. It's time to get started on the land of the gods. I'll have to figure out how to make a flying island. In the beginning, I've set a genetic lock to limit their size. That can be removed to create a normal to large-sized bird which will serve as the flying island. But Xuji did not want to deviate from his chosen path of evolving tiny life forms and wanted to find a solution that would build on this. What's more, those guys had already given him the solution. The synthetic life form that they came up with could bypass the size limit. As a bonus, it was also much stronger compared to an ordinary creature of the same size. They could make a giant fish god after all. If I imitate them, I should be able to make a continent-shaped creature and evolve wings or even propellers to make it fly. Their basic framework was a wooden boat, so mine should be a flying drone, I guess? Xuji considered his DJI drone for a moment, then shook his head. Its components were too sophisticated, which would make things very difficult for him. He was all too aware how lacking he was when it came to evolutionary theory. And also, he couldn't afford the cost. After his recent shopping spree, where he was willing to spend tens of thousands on an electric fan, he did not have any money left. For now, he has decided on two possible blueprints for his flying island. In one, his flying island would be a glorified bird and fly on two wings. In the other, he'd imitate the structure of the Hanging Gardens of Babylon and make it similar to a helicopter with propellers. But soon, Xuji realized that he was overthinking things. He was not capable of evolving something like a helicopter, even if he wanted to. He did not have the necessary knowledge of evolutionary theory to do it himself, nor did he have a research team to help him out. I'll have to settle for evolving a bird then, as long as it can fly. Xuji went into his storage shed and started searching. After half a day, all he managed to find was an old wash basin. I don't like this kind of shape. After a little more searching, he found a round wooden plank. It's too thin to serve as a flying island. Xuji practically turned the shed upside down, but couldn't find a suitable template for his flying island. At this rate, he would have to make it from scratch like the players did. He scratched his head and frowned, when all of a sudden, inspiration hit him. The Rubik's Cube. The Rubik's Cube was a creature made of iron and could be used as building material. The giant god was a synthetic life form composed of countless creatures. Would it be possible, these two creatures with great potential together? He considered this. I'll use the iron Rubik's Cube creatures as my basic building blocks and combine them into a giant god. By combining their respective strong points, I might be able to create the strongest being. The more he thought about this, the more Xuji became convinced of its possibilities. And that's not all. I can take this even further. This iron block still has plenty of room to evolve. I could make it into a rectangular Lego block for ease of assembly. Xuji recalled how he used to play with Lego when younger. With those colorful rectangular plastic blocks, he had made all sorts of things. Lego buildings, Lego figures, Lego planes, Lego vehicles, Lego boats. He could make what he wanted with them. The current iron block creature was already in the shape of a rectangle. Evolving studs and holes shouldn't be too difficult. Although Xuji did not have advanced knowledge of evolutionary theory, it was still easy for him to change a creature's basic shape. Evolving studs and holes was very simple. Like how farmers cultivate square watermelons. All he needed was a mold to limit the creature's growth. Hive mind, bring out the Rubik's Cube creature's genes from the genetic database and start the reproduction process. Xuji commanded. The hive mind responded with its mechanical voice, manipulating the genetic sequence, inserting spores, reproducing, starting. Soon, many Rubik's Cube creatures were born. Suji made Lego molds out of crystal glue and placed the Rubik's Cube creatures inside. Generations passed. As they grew up within the molds, their shapes were constrained by their molds. Eventually, after many generations worth of evolution, even after the molds were removed, studs and holes remained on the smooth rectangular blocks. I've succeeded at creating my Rubik's Cube variant. Suji furrowed his brow. Hive mind, name this new species. The giant god's basic building blocks. Done? Would you like to enter it into the database? Do it. Suji looked at the microscopic red Lego blocks scattered all over the table and laughed. To think that I'd make use of my childhood experience of playing with Lego like this. With this creature as the basic building blocks, I can easily make a flying island or a synthetic giant god. Furthermore, his giant V.2.0 would be much stronger than the player's giant god. It was made up of Rubik's Cube creatures after all. They were lightweight while being as hard as iron. A certain big shot in the field of biology had labored day and night to create them. With these Lego blocks, I'll now start to assemble a really cool flying island. Suji sat down before the table with the super tiny Lego blocks. Using a silver tweezer, he picked up the blocks one by one and assembled them into a circular island that was straight out of Minecraft. The island was about as big as a bathroom sink and used up 17 of Suji's Lego block creatures. My synthetic life form is now complete. Next, all I need to do is place it in the small sandbox and make it evolve in the direction of a bird. Suji rested a hand on his cheek. This is a golden opportunity to evolve my flying island, since the game's sandbox is empty right now. There were several players who could not participate in this project because they were busy with real life. But Suji decided to take away their ability to enter the game, just in case. It would be bad if they logged in all of a sudden and saw what the creator was up to. It's time to start the evolutionary process. I'm starting with a lump of biomass, just like the players did back then. Now, how am I supposed to evolve this into a bird? Suji scripted it. Made it online. Vengeful creator. Guys, is there anyone here who can tell me how to evolve a land-bound organism into a bird? Countless people rushed to put in their 2 cents. According to the history of evolution, you could try this. And Suji started to evolve his creature. His standards weren't very high. As long as his giant lump of spores could evolve into a bird, he did not care what kind of it was. As long as it could fly, he did not care about its shape, and he failed miserably. Back then, he had thoughtlessly evolved a bizarre bird without any effort, but purposefully doing so was an entirely different matter. His evolutionary technique has always relied on luck of the draw, leaving everything up to fate. Unlike the players, he did not study evolutionary theory like crazy, and was far inferior to them in this field. He failed again and again, and had to reassemble his Lego model many times, but he got what he wanted in the end. His flying island was a bizarre black and white bird that was a roughly circular disc in shape, with a giant pair of wings growing on its sides. Whoosh! The sink-sized bird took flight. Suji looked up and silently watched as it flew around his orchard. He thought that it looked as majestic as a hawk in flight. Not only can this bird serve as the land of the god Sechilus, it will also be my #1 bodyguard. Since it can fly, it can easily patrol the surroundings of my orchard and protect me. Back down. Suji stood by the entrance to his yard and held out his hand. Whoosh! The land of the god Seychelles lightly landed on the back of Xuzi's hand like a trained hawk. Its gleaming metallic wings were spread wide open, exuding a powerful aura. Xuji caressed its wide back, which had a hard metallic texture, and fed it an apple. "Good boy. From now on, I'll raise you in the orchard as my pet." Creak. The curious creature lowered its head and pecked away, finishing the apple in an instant. This synthetic life form was composed of countless creatures. Its skin and bones were all creatures with mouths of their own, so how were they supposed to eat then? Did they have to disassemble? They wanted to share a meal? That necessary. The players had already solved this issue. They had evolved a specialized esophagus that could deliver the food put in the mouth to every part of the body through a network of pipes that could even reach the skin, delivering food straight into the mouths of each of the creature's constituent parts. They put a lot of thought into this and had evolved a creature with a very sophisticated structure. "Hive mind, show me this creature's genetic properties," Xuji ordered. Its properties were as follows. The land of the Seychelles. Genetic properties: spiked shell, transformation, supreme regeneration, immortality. Can grow without limit, potential unknown. Oh, one of the genetic properties has changed. Xuji was a little surprised. The reason why the evil god Cthulhu was so terrifying was without doubt its genetic property, unspeakable horror, which made it something that could not be directly looked at or heard. This could be considered a kind of Devdaura passive technique, which instantly killed any life form that was lower leveled than it. Why did the composite creature before him lose this skill? Xuji looked at the genetic property that replaced it. Spiked shell. This sturdy shell has extraordinary defensive properties, capable of reflecting a majority of physical attacks, as well as partially nullifying mental attacks. This must be derived from the Rubik's Cube's sturdy structure. Not bad at all, Xuji thought. If you consider its immortality on top of that, then it's truly the ultimate tank. It could reflect damage back at attackers with its spiked shell. And even if you managed to kill it after a long and arduous battle, it would recover in an instant. Its three remaining tank properties, transformation, supreme regeneration, and immortality, were nothing to scoff at. That's so cheap. Don't mind me, I'll just lie down over here. Try and kill me if you can. Just don't kill yourself while you're at it. Lulz. Xuji thought for a moment, then asked the hive mind, "Why doesn't it have the unspeakable horror property?" The hive mind mechanically answered, "The previous subject was a conglomerate of 173 different species, while this one is composed of only one. Members of the same species have similar mental waves, which is why its consciousness is not nearly as chaotic." Xuji thought about this. Though they've split into different organs, each with different roles, at the end of the day they were still of the same Rubik's species, like how black ants, termites, and flying ants all belonged to the same family. He immediately understood and raised an eyebrow. "I see. So this is like when a person's body cells differentiate into blood cells, skin cells, etc. Though their forms may be different, they were all born from the same stem cells in the end. It was only natural then that it wouldn't have the unspeakable horror property. This creature may also be made up of separable components, but compared to the evil god Cthulhu, it was much more similar to a legit life form. I'll consider this a success. But doesn't this mean that I can now mass-produce demigod-level life forms? Aren't I too strong now?" Xuji laughed. "Maybe I should make more of them and create demigod army." He looked towards his room and smirked. "Perhaps I should replace all my furniture. If his table, his chair, his bed and mattress, his lamps, etc., were all composite life forms at the demigod level, then his room would become a truly eldritch and awe-inspiring place and abode that would finally be worthy of his status as the creator. Just thinking about it filled him with glee. But the hive mind wasted no time in dampening his mood. Creating too many of these cannon fodders is not recommended. Cannon fodder? Shuji was stunned. But these were demigods? The hive mind clarified. The mass production of artificial life forms was the specialty of the previous Tyrannus queen. This type of creature was used as cannon fodder in her conquest of other civilizations. Making too many of them is not recommended. You don't have the energy to spare. So what you're saying is that they're too costly, like me, to raise. Tsuji considered his options. Now that he had the template, there was little difference between making just one or making many. But if the creature was indeed a glutton that needed a lot of energy to maintain its bodily functions, then he shouldn't make too many of it. He couldn't afford to. The hive mind continued. While this creature has infinite potential and can grow without limit, it's better to focus on quality over quantity. You should pool your resources and focus on raising only one. What kind of resources? Zhu couldn't help but ask. Magical resources, the hive mind replied. Queen Mother, you intend to make each of its individual cells take in the evil eye's genes and embark on the path of magic, correct? G nodded. His thoughts were similar to the players. The creature would become truly powerful if each of its individual organs were capable of performing magic. In that case, its 7.321 constitutive blocks would be equivalent to 17.8 and 3.321 mages. This is an army that could conquer entire civilizations. How much magical resources do you think will be needed? Xuji into a cold sweat. This was bottomless pit. The hive mind wasn't done. Now, we'll take us backwards and assume that they could grow stronger without consuming any resources. Even if that were to be the case, you won't be able to leave them to their own devices. They don't have a mind of their own and cannot train in magic without the Queen Mother's interference. You will have to directly control their bodies and make them train, one at a time. 17.311 Jews, who'd require me to take control on an individual level before they'd be able to train in magic? Xuji felt an oncoming migraine. That's simply impossible. Xuji had enough problems just training himself, never mind controlling 17.321 mages to do so. It's not impossible, it will just take forever. The hive mind replied. Furthermore, once they become 4th-level mages, they'll graduate from being low-level life forms and gain self-awareness. They could train on their own after that. So I'm supposed to train each of them into a 4th-level mage in the meantime? Are you kidding me? There are over 17 million of them. Simple effort won't be enough. Xuji was at a loss. I myself am only a 1st-level mage right now. The 4th level is as distant as the horizon for me, okay? Leveling up gets incrementally harder with each level. That was something even geniuses had to deal with. The Emperor of Alchemy, Grantham, took only a month to reach level 1, a year reach level 2, years to reach level 3, and 20 years to reach level 4. So if I'm to individually control each cell and make them train, then for each of the 17.31 mages, I'll have to spend 20 years to get them to level 4. Zuji immediately stopped thinking about making another creature. The time and effort involved was simply terrifying. It was truly a bottomless pit. But of course, matching its cost, its limitless potential, was awe-inspiring. It was a war machine, a preternatural life form that no single individual could possibly stand against. Imagine this. When combined into a single being, a bunch of organisms that weren't even level mages could gain power equal to a demigod. What would happen then? level 1 mages. Their power should be able to rival level 8 myth. Then what would happen if they were level 2 or level 3? What if each of them was a 6th level legend and or a 7th level epic? Over 17 mil of such life forms combined into one being. The result would be unimaginable. But of course, over 17 mages reaching that kind of level was little more than a pipe dream. If only I could leave this kind of tedious and boring work to my serfs in the orchard. Xu Zi's brows twitched. Maybe I should open another sandbox, a magic training sim sandbox? This was an inspired idea. He'd allow players to control these 17 mil Rubik cells, and they'd train them into proper mages. The advertisement should be something like this. This magic training sim is the #1 choice for players who enjoy relaxing games. Experience the joy of growing stronger while training as a mage. Embark on an exciting journey of self-discovery. Seems feasible. Xu Zi tapped his cheek. But wouldn't people quickly get bored? You're just sitting down and meditating after all. What kind of an idiot would actually enjoy this? It's too hardcore, and there's no fun factor at all. He'd have to think more on this. If he could open up a new sandbox to the outside world and scam people into working for him, then his new pet would truly have infinite potential. But first, let's see what's going on over there. Xu Zi decided that he'd get back to this at a later time and turned his attention to the world in the large sandbox. Using his usual method, he began to spy on the enemy camp. The forum was extremely active at this time. As they went about their daily lives, many players had come into contact with the natives and learned various things. Very quickly, this post became a hot topic on the front page. What a shocking discovery! I've found the Emperor of Alchemy's dark past as an X-rated product. Xu Zi clicked on the post and found that every detail of Grantham's dark past had been uncovered. This was bound to happen. The moment players learned about the era of evil witches, they'd know how bad the slimes had it back then. Ha ha ha! Pros coins? So incredibly cheap. Lilith, the great queen of Babylon, once said, "The appearance of the slime species has saved the men of Babylon. It's as if they've been custom-made to satisfy the needs of those evil witches." Stop. I'm getting stomach cramps from all the laughing. I'm still eating. Do you have some kind of a grudge against me? Your post is murdering me? Everyone had something to say. The thread was filled with laughter and lively discussion. To think that the just and glorious Emperor of Alchemy had this kind of a dark past. After all, he was a legend in the magic world and revered as one of the mightiest emperors in history. Everyone found it unbelievable. But they also relieved. It turns out that we're not the only ones to have a hard time right after entering. Even Mr. Big Shot got pissed on by the natives back then. After a brief discussion, everyone put their VR glasses back on and re-entered the game. Since a few minutes outside was equivalent to days inside the game, a brief moment of distraction could get them killed. And indeed, a player had died in the past few days. My king has died. Under my leadership, Mesophagous species was thriving in the forest when a passing behemoth stepped on me and squished me underfoot. I know there are folks in the forum who were in a much worse situation than me. But did you die earlier than I did? This first player death caused waves in the forum. It was a given that many people would die in this hardcore game and get kicked out one after another. There was even a bold prediction that said most people wouldn't even last 3 years. But this was simply too soon. Hands off. Lol, I'm still alive and have formed a symbiotic relationship with the bird in my nest. I'm no longer a hare that's part of the nest, and have turned myself into an ahoja on top of the bird's head. I can use my mental power to somewhat affect other birds, deter enemies, and help it hunt for prey. He added that under his leadership, his species was also thriving and steadily multiplying, turning into ahoges atop of the bird's head. Screenshots. The screenshots showed a very curious-looking bird. It had messy, pitch-black human-like hair growing on top of its head, giving it a very strange appearance. What's more, the distribution of this hair was also weird. The top of the bird's head was completely bald, while surrounded by abundant black hair, forming a perfect tonsure. Hands off. So, what do you guys think? I'm a great hairstylist, aren't I? That tonsure is absurd. Are you trying to make me laugh to death, then inherit my fortune? You really managed to form a symbiotic relationship? Magic world, tremble in fear of the evil god. Even if you kill me, tear me into pieces, and scatter my parts throughout the world, I can still corrupt other living beings, like this forest creature, the tonsure bird. Toesi. Others also spoke up. Screenshots. Cute girl who wants to evolve into a dragon. See these screenshots? I'm the bone in the mouth of that giant dog. We have also reached a mutually beneficial arrangement and formed a symbiotic relationship. Now it's in charge of bringing me food, and I'm in charge of creating, giving it new bones to gnaw on. Everyone laughed out loud. What mutually beneficial arrangement? You're being bred as livestock. So this is the real-life version of Beauty and the Beast. Huh? Release that fair maiden. It's my turn to lick her all over. Huh? Cute girl who wants to evolve into a dragon. What is this? Stop laughing, you jerks! When the player who died saw these posts, he couldn't help but cry. People who were much worse off than him were still alive. Why did he have to be the only one who died? Why was he so unlucky? Who gets randomly killed off by a passing animal? As a matter of fact, it was extremely difficult for them to survive alone. Smarter players have all formed a symbiotic relationship. After all, they were only scattered organs and were not built to survive by themselves. They could only rely on other creatures. Right, the player who died, tell us your location. We'll head over and take custody of your species. We don't want to be missing an organ later on because they've all died off. Learning is a waste of time. One more thing. We should form 13 teams built around the 13 players who are in charge of our muscles. We'll rebuild ourselves, then regather from all corners of the world. This was the best way to go about it since muscles were the bridge that connected the separate organs. Without them, they'd never be anything more than scattered body parts. Meanwhile, Cerebral Bluff, who was currently a vellum notebook, was resting on a bookshelf. He studied the beautiful blonde-haired girl in the room while muttering to himself. Right now, we're a bunch of scattered organs, and it's extremely difficult for us to survive by ourselves. We can only attach ourselves to other creatures. But unlike those guys who formed a symbiotic relationship with birds and animals, it'll be difficult for me to bond with a human being since I do not understand the native language. He had a rough grasp his situation. This girl, Linda, was part of a very wealthy family that owned a manor and various businesses. She was a proper young lady who loved reading books. While she did not have any magical talent and was only an ordinary human being, her elder sister was a third-level witch studying in the Magic Academy. I must have been blown away to this location along with my subordinate skins, since we were close to one another. We were then found by this blonde beauty, Linda, who took the pieces of animal skin scattered on the ground and processed them into a vellum notebook. Flutter. Without any warning, Linda suddenly went to the bookcase and took down Cerebral Bluff's notebook, She returned to her desk and started reading. The blonde beauty frowned as she flipped through the pages. Am I imagining things? Why do I feel as if this notebook has gained several extra pages again? It's almost as if it's alive. Ever since this notebook came into her possession, unexplainable things kept happening in Linda's home one after another. Food constantly went missing in the kitchen. When people went to the restroom in the middle of the night, they'd occasionally see a shadow scurrying away. Their house was gradually turning into a scary and alien place. Furthermore, weren't the vellum pages of this notebook too thick? They even felt warm to the touch, and the more one stared, the more those creases on them looked like hideous mouths. As the food in their house vanished over time, this notebook was also gaining extra pages. What's going on? An unnameable horror gripped Linda, like tentacles reaching out from the darkness. She shivered. It's time I reveal myself. I don't understand a native language, and consulting the dictionary takes too long. But luckily, I have the netizens helping me out. Let's see now. They've taught me the 13 most commonly used phrases in this other world, and the greeting went something like this. Hello, I come in peace. When those words passed Cerebral Bluff's lips, however, this was what actually came out. Hey babe, wanna go on a date? Linda, who was flipping through the pages, instantly froze. Her mind went blank with fear. She scrambled backwards while screaming. Ah! This notebook can speak. Panic gripped her, and she exclaimed, such filthy language. Could it be that the evil god who was slain by Hermes is still alive? A few days ago, the evil god who descended upon the land was slain by the god of wisdom close to the Babylonian capital. This was known to many, but for an ordinary girl like Linda, this might as well have happened in another world. Such world-shaking events had very little place in her ordinary daily life. This note can speak. Linda could swear to the god of wisdom, Mercury, that this was the most creepy and horrifying thing she's ever encountered in her life. Calm down. I must calm down. Linda took a deep breath and hurriedly consoled herself. This creepy evil book hadn't killed her yet, so it might not be hostile. She'd hear it out first before deciding on her next course of action. When Cerebral Bluff saw Linda screaming in fear, he too was beginning to panic. At this moment, both of them were filled with anxiety. He gulped. Looks like I've scared her. I need to calm her down somehow. I still remember the words of reassurance that the netizens taught me. My next sentence should mean something like this. Please don't worry, I am your friend. He opened his mouth to speak, but what actually came out was, oh baby, please tenderly caress my body. Please write on me with your pen. Ah! Linda loudly screamed. She was utterly horrified. To think that a notebook would have a mind of its own. What's more, it kept uttering such perverse words. As expected of the hideous and disgusting evil god, this malicious note was full of ill will. It looks like I was too hasty after all. Nobody would be able to accept the words of a talking notebook. Cerebral Bluff was really panicking now. He wanted to reassure the terrified Linda, and hurriedly tried to remember the words the netizens taught him. Would you do me the honor of ripping me out of this notebook and using me to wipe your delectable ass? Ah! With this, Linda completely lost it and started crying. Pervert! You pervert! Why is she screaming so pathetically? Cerebral Bluff's mind was a mess. I'm very friendly. I'm a good person. He hurriedly made his king seize control of all the notebook's pages. The black notebook began to seductively bounce forward, while rapid-firing a stream of friendly words. Baby, can I your bathwater? He advanced one step at a time. Will you do me the honor of turning me into a leather vest and drape me over your beautiful body? He continued, advancing. Please attentively lick every single one of my pages and kiss me on the lips. Linda was practically mad with fear at this point. She retreated step by step until she was backed against the wall. This horrifying creature. It was so dark, evil, and perverse. What a demonic tome. I'm doomed. The beautiful Linda lost her mind and fainted. She passed out. It seems that a notebook speaking up all of a sudden was too much to accept even for a smart and beautiful girl like her. This was what Cerebral Bluff naively thought. But those 13 common phrases full of kindness and goodwill should have been enough for my good intentions to reach her, right? I'm really not a bad person. Cerebral Bluff quietly waited for Linda to reawaken. After a dozen minutes, Linda woke up to find a notebook silently standing guard over her. When it noticed that she was awake, it happily said, "Can I caress your delectable ass?" Ah! Linda fainted once again. The second time she awoke, she was resigned to her fate. She was stoically readying herself to receive all kinds of humiliation when she realized that she hadn't been harmed in the least. Although this evil tome had an extremely foul mouth, it hadn't actually done anything. She realized that she was safe for the moment. This evil tome is all bark and no bite. Meanwhile, in a lush forest, illumination, it's been blinded. Hurry! Dark perception. Bindings of spring. Several low-level witches were channeling low-level spells through their staves at a 6 meters long beast. Their foreheads were beaded with sweat. After multiple bright flashes, the giant beast collapsed. We've succeeded. Our teacher will reward us. The little witches happily cheered and hurried to the beast's corpse to collect crafting materials. Guys, you keep working hard like this, do you think we'll have a chance in the Inter-Academy tournament 5 years later? Will it even be held? It's the Age of Dark Witches once again. The Academy professors call this age the Second Dark Age of Roses. Medusa rules the entire world, and the mountaintop kingdom of roses is supreme. After some time, they happily left. Over 10 minutes passed. Then, long skinless strands of muscles that looked like hideous, bright red tentacles wriggled out of a nearby tree hollow and entered the corpse through its open wounds. I've finally gained a body, someone quietly declared. Whoosh! A truly frightening thing happened next. The dead giant beast, its eyes devoid of life, revived and stood up once again. Desecrating corpses and controlling the dead was something beyond taboo. This was an unimaginable realm that even the Empress of Death, Medusa, had failed to reach. If they saw this scene, then those little witches just now would have been shocked beyond words. With my muscle species, it's not difficult for me to take control of this giant beast's corpse. Standing in place, the giant beast started to punch the air. Its movements were full of power. I can perfectly utilize my family's martial arts, along with various other martial arts in this other world. This body is not bad at all. His movements were very slow in the beginning, but he quickly got used to his new body and began to speed up. In no time at all, he was able to dash through the forest, running and leaping with the nimbleness of an ape. Longji was part of the special forces and considered one of the strongest soldiers in the army. His marksmanship and assassination techniques were not even in the top 30, but he more than made up for it with his peerless martial arts skills. He was the proud heir of thousands of years of martial tradition. This was why he had been chosen. In this day and age, the advent of guns had reduced martial arts and CQC abilities to a mere supporting role. He had been overlooked for a long time, but had been specially chosen for this particular mission. When his superiors informed him that this secret mission could affect the fate of their entire nation, he'd been ready to put his life on the line to sneak into a hostile country and assassinate a key figure, or steal some institute's top-secret research. Dying for the sake of his nation would be an honor. But then, they told that his mission was to play a relaxing online game. When he heard this, Longji had been flummoxed. The secret mission that would affect the fate of a nation was for him to play a game? It wasn't like he didn't read web novels in his free time. Some of the top LRPG novels did have that kind of setting. Those novels would begin with the poor and neglected main character, who used to be an elite Space Forces officer, suddenly receiving a secret mission from the nation to participate in an online. For various reasons, this game would be able to affect the fate of all the nations on Earth. Afterwards, in the game, the Gary Stu main character would receive a hidden class right from the beginning, along with various other lucky breaks, level up like crazy, form a guild, take over a city, kill bosses, peon other players, and reach the top of the world, both in the game and in real life. I've read plenty of LRPG novels. Okay, why is this beginning so familiar? Longji was speechless. Is this really happening to me? Although he was scoffing, Longji was well aware that he was not a story's main character. As part of the special forces, he often fought with the other nation's elite soldiers and knew well how frighteningly capable they were. I can roughly guess their identities. There are only so many masters of CQC after all. The American agent should be Pell, the raging dragon, who's said to be able to subdue a crocodile barehanded. And from Japan, there's Swordmaster Yamada, who people say could cut down arrows in mid-flight. Both of them should have joined, right? Where are you hiding among these 13 people? We've never had a chance to shine in this age of firearms. We are the final inheritors of our respective nations' ancient martial traditions. Let us take the opportunity to have a good match in this other world. Don't think I haven't realized what you've been up to. Longji continued. That player who died to the giant beast, was it truly just a coincidence that he got stepped on? In the screenshots he posted, the beast who stepped on him had lifeless eyes and a very stiff-looking body. Clearly, it was already dead and was being controlled by your muscles, like what I'm doing now. You've started to gather evil god's organs. The first player to kicked out of the game has already appeared. Clearly, those other agents were working in secret to assassinate the clueless players en masse. For the sake of growing stronger, they were gathering body parts from all over the world, while assassinating the other members of the Council of 13. Their aim was to be the last man standing, becoming the sole controller of the evil god's muscles, and gain absolute control over its entire body. Longji's voice turned cold. They're covering up the other players' deaths as unfortunate accidents. While the ordinary players are still unaware, they'll massacre as many of them as possible. If the players run and hide, it would be difficult to find them. A storm is coming. The entire game will be upside down. After thinking for a while, he began to move. Compared to them, I'm off to a late start. My luck was horrible, and I've only managed to gain a body just now. The natives of this world possess supernatural powers. This 6-meter beast that's serving as my body is still too small. A martial arts-wielding giant beast should be unstoppable. With this 6-meter body, I'm confident that I can solo a giant beast that's over a dozen meters. I'll change bodies as I go along from 6 meters to a dozen of meters, to dozens of meters growing ever larger. When I reach 50 to 60 meters, I should be able to ambush a small town. With my zombie-like giant beast body, a regular 2nd or 3rd level mage won't be a match for me. I'll barge into a storefront that specializes in magic potions and seize a portion of the evil eye's blood, along with various auxiliary potions to stabilize myself. Once I've gone through the magic awakening ritual, I'll be able to become a mage. His goal was very clear. He was certain that the others also had similar thoughts. Everyone wanted to be the first to become a mage. Their secret contest has already started. 1. As he strode through the forest, he encountered a giant gray beast that was about 12 meters long, with violent glowing crimson eyes. Lowering his center of gravity, he shifted into an ancient martial arts pose. Just as Longji said, ordinary players were being cruelly and mercilessly massacred en masse by the various nations' elite agents who had infiltrated them. Regular people could not possibly compare to trained soldiers. In the forums, people were gradually beginning to realize that something was wrong. Reigned. Only 12 minutes had gone by since the first player death, about a week in the magic world. But many more people have already died. Without exception, they had all been stepped on by a passing giant beast. How could I be so unlucky? How did a giant beast accidentally step on my king of all things? Same here. I only play sing games and am a very laid-back person. Which is why I only wanted to create a nice comfy burrow to settle down in. God damn it! I've even hidden myself underground, but that giant beast still got me. I'm also in the same situation. This other world is too dangerous. There are too many giant beasts running around. Over 20 people have been kicked out of the game in this brief period of time. Furthermore, this mortality rate was not slowing down at all. If this kept up, it wouldn't even take an hour for all 100 players to be gone. But with the many accidents, observant people quickly became suspicious. Learning is a waste of time. I've studied the screenshots of those giant beasts who trampled you guys. They were kinda stiff, almost as if they were corpses being manipulated by someone. That can't be right. Even the Empress of Death Medusa is still researching a method to control the dead. Learning is a waste of time. I'm the one who came up with this plan and am also a muscle player, which is why I'm well aware of the muscle species' properties. What if those giant beasts were being controlled by a muscle player from within? With this, everyone realized what was going on. Other scattered organs might not be able to do this. But if it were the muscles, not only were muscle players essential, they also controlled the strongest organs of them all. If they could control the evil god's body, then controlling a mere giant beast once they got inside its body was a simple matter. Many people were agitated. All of them were being hunted by a muscle player. Once they thought this far, they realized that all the players who had died shared one thing in common. They had been the first to reveal their location. People angrily comment, "Why is someone secretly trying to kill us? Weren't we supposed to join up against our common enemy, the god of wisdom, Mercury?" Fuck, I'm so pissed off. I've been betrayed, so this is human nature. Our external remains a threat, but we're already stabbing each other in the back. This is why the majority of games make peak Harrisons turn red. To make a long story short, this happened because you're all eccentric troublemakers. Why bother working with you when they could just kill your kings and take custody of your leaderless species? That way, they won't have to worry about rebelling organs once they've taken them in as part of their body. Doesn't this mean that we can't anyone right now? Shut! I've already revealed my location. I must move quickly before I attract the attention of a peaker. Everyone was furious. The peaceful atmosphere was utterly ruined. There was a fearsome serial murderer hidden among the council of 13 muscle players who was mercilessly hunting them down and harvesting their organs. Knowing this made everyone tremble in fear. This person must be mentally ill. He must be twisted pervert who delights in murdering other players. Everyone was full of anxiety. On the other hand, the spectators on the internet were having a blast discussing this latest event. Guild wars and interplayer intrigue was a natural part of MMORPGs. It was about time for something like this to happen in Spore Evolution, which had been peaceful until now. In a certain way, this game has been true to its claim of being a relaxing game. Everyone had their own species to evolve, and players had no reason to fight one another. But now, the infighting has started. The selfish and evil murderer hidden among the Council of 13 had a very simple and obvious goal: getting rid of everybody else and becoming the sole muscle player who could control the evil. And this would clear the way for him to reign over the magic world as the next emperor of alchemy. Countless people were screaming and cursing. After all, even a bunny rabbit would turn rabid when cornered. At this time, big shots such as Akina's speedster and learning is a waste of time stepped forward to calm everyone down. Learning is a waste of time. The situation right now, you must not reveal your location under any circumstance. This could get you killed, and don't carelessly trust other muscle players. But you guys still need a muscle to help you unite your scattered organs. Among the 13 of them, I am one of the few who can be trusted. If you decide to believe in me, tell me your location, then stay where you're at and bide your time. I will slowly travel around the world, find you, and take you in. Most people felt that learning is a waste of time could indeed be trusted, and everyone sighed in relief. Akina's speedster also spoke up. If you guys think that I can be trusted, could also join me. You can absolutely believe in me. I should have already proven my character to everyone by now. Although Akina's speedster enjoyed messing around, he was someone with a passionate and upright personality. For the sake of his friends, he wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice himself. At this critical juncture, countless people had joined forces in a moving display of unity. They began to calmly and methodically discuss their options. Other muscle players naturally did not want to fall behind. After all, if everyone joined those two, there'd be nothing left for them. I can also be trusted. Join me, guys. Down with the evil picker, ruining our reputation. And thus, 11 people began to passionately swear that they were trustworthy, and that others could count on them for protection. God damn it, everyone's saying the same thing. So who's the murderer? Who's the werewolf? This is just like that werewolf party game. We're supposed to find the werewolf who's hunting down the innocent villagers. Everyone marveled at this comment. What an apt comparison. Lol, as an old hand at this game, I'm certain that there's one werewolf among the 13 players. But how many of them are there? Finding this out takes top priority. Right, we shouldn't trust people so easily, or we'd end up as sheep led to the slaughter. They started to play their impromptu of Find the Werewolf. There were many rational and well-thought-out posts. Masters of deduction spoke up one after another. Even the process of elimination was employed. They scrutinized the 13 players' usual habits and tried to prune the list of suspects one by one. But how could ordinary netizens possibly outsmart some of the best spies in the world? Before they knew it, this relaxing sandbox game had attracted the attention of people who were far above their pay grade. Another person suddenly spoke up. Who says this is a werewolf hunting game? Think about it, guys. Over 100 players are put on the same map to engage in a battle royale. You compete for loot and kill people to obtain their items. Isn't this more like a PUBG game? This immediately drew other people's attention. When you put it like that, isn't getting scattered throughout the entire world the equivalent of parachuting down at the beginning of the game? Right. And people who immediately died after falling to the ground would be the air-dropped items, right? Come to think of it, isn't biding one's time, searching for opportunities, discreetly acquiring the evil eye's genes, training in magic and growing stronger, the same as looting abandoned buildings? For stuff like 98K rifles, helmets, and body armor? In no time at all, what should have been a very serious incident had turned into a joke. What used to be an evil plot by certain muscle players to PK everyone else was now a game of Find the Werewolf, or a fun and challenging PUBG game, depending on who you asked. The spies who had infiltrated the game were speechless. We underestimated you. Not only have you noticed our plot and reacted much quicker than we expected, why are you so cheerful even though we've viciously massacred you? You really think this is a PUBG game, and that you beat us? They've been lurking the game forums and could not help but be amazed. These players were truly resilient. Just a moment ago they were all worried, but now everyone was happy again. Even though death was only one step away, even though they could die at any moment, why were they getting all excited? This fervor only grew as time passed. I can't praise this game enough. It's even taking advantage of the latest. Battle royales are among the hottest types of games right now. Winner, chicken dinner. Welcome to the exciting battlefield of Battle Royale in the magic world. The spies weren't the only ones in his orchard. Shuji was also speechless. How did things get to this point? These guys were nuts. But players weren't done yet. I've learned from you guys, so that's how you survive. Forming a symbiotic relationship with the native giant beasts and turning ourselves into one of their organs is the answer. I'm a hare and I'll need to bond with a giant beast by turning myself into an ahoj on top of its head. To the person above, that place is too obvious. It'll be easy for the PKers to find you. You have to hide yourself. You're a hare, right? How about turning yourself into a giant beast's armpit hair? Guys, want to form a party? Right, the players of ordinary organs, should team up. After all, there's nothing in it for us if we kill one another. We're not like those muscle players who can take in other organs. I've PM'd you. These people were no longer posting screenshots or asking for help online. They've hidden themselves and were only talking in private. As a matter of fact, the spies hadn't expected that people would notice after only 20 players had been ambushed. They had underestimated how competent people on the net could be. Thought the netizens were eccentric. None of them were stupid. These players have a very good mindset. Not bad at all. Xuji was leisurely eating his apple, savoring every single bite. But no matter how vigilant they are, most ordinary players wouldn't be able to evade those 7 professionally trained trackers and investigators. I fear that there won't be more than 30 people remaining by the end. It might even be as little as 5 and 6. In this battle royale, a bunch of tigers been released against a flock of sheep. Shuji was looking forward to seeing how many of these sheep would grow strong amidst adversity and survive until the end to become tigers themselves. The fewer of them remained, the better. Shuji was a dispassionate creator. After all, they've already completed their mission of evolving new species. And the evil god has been released into the large sandbox. Leaving these serfs in there would be pointless. Now that I got what I wanted, it's time to get rid of them en masse by taking advantage of those 7 people. Those 7 have the backing of the top research institutes in the world. They do everything in their power to develop their forces, advance the civilization, enhance their own power, and defeat their opponents. He'd benefit from their conflict and walk away the winner without really having to do anything. Suji turned his attention to Chen Shi's situation. She was nominally his girlfriend after all, and he should look out for her somewhat. I gave her a pretty good position. Unlike those other short hair players, the hair she's in charge of is very long and very fine. If you tie them up, they can kinda act as muscles and join various organs together. If she plays her cards right, she should be able to unite other players and become their leader. You can even say that she's the hidden 14th member of the Council of 13. The other players hadn't expected that they'd be broken apart and should be busily rebuilding their organs. Suzy, who had planned everything in advance, had paved the way for Chen Shi so that she would be able to compete with the 13 muscle players. In a dark forest, a piece of the scalp had joined up with a bunch of hair. I love learning. Ha ha ha, to think that us girls weren't separated and are still together. Tin foil. The scalp is the closest part to the hair after all. We're companions. I love learning. What do you think we should do next? Want to play werewolf or go join the battle royale? Tinfoil thought for a moment, then replied, I only joined this game to enjoy the scenery. I wanted to be screen archer. Violence is not suitable for us girls. I love learning. So what do you suggest? Tinfoil. How about we work together to make some money? We'll buy an estate, live in a luxurious manner, study the local cuisine, cook delicious meals together, and go on leisurely strolls. We'll go on a sightseeing trip around the world. I want to see the Firmiana tree growing within the depths of the magnificent desert. I want to see the evil eyes in their natural habitat of the great swamp. I also want to see the clock tower of the Babylonian capital and the wonder of the world, Adolphus. This girl had a travel itinerary all drawn up and ready for her sightseeing trip in the other world. I love learning. Fine, it's not like we could beat those guys anyway. We laid-back players have our own way of enjoying this game. A sightseeing trip it is, then. We will go into hiding from this moment forth and never join up with them. But how are we going to make money? Another player similar to us said online that he didn't want to participate in the battle royale either. He was going to raise some small animals, plant fruit-bearing trees, crossbreed them, and then make some wine. He was planning to make money by selling wine, since this world's wine tastes very bad. Its wine-making technology is still too primitive. Ah! Is he a farming game connoisseur? As for us girls, we'll make money by writing novels. Chen Shi said that while she may not be much of a gamer, she was a pretty good writer since she was a big fan of novels. We'll learn the native language, then work as translators. Their civilization is too inadequate. There's no wine culture, no music, no novels. All their books are either historical biographies or dry magic tomes. The Emperor of Alchemy introduced science and technology when he transmigrated. And now it's our turn to bring them culture. We'll plagiarize our world's novels, translate them, and add color and variety to the other world's civilization. I love learning. That's a good method to make money. The transmigrating main characters in many novels I've read started their careers by doing this. We'll have to find books that fit the culture of this world, such as Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, Harry Potter, The Lord of the Rings, etc. I'm really looking forward to how those stories will be received. Chen Shi got more excited the more they talked. It'll be fun, right? We should also plagiarize Eastern works as well, like The Legend of the Condor Heroes or Journey to the West. I'm sure they'll sell. While on our sightseeing trip, we'll act as wandering bards, telling stories and selling books. Their plan was coming along nicely, and they were about to start learning the native language when they ran into a problem. How were they going to acquire pen and paper? I love learning. Can't your hair species be used as pens? And my scalp can be turned into parchment. We just have to create as many offspring as we can, and we'll have our pen and paper. This is fate. We've been chosen by heaven to bring culture to this world. That was indeed the case. The scalp could be processed into vellum, and the hair could be used as needle and thread to knit black letters onto the parchment, acting like a pen. Furthermore, they could even imitate a printer by laying out 100 vellum pages and having 100 hairs copy their king's movements exactly. They'd be able to mass-produce books this way. How convenient. She wants to write books? When Xuji saw this, he pinched the bridge of his nose. I put you in charge of long hair so that you could become a queen, not for you to knit letters. Such a peaceful and easygoing girl. He did not really mind, though. As long as she was having fun, then everything was fine. But I do not think that those two girls would last very long. They'll live for a year or two at most before getting eliminated like everyone else. They should treat this as vacation. He turned away. Meanwhile, in the kingdom of Babylon, bad news kept arriving one after another. Demonic beasts who've been infected by the evil god's organs are now appearing all over the world. Your Majesty, everywhere in the three kingdoms, from the high mountain ranges to the deep desert, from desolate hovels to busy streets, bizarre events keep happening one after another, and people keep on disappearing. In the middle of the night, an evil tome can be found wandering the streets, greeting everyone it meets with profane words and making them run away in terror. Our citizens are deeply unsettled by this. Empress Medusa sat on her throne while listening to her minister's reports with half-lidded eyes. Even a notebook is walking and talking? What a terrifying evil god. We're only up against its scattered organs right now, and yet, Your Majesty, in the throne room, countless witch ministers were anxiously holding their breaths. After the three witches brought an end to the tribal era and ushered in the age of magic, mankind became the absolute masters of the magic world. Ever since then, there had been no species that could threaten man's supremacy. Because mages wielded supernatural powers, no matter how large they got, ordinary giant beasts weren't a match for them. But once they've assimilated the evil god's organs, those giant beasts turn into grotesque life forms that could practice magic and even gain self-awareness. If this kept up, then humanity would completely lose its advantage. Are we going back to those dark and horrifying days of the ancient era? Back to that time when inferior human beings could get eaten at any time by fearsome giant beasts? Medusa was silent, her dark and solemn eyes seemingly gazing into the past. It was as if she could see the era of the three witches, when mankind defied nature with nothing more than fire and blade, as she looked up at the deep blue sky. But mankind had gotten lost in its endless infighting between sects. Over her hundreds of years-long conflict with the Emperor of Alchemy, people have slowly began to forget about those difficult days, but Medusa would never forget. After all, one of the three witches who ushered in the age of magic, the legendary witch, Circe is my master. She silently looked at the mural of the three witches at the side of the throne room. It depicted that legendary moment in the ancient era. Three maidens crowned in flowers and clothed in animal pelts stepped over the bodies of countless women. Emerging from a mountain of corpses, they came together to lift a giant torch up high. After meditating for over 3 hours, she opened her aged eyes. To think that this kind of thing would happen in my generation. I've grown old, far too old. I do not know if I will be able to overcome this trial and make another breakthrough. My teacher, Circe, has entrusted to me the magic civilization that the three witches had started. I cannot let it end under my watch. As long as I, Empress Medusa, sit on the throne, my nation will never perish. Medusa gripped the delicate armrests of her throne with crushing force. Those creatures who've been infected by the evil god's organs are half demon and half beast, so I will call them demonic beasts. Her thoughts, were interrupted by the sound of hurried footsteps. "Your Majesty, giant beasts are attacking the small town of Loche, the edge of the mountain range. They're destroying the streets and cleaning out the alchemical stores. We've lost a great number of potions, and many level 1 and 2 witches have been wounded." "What? Giant beasts are attacking in great numbers?" Medusa stood up in shock. "The evil gods' organs were training themselves in magic? Although it's been dismembered after arriving in this world, its individual organs still retain self-awareness, and we're now trying to learn this world's unique magic system. It's trying to learn our magic." "What kind of monster is this?" She f***ed to the bone. She coldly commanded, "Send orders to the 3 great magic kingdoms. The great magic academies and magic sects are to lead their disciples on a sweep of the woodlands and major mountain ranges. All demonic beasts must be eliminated." The Spear of Witchcraft recorded this historic moment, when demonic beasts first appeared thus. The Kingdom of Babylon, year 837. The god Kudu's body parts were scattered throughout the world. They infected various creatures and turned them into demonic beasts. This was a very turbulent time period in the age of magic. We've finally arrived at this point. In the calamitous tribal era, giant beasts fed on mankind, and every day had been a harsh game of survival. But once mankind gained magic, they immediately cleared the level. Giant beasts who couldn't keep up with the version update were now far too weak. This was what Xuji thought when he saw this. It's super boring when mankind is the uncontested master of the world. A proper magic world should have all kinds of wicked, horrifying, and incomprehensible creatures. Which was why he was smiling right now. With the addition of all kinds of supernatural life forms, his world was finally complete. He turned his attention to the pet at his side. The oddly shaped bird that looked like a turtle's shell was eating from a stainless steel rice pot at the moment. He felt an oncoming headache at this. This kid eats more than 3 grown men put together. That's a big problem. His money was just about spent. He needed to come with a way to make some easy money. He sighed deeply, walked to the scooter he bought a few days ago, got on, headed into town, and bought another bag of rice along with some foodstuff. He was taking care of a glutton now and had no choice. He couldn't just release it into the large sandbox and let it forage for food by itself, right? For a while, Xuji wandered the town's suburbs. He traveled the small countryside roads and greeted the elderly ladies, who were planting crops by the roadside. Instead of hurrying home, he headed towards an isolated patch of forest. Heaven's hammer. Boom. The flowing brook before him instantly parted in 2. The water spray reached over 2 meters high, and he could clearly see the stream bed lined with pebbles. Whoosh. After a second, water surged in, filling the open hole, and the stream continued its steady flow. It's 3 to 4 times stronger than before. Xuji was pleased. After training for the past several days, I'm finally a level 2 wizard. Medea's Heaven's Hammer was a super versatile spell that would grow stronger along with the caster. When he had been a level 1 wizard, it was equivalent to always carrying harrying on his person. He could smash people's faces in whenever he pleased, but its offensive power was not that high. Now that he was level 2, it has turned into a giant 2 meters hammer that instantly cave in a person's chest, making it quite the savage spell. I'm growing stronger by the day. Xuji thought for a moment. But all of the matters is in their mind, while their body is extremely weak, making them vulnerable to sneak attacks. I'll need to reach level 3 before I'll be able to learn defensive spells. Other level 2 mages normally had 2 to 3 spells of the same level, but Xuji was too lazy to learn such low-level spells. having the versatile Heaven's Hammer should be enough. His farm life followed a strict routine where he set aside time every day to meditate and train his magic. It had taken Grantham a month to reach level 1 and a year to reach level 2. But it had taken Xuji only a day to become a level 1 mage, and right now, he was extremely close to reaching level 2. Thanks to absorbing energy from the past 2 extinction events, his spiritual power was very strong. As a level 2 wizard, I should be able to scan my body and even use my mental energy to keep the cancer cells from spreading and multiplying. Xuji stood contemplatively by the side of the brook, a slight frown on his face. Perhaps, if I keep training like this, once I reach the higher levels, like the epic level, no, just the legendary level should be enough, I would be able to purge the cancer cells in my body with my immense spiritual power. Unfortunately, he was out of time. The magic system was still a work in progress, but his cancer was already in its final stages. Even with his super fast leveling speed, he didn't have enough time to reach the 4th level. At this rate, he would certainly die. Magic training, too long to solve his problem. Meanwhile, the tyrannous hive mind had lost the science and technology of the previous generation, and only 2 simple functions were left. The first was its manipulation of spores. The second was the ability of the hive mind itself to perform complex calculations like a supercomputer and control the internet. He could not use the advanced science and technology of the previous tyrannous queen to cure his cancer. Furthermore, although he was a tyrannous hero and could control his own genes, he had no way to get rid of his stubborn cancer cells. Though he may claim to be the creator, he was pathetically weak. A simple issue that any legendary mage in the sandbox could solve was the sword of Damocles hanging over his head. In the end, I still need to depend on the sandbox. Xuji considered his options. The age of alchemy should have reached its peak. It's time for the main event. I'll place my cancer cells into the sandbox and let the mages inside study them. After preparing for so long, I should finally get started. After he finished experimenting with his level 2 magic powers, Xuji got on his scooter and rode back to the orchard with his bag of rice and groceries. He did not even bother to put anything away before heading straight to his room and opening his laptop. There were various things that he needed to buy online. The express delivery should arrive by tomorrow. Xuji's shopping trip into town took about 2 hours, which was equivalent to 8 years in the game. For Xuji, this was just enough time for things to get rolling. The majority of those who lacked ability had been eliminated by now, leaving over 20 players in the sandbox, 7 of which were the mass murderers. In this time, the Council of 13 had pinpointed which among them were the culprits. Top food chain Pell, Itoryu, nameless dragon. Everyone was furiously cursing these 7 players. To think that there were 7 of these mass murderers. This is horrible. They've gotten rid of most of the remaining 6 muscle players, leaving only learning is a waste of time and Akina's speedster. The discussion was quite heated. While it's impressive that the 2 big shots managed to escape death, bright stars have also appeared among ordinary players. What's most unbelievable is that, before they got caught, they were writing books, recording music, brewing wine, and spreading bar culture all over the magic world. There are taverns everywhere now, where music is always playing, and you can drink ale while listening to the bards tell the story of Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone. This is a copyright violation. They were committing a felony with their blatant plagiarism of books and music, which led to their getting caught by the piqueurs. Down with plagiarists. Most people were actually quite excited. Though they weren't a match for the Peekers, their time inside was equivalent to going on a vacation for 1 to 2 years. And they were already satisfied. Bringing culture to a magic world that was lacking in entertainment was quite the feat. And they were proud of their accomplishment. Aoese. After 2 hours, most of them had been eliminated, leaving about 20 left. Xuji brought his bag of rice into the kitchen and put it away. They've gotten quite good at hide and seek over 8 years. There are more of them than I thought. Chen Shi had left the game a while back. Like Xuji thought, she only lasted about 3 months before being found. At that time, she had been in a tavern, telling an excerpt from Journey to the West. She was just getting to the good part, and the merchants and witches were loudly cheering and throwing money at her, when a terrifying giant beast attacked. She was forcefully kicked out of the game and had just called Xuji to complain. Xuji comforted her by saying that she should just treat it as a 3-month vacation in another world. In the past 8 years, most of those 7 muscle players had become level 3 mages, and 3 of them had even reached level 4. Xuji frowned. That's quite worrying. Even Grantham took 20 years to reach level 4. The hive mind replied. The research institutes backing them had come up with the most efficient method for them to proceed. As players in charge of the muscles, they're collecting other organs and coming up with various special abilities. Oh? Xuji was startled for a moment. His interest piqued, he leisurely returned to his chair and started watching. Crass. Bang! A colossal 70 meters long beast, trampling through a lush forest, knocking over giant trees. The ground shook. It was a twisted amalgamation of rotten body parts that had been stitched together, giving off a horrendous stench, like an abomination out of legend. Hook in one hand and sickle in another, it was smiling viciously. A giant beast that was armored in countless white bone plates was desperately running away from it, while crying out fearfully, "Shut! I've been found by the worst peaker of them all, Pell the Butcher. He's considered the top of the food chain in this other world. He could eat any kind of giant beast or turn them into a part of his body. Pell was one of the most infamous evil gods, and the witches called him Nyarlathotep, the wriggling chaos. Think can run?" Pell sneered. He swung the hook with his gigantic, clumsily stitched together body. Swish. The ghastly bloody hook flew over a dozen meters, a crimson chain of muscle tissues trailing in its wake. Bang. The bone-plated giant beast was hooked. Though it struggled to run away, it was quickly dragged back. Decay. Laughed. Instantly, an acid mist that radiated horrifying power rose from his body of rotten flesh. It dissolved the body of the giant armored beast, quickly immobilizing the creature. Dismantle. He bowed down and swung the sickle in his other hand, quickly dismembering the giant armored beast. In no time at all, it was reduced to a pile of flesh. He picked up a piece, took a big bite, and chewed carefully while savoring the taste. Not bad at all. 8 times the protein of beef. Crackle. Suddenly, lightning flashed in the sky, accompanied by the roar of thunder. The abomination's body was instantly torn into pieces, leaving behind only blackened clumps. A legendary mage descended from the sky and studied the abomination's body. Damn it! Did I get him? Deep below ground, an earthworm-like crimson strand of muscle sneered. It's a good thing that I was remote controlling my species. Now that I've killed another player and gotten what I wanted, it's time for me to leave. I'll avenge myself later. The day that I rule over the 3 great magic kingdoms is not very far away. Meanwhile, why won't they let me use my Itoryu sword style? I'm a traditional swordsman, damn it. Yamada was furious. He was one of the smaller giant beasts, and wore a giant leather bundle on his back. Those accursed researchers are turning me into a walking cemetery. That's not cool at all. At this moment, he felt a commotion in the distance. Shit, I'm surrounded. He grumbled and unwrapped the leather bundle on his back. Inside was a bright red pile of flesh. Tombstone. The pieces of flesh wriggled and combined, gradually turning into a black 3 meters tall gravestone. The fleshy gravestone acted as a giant breeding nest, scattering cancerous lumps of flesh on the ground as it wriggled. These hatched into ghouls the size of a puppy. Go forth and plunder. Harvest nutrients for the grand tombstone. We'll make more of your kind. Reproduction is art. Swish. In an instant, the sky above the forest turned dark. Countless pup-like creatures swarmed the land, turning it into a hellish killing ground where plants and animals alike died one after another. Their remains were dragged back to the gravestone, and barely half a day later, grotesque zombies emerged. They flooded the mountain range, charging at any witch who entered. The witches, who hailed from great magic academies and sects, had an ugly expression on their faces. This evil god might not be the strongest of them all, but it's definitely among the hardest to deal with. Shub-Niggurath, the black goat of the woods with 1,000 young. They silently looked up. The black tombstone had grown gigantic. It was like a darkly majestic mountain from hell, built from so many corpses that it piled high above the clouds. These monsters are also creations of the evil god Cthulhu's scattered organs. But, since this thing is so fertile, its tens of thousands of offspring should not be as frightening as those evolved demonic beasts, right? Their throats were dry with unnameable terror. Meanwhile, Akina's speedster was hiding in a corner with a few other surviving players. The small animal watched this scene and commented, "Who's this? This peaker is so lewd. Doesn't this shape look just like a yeah, and it's constantly creating offspring too. So big. Stop messing around, dude. This is clearly a colossal gravestone, although its shape is a bit yeah." At this time, they were discovered. It's the blind idiot god, Azathoth. The witches were on guard. Boom. Countless witches converged on them. Run, guys. Strategic retreat. Akina's speedster cried out in panic. He took control of his muscles, gathered his bizarre organs, and gave the witches the middle finger while making a funny pose. As he ran away, he even turned his head back and shouted out between gasps, "How many times do I have to tell you pretty ladies that you're pronouncing my name wrong?" After some struggle, Akina's speedster's group reached the secret base that players used as a hideout, located in the headquarters of an underground religious movement. In the past few years, this religious movement has spread to various towns and villages. They worship the goddess of wisdom, Mercury, and placed in the center of their chapels beautiful statues of the goddess with torch in hand. In this turbulent age of demonic beasts, everyone lived in fear. The Church of Light had been born in order to assuage people's doubts and inspire them to make a stand against the evil witches. Akina's speedster sneaked in through the back door while muttering, "What an asshole." Not only did he create a church in secret, he also gender-bended the god of wisdom and gave her such beautiful curves. That figure is so alluring. But I like it. This, our revenge for the beating we received from the god of wisdom, Mercury, back then. Besides, it's not like anyone has ever met him in person, and he's considered a deity without form and gender. The concept of a church has never existed in the magic world before. There has only ever been sects and academies, which were gatherings of witches. On the other hand, the members of the Church of Light were all-inclusive, with poor citizens, craftsmen, merchants, and mages alike among their faithful. Priests of the church would open soup kitchens for the needy and treat their diseases for free with healing magic, gaining them a very good reputation among the common folk. At this moment, Saintess Linda was preaching in the Cathedral of Light. She held in her hand the Book of Holy Light, which was said to hold the teachings of God. Great power and endless wisdom was hidden within the white-covered tome. O faithfuls! Believe in the Lord, for he will save this sinful world. Our Lord will vanquish the evil gods and put an end to the demonic beasts. Let us pray together so that our voices will reach God. The Saintess's clear voice resonated throughout the entire cathedral. With the descent of the evil god, our realm has been turned into a giant chopping block, and our people, meat waiting to be slaughtered. What we must do is refine our magic in the fires of this calamity and reach ascension. Her stirred with passion. These words were filled with so much courage and ambition. They had been full of hateful complaints, fearfully railing against this cataclysmic era. But now that they thought about it, with great danger always came great opportunity. With pressure came the chance to break through. In the tribal era when magic did not exist, their honored ancestors had only created mages when pressured by the ever-looming threat of giant beasts. The crowd fervently roared as one, united in their faith. We will expel the evil gods. We will expel the evil gods. Look at this Sonova batch. He's living such a good life while we're all suffering. Akina's speedsters group dumbfoundedly watched the proceedings, while hidden in the shadows, their minds struggling in vain to process the scene. How would they react if they knew that their holy book is also one of the evil gods who's responsible for this calamity? Look at this thief brazenly pointing fingers at others. Vano Ise. Cerebral buff has been corrupted. He's become utterly shameless. He's learned from being tricked by those pricks online back then, and has completely changed himself. He went from a book that could only utter dirty pickup lines to a holy Bible selling chicken soup for the soul. Look at him preaching! Is he a fan of Dr. Phil or something? He's even managed to gather a bunch of zealous followers. They were utterly speechless. After the sermon, it was now time for consultation. A witch stood up and fearfully confessed, "Great Saintess, I cannot help but be afraid each time I face off against a demonic beast. What should I do? I don't want to become its food." On the pedestal of light, the Saintess flipped through the holy book, reciting the words that slowly appeared on its pages. Fear is the worst way to deal with things. You must overcome your own heart. Saintess Linda stepped down from the pedestal and approached the witch. She took out an egg and commanded, "Break it." The witch did not understand, but obeyed all the same. "Saintess, did you mean to say that with destruction comes rebirth?" Linda shook her head. "Look at this large round egg. If it is broken from the outside, then it's nothing but food. But if it's broken from the inside, then it would give birth to new life. If you can break through your fear from within, then you would be born anew." With this, the witch had a revelation. She was in awe of the profound wisdom contained within these words. As expected of the sacred tome that could communicate with the gods, next, a girl from a poor family stood up. "Great Saintess, when demonic beasts attacked our town half a month ago, my boyfriend abandoned me and fled. Later, he knelt down and begged for my forgiveness, and I feel a little sorry for him. Should I forgive him?" The Saintess turned the pages and quietly read the words that appeared. She raised her voice. "Do not bow, or your crown will fall. Do not weep, or men will laugh." The girl's entire body, she understood. The congregation had never heard such deep words before, and their faith only grew. After helping the believers assuage their doubts, Linda silently descended the steps and whispered, Why is an evil god like you siding with us against his kinsmen? Cerebral Bluff was no longer the chump who had been scammed by the nutcases on the net into memorizing those kind and compassionate T's common greetings. He had since reflected and taken the time to memorize 130 phrases which were chicken soup for the soul. He answered in a voice filled with affection and sincerity. I did not have a choice in the past, but now I want to be a good person. He's completely changed. Just like her faithful had been, Linda was moved to tears. I shouldn't have blamed him back then. The natives of this world are so simple and uncomplicated. They never stood a chance against the internet age's chicken soup for the soul. After pulling off his scam, Cerebral Bluff accompanied Saintess Linda down into an underground passage. It was a Victorian-style circular corridor, its dark and heavy walls decorated by exquisite stone murals and lined with flickering torches. The further down they went, the more spacious it got. An enormous chamber shrouded in darkness lay at the end of the passageway. Within was a skinless 100 meters tall titan. The titan's crimson muscles were exposed for all to see, and as it stood silently on the mud floor, it radiated an oppressive pressure. Great Pope, is our ultimate weapon against the evil gods complete? Linda asked while looking at the serpent of flesh beside her. This was the player learning is a waste of time. Cerebral Bluff was the Church of Light's Holy Bible, while learning is a waste of time was the Pope. Behind the scenes, they used the church to gather a great amount of resources for their secret research. Hands Off and Akina's speedster were also present. The good aligned players had gathered to confer in secret. Learning is a waste of time sighed and solemnly spoke. Several of us got attacked just now. We keep losing more of our numbers, and there are only 6 of us left after all these years. But we have also succeeded in plundering various kingless species from those peakers, enough to form 20 organs. Right now, with some effort, we'd be able to create a super-weakened version of the evil god. This is our Church of Light's final trump card. This difficult task was only possible since learning is waste of time had originally designed the evil god. It had taken them a long time since they did not dare to ask for help on the net, since it would reveal their identity and location. These lucky surviving players were divided into 3 teams. All 6 of them were now level 3 mages. In one team was Cerebral Bluff and Learning is a waste of time, who had formed the Church of Light in secret, and were the ones deepest undercover. They were always on the move while staying hidden among the people. This team was the main force that they'd use to vanquish the evil gods. The second team was Hands Off with his Ahoj clan. He had turned the tonsure bird into a force to be reckoned with. The demonic beast had gained great infamy, and was constantly being chased by the witches and the Church of Light. The third team was composed of Akina's speedster and 2 other players, who engaged in guerrilla warfare and caused trouble everywhere. Akina's speedster slammed his hand on the table. I'm so pissed off. We know for certain now that those 7 are the vicious peakers. Even if we can't win, we must drag them down with us. We must stop them before the entire magic world, which the Emperor of Alchemy had taken such great pains to develop, gets destroyed. They did not come to this world for fun and games. They are plundering and destroying for their own selfish goals. In the past 8 years, they've gone from considering this world as nothing more than a game to treating it as real life. It was inhabited by living and breathing people who wept when they got hurt. It had parents who despaired when they lost their children. Its mighty mages broke down when they lost their best friends. This was a real cataclysm, taking place in a real world. In the past 8 years, they had been bystanders who'd only look on in silence while the horrifying war destroyed towns and cities. As they wandered the ruined roads and watched while those 7 evil Peakers played with lives and massacred people with impunity, their hearts burned with outrage. They've matured. 8 years was enough time for many things to change. For people to change. It did not matter to them any longer whether this was a game or if a game could be this realistic. What they had to do was clear. They wanted to put an end to the destruction. Learning is a waste of time, gravely continued. Among the players in charge of muscles, only Akina's speedster and I remain, but the 2 of us should be enough to control this giant. We will form the core of the Titan, which I'll place at the nape of its neck. In other words, if this part gets attacked, then that would be the end of us, no matter how strong our regeneration ability is. This was the first time that Hands Off had brought his tonsure bird to the conference. He looked up at the Titan of crimson muscles and inquired. It has regenerative abilities, along with a weak point on the back of its neck. You're copying Attack on Titan? Idiot. Akina's speedster shook his head while solemnly replying. You're short-sighted. Who are we? So what does that make this giant? Let me show you. With these words, Akina's speedster took out a short magic staff and lifted the improvised transformer up high. Tig a transformation. I will become the light. Flashed. Brilliant white light burst from the transformer. As he ran towards the giant, his body broke into pieces and was absorbed into the giant's body. The alchemical gem on the Titan's chest glowed red, and the giant of light, Ultraman Akina's speedster, opened his eyes and slowly got up. Dust fell from the ceiling as the giant underground chamber shook from his movements. The gathered players looked at one another and smirked. The solemn atmosphere was all but gone. After being on the run while evading death these past few years, each of us has slowly matured and become a leader in his own right. But Akina's speedster is still as crazy as ever. Meanwhile, on a busy street, a tall and slender man in wizard robes was asking passers-by for directions while listening to music. He wore earbuds, which were connected to an exquisite music box in his pocket through a wire that looked like a pulsing blood vessel. His manner was very polite. Could you please tell me if there have been any unusual incidents in the city lately, or if any monsters have appeared in the close-by forest? After asking around for a while, he got the information he wanted and silently marked a location on his map. So, there's a weird creature in the neighboring desolate forest. Hopefully I'll get what I want. After all, if I don't get you, then one of the others will sooner or later. If that happens, then this magic world will truly come to an end. As far as this world is concerned, they're truly invading evil gods. Those bastard invading powers will destroy this pristine land. Standing on the bustling stone-paved street, Longji sighed as he looked up at the blue sky. He's truly grown attached to this land over the past few years. You guys think you're only playing a game, but this could affect the fate of the entire world, affect tens of millions of lives. The magic world was vast. If someone tried their best to hide, then even people like him would have a hard time finding them. Furthermore, it was no coincidence that the players who remained had survived. They've all become masters at covering their tracks and have disappeared without a trace. Contrary to his peers, who chose to seize control of giant beasts with their muscles, Longji has shrunk over time, gradually taking the form of an ordinary human being. At this time, a third-level witch who was passing by paused and started sniffing the air in alarm. This evil, nausea-inducing stench, could it be? She turned and looked back. The young wizard with the odd alchemical contraptions on his ears, who had been asking passers-by for direction, was gone. The witch had a somber expression on her face as she hoarsely murmured, That must have been the evil god who's hidden among the people. The nameless Mist Yog Sothoth. Courtyard. Suji had finished sorting through his groceries in the kitchen and placing them in the fridge. He took his clothes out of the washer and carried them out in a bucket where he started to hang them on the clothesline. To think that you can do it like that. The abomination is also a synthetic life form, just smaller. It's replacing the missing evil god body parts with limbs from ordinary giant beasts. Isn't this a flesh golem? This unique new path could give rise to a new class, the necromancer. Meanwhile, the Grand Cemetery's tombstone acts as a home base to mass-produce undead troops. Like a plague of locusts, the small mussels constantly multiply and take over the corpses of the forest's giant beasts. It's like a natural disaster, albeit one that's going through hard times. After all, the Grand Cemetery must stay in a fixed location to produce troops, but it keeps getting chased all over the place. This was similar to the previous Tyrannus Queen, who had focused on science and technology. She too favored creating bases and mass-producing troops. The method was different, however. Rather than relying on science and technology, the Grand Cemetery created troops using organic supernatural abilities. In a way, it was much like the Lich King's undead plague. Xuji found this method to be quite inspired. It was an entirely new school of magic. One was extremely aggressive and brought ruin instead of advancing civilization. And the final Piker, Longji, who has yet to reveal himself, seems to be focusing on growing stronger as an individual life form. Xuji was looking forward to their future development. As expected, these players, who were backed by research institutes, had grown frighteningly strong. They had taken full advantage of their muscle species. Something else occurred to Xuji. Also, since their kings always remain hidden, these guys are very difficult to kill. They're like liches who can only be killed once you find their phylacteries. The witches must be extremely stressed out because of this, right? At this time, the hive mind spoke up with its mechanical voice. Tyrannus Queen, the truly surprising thing happened elsewhere. Spatial magic appeared 8 years ago, when you've just left on your scooter to go shopping. We've both underestimated the Rubik's Cube's potential. It's in no way inferior to the evil god Cthulhu. Spatial magic? The Rubik's Cube had that kind of potential? Shuji was stunned. He picked up a wet t-shirt, propped it on a hanger, and hung it up to dry. What happened? The hive mind showed him the relevant images. This was shortly after you left. 8 years ago in the great desert of Nephthys, a few days after the evil god had been torn asunder. An old woman in rose-embroidered witch robes strode across the vast barren sandscape. She held in her hand a twisted black box which conversed with her. Raoesita, can you really let me live another lifetime? Charlotte was already very old. She had been a hot-blooded youth when she committed treason. But the Emperor of Alchemy had reigned for 200 years since his return, and she was only recently released. At over 200 years of age, she was no longer young, and was on the verge of death. It had been unexpectedly easy for Pan Yuxian to join up with her. While the entire world had been focused on the evil god's descent, she went to the great island prison of Carlson and found that Charlotte did not need to be rescued. When Empress Medusa had taken over, the former members of the Rose Saviors had all been released, and Charlotte was freed. Though she was already far too old, she was still a 6th-level legendary witch and confident to Empress Medusa. She had become the new prison warden. After they've traveled for half a day in the dirt. Found it! It's a good thing that we acted quickly, or it would have all evaporated. Pandora's box murmured while looking ahead. Within the desert was a pool of blood, which had been left behind when the evil god injured the phoenix back then. It's a good thing that those idiots are fond of taking screenshots and posting them on the internet. Otherwise, I'd never have been able to find this place. Pan Yuxian snickered. Those guys were way too reckless. They challenged the native gods and got a beating for their trouble. Which gives me time to prepare myself. No one knows that I've transmigrated. I'll pass myself off as a native, seal away you evil gods from another world, and usher in an era of peace. This is the phoenix's blood? Charlotte asked gravely. Pandora's box hurriedly replied. You've brought the ingredients that I've mentioned. As the Magic Academy's once-in-a-century genius, you must have mastered the arts of alchemy and medicine. Since I have the formula for the potion of genetic expansion on me, you should be able to brew it yourself. Though Charlotte had joined the Rose Saviors, it was only to study death magic, so that she could revive her dear friend Lucy. She remained a chaste orthodox witch with harmonious spiritual power, and had no problems using alchemy. Half a day later, after failing several times, Charlotte could finally drink the potion of genetic expansion and regain her youth. She had to overcome intense pain that tore at every inch of her body. But she still wept tears of joy. Now it's your turn to help me, Pandora said. Aren't you good at alchemy? Pretend that you're crafting an alchemical tool and carve your mental space magic on my body. Next, I'll take in the evil eye's blood and become a mage. Pan Yuxian could acquired the evil eye's blood long ago, but took her time because she was extremely ambitious. In her opinion, her species was still incomplete. She lacked that final step, getting turned into an alchemical tool by having magic runes carved on her body. Only then would she be in an ideal position to start practicing magic. Won't it hurt if I do as you say? Charlotte asked. Pan Yuxian shook her head. It'll just be like getting a tattoo. Charlotte kept on lecturing. My magic generates a mental space that draws in the consciousness. I don't know what will happen if I carve it onto your body. She continuously sketched delicate and precise alchemical formulas onto Pandora's box. This could even become your natural ability. You will become a living alchemical tool that can practice magic and draw others' consciousness within yourself at will. Charlotte demonstrated her full capabilities as an exceptionally powerful 6th-level legendary witch. After half a day, she was done with carving her magic onto the Rubik's Cube. Next, Pan Yuxian assimilated the evil eye's blood. This caused her rectangular, brick-like body to change. It stretched and gradually became slender in form, taking on the shape of a bizarre, unforged longsword. We've succeeded. Now that they've each gotten what they wanted, they returned to the Grand Island prison of Carlson. The prison held countless terrifying beings. The most recent prisoners were the master mages who had defied Empress Ermin when she ascended the throne. Furthermore, there were also prisoners from the rebellion 200 years ago. While most of them had died of old age, there were still some frightening monsters who survived. Their magic had been sealed, which slowed their bodily functions and forced them into hibernation, waking maybe once per week. Their situation was like the 7 little witches long ago, and they lived longer than ordinary legendary mages. But even with their extended lifespan, after living for over 200 years, they were reaching the end of their lives. Pan Yuxian's appearance in the island prison caused a great stir. How is this possible? This thing can practice magic? These delicate patterns. You have Charlotte's mental space magic carved onto your body? Hurry up and answer me. Unimaginable. A living alchemical tool. This could brand new field of magic. Countless crippled mages were sealed within the prison cells. As one, they slowly opened their drowsy eyes and looked at Pandora in shock. Mages were seekers of truth to the end. Even though their magic had been sealed, and they were about to die of old age. Their curiosity could not be stopped. Their 200 years of imprisonment had been extremely long and lonely. It was only natural for them to be excited when such an unusual creature appeared before them. A decrepit mage who had given up all hope was now pressing himself against the black iron bars while shouting, "You, that block over there. Do you want to become my disciple? You'll get to inherit my Ouroboros school of magic." If it wasn't for the Emperor of Alchemy, I'd have been the strongest mage of my era. I'll find you the most suitable training method. Bullshit. Another ancient magic caster snorted. He leaned against the bars and furiously glared. My school of magic was clearly supreme. Back in the days, countless young mages knelt down and begged to become my disciple. But I refused them all. Being able to learn from me is a great honor. If you kneel down and call me master right now, I'll reluctantly accept you as my disciple. Look at the loser who lost to me talking big. As everyone argued, a wizened beast woman emerged from darkness and addressed the gathered mages through the bars. "Stop squabbling. I'll teach her." The room instantly turned silent. No one dared to speak. This woman was the ruler of the Beastman Kingdom, Emery. She was a monster among monsters, and her name alone was enough to make these greatest of legendary mages retreat. Emery shakily moved around in her cell, then suddenly frowned and spoke up. "Why don't we all teach her together? In our era, we've all lost to the Emperor of Alchemy, but our knowledge must not die with us. Perhaps our shared disciple will be able to become the second Emperor of Alchemy." The gathered mages were startled and had uncomfortable expressions on their faces. They were the strongest mages of their era. If it hadn't been for the Emperor of Alchemy, then that glorious age where geniuses kept appearing one after another, they would have, but now they were being asked to lay down their pride and share a disciple. Emery angrily scolded them. "You're picking sides even now. Do you want your magic to be buried with you? Outside, the evil god has invaded, and our entire world is in danger. A second Emperor of Alchemy must appear among us mages to lead the world out of this dark era. Is this really the time to hoard your precious magic?" Her audience silently pondered her words. While they may be power-hungry, they were not heartless, and had already heard from Charlotte about the evil god Cthulhu's descent. An ancient terror has returned, and even Empress Medusa was powerless against it. One of them smiled coldly. "If you won't teach her, then I will. We were very lucky to have been born in the Emperor of Alchemy's era, but that was also our greatest misfortune. We've lost to him all our lives, but if our disciple could, I'll teach her. The results of my lifetime of hard work must not die with me. Don't start her training yet. Thanks to her special trait, magical runes can be carved onto her body. Using Charlotte's mental space magic as the basis, we will each integrate our own unique magic and engrave upon her an all-encompassing magical pattern that has all of our abilities. Ha ha! We'll surpass the Emperor of Alchemy. If he could pioneer a new path, then who says we can't do the same?" Someone else declared. Though he was old and decrepit, he was now full of energy. These prisoners were mighty lords who once dared to rebel against the Emperor of Alchemy. They were titans of the great magic sects, and even had the Harpy Queen who once ruled the Beastman Kingdom among their numbers. They've grown old and did not have long left to live. They could end their lives as failures any moment, but still they wanted to leave behind proof of their existence. A year passed, then 3 years. In the outside world, the evil gods have all become level 2 mages. The faster ones have even reached level 3. But Pandora was still an ordinary person. Although she had been full of ambition when she first entered, she was now the weakest player of them all. Even those lackadaisical storytellers and wine brewers were far stronger than her. The evil gods outside have begun to stir. They've gotten too strong. It's time we start her magic training, or else she'll only be a level 3 or 4 witch when the evil god Cthulhu recovers. She won't be able to handle that world-ending cataclysm at this rate. But we're not there yet. We need a little more time. Her rectangular body is extremely sturdy, like an unforged sword. If she were to use her spiritual energy to forge herself into a holy sword, she might be comparable to the legendary Sword of Damocles. You're crazy. That's impossible. It's not impossible. We have to give it our all. The Sword of Damocles is the holy sword God gifted to mankind. No one knows what it's made of, but in my opinion, the material of this Rubik's Cube is very similar to what's in the records. Heresy, heresy. The mages heatedly argued. Even the prison warden, Charlotte, had joined in. They argued until their faces turned red in order to find the optimal solution. In the 5th year, their research was finally complete, and Pandora started her magic training amidst everyone's great expectations. Half a month later, the pitiful girl was finally a level 1 witch. She couldn't help but weep. It took me 5 years to become a lowly level 1 witch. Pandora was grief-stricken. Reality was harsh indeed. Wrong, wrong, wrong. For this wind magic, you must step on the tip of the wind. A legless mage who was sitting on a wheelchair scolded her. Try again. My alchemy class is up next this afternoon. I was the greatest alchemist of my generation. Wrong, wrong again. Our spiritual magic, the eye of eternal night, is illusion magic. If you want to bewitch others with your eye technique, you must first see through the god within you and have no fear. Charlotte, who had gained a second life and was now in her prime, was also teaching Pandora. She was a very strict mentor. In this room half a month later, I'm reminded of that novel where the main character was left in a den of notorious villains as a baby and was raised by them. These ancient monsters from 200 years ago are teaching me their unique skills. I'm learning alchemy, spiritual magic, curse magic, defensive magic. When it's time for me to leave, the entire world will tremble. I'll vanquish those hateful 7 peekers outside. Those damn invading evil gods, I'll seal them and drive them out. I'm finally a 1st level mage, and already have spiritual power. Pan Yusion thought this, and reached for the plant on the table before her. This was the moment of truth. It was time to test the magical pattern engraved upon her by those ancient mages. At my level, I won't be able to pull in a human soul, so I'll have to test my spiritual magic on a plant. She started casting mental space magic on the plant before her, but nothing happened when she focused her mind. The plant's supremely weak soul remained unmoved. The mages around her turned pale with shock. Could it be that they've grown senile in their old age and created something utterly useless? Possible. Why aren't you able to pull in the weak soul of a plant? According to our projections, you should be frighteningly powerful even at level 1. What's going on? Is wrong. But where did we go wrong? No, something did happen. Charlotte suddenly noticed something, thanks to her extremely sharp spiritual senses. Nothing happened to the plant, but a grain of sand in the flower pot has vanished. Right, could it be? Hurry, your mental space. In the prison, countless mages had shocked expressions on their faces. Pan Yusion was stunned. When she silently probed the mental space within her, she found a floating grain of sand. Not only can I draw in others' spirits, I can also put in physical objects. This is spatial magic. Since I can store objects, I'm a bag of holding? Pan Yusion was incredulous. Exuji was a little surprised when he saw this. They made a bag of holding? Spiritual magic had always been prevalent in the magic world and was considered the most basic magic. After all, their magic was built on the genes of the evil eye, which granted spiritual power. There was a famous phrase from the era of the three witches which said, "Magic lets your spirit change properties from fire into earth, from electricity into the sun and moon, and from the ocean into flames." By this principle, the one gives rise to the many. Could focused spiritual power affect time and space? In the magic world's academies and sects, this has always been a popular research topic and considered an esoteric philosophical problem that was very difficult to solve. Charlotte's signature mental space, magic, when combined with the Rubik's Cube and the magic of the sealed ancient mages, has given birth to a miracle. Mental space has been turned into physical space. As a matter of fact, space folding technology and subspace technology had been perfected by the previous Tyrannus Queen, who focused on science and technology, but for Xu, this technology was still in its embryonic stage. His was a fantasy world populated with demigods and perhaps even gods in the future. Ant-sized gods were still gods, like the mythical gods of Earth. The myriad gods of the magic world would be true creatures of fantasy and wield unimaginable power. Pandora's box's spatial magic will not become widely spread. Most likely, the Rubik's Cube will only be used as general-purpose biometal because they'll need to train in magic before they'll be able to open their subspace. The hive mind spoke up with its mechanical voice. She nodded. In other words, it was not so easy for other people to gain a spatial magic tool. Aside from Pandora, who was sentient and could train on her own, if other people wanted a magic box with its own subspace, they'd have to take control of a mindless Rubik's Cube, carve the same magic pattern on it, and then train in its stead. This was similar to how Xu had intended to take control of one of his 17,000 magical Lego blocks and train it in magic. They'd have to devote half of their training time to the magic box. This difficult and time-consuming process was something that could only be done by a huge magic academy or magic sect, which had many mages who were willing to train day and night to see the project completion. Furthermore, a level 1 magic box could only hold a single grain of sand, a level 2 magic box could only hold a bowl, and level 3 magic box only had a subspace of 1 square meter, which made them very limited in use. Things weren't so bad at the latter stages, as the power of mages drastically improved with each level gained. A 4th level magic box had a subspace of 5 square meters, which was somewhat useful. A 5th level magic box had a subspace of 30 square meters. A 6th level legendary magic box had a subspace of 200 square meters. And a 7th level epic magic box had a subspace of 2,000 square meters. While the prospects are great, Pandora is only a level 3 witch after 8 years, with a subspace of 1 square meter, enough to hold half a human body. In the real world, she'd only be able to hold half of an ant. After thinking for a moment, Xu concluded that the magic box was simply too weak in the beginning. Nevertheless, he was still quite satisfied with the current situation. The magic world had become a much more colorful place with the addition of the evil god Cthulhu, the abomination, the grand cemetery, the demonic beasts, the Church of Light, and the Bag of Holding. It was now a complete fantasy world whose civilization would reach its peak in the next 200 years. Hertabi. Even true 8-level mythical life forms might appear. Now that this world has reached maturity, it's time to begin. Xu was quite moved. He could barely remember the previously desolate land with extremely primitive civilization and ecology. It felt like an entirely different world. These achievements had been built on endless corpses and the passage of countless eras. He, the creator, stood at the summit of eons, atop the remnants of many generations, seeking for a way to save himself. He saw the heroes of each era standing before him. Gilgamesh, the three witches, the emperor of alchemy. Mankind's epic saga is a saga of passion and courage. Death will never make us bend, will never break us. Mages are eternal seekers of truth. With enough knowledge, I can move the entire world. Amidst rage, joy, resentment, and grief, heroes came and went, time ever onwards. The ancient historical records, the Book of Genesis, and the Spear of Witchcraft could not cover everything, but as an impartial observer, Xuji had borne witness to the entirety of the magic world's history. They couldn't possibly know that they're just tiny people living in an orchard, right? Just specimens in a glass jar. Xuji had a complicated expression on his face. And their creators nothing more than a poor and desperate cancer patient who had fled with his luggage back to his old home. Xuji wasn't self-righteous or arrogant. He clearly recognized the fact that he was weak. It's time to take that all-important step. I'll cure myself and get rid of the sword hanging over my head. Now that he has reached this point, Xuji could not help but wistfully look back on the previous eras. He slowly regathered his composure while doing housework. After drying his clothes, he stood up with the bucket and headed for the gate. The fight against the evil god will inevitably push the magic world's civilization to its peak. Meanwhile, those 7 conspirators, the evil gods invading from another dimension, will attempt to unify the world. The evil god will completely revive and usher in the apocalypse. I don't know that kind of devastation it will cause, or how many people will die. I don't know if rebirth will come after destruction, or if the people will be able to recover from this catastrophe. In my current condition, my body won't be able to accept the energy feedback of a 4th extinction event. Xuji could not help but feel an extreme sense of urgency. I absolutely have to get my cancer cured before everything goes down. The seeds he sowed have bloomed beautifully, and it was time to take care of his problem. Xuji received his express package the noon of the following day. The delivery guy was very friendly and Xuji gave him a 5-star rating. Within the package's foam wrappings was a chunk of dry ice, its cold air creating a faint white mist. It's kinda shaped like a sword. That's good enough. Using his tools, Xuji carved the dry ice into his desired size and shape. This should be able to pass as the Sword of Damocles. Saying so, Xuji used a knife to cut open his finger and dripped his blood on the holy sword of dry ice. Since my cancer is in its final stages, there should be cancer cells in my blood. According to historical records, Gilgamesh once cut open the creator's finger, staining the sword out of Damocles with the legendary blood of immortality. During the Great Flood, Xuji had discreetly removed it from the sandbox, which was why countless generations of Babylonians couldn't find the Sword of Damocles, no matter how hard they tried. He had considered introducing cancer cells by staining the original Sword of Damocles with his blood and placing it in the large sandbox. But, compared to the current magic civilization, that alloy metal sword had fallen behind the times. Wouldn't it be laughable if any epic mage could shatter the holy sword bestowed by God? Xuji thought. Although Gilgamesh had reached the epic level in pure strength, he treasured the Sword of Damocles and never thought of breaking it. But mages are rebellious seekers of truth, and even the Emperor of Alchemy caused trouble. I must be on guard, which is why dry ice is the best choice. The alloy sword is too much of a risk. People would find that the sword granted by God had turned into icy mist. instantly dissipating the moment they opened the coffin. And all that would be left behind was the crimson blood of immortality. This was the ideal method. I'll also need to make a fake tomb. Xujiji thought, I don't have Gilgamesh's body, but I can use burial clothes instead. And then I'll place that sword of Damocles stained with my immortal blood in the tomb. Xuji silently got everything in order. Empress Ermin, who has mastered the pulse of life. Empire Medusa, who commands life and death. What will you make of my cancer cells, I wonder? Will you be able to save me? I'm anxiously waiting. Anyone well-versed in medical knowledge would know that cancer cells aren't a foreign virus. They're out-of-control traitor cells that are part of the body, with a nigh-infinite lifespan and the ability to multiply without limit. The current Xuji was no longer 100% human due to his genetic manipulation. He had two sets of genes. The first was his human genes, and the second was the genes of the evil eye. At his core, Xuji was a tyrannus, but he didn't want to swap out his human genes. If he did that, he'd no longer be a humanoid creature. His cancer cells used to be ordinary cells, and it was only natural that after they rebelled, they'd still have the properties of both human and evil eye's cells. This is why, the more I grow as a life form, the stronger my cancer cells will also grow, Xuji murmured. If I integrate even stronger genes into my cells, then my traitorous cancer cells will also gain those powerful genes. Right now my cancer cells aren't ordinary human cancer cells, they're cancer cells with the special properties of the evil eye's genes. Xuji deep breath. It'll only grow stronger as time passes. Hopefully, they'll be able to take care of it. Xuji sealed the dry ice into a tiny, specially made coffin and discreetly placed it by the sandbox's border. Next, he logged in as a player and entered the large sandbox by sneaking through the passage between worlds. He moved the coffin to a mountain valley and started digging. A night has gone by since Xuji received his express delivery, which was equivalent to 50 to 60 years in the sandbox. The Kingdom of Babylon, year 851. A unique kind of bio-magic box, along with knowledge of its spell structure, silently began to spread throughout the three great kingdoms. After recovering from their initial shock, the great academies and sects began to pool their resources to produce magic boxes. They greatly treasured the boxes and used them to store their precious materials and prized magical tools. Magic spells to trap enemies, transport food and animals were also developed using the magic box as the basis. The national power of the three great magic kingdoms improved by leaps and bounds. War greatly advanced the development of civilization. The Kingdom of Babylon, year 866. The evil gods grew ever stronger and more uncontrollable. When traces of the crawling chaos Nyarlathotep were found deep within the Balchik mountain range, Empress Ermin and Empress Medusa led the entire nation against the evil god and seriously wounded it. The Kingdom of Babylon, 867. Captured witches began to side with the evil gods. We've opened our eyes to the truth. We cannot stop the descent of the evil god. We simply have no way of killing them. We can only helplessly watch as they grow stronger. The witches were fanatical in their worship and even offered their own blood as tribute. They hid magic circles within each town and village to speed up the evil god's descent. Traitors like them will always exist, no matter the world or era, and the magic world was no different. When threatened by those stronger than them, these traitors would throw away their pride just to save their own skin. The Kingdom of Babylon, year 875. The evil god's followers were growing ever bolder. A great number of mages had joined them, and they even had their own underground cult. Their name had become synonymous with invasion, evil, terror, and death. Although the evil gods were still only level 5 mages, the momentum of their growth could no longer be stopped. Because they could not be killed for good, the witches could only watch as they grew ever stronger. In the same year, the 7 evil gods fought one another, reducing their numbers to 6 evil gods. One of the spies had been killed and forced out of this survival game in another world. They're killing their own kind? Such brutality. No, through killing one another, they're merging. Soon, the unifier of all things, the evil god Cthulhu, will reawaken. The kingdom of Babylon, year 879. Medusa's time was running out and she would soon die of old age. That night Ermin paid her a visit. Back then the evil god attacked the phoenix and came to Babylon with the phoenix's blood. After the god of wisdom broke it apart, I have managed to collect some of the phoenix's blood it carried. Ermin revealed the ocean of genetic expansion. For a moment, Medusa was stunned. She smiled humorlessly. "You're giving that to me? Weren't you my mortal enemy?" Ermin shook her head. "The day will come when I seal you away in my master's place. But now is not the time. With my master death, you are our world's only hope." "Oh, I'm your only hope, huh?" Medusa did not refuse her. She took the forbidden potion and said, "I will wait until the last possible moment before using it. This potion is the Emperor of Alchemy's gate of truth, not mine. I am close to finding my own gate of truth. Very well, then. I care not about becoming the hope of others. All I see is the powerful enemy before me." Medusa happily smiled the smile of a young girl, and returned to her alchemy table. She bowed down before her microscope and continued her research. "The death and rebirth of cells, is it?" Ermin smiled and quietly left. She knew that Medusa was not truly evil at heart. She was simply willing to do whatever it takes in her obsessive pursuit of strength, and thought nothing of risking her life if it'll get her to the summit of this world. In a way, you are the purest mage of all, willing to whatever it takes in your pursuit of truth. I pray that you will be able to find death's truth. The Kingdom of Babylon, 891. Instructors of the Babylonian Magic Academy were leading their students on an excursion into the mountains when they saw a towering pillar of frost rise into the sky. What's that? Their magic robes coated with rime, they pushed their way through the blizzard while shivering from the cold. When they reached their destination, they discovered hoary ruins decorated with murals reminiscent of ancient Sumer. As they excavated the ruins, 3 primitive murals appeared before them. The first mural depicted the ancient farming era. A sky-spanning giant stood above a towering forest. He held in his hand 3 treasures and was bending down to look at a tiny boogape. The second mural depicted a vast and prosperous city. A majestic king sat on his high throne, sword in hand, ruling over a mighty civilization that encompassed the entire world. The third mural depicted a terrifying cataclysm. A vast giant above a mountain of corpses. The sword-wielding king had fallen, his blood pooling beneath him. News quickly spread. Ruins of ancient Sumer? A tomb? How can there be a tomb? The great flood should have washed away everything. Can it be? This tomb is the ancient tomb of Gilgamesh? This is a momentous event. No one has seen a god's true form in the Babylonian era. Even Mercury had used avatars. But Gilgamesh had encountered and conversed with God in all his glory. He had conversed with the supreme deity beyond all human comprehension, the creator of worlds, the legendary creator. Deep within a dark forest, the butcher feasted, his chewing filling the forest depths with a disturbing grinding sound. Licking his bloody lips, he put down his meat hook, placing it by his putrid body. "The Research Institute wants me to investigate a tomb, huh?" He turned and looked in the mountain range's other direction. Gilgamesh, is it? From the civilization before the Great Flood, the strongest man of ancient Sumer, who dared to point his sword at God. I must reach his tomb before the other countries. In a prosperous city, an eccentric headphone-wearing wizard was walking in the streets. I might be able to find ancient documents that will shine a light on this world's true history. If I'm lucky, I might even find the Sword of Damocles. With the appearance of the tomb of Gilgamesh, the primeval king of heroes, forces throughout the entire world began to move. We cannot let it fall into the hands of those evil gods. Such blasphemy must never be permitted. In the audience chamber of the two great kingdoms, the two empresses sat on their high throne while holding court with their witch ministers. They knew that the situation was urgent and have decided to personally lead the excavation of the tomb. A few days later, the leaders of the magic academies and sects have all arrived at the dig site. There were about 13 legendary mages patrolling the vicinity. The ground shook. The giant Adolphus, iron shovel in hand, circled the area, trampling the land in his wake. The excavation is progressing too quickly. If only we had another 100 years, they'd be no match for us. The 6 spies solemnly watched them. They kept their distance and did not dare to make a single sound. They simply did not have enough time. The fastest among them was only a level 5 mage. They who weren't even at the legendary level were appropriately fearful of 7th level epic witches. But the others should be close by, right? Hidden in the forest, their eyes glinted with cold-killing intent. Their form faded into the shadows. This is my chance to kill them, rob them. In the tomb. This art style is not from our Babylonian era. It's too ugly and looks like a kid's doodles. Medusa was frowning. If it wasn't for the sky-spanning column of cold air, she would have thought that this was a fake tomb. It's not the art style of ancient Sumer either. The Sumerian city-states era had a very high level of craftsmanship, and their relief carvings were extremely detailed. Ermin said, "There are only 2 possibilities. 1. This is a child's drawing from the even more ancient tribal era, when technology was lacking. This cannot be from the Stone Age." Medusa shook her head. "The murals clearly depict the Great Flood," Ermin continued. "Then it can only be the second possibility. They had the technology, but not the time to make detailed carvings and had no choice but to simplify everything. It can't be?" At this moment, their entire bodies trembled and their eyes shone with excitement. Right, if the murals depicted the Great Flood, then this tomb must have been built afterwards. Who would have the authority to start constructing a tomb right before the Great Flood? As a matter of fact, Xuji was quite hurt by their kids' doodles comment. He tried hard, he really did. But he was no artist, and he also had to fake signs of old age by baking the murals according to online instructions. But the girls did not know this. Neither would they care, even if the murals were brand new. If this was truly the tomb of the king of heroes, Gilgamesh, then they wouldn't question it no matter what kind of odd thing they encountered. They only cared about what was within the coffin. Benit. With that command, the lid of the coffin was slowly slid aside. A blast of cold air greeted them. Within the coffin was a pile of clothes and a long sword-like object that was emitting white mist. It was stained with fresh blood. "This is?" Medusa lightly gestured, and the blood-stained block of dry ice floated up into her hands. The blood that dripped off, it was also enclosed in her immense spiritual power and left floating in the air. Such a terrifying chill. What is this? Ice. This cold mist is similar to what the witches saw outside when they discovered the tomb. Their civilization had already advanced to the point where water mages learned how to cool water into ice, and they were familiar with the concept. This is not ice. I detect no magical fluctuations, but then how can it be so cold? And it's vaguely in the shape of a sword. Is this the legendary? She frowned in disbelief and looked at the drops of fresh blood. Whose blood is this? It was at this moment that she remembered an ancient rumor. It can't be. With a light flick of her hand, she summoned a magic box and brought out a microscope, along with various alchemical flasks. She had made her mages work very hard to create a spatial magic tool. But even though she had put the entire nation to work, this magic box was only at level 4 after 40 years, and had a subs of only 5 square meters. Medusa started studying the blood, and immediately noticed something odd. The microscopic components of all living things constantly experience death and rebirth. But in this blood, some components simply do not die. This blood would never die? For a moment, none of the surrounding mages could utter a word. Then they hurriedly stood up, while exclaiming in shock, "The blood, immortality." Everyone in the tomb had a stunned expression on their face. According to ancient Sumerian myths, Gilgamesh was not satisfied with the blood of power, and had wanted to slay God in order to acquire the blood of immortality and live forever. Oh my God, this is the blood of the Creator. Before their very eyes, the sword of Damocles dissolved into icy mist, leaving only flowing blood behind. Before them was the blood of immortality that the ancient Sumerian civilization destroyed itself to acquire. Before them was blood of God that fascinated the hearts of men. These few drops of blood could only be obtained at the cost of a glorious ancient civilization. Medusa studied the crimson blood. Each drop seemed to shine with a mesmerizing inner light. That year, countless people tried to assimilate the blood of immortality. They all died without exception, proving to everyone that such immortality was beyond mortal ken. The spear of witchcraft, thus recorded. The kingdom of Babylon, year 8891. The tomb of Gilgamesh was rediscovered. The sword of Damocles was destroyed, and the blood of immortality was brought out into the world. The kingdom of Babylon, year 896. The entire nation labored for 5 years, and under Medusa's leadership, the various magic schools' research was beginning to show some results. Medusa lost herself in her research, working passionately day and night. I may find my truth within. Studying the death and rebirth of cells will let me break through the gates of death. I will ignite my divine spark with my own power, and break through to the demigod level. A balance may be reached if I dilute it with potions. No, it's still too intense. This power is beyond mortal ken, but if I keep weakening it, I might be able to grasp a trace of divinity. While she studied, even more spies from other nations had been kicked out of the game. Those who remained hid themselves in the darkness, while the evil god's sect expanded by the day. Through the witches working under them as spies within the great kingdoms, they even managed to acquire some minor documents and send them back to the research institutes in the real world for study. What? They acquired the blood of the Creator? God. What are they doing in the other world? This caused a great stir in the various secret research institutes on Earth as researchers in white lab coats hurriedly moved about. They all knew of the Creator and understood how momentous of an event this was. Within an enormous multimedia center in America's preeminent research institute, an aged professor was holding a lecture while tapping on a giant computer screen with his black pointer. We couldn't acquire the most important documents, but a cursory glance at the cellular diagrams shows that this blood is clearly not that of any creature on Earth. If this is real, then these cells that can live forever are truly deserving of the name blood of immortality. aren't they somewhat similar to a disease unique to Earth cancer cells? A similar scene was also playing out in the research institute of a certain island nation. This blood seems a little lacking. Is the blood of the Creator only at this level? Personally, I think that the blood of the Creator is not something that mere mortals could get their hands on. Think about it, even a lowly evil god is something that cannot be directly looked at, and whose voice must never be heard. Countless researchers debated the issue before arriving at a reasonable explanation. There could be more than one creator. The God of creation is an existence spanning multiple dimensions, a multiversal abstract who's the embodiment of primordial chaos. The creator who appeared in the magic world is just one of many avatars used in creating and destroying worlds, maintaining the cycle of death and rebirth. His real body probably never leaves the interdimensional courtyard. In China's Secret Research Institute, a serious discussion was taking place. We only received screenshots of a simplistic cell diagram, and there's not much for us to study. But according to the Magic World's Research Institute, these cells will never die, making them somewhat similar to Earth's cancer cells. Could it be that our Earth is also related to the Creator and is one of the worlds He created? Could we be the descendants of the Creator? As people in white lab coats furiously argued, they couldn't help but think of this incredible possibility. Cancer cells always been a problem modern science struggled to solve. Nations all over the world spent hundreds of billions in research funds every year on the problem. Countless professors of medicine dreamed of developing the definitive cure for this terminal disease, but it had been in vain. To this day, people only knew that carcinogens can induce lesions in potential cancer cells in the body, but no one knew how these cells were actually born. It was as if the cause lay deeply rooted within humanity's genes, ready to spring into deadly lesions at any moment. Could it be that mankind's genes held divine potential, and cancer cells were immortal cells, but our body just couldn't withstand them? Once you followed this line of thought, then in countless creation myths throughout the world, the land we live on had been formed from the Creator's own body, and His flesh and blood gave rise to all beings on earth. Perhaps we're really the Creator's descendants. We have the blood of the Creator in our veins. In the Russian Research Institute, it can't be. This is too much. The more our spies find inside, the more scared I get. What kind of game are we playing? Could Spore Evolution's creator, who evolves life from spores in the interdimensional courtyard, be the actual creator? Was he the one who created our Earth? The more they thought about it, the more scared they got. After all, they've encountered a truly frightening coincidence. The Creator's blood is similar to ours. Mostly likely, the Creator had also been to Earth. Not only did He create extremely realistic magic world, He might have also created our world. As they made their bold hypothesis, they began to feel a vague sense of pride. We share the blood of the Creator? We've been blind to the treasure right before us all this time? Earth's true treasure lies within the cancer cells? It looks like we need to devote even more research funds to studying cancer. Xuji was speechless at this development. Fine. It's as you say. You're super amazing. You have the power. Whatever you say is right. You're my descendants. I can't deny you. I give up, okay? Xuji leaned back on his chair and bit down on his apple. Stop letting your imaginations run wild. I can't take this anymore. This is my orchard, and I'm only trying to get Medusa and Ermine to create a potion that could cure my disease, okay? Xuji felt that no reasoning with them. Fine, I know I can't mess with super big shots you. I can't fight you. You're amazing, you're always right, I'll leave you alone. It's not like your modern science and technology can cure my cancer anyway. Xuji shook his head and looked towards the large sandbox. My goal is to get my cancer cured by using the magic world's alchemy. Those spies were still weak, and were only level 5 at most, which was why they had to hide and bide their time. They couldn't acquire the blood of immortality, and could only grab some insignificant documents to send to the research institutes outside, which had very little effect on his overall plan. Meanwhile, as the evil god started reassembling itself, Ermin and Medusa had realized that their world was in mortal danger and put the 3 great kingdoms to work. Countless magic academies, sects, and magic societies were now immersed in research. Civilization always advances in desperate times of war. Let me see if the might of the entire magic world will be able to cure my disease. Xu felt that this was the ideal opportunity, and had even deliberately created this situation. I've sowed the seeds, now I'll have to see what kind of harvest they'll give me. Since I've taken care of the most pressing matters, it's time to take a look at the forum. Xu thought. He took his phone to check the forum. The small sandbox's giant god had entered the magic world yesterday, and a night had gone by. The forum was filled with heated discussion. Everyone was furious because most of them didn't last even an hour. Some didn't last even a dozen minutes. Even if an hour outside was equivalent to 4 years in the magic world, enough for an amazing journey in another world, many of them were still not satisfied. I only took a 3 weeks long vacation inside. It's a month for me. 3 months here. Many couldn't help but curse out loud. But for the most part, they were all shocked and amazed. The difference in time flow was truly unimaginable. Long months went by inside the game, and they had an amazing journey in another world. But once they logged out, only a dozen minutes had passed, and their mother was still preparing their late night meal. It was so awesome, so exciting. They were stirred into a frenzy, growing ever more excited as time passed, and couldn't wait to experience this again. But they had all died and could only start over as spores in the game's sandbox. How could they possibly not hate the ones who killed them? What? 2 more people got kicked out? Those PKers inside are really fearsome. There are only 4 players left. The big shot's learning is a waste of time, and Akina's speedster who controls the muscles, and 2 ordinary players cerebral bluff and hands-off. NEC. Everyone wanted to know what happened to the last 2 players who got kicked out, and demanded that they start talking. Don't ask. We had a super miserable end. We were caught, seasoned with herbs, placed on the grill, and then eaten after having our heads removed. That Pell the Butcher is simply terrifying. These 2 were the ordinary players who had followed Akina's speedster back then. They loudly poured out their grievances while describing the PKer's brutal antics. 5 to 6 hours had passed with no news from inside, so everyone couldn't wait to find out what happened when these 2 exited the game. But they did not to reveal the hidden location of the remaining 4 players, and only gave a rough overview of the magic world current state. What? They're now killing one another, and the 7 PKers have been reduced to 5. So who's gonna last till the end and get the chicken dinner? After all that happened, they discovered the tomb of Gilgamesh, the ancient king of heroes. WTF. We've started the expansion The Blood of the Creator. The magic world will enter a super chaotic era. Everyone wants to ignite their divine spark and become a demigod. It'll be an age of fierce competition. Those PKers must be feeling eager. As they discussed, this quickly became the hottest topic in the forum. Under these conditions, how the other players and the 2 empresses deal with the PKers? It was a world of infinite possibilities. Say, the blood of the creator is super valuable. right? And we're living in the interdimensional courtyard and are loved by God, so why don't we? If the above poster wants to die, then don't try to drag me down with you. Don't you remember how the pallbearer chicken ended up? Peck of a pallbearer chicken stew to JPG. No, that's not my intention at all. I'll use an unconventional method and start kissing his ass. I'll kiss and kiss and kiss until some of his skin flakes off, giving me the divine equipment. The creator's flake skin, I'm sure it'll be super valuable. To the ass lover above, can you be any more of a pervert? I'm a girl, so it's okay. So scary! I'm trembling in fear. Isn't this Yander fangirl just looking for an excuse to molest the creator? Ass are no good. Suji silently browsed the forum. These guys may be joking around, but they were all determined to grow stronger. After they died and returned to the small sandbox, they were now working hard to evolve their species, creating many kinds of plants. Furthermore, the quality of the plants kept improving as they grew more skilled at this. From the Paleozoic era to the present, various fantasy creatures have appeared, but plants have been relatively neglected. It's high time some fantasy plants appeared. Shuji thought. He then turned to his flying island, which was still lying on the ground and eating, and complained. This dumb thing only knows how to eat. Hive mind, show me the diagram of its biological structure. The hive mind quickly complied. A blue, half-transparent virtual screen appeared. With its over 10,000 components, it was like an intricately made Gundam. Here, and here. These creatures that form the muscles take in a second gene, the slime gene, to increase muscle tension. Suji pointed. There, and on this side too, the creatures forming the skin will assimilate the evil eyes gene and train until they become magical skin. A mechanical voice confirmed his commands. Assimilation in progress. After some time, the aura of the aggregate Rubik's Cube creature changed completely. While it didn't grow stronger per se, it now radiated endless potential. After all, the evil eyes gene was the all-important gene, which would let each of the body's cells practice magic. For the rest of them, I'll leave blank spaces for when I get more gene in the future. I'll complete this aggregate creature then. Suji thought. He then whispered, "Disassemble yourself." The aggregate Rubik's Cube creature instantly fell apart, turning into a bunch of scattered components on the ground. From among them, Suji picked up a small Rubik's Cube with evil eyes gene. I'll carve the requisite magic patterns on this Rubik's Cube with the evil eyes gene and make it train to become a magic box while continuously expanding its internal subspace. By his most conservative estimate, he needed to create over 1,000 magic boxes and make them train in magic. This project will take a very long time. Carving the magic patterns will be part of my alchemical training. After all, I'm a wizard who needs to polish his spiritual power. Chemical is a must. Once I no longer have to worry about my cancer, I'll be able to focus on growing stronger and go all in. With magic training, Shuji thought. He sat down on his chair, picked up a tool that was slightly thinner than a needle, and began to carve. Thanks to his impressive spiritual power, he had an easy time, no matter how much precision was required. From among the 17,000 plus cubes, Suji gave over 7,000 cubes the gene of the evil eye, the slime's gene of giant strength, and the magic box spatial magic pattern. After all, spatial manipulation was an essential ability for the exalted land of the gods. This aggregate life form was an artificial god and had infinite potential, but required an enormous amount of resources. It was like an endless pit in that regard. Suji had no idea how long it would take for him to raise just one. Its heart being the creator. I have to plot out the game map and advance the sandbox civilization. while keeping the fact that I'm actually a weakling a secret the entire time. As he carved patterns on the small Rubik's Cube, one stroke at a time, he couldn't help but grumble. Once I'm done carving, this Rubik creature will have the potential to become a spatial magic box. But that's all. I'll still have to make them train in magic and open up an internal subspace. This is quite a difficult problem. Unlike ordinary mages, the Rubik's Cube's spatial magic pattern was extremely specialized, which made them unable to perform any other kind of magic. While they'll have the magic power, they won't be able to become anything than a spatial magic box. This was Xuzi's first time performing alchemy, and the speed of his carving, assisted by spiritual power, was a little slow. A Rubik's Cube smaller than a grain of rice took him about a dozen minutes. As he slowly grew in skill, the later ones only took him 5 to 6 minutes. Like a skillful seamstress performing delicate needlework, Xuzi spent over an hour to carve 7 small Rubik's Cubes. This is stupid. I can't believe that a manly man like me is doing embroidery. Xuzi silently put down a Rubik's Cube and massaged his temples. It took an hour to do 7 Rubik's Cubes, and out of the 17,000 cubes, I'll have to carve over 1,000 of them. He felt the onset of a splitting headache. Just carving them so that they'd have the necessary potential already made him feel like his brain was going to burst. How was he supposed to individually control them, to make them train in magic on top of that? This is impossible. Xu was sweating profusely, utterly exhausted from overexerting his spiritual power. He certainly did not have the same resolve as his players and needed a break. Only an hour had gone by since he placed his cancer cells into the large sandbox, which wasn't enough time for anything major to happen. He should be able to relax by observing those wacky gamers. Little did he know that the forum had been stirred into a frenzy. After the 2 players told their sad story, people only grew angrier as time passed and were furiously cursing those PKers. A thread was quickly pushed to the top of the front page, with over 100,000 people participating in the discussion. Fuck those guys. The 7 PKers are hackers who are seriously affecting the game's balance. Somebody ban them, please. The poster detailed all the ways that the 7 PKers were affecting the PUBG Battle Royale game's balance. They're using X-ray vision hacks and aimbots too. No matter where I hid, they'd always be able to get me. They must have locked their health bar too. And so many legendary great mages fail to kill a bunch of lowly ants otherwise. They're absolutely cheating. I demand some compensation. I've worked so hard to evolve my species. +2, +3. At this moment, the forum was filled with complaints as people vented their accumulated grievances. But when Xuzi saw this, he said nothing and decided to ignore them. Those PKers were Gary Stu main characters, elites who were backed by their entire nation. How could these faceless mobs possibly compare to them? You cannon fodders were doomed the moment their BGM started playing. Even I think that they're 2 hacks. What a bunch of thugs. But it's my problem though. Complain all you want, I don't care. Xuzi was a dispassionate creator and did not give a shit. But then, a thought suddenly occurred to him. Since you're asking for it, why don't I take this opportunity to give you some hardcore compensation? He had the bold idea to open a second subsidiary sandbox and see if it would work out. After all, he had an aggregate life form composed of over 17,000 creatures to take care of. Personally training each of them one by one was way too hardcore of a task. Enough to make him despair. Let me see. I need a plan. He looked at the empty 10mm2 test field next to him. This was where his pet, the land of the gods, usually stayed in the orchard. Shortly afterwards, an announcement was posted on the forum. Based on the passionate feedback we received from many players, we have decided to compensate those who couldn't fully experience the magic world by opening up a new map ahead of time. Welcome to the Magic Sim. 1. This map is only a trial version for now. 2. It'll only open for 10 minutes. 3. The time flow will also be 100 times that of the outside world. Anyone who has a forum account and the most modern VR glasses at home will be able to participate. The server is limited to 500 people online at a time, and the trial will end after 10 minutes. Casual gamers will enjoy playing the Magic Sim. You will have fun experiencing what magic training in the other world is truly like. This announcement, great waves in the forum, causing extreme lag. They're offering us compensation? Since when has this hardcore game been so accommodating? This trial will only last for 10 minutes, but even the posters who could only watch until now will be able to participate. Long live the developers. We'll be able to experience what it's like being a mage. Does this mean that we'll be able to cast spells, fly, and phase through the earth? Ha ha ha, this hardcore game finally has a casual element, which will let us experience what it's like to be truly powerful. I'll show you all my Kaiten Gokakyu no Jutsu. Ha 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 ha, I'm so happy. I can't praise the thoughtful developers enough. I take back my death threat from back then. A second later, all the open spots were gone. When others tried to log in, all they saw was this message. The server is at max capacity. The 500 people limit has been reached. Please wait until someone logs off, then try again. How can these sons of a bitch be so fast? They were absolutely stunned. Even with my Godspeed hand, trained over 18 years of being single, I still lost. Meanwhile, the player learning medicine to save the otherworld was crying tears of joy. He had successfully logged in. He had been quite bitter about how the game treated him, but could only hold it in. Although he worked like crazy to write a medical paper, the third beta test had required a biological paper instead. When he heard this, he felt like vomiting up blood. This was gross discrimination. The Emperor of Alchemy had only managed to make his comeback thanks to medical students like him. At this moment, he was super happy. Although he did not get a beta tester slot, he at least managed to participate in this strange 10 minutes long trial run. A magic sim, is it? He took a deep breath. Which teenager did not dream of flying through the sky and diving through the earth? Looking ahead, he saw two blank slate characters slowly appear before him. Tsuji made these by manipulating the player's senses. It wouldn't do if they found out that their body was just a cube, right? Learning medicine looked at his choices. And mage. Spiritual growth, 1.2. Strength growth, 0.1. Speed growth, 0.6. Defense growth, 0.6. Always available. Honor. Spatial mage. Spiritual growth, 1.2. Strength growth, 0.1. Speed growth, 5.0. Defense growth, 5.0. Hidden job class, 1.7. A hidden job class? Spatial mage? Anything that has to do with space and time should be amazing. Its growth rates for the speed and defense attributes are also much higher, and there's only one final slot left. As a veteran gamer, learning medicine could not help but be excited. It looks like I logged in relatively early. To think that I'd be able to get this. He wasn't stupid and immediately grabbed the final slot. Please customize your face. Another selection before him. So thoughtful. This beta test is so thoughtful. I can even customize my face. He spent some time on this and then gleefully entered the game, appearing in a flat open area. What a plain-looking place. There are no animals, and the ground is bare. As expected of a trial run, it's a semi-open world, but the area is much smaller than Spore Evolution's sandbox. Learning medicine silently assessed the game. In the distance, he could see a few other players who were intently studying the letters on a giant stone tablet. He tested his body and found was extremely weak. What was going on? This was a magic, right? Where were the amazing magic powers? The ability to fly? Or the ability to phase through the earth? He then heard this prompt. Please proceed to the guiding tablet for your training. Medicine? Babudi TF, I'm supposed to start training from the very beginning? Wasn't this supposed to be a bonus stage? What a hardcore bonus stage. As expected, this game is casual as ever. If you want magic powers, then you have to start from the very beginning. Spore Evolution opens with please evolve your eyes. So the magic sim opens, please start your training. He was speechless for a while before silently heading to the guiding tablet like the others and starting his training. I understand. This game is promoting the love of learning even now, and the subject this time is meditation. In the orchard, Xuji silently looked on while eating his apple. He frowned. It's not looking good. I was inspired by their complaints and demands for compensation to create this mini trial, testing their perseverance while getting some feedback, but the prospects seem pretty bad. You had to train for at least a month to become a level 1 mage. They'd have to take control of a Rubik's Cube, then meditate in a lotus position for months on end. The fun factor was nil. This boring training would dissuade anyone, but Tsuji wasn't willing to give up. Although he knew that his idea would die stillborn, he wouldn't go down without struggling a little first. Tsuji had taken advantage of the players' complaints and created a 10mm2 improvisational sandbox for magic training. It was located in a corner by his clothesline and was where his pet stayed in the orchard. Its time flow was 100 years to a day in reality. 4 days inside was an hour outside. The trial period was only 10 minutes in reality and seemed very short, but this was actually equivalent to 8 months inside. In this open-ended trial, they'll practice magic for 8 months, enough to test the limits of their patience. While Shuji already knew how this would end, part of him still hoped that everything would work out. He sat on his chair by the entrance and intently looked at a spot a little distance away. At this moment, 500-sized creatures were gathered in front of the giant tablet, meditating in a cross-legged position. At first, everyone was very excited. With the vastly accelerated time flow, who would say no to some fun magic training? Damn, I can sense the spiritual power in my body now. The soul I have within is very weak, and it took me 3 hours of training. What about you guys? From what I've heard, if you can sense it within 3 hours, then you're a genius mage. You can get into the great magic academies at level. Dude, you're amazing. Ha 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 ha. I think so too. Had I been born in the magic world, I'd have been the next emperor of alchemy. Why am I not sensing anything? In other games, I'm always at the top of the leaderboards. Is there any way I can pay real money for some spiritual power? I can also sense it now. It took me 4 hours. Everyone started to compete over this. Because they wanted to prove themselves more talented than others, they gritted their teeth and worked hard. Gradually, after 20 hours about a day later, the seated players began to sense the weak spiritual power within their body one after another, and most of them could enter a meditative trance. After another day had gone by, the sense of novelty was gone, and people were starting to get bored of the repetitive work. This is boring. I've already meditated for 2 days. How long is this gonna take? What the hell is this shit? This is so stupid. I've had enough. Yee, what happened to the magical powers we were promised? My review of this new addition to the game is that it's a giant fail. No fun factor. No sense of progress? Fail. There's nothing but repetitive training. Giant fail. I quit, guys. I'm never doing this again. I'd have to be an idiot. The biggest idiot ever. If I back on my words, I'll shit upside down, then eat it. Live. It's 1 + 2. People had a herd mentality. After the first person left, many followed. Once the novelty was gone, people got bored and began to quit in droves. When Xuji saw this, he could only sigh. It's no good, huh? These guys are here to play a game. They're not idiots. No one would want to work for me for free by doing this kind of boring and repetitive training. I must come up with something else. Xuji left his chair in the yard and went back to his room. He couldn't be bothered to pay attention to this improvised training sandbox any longer. It wasn't like spent any effort in making it, which was why he did not care much even if he failed. At the moment, he had to take a nap to replenish his spiritual power, then carve patterns on more Rubik's cubes after waking up. This is boring, I quit. Me too. Fail. Guys, it's time for all of us to leave. As this scene was taking place, Learning Medicine looked on without comment. He too felt that this was boring. There was no fun factor at all. As a matter of fact, he had been able to sense his spiritual power after only an hour or so. According to the Beginner's Guide to Magic Meditation, codified by the 3 witches, this made him a super genius mage. But he still couldn't bring himself to enjoy the training. He had sat down cross-legged for over a day. No one could possibly enjoy this, right? Let alone a modern kid like him. But could this game's developers really be so stupid? He felt there must be some meaning all this. The passionate fanboy was letting his imagination run wild. In reality, Kikuzuji had started this trial run on a whim and immediately left for his nap when things didn't work out. There was no deeper meaning to it at all. Perhaps I should be patient for a little longer, even after almost everyone else had left. Part of Learning Medicine was reluctant to quit. Not only did he have faith in the developers, he was also uniquely talented at this, and had even acquired a hidden job class. He really did not want to quit. Meanwhile, although the first batch of players had meditated for 2 days in the game, only a few seconds had gone by in reality, and there was a long line of players in the outside world who were clicking like mad on the login button while complaining. I'm so pissed off. How can the server be full after only half a second? There are over 10 million people in the forum who want to log in. Those 500 pricks who got in must have truly amazing hand speed. They're probably major big shots in the gaming world. Scary. Though they were heartbroken, they kept clicking just in case a miracle happened. After seeing the server full notification for several seconds, they suddenly heard the message, "You've successfully entered the game." As Learning Medicine looked on, in the huge earthen square, the several hundred characters who were collapsed on the ground due to players logging off instantly revived in peak condition. They started looking around while shouting excitedly, "WTF, I've logged in. Ha ha ha, I knew I'd get lucky." All of them were ecstatic. They could not believe that they'd managed to get one of the 500 trial testers' slots, which were in super high demand. Wait a minute, your character's appearance, aren't you Sakura? Someone suddenly shouted in amazement. Me? Sakura? How can that be? I'm a guy. The person in question went crazy. He patted his face, then started shouting in despair. No! Everyone around him looked in his direction. He was indeed a very realistic-looking Sakura. They looked around some more, and found that they could name many familiar faces among the 500 characters. Damn, had you not mentioned it, then I wouldn't have noticed that I'm wearing an Akatsuki robe along with a forehead protector. I'm Uchiha Itachi. My character looks like Rick Astley. Which evil bastard did this? Was it the developers? Haha! Start singing, bro. You've been rickrolled. Amidst this commotion, learning medicine was deep in thought. Appearances were left behind by the previous batch of players. In all likelihood, only the first batch of players can customize their characters' appearances, and the players after them will only be able to inherit these characters. Learning medicine's character had an ordinary appearance. Unlike those eccentric netizens, he wasn't capable of such absurd customizations and had been extremely shocked when he first saw their characters after logging in. Who knew that they could be so creative? There were all kinds of famous figures. Those guys really knew how to have fun. But now that they've started training, they should also get bored after a day or two like the previous batch and quit. Learning medicine muttered. He thought for a moment, then decided to keep going. As expected, after over 2 days had gone by, people began to get bored and started quitting one after another. But this was only equivalent to a few seconds in reality. And the third wave of players soon entered the game, while shouting excitedly, "Bubbin, wasn't it already full? How'd manage to get in? Whoa! My character looks like Thanos. Behold my finger snap." This process, on repeating, it's forming a cycle where the batches of players change once every few seconds in the real world. Learning medicine observed from the side. He silently firmed his resolve and continued to meditate in a lotus position. His meditation gradually settled into a certain routine, and time passed very quickly. Although it was still boring, at least he didn't feel as if it dragged on forever. Once deep in meditation, he would enter a mystical trance, and several days would fly by. How would those mages be able to endure such long periods of secluded training every day otherwise? Learning medicine considered his options. But this training period is indeed very boring. Did the preeminent figures of the magic world, including the Emperor of Alchemy, also have to endure this? Who would have thought that their prestige had been built on such lonesome and difficult training? He sighed deeply. Is this what the developers wanted to tell us? There's no such thing as an easy road. Every hero, every eminent figure, had to travel a long and lonely path. As is expected of the considerate development team, they're not like those shameless bastards who only care about making money. They're focusing on education and promoting the passion for learning. They've already covered biology, physics, medicine, linguistics, and now they're trying to improve our societal customs. On the 4th day, learning medicine started to feel hungry. After all, with his accelerated metabolism, his energy and lifespan was being spent at an astonishing rate. It was only natural to get hungry very quickly. At that moment, grains of rice, which were even larger than his body, rained down from the sky. This had been done by the orchard's pet. 500 components of its body were scattered around this place, and it naturally did not want to starve a part of itself. We only have to sit and meditate, and then they'll take care of our meals. Learning medicine was a little surprised. He quickly ate, then continued to meditate. This game is so realistic, there's even the feeling of hunger. The developers are too amazing. I'm certain that this only feels tedious, because we're missing something. That's why everyone is saying that this is boring and a failure of a game. A week, then 2 weeks passed by. Batches of players came and went, but learning medicine remained in his lotus position. At the 1 month and 7 days mark, he felt his weak soul undergo a dramatic change. A clear ringing sound resonated deep within him, and his soul expanded in an instant. After enduring for over a month, I've broken past the first level of magic. Ha 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 ha. Medicine laughed like a madman. His exclamation attracted the attention of everyone around him, who were all newcomers just starting their training. They were still competing to see who would meditate past the beginner's stage first, and could not help but stare at him in awe. There's some who had broken past the first level. How can this be? There's a big shot here. Countless people spun around in surprise. Bossman, you're officially a mage now. Amazing! You've been training for a month? Hurry and show your stuff. I've heard that a level 1 mage is already very strong and can effortlessly beat up us ordinary people. You should be able to cast the super cool general spell, Heaven's Hammer. I still haven't encountered any fantasy abilities yet. Show us the light, boss. Everyone was super excited. Learning Medicine calmly looked at the familiar faces around him. Guys, after a month of training, I've realized a fundamental truth. It's lonely at the top. This is the truth that the developers wanted to us when they made this sandbox. Everyone was flabbergasted for a moment, and uncertainty nodded. Is that so? All right. Learning Medicine laughed. Let me show you the power of a level 1 mage. Speaking of which, I've also gotten the Spatial Mage hidden class. Everyone expressed their awe once again. They've talked to one another and found that there were only 6 of them who had gotten a character with hidden class. To think that there would be a 7th. Stand aside, guys. I don't want to accidentally injure you. The surrounding people quickly cleared an own space and eagerly looked on. Let me show you my signature magic spell. Learning Medicine gestured, and a grain of sand slowly floated up from the ground, then vanished in an instant. Medicine. The other players. After analyzing the situation for a moment, everyone was speechless. This hidden class can only gather a single grain of sand. As they discussed the hidden class, they concluded that it must be the worst hidden class ever, and looked at Learning Medicine with pitying eyes. Learning Medicine was absolutely furious. Thanks all, I'll keep training. He was quivering with rage inside. I've trained for an entire month. I've endured for so long, and the result is that I can only take in a single grain of sand. Show yourself, you shitty developers. I'm gonna murder you. This can't be. Learning Medicine was practically sobbing. If I rage quit like the previous players, then won't I be no different from everyone else? I'm sure that there must be some deeper meaning to all this. He knew that if he did not comfort himself like this, then he'd probably go mad. Normal. A level 1 mage simply too weak to realize the potential of this extraordinary class. I'll become an invincible spatial mage at later levels, and will be able to beat up everyone else in my level range. Bossman, stop. You won't be able to endure that. It takes dozens of times longer to become a level 2 mage. Right. Take you at least a year. Everyone tried to dissuade him from this course of action, but Learning Medicine had already resolved himself. People came and went, and another 3 months went by. This was equivalent to 4 minutes in reality. Yet another batch of players had entered and raised a ruckus over their appearance. Once they got out of the way, they started meditating. But things were different this time around. Rewes. Booming sounds resounded throughout the earthen square. One after another, their spiritual power fluctuated, and they quickly broke past level 1. WTF. I really am a genius. What took the Emperor of Alchemy an entire month, I accomplished in only a day. God is unfair and jealous of my talent. Had I been born in the magic world, then a lowly Emperor of Alchemy, would have been nothing before me. You're all half-baked? Look at me. I, the Hulk, will lead mages into a bright new era. What is this? A convention for show-offs. Learning Medicine stood up in shock and stared at this scene with wide-open eyes. It took a long time for him to regain his composure. I see. This must be the result of the previous players' hard work. Because they took turns controlling their characters, their training kept getting interrupted. But they still meditated for over 3 months, which is enough for them to reach level 1. In the earthen square, about 300 mages had broken past level 1 and were now excitedly casting magic. While meditation was tedious and boring, casting magic was quite fun. And thus, hammer. So this magic, amazing. They were so excited they even started fighting one another. Why is it that, even though they're level 1 like me, they can cast magic while I can only gather a tiny grain of sand? Learning Medicine wept bitterly. He took a deep breath and attempted to calm himself through self-hypnosis. This is a test, I'm sure of that. Since an ordinary mage is so strong at level 1, then there's no reason for my hidden class to be so weak. About a week went by before this batch of players got bored and logged out. The following batch took over their level 1 characters and immediately started casting magic after logging in. It's hammer. For a few days, they had fun mastering the spell, then also got bored and left. News of this soon reached the outside world. Feels amazing. Heaven's hammer feels so realistic. The sensation of activating spells with your spiritual power is just so cool. Many people were surprised and asked them what was going on. They actually enjoyed that tedious and boring meditation? Were they masochists? It took a few moments for these people to accept the truth. How can this be? You're already level 1 mages who can cast spells. You're enjoying the fruits of your predecessor's labor. This is all because I've been single for so long. My hand is super fast. My hard work only benefited others. Why must I be punished for being an FA even in a game? No, I must log in again. I trained so hard but never got to have any fun. The players who had logged in previously couldn't help but feel pissed off. Others began to tease them. Didn't you say you'd rather die than log in again? Where are the guys who said they were gonna shit upside down, then eat it? Which gluttonous pig said that? Which bastard is trying to make us eat shit, huh? Guys, have mercy. We're constipated at the moment. Fine, I've just eaten a big meal. I'll try my best to satisfy you. The scene in the forum was very weird at the moment. The first 4 minutes only had bad reviews, but after the 6 minutes mark, everyone was full of praises. After all, getting to become a level 1 mage was fun. Under this kind of atmosphere, the brief 10 minutes trial period went by very quickly. Warning, the trial period has ended. You will now be logged out of the game. When this message appeared, the players who were happily casting spells couldn't help but curse out loud. But I've just entered. I've clicked like mad on the mouse outside for 10 minutes, to the point my hand feels like it's gonna fall off. And now, fuck you, don't. Heedless of their complaints, the screen instantly went black. They've all been logged out. Learning was the most miserable of them all. He had trained for 8 months straight. He got better at it as time passed, and his meditative trances lasted much longer, with a day or two passing by in the blink of an eye, but 8 months was simply far too long, and he had an extremely difficult time. Even after all that, I still haven't reached level 2. He was full of dissatisfaction. But I can see the developers' intent now, and where they're planning to take this sandbox in the future. If my guess is right, then this sandbox that's been derided as a giant failure won't lose out at all to spore evolution in the future. He thought for a moment, then posted a new thread in the forum. A review of Spore Evolution's trial sandbox, written by a player who's acquired a hidden class and spent 8 months in the game. He opened with this astonishing line. In this post, I will clear the developer's good name. This semi-open world sandbox that's currently under development is not as tedious and boring as you all think. We've misunderstood the developers, and now, with my multi-layered analysis, I will reveal to you all their true intent. I will even make a bold prediction and say that it won't lose to Spore Evolution in the future. It's a truly healthy and a relaxing game which could extend your life, and a good place for modern people to get some relaxing exercise after a hard day's work. I can't praise it enough. This post caused waves in the forum the moment it appeared. Everyone was burning with curiosity and excitedly discussed the topic. Had it been some nobody, then they'd have simply treated it as a scam. But this guy was different. Within the short 10 minutes, 6,000 players had entered that game world that was still in its testing phase. A great number of people. As people came and went, they all learned of the big shot with the hidden class, who had remained inside all this time. This guy's a badass, a super relentless badass. They all thought of him. He was willing to endure 8 months of solitude inside the game. Who else could be so unrelenting? And now, he was making this kind of post. Lol, don't lie to us, boss. Right. I've seen this kind of trick before. You've suffered greatly, which is why you're trying to trick us into entering the game and share in your suffering, right? They were smart people and would not be fooled. But they still cautiously read the post, just in case. The moment they did, they instantly lost their composure. The post was as follows. Hello everyone. I'm learning medicine. I'm sure you've all heard of me. I'm the Trial Sandbox's most tenacious player. The following is my review of the game, along with my personal thoughts. First of all, I must praise how realistic its virtual world is. The senses are super realistic, and it's truly like experiencing a second life. I can't thank the amazing developers enough for gracing us with this miraculous technology. But right now, not only are you guys not grateful, you're even complaining like crazy. On the major websites, the review score for the new Magic Sim game has fallen to 3.7 points. You can't appreciate the game developers' painstaking efforts at all. I can't help but feel angry for them. Without further ado, I'll now defend the game developers' good name by thoroughly analyzing their intentions. Problem number 1. Meditation. Hardcore realism has always been this game's selling point. Now everyone is complaining because its leveling system is too realistic, and you have to train from the very beginning. At first, I also felt that this was too repetitive and boring, but then I thought, what if the developers did this with a specific purpose in mind? After meditating for a long time, I've finally figured it out. The magic world's meditation resembles Earth's Taoist Qigong and yoga meditation. Sitting down and meditating with your eyes closed for 30 minutes can clear your mind and calm your spirit. Why did the developers do this? They were thinking of our health and wanted to give us an opportunity to relax a little. There are various articles in modern magazines that says, because life is too hectic, modern people often suffer from mental illnesses caused by excessive stress and mental exhaustion. Ranose. Screenshot of an article. Screenshot of another article, which is why this meditation is very helpful for calming your thoughts and clearing your mind. It's like getting a free meditation room, while the gym helps you maintain your physical health. This meditation gym will maintain your mental health. But gyms cost money, While this meditation room is absolutely free and will even save you time, in my personal opinion, this sandbox has been made to improve our health and is a place where we can relax. Meditating for an hour every day will definitely benefit our body and mind. The reason you felt that it was boring is because you couldn't bear to lug out and meditated too long. Problem number 2, gaining levels. One of the reasons you're all complaining is that the training is too difficult and boring. You'll have to sit down and meditate for over a year to reach level 2. Who'd be willing to do that? But in reality, you're all mistaken about one thing. This training is not supposed to be done by only one person. If my conjecture is right, then each character is supposed to be trained up by countless people over alternating generations. Each account should be enough for 1,000 people to log one after another and meditate, giving them a chance to relax their minds and relieve their daily mental stress. Your character will level up fairly quickly with this kind of training. Problem number 3, fun factor. Everyone is saying that this game is too boring and that the developers are idiots. Why are you only giving us an open space to train? We're not interested. Retards. This the common consensus. But in reality, everyone is missing the developers' true intentions. This open space is our personal playground. Like how each beginner's cell in spore evolution has infinite potential, how this playground will develop is totally up to us. What can mages do in there? First, we'll be able to form a free community. We can build houses and create a communal fun park. Furthermore, we can build our own PvP arena where people can compete with one another, with our own leaderboards. I'm sure many of you are fans of fighting games like The King of Fighters, and now you'll have the opportunity to personally enter the stage and fight. Imagine the flashy spells and showy maneuvers. Imagine how cool you'll look after an amazing winning streak. I'm getting a chill just thinking about it. Besides the PvP arena, we could also make a League of Mages MOBA game and build a Summoner's Rift with 5 players on each side. Each group of mages will use their wind, water, and fire spells to destroy the opposing team's nexus. Commence all attack. The enemy's crystal has been destroyed. We get to be real-life champions, perform flashy maneuvers, pull reversals, engage in 1v3 battles, and win with only a sliver of life left. I'm getting thrilled just thinking about it. By its very nature, this game has infinite possibilities. You're all saying that it has no fun factor at all. What idiots. This is so miserable. You all claim to be smart people and boast that the internet is full of new talents. But in reality, you dare slander the developers who've been treating us so well. You're turning into anti-fans who are lowering the game's score. In my eyes, you're all a bunch of retards. After comprehensively discussing the 3 problems of meditation, boring training, and fun factor, the way ahead is obvious. You must see the plan by now, right? This game should take the form in the future. Each character will be successively controlled by hundreds to thousands of people who will log in each day to play the game. After we've performed our daily meditation and relieve ourselves of stress caused by the real world, we'll be able to entertain ourselves through the various amusement parks, arenas, DIY games, and communal activities to shorten the distance between people. It can't possibly get any cooler than this. WTF. A magic community. After reading this post, everyone on the internet was stunned. The thorough analysis made them all excited. To think that this big shot was such a deep thinker and had uncovered so many hidden secrets. Meanwhile, we haven't noticed anything at all. We're the shame of the internet. We don't deserve to call ourselves smart people. This was what many people regretfully thought. As expected of the big shot who stayed 8 months inside, to think that you'd be able to notice the developer's true intent, such flawless. Now that I think about it, you're absolutely right. So that's why, to think that there was such a well-hidden truth waiting to be uncovered, I initially thought that the developers were scamming us by randomly unveiling a half-finished product. I'm sorry. I offer the game's developers my sincerest apologies. I'm sorry, +1. I'm sorry, +2. I'm sure even the developers are surprised right now. Damn it. Because of this genius here, all of our painstakingly researched ideas and hidden secrets have been completely seen through. He's even posting them all over the internet. People's attitude changed in an instant, and they began to excitedly praise the thoughtful developers. As expected, they were amazing. This game had infinite possibilities, and just reading about them made people look forward to playing it. Which game on the market right now was so open-ended? It even let players create their own game content and stages. No other game like this existed. This game was the start of an entirely new genre. Learning Medicine sighed in relief when he saw their excited reactions. He sagaciously chuckled. This game's developers are as hardcore as ever, huh? He felt like the second coming of Zhu Liang. With utter serenity, he turned away from his computer and looked at the bright sunlight outside his window, murmuring softly. In order to surprise us, the developers hid their true intentions, while enduring everybody's criticism. They've truly put in a great deal of effort in this. But the brilliant me has already seen through their plans. This posted analysis was logical and well. Everyone felt satisfied after reading it. People loved cross-examinations that revealed the hidden truth, and technical posts like this were popular on the internet. Everyone gave Learning Medicine a thumbs up and praised him as the second coming of Sherlock Holmes. Learning Medicine. I'll add one more thing. I trust everyone knows that the game's sandbox was still under construction during the 10 minutes trial run. It was only a preliminary test, and a lot of things were left in an incomplete state. Personally, I think that the time flow hasn't been properly adjusted yet. When the game's released, its time ratio won't be as extreme as the Magic World's, which is 100 years to a day, and will definitely get reduced. Not only will the time flow get shortened, I suspect that each person will get a fixed amount of time online. In order to keep people from losing themselves in the game, their gaming time will be limited to 3 hours, after which they'll be forcefully logged out, opening up room for the next players. They'll spend 3 hours each day in the game, the equivalent to a few minutes in reality, to meditate, relax their minds, socialize, and enjoy themselves. With its accelerated time flow, this game will improve our health and revolutionize the way we work and rest. This game will truly become a second life for us, and we'll be able to live an extra 3 hours each day, extending our day to 27 hours. In a way, this game would be able to extend people's lifespans. Countless people gasped when they read this. This analysis had opened their eyes, and they couldn't help but ponder how significant of an event this was. Most working adults had a very tight schedule. They went to work at 7 a.m. and got home at 6 p.m. Once they were done with their evening meal, it would already be 7 to 8 p.m., and they'd be too exhausted to do much. At 11 p.m., they'd have to go to bed so that they'll be able to get up on time the next day. They were basically robots who could only work and had no time to pursue their hobbies. High school students had it even worse. They got out of bed at 6:30 a.m., and it would already be past 10 p.m. by the time they got home after cram school. That kind of lifestyle was simply too tedious. If people could log in for a few minutes each day and gain an extra 3 hours to socialize and relax, they'd indeed be much happier. This was a revolutionary game, a true second life. Everyone was breathing heavily, their gaze heated, their hearts beating wildly. They knew what this meant. I finally understand now. This game has always been looking out for us. It made us enjoy learning biology, medicine, linguistics, chemistry, physics, etc. And now, it's directly relieving us of the stress we've accumulated in reality. True, no wonder it has such a good reputation. As expected of the game that even my mother wants me play. I believe that this game won't be limited to being a laid-back learning software and will become popular with both students and office workers in the future. It'll have a super-friendly community where people will be able to relax and leisurely enjoy themselves after logging in. Everyone had something to say, and they couldn't help but sigh at how revolutionary it was. It completely changed the way people lived their boring lives. Many of them felt guilty about the negative reviews they had angrily written back when they did not know anything, and hurriedly assembled to give the game a better score. In no time at all, thanks to their efforts, the game's low score rose all the way to 8.7, the proper score, a highly anticipated game. What's going on? This rapid change in score shocked the big shots of many major gaming websites. I understand now. This Spore Evolution game simply cannot fail. A great deal of money had been invested in its research and development, and it employs all kinds of miraculous technology. Furthermore, it doesn't charge the people a single penny, while granting so many benefits. Could it be that this game was developed by the state to improve its citizens' physical and mental health? Ring always. As people everywhere enthusiastically discussed the game, some of them took this opportunity to analyze its gameplay. That's not all. The big shot's speculation isn't perfect. By expanding on his ideas, I can come up with many more ways for us to enjoy ourselves. For an example, much can be done with the character creation. What do you mean? We can make fan clubs, which let fans choose their favorite characters. For an example, the character Uchiha Itachi has many fans who will want to log in as him. They'll form a fan club with hundreds to thousands of people and take turns mediating in order to level him up. Furthermore, when it comes to the PvP arena, Uchiha Itachi's fan club will certainly do their best to study fire magic and spiritual magic, so that the character will be able to master spells similar to Amaterasu, Susanoo, and Tsukuyomi. When the time comes for us to fight, it'll be glorious. The MOBA game will be even more amazing. We get to pick the champion, Uchiha Itachi, and he'll have 3 abilities, along with an ultimate move, everyone oohed and ahed. The more they dug, the more interested they got. This game's potential fun factor was simply insane, and they couldn't wait to play it. To think that fans could build their favorite character together and level him up while improving his techniques. Their discussion only got more heated as they went along. There are people who made their characters look like Thanos and the Hulk. I'm sure those characters must also have a lot of fans. Ha ha ha. If we're making the League of Mages MOBA game, then it'll be a free-for-all with 500 champions. I want to make the champion Doctor Strange and work together with his hundreds and thousands of fans to reproduce his spells in the game. Every night, I dream the same dream, and then the nightmare begins. Music from the latest trailer, Pompepe 3. To the poster above, why did you have to include music in your post? I can't help but hum along now. Ha! Damn you League of Legends fans. I'll make the Shadow Demon from Dota and reproduce its techniques. Eat my soul catcher. What am I supposed to do about our dear sweet Sakura? I'm so anxious. Who created her, damn it? How am I supposed to come up with 4 abilities for this champion? Will they even look good on stage? Everyone was getting and more excited. After all, Spore Evolution's barrier for entry was too high, and very few people could get in. But this sandbox was shaping up to be a casual MMO game that's open to the public. It'll have 500 magic champions. It'll be more casual and accessible to the masses. Over 1,000 players will take turns controlling each of the 500 champions. Each player will have 3 hours to meditate, train, and entertain themselves with various games, and there'll be 500,000 players in total. If it's like this, there'll be 500,000 registered accounts, with 500 people online at a time. It'll be a pretty niche game, but still, I can't praise it enough. People grew ever more excited as they discussed the game's potential. There are infinite possibilities. Since we're building the stage ourselves, we don't have to limit ourselves to just an arena and a summoner's rift. Their discussion showed no signs of ending. When Xuji drowsily got up after his hour-long nap and was planning to study a little, then carve some Rubik's cubes and observe the large sandbox's progress, he found that everything had changed. He skimmed the forums and was speechless when he saw the absurd number of new posts. They must be cursing me in these posts and complaining that the 10 minutes trial period was super stupid and boring. But when Xuji actually clicked on them, they were full of praises and desperate apologies to the developers. People couldn't wait to start their training in the open beta. They'd meditate for 100 hours. For 1,000 hours. They couldn't wait. Xuji stared slack-jawed at the screen, his face full of question marks. Did I travel to a parallel world? Where is a masochistic idiot? After 10 minutes of browsing the forum, Xuji sighed. Actually, I didn't put any thought into it when I gave you an open space to meditate. Fine. After he got over his surprise, Xuji took their idea and ran with it. I didn't think that you'd notice my deeply hidden intentions and discover my meticulous plan to create a universal meditation room. I've been burdened with wisdom that's far beyond my age all this time. I am so tired. Xuji, exhausted. He sipped on his tea and carefully read the post again. Nevertheless, this is a great idea. He had perfected the settings for the sandbox I made on whim. Netizens are so versatile. Xuji had only been playing around when he started this little trial run, but who knew that there were so many talented people on the internet? There was even a master game designer with an amazing imagination. It's such a waste that you didn't become a designer in a game company with that kind of talent. After thinking for a moment, Xuji decided to proceed according to Learning Medicine's plans. After all, the workload was quite small, and he would only have to do 2 things. 1. Create a way for people to log in. He had to create a game character capable of letting hundreds of people log in one after another. Any programmer would be able to solve this simple problem, let alone the hive mind's advanced AI, whose original functions were computation and programming. 2. Adjust the sandbox's excessively fast time flow. It was fine for a small number of people to experience 100 years in a day. That was too much for the general public. Who knew what kind of problem would crop up down the line? Perhaps I should reduce it by 100 times, from 100 years to a day to a year to a day. Xuji readjusted the time flow. A minute outside will be equivalent to 6 hours inside the game, but 6 hours of gaming each day is still too much. Then he'll have to limit each person's daily login time to 30 seconds, equivalent of 3 hours in-game. It's still a miraculous level of technology. This should be enough. Xuji thought. Countless people will take turns logging in for 30 seconds. This should be enough to maintain 4 hours day online presence. As for how they'll log in, I'll leave it as a quick draw battle like before. Whoever's faster will get to log in for 30 seconds. then log out to make room for the next player. There'll be 500 characters, and if they can't get one, then they'll just have to try for another. But this will cause problems with immersion. Suji frowned. If people can only randomly log in as random characters, then, although he hadn't played many MMOs, he still understood that net addicts wouldn't truly get engaged and put in their 110% to level up a character they did not own. Suji pondered this for a while and came up with a solution. Then, after some careful examination, he started drafting an update announcement, cross-checked it, then posted it on the net. Spore Evolution's official update 0.4 is now online. Thank you for your continued support of this game. With this update, the Magic community is now open to all players as a place for gaming and socialization. We will be moving from small-scale internal tests to the official open beta. As always, the moment they received this news, the entire forum was stirred into frenzy. After 3 internal tests, the beta was finally open to the general public. I'm weeping with joy. I've been following its development all this time, and now, the beta is finally open to all players. Unlike previous tests with very few slots, you won't have to write hardcore research papers to join. To the above poster, this affiliated area is only a community for people to cultivate their body and mind. If you want to enter the official game map and enter the multiverse after starting from a spore, you'll still have to write a research paper. Everyone was eagerly discussing what kind of major impact this update would cause in the future. Some even said that this was all part of the developers' plan. Spore Evolution was where people lost hair as they toiled away in their studies, a place where people gained power from learning. And the Magic community was where they went to relax. There were meditation rooms, and you could regain your lost hair through fun games and socialization. This flexible setup allowed for both rest and study. It was a match made in heaven. As they discussed, the content of the update was also posted. Spore Evolution's 0.4 update was as follows. 1. Based on player feedback, the development team had held a meeting and decided to change the Magic Sims name to the Magic community. 2. Gaming should be done moderately in order to maintain your health. This game will limit each person's daily login time to 30 seconds, the equivalent of 3 hours in the game. 3. This game will be a quick draw battle, where players compete to log in as one of 500 characters. 4. This game will have a monthly VIP subscription of $45. Ordinary non-VIP players are visitors who must compete to log in randomly as one of 500 characters. VIP players will be able to choose the set login mode and become a tenant player of one of 500 characters. 30 seconds will be reserved for you daily, and you won't have to compete to log in. 5. Each character can only have 1,000 tenants. The VIP reservation function is now available for those who want to become a tenant of their favorite character. This game has a high degree of freedom, and the players are free to explore and find better ways to enjoy themselves. But the developers will have the final say in everything. There was a website link at the end of the update log. After clicking on it, you could reserve a VIP slot for one of 500 characters. Behind each of the 500 characters was the following line: current number of players for this character. 1,000. Hurry and grab a slot. It's time to show off our hand speed again. Shut. Uchiha Itachi is mine. Don't you dare take him. WTF, how are you bastards so fast? Sakura was gone in an instant. Do I have no choice but to select Hinata? Hurry up, before even Hinata is gone. If we can only come the visitors, we'll have to compete to log in every day. Everyone was in a frenzy. After all, a $45 monthly subscription fee was nothing to them. The developers were too kind. For rich people, $45 was far too cheap, considering that they'd get an extra 3 hours to live each day. They'd gladly pay more. At this moment, learning medicine was weeping before his computer screen. Could it be that I won't be able to get the character I've worked so hard to train? I spent 8 months on him. He felt like slamming his head on a wall and killing himself. But unexpectedly, when he clicked on the request button, this line appeared. As a beta tester who've trained for longer than 3 days, you will be prioritized when selecting a character for VIP privileges. Do you want to buy one now? Learning medicine was thrilled. It was as if the dawn had come after his darkest hour. The beta test had this kind of hidden bonus. Suji smirked at this scene. This was his reward for all the players who had worked hard and mediated longer than ordinary people. He'd reward them if they lasted longer than 3 days, since he needed players like them. The more the better. I finally have some money. Suji looked at his account, which was protected by the hive mind. These P2 players' spending ability couldn't be underestimated. In only a few minutes, he had gained over $90,000, and the amount was still rapidly increasing. With this, I won't have to worry about money for a while. Although he lacked money, he was content with only earning this much. He knew that even if he increased the monthly subscription fee by 100, or even 1,000 times, there'd still be people willing to pay, but he did not want to do that. He only wanted enough money for his daily expenses, as well as equipment to maintain and expand the large sandbox. A laid-back farmer like him had no real need for more money than that. As for this newly opened meditation room sandbox, which will develop into a magic community, Xuji planned to save money by leaving it alone and let them take care of themselves. They'll slowly train up his artificial gods, 17 Rubik's Cubes. Once these 500 characters become sentient level 4 mages capable of training on their own, he'll swap them out for a new set of 500 Rubik's Cubes. This training sandbox is just a bot to level up me artificial god, which is the trump card that'll guarantee my safety in the real world. It will be one of my strongest underlings in the future. But my main priority is still the large sandbox. And my second priority is its affiliated evolutionary sandbox. I'll wait for them to evolve promising species, then place them in my fantasy world. Xuji had a clearly defined plan. Exploiting these players was just a means to an end, and he felt nothing about throwing them away once he was done with them. His main goal was still development of the magic world's civilization. Another half-day has gone by. Let's see how the magic world is faring. Shuji sipped on his tea and started to consult with the hive mind. The kingdom year 937. Medusa was on the verge of passing away due to old age. But by studying the blood of immortality, she had an epiphany and once again broke through her mortal limits. At this time, she was over 780 years old and had long surpassed the 600 years limit of ordinary epic mages. Rumors spread throughout the world that very soon, Empress Medusa would follow the Emperor Alchemy's footsteps and break through her limits to live a second lifetime. She'd surpass the epic level and step into the realm of demigods. Once she reaches the demigod level and ignites her divine spark, she'll become an 8-level mythic witch. With this unprecedented event, a living goddess will be born on earth. A goddess who does not belong to the land of the gods in heaven. She'll be an ascended mortal. The 3 great kingdoms all knew that Ermin did not have enough experience yet, and they'd have to rely on Medusa. The ancient witch was the only one who could step past that threshold. Fate was full of twists and turns. While the Emperor of Alchemy never had the opportunity to become a god, it looked like Medusa had a very good chance of succeeding. Sure enough, the true winner was the person who lived the longest. If Empress Medusa were to become goddess and rule the world, people would only be oppressed like in the Dark Ages. What's more, with her personality, she might directly ascend to heaven and join the land of the gods in pursuit of strength, leaving behind her earthly kingdom. But if the evil god were to recover, then the world would be destroyed. With only these two choices before them, Medusa had become the hope of all mages. In a certain crowded street, the headphone-wearing Longji was making his way through an endless stream of people, past fruit stalls, bones of giant beasts for sale, shops selling simple alchemical ingredients, peddlers hawking their wares, and women in witch robes. Occasionally, an alchemical airship could be seen flying past in the sky. The art of alchemy had reached its peak in this era. While it was still quite risky for men to become wizards, women could become level 1 witches whenever they wanted, as long as they had the necessary materials and potions to complement the blood of the evil eye. There wasn't anything strange about the streets being filled with level 1 mages, but the world, thrown into chaos. An anxious atmosphere filled the entire street and even a good part of the town. Though he was wearing headphones, Longji could still hear groups of people discussing the latest strange events in the street. Missing people, demonic creatures, talking notebooks, putrid walking, corpses, wriggling pieces of bizarre crimson flesh. Life's common sense had broken down and disturbing scenes could be found everywhere, causing mages to slowly lose their faith in the truth. What strong wind! As Longji walked through the streets with leisurely steps, the mages around him hurried away in a panic while holding on to their cloaks. A black veil seemed to be spreading across the entire world, ushering in a fantasy zombie apocalypse. The air was so tense that people had difficulty breathing. Like the moment before a tsunami crashed into shore, bringing horrifying destruction and splintering the earth. Because of the evil gods, the entire magic world was now standing on a terrifying precipice. Will this moment go down in history as the birth of the Age of Gods, or the ending of the world? It's getting dark. We must hurry home. Up in the sky, the once per 50 years transition from day to night had begun. In the traditional folklore of the magic world, the first night of the 50-year cycle is called the Night of the Celestial Witch Azaz, a night of impurity, darkness, fear, and misfortune, when one must hide at home and pray. The transition from day to night took a relatively long period of time, and would only be completed a few months after the Night of the Celestial Azaz. As soon as the sky darkened, the crowd on the street quickly dissipated, and many people began to close their stalls. In an instant, all that was left was a deserted street. Several hyperactive children who still wanted to play were scolded by their mother and dragged home, hurrying past a blue-black stone bridge into the depths of an ancient European-style building. I finally get to see this once per 50 years spectacle after being here for so long. Everything's about to change. Longji sat on the edge of the stone bridge as he watched the gradual change in the sky. And then, with a slight frown on his face, he turned towards the Forest of Flames bar close by and walked in. It was quite messy inside the bar. Under the dim flickering lights, countless robed mages with magic staves in hand were brashly clinking glasses and gulping down ale. They expressed their concerns and complained incessantly, all but ignoring the bard who was trying to tell a story in a distant corner. Longji headed towards the mahogany table in a shadowy corner, where a hunched-over old woman was waiting for him, staff in hand. Her gaunt and sickly figure was concealed under a black cloak, and she wore the garments of an evil-worshipping necromancer. The old lady silently marked the dial on the table without raising her head. Medusa is about to make a breakthrough and become a living goddess. When that happens, we will all be killed without exception. Longji sat down and wordlessly looked at her. You're not here to kill me this time. Hidden under the skin of the decrepit old witch was Yamada, the black goat of the woods with 1,000 young. Shub-Niggurath, terrifying being who could give birth to countless dark children. Because they were muscles, they could wear the skin of a witch in order to evade attention. But Longji hated doing so and chose to be a conspicuous wizard instead. He often got hunted down. If it weren't for you, we evil gods wouldn't have such a bad reputation, Longji said. Yamada took the path of evil and slaughtered countless innocents to create his grand undead cemetery. He was the reason the evil gods had an evil and terrifying reputation and were known for massacre. The others didn't harm innocent people and only hunted other players in order to collect body parts. But there was no denying the fact that he had become absurdly powerful after walking down this bloody path. Too much killing isn't good. It would even be harmful for us. After all, we don't want to rule over a broken world. Longji said, this world is a monarchy, and we only need to become the next emperor of alchemy. We do not need to massacre the commoners. Before they knew it, they had blended in with the natives over the years. They've lived in this world for almost 100 years, and thanks to their extremely fast cultivation speed, they've already reached the 6th level and become legendary mages. But they haven't forgotten their original mission. He who gained the power of the evil god would gain the world. You're saying, I've killed too many? Yamada smiled. Was it 10,000 people? Or 100,000? I've killed so many I cannot remember anymore. You all say that I'm disgusting. You complain that I'm a butcher. You all have your own pride, and indeed, thanks to your powerful backers, you have the ability to uphold that pride and realize your full potential. Pell has his horrifying brute strength, and you have your exquisite CQC techniques. Each of you have your own magic system to grow into. It would be no exaggeration to call them entirely new schools in and of themselves. But I'm different. Compared to me, you've all had a blessed life. Yamada sighed deeply, then continued speaking in a hoarse voice. I cannot uphold my honor as a samurai, because my family is being held hostage. The Institute's researchers see me as an unstable factor. They have no faith in my strength as an individual, and want me to abandon my swordsmanship to follow the path they've laid out for me. For the sake of victory, I must create a grand cemetery, no matter how many people I have to kill. I even have to abandon my dignity and dress up as a woman. Did you seek me out just to complain? Longji asked. We must join forces. The 5 of us have gathered about 90% of the scattered body parts, which is enough for us to reassemble most of the evil god and kill Medusa. Yamada laughed. The moment she becomes a goddess is the moment we all die. But after we've gotten rid of this potential threat, there'll be nothing in the world capable of threatening us, and we can fight amongst ourselves then. Longji looked hitty. Oh, so you intend to create a 5-nations alliance to take over the magic world. Was this the plan proposed by your research institute? I knew that you wouldn't agree. Yamada did not deny this and continued. I've already contacted the others and you're the last one. But we had to make a pledge. What pledge? Longji asked. Yamada slowly stood up. We'll remove your country from the competition by killing you. After all, the entrance to this world is located within your country. Only player Chinese servers can enter, which gives you guys far too much of a home field advantage. You. Longji shot up from his seat, but before he could say anything else, Yamada opened his magic box. It was as if he had opened the gate to a realm of putrid flesh. Long wriggling entrails surged forth, and the air was saturated with the odor of blood. Within the tavern, commoners, bards, and mages, who were deep in their cups, all exploded in an instant. Their blood splattered over the tavern floor, walls, and counters, painting the entire room dark red. A swarm of crimson pups thronged the tavern, hissing malignantly as they gathered corpses. Bloody light rose upwards into the sky. The bar's wooden seats crumbled and broke as rotting limbs and bloody chunks of flesh swirled together. As the corpses piled up into a small hill, a giant, wriggling crimson tombstone broke through the tavern roof and quickly towered above the earth. Longji had an utterly shocked expression on his face. That wasn't him, that was us. A second later, the tavern's basement exploded. A terrifying patchwork giant surely walked forth, meat hook in hand. For this game in another world, 5 people is too many. First we'll get rid of you, then the 4 of us will compete among ourselves. It's the evil gods. Oh my god. Sure enough, on the night of the celestial witch. The people in the street scattered in all directions while screaming in abject terror. How unexpected. To think that I'd become the fuse that would ignite a volcanic eruption in this world. Longji's face twisted with emotion as he hurriedly switched to his true form. His skin and clothing peeled off, and he transformed into a rope doll made of bright red tendons. He hadn't attached the organs he gathered onto his body, and purely relied on his own muscle species when assembling his humanoid form. Furthermore, he had made each member of his species train in magic, and was now a 6th-level mage, while each of his muscles was a 1st-level mage. With a violent roar, his crimson muscles swelled up into dark red knots of flesh, turning him into a 3 meters tall aberration armored in muscle. Immediately after that, his skin started to cast all kinds of magic spells, reinforcing him with the Witch of Spring's white magic, Empress Ermin's pulse of life, along with various explosive fire. Magic buffs. Fully empowered, Longji slid into a martial arts stance. Giant dark clouds stirred in the sky above. The suffocating pressure seemed to crack the very heavens as cobweb fissures spread across the dark yellow sky. Oh my god! That patchwork flesh golem wielding a meat hook and cleaver is the crawling chaos Nyarlathotep. The townspeople wailed as they fled. Screaming in despair, women holding their children desperately ran out into the streets. There can be no mistake. This tombstone towering over an army of the dead must be the black goat of the woods with 1,000 young, Shub-Niggurath. Our town will turn into a realm of disaster. We're finished. That tiny human figure has also revealed his true form as an evil god. He's the evil god who hides himself among the masses, the nameless Mist Yog-Sothoth. The earth shook as the 3 hideous and bloodthirsty evil gods clashed. Their overlapping spiritual power turned the sky into a swirling kaleidoscope of dusty gray, pitch black, and dark red colors. As expected, when our inquisitors tracked them to this meeting place, we knew there'd be a catastrophe. In an underground location close by, the Church of Light's Saintess Linda was worriedly conferring with Book. Luckily, we've already sneaked in our dismantled parts and reassembled them. Boom! One of the cellars in the town suddenly exploded. An awe-inspiring colossus slowly stood up, shattering the mud walls of the warehouse concealing him with but a single footstep. When Kaijus appear, Ultramantiga is never far behind. The colossus laughed audaciously. You curs are all very strong, but if we 4 lucky survivors join forces, we should be able to match one of you. It's finally time for our counterattack. Beneath him, countless women were desperately running away. With parched throats, they looked up at the imposing giant. What kind of day is this? Yet another evil god has appeared. That wild, idiotic laughter is unmistakable. It's the blind idiot god Azathoth. For a brief moment, Longji was speechless. The arrival of the 4 ordinary players was beyond his expectations. After all these years, the identity of these 4 people was no longer a secret, and the Church of Light had also been exposed. But they hid themselves well, and their combined strength wasn't inferior to any single piqueur. This made them very difficult to deal with. "Hey you, the piqueur over there," the Colossus suddenly shouted out loud. "You've been surrounded. You have no chance in a 2v1, but I know you still have a conscience, so join us. If it's 2v2, we should be able to win. Then you can become king and work with our Church of Light to rule over this world with divine authority. We can both become the winners of this game." Longji was startled. Perhaps he should accept this proposal? Oh God, save me. Their talk was suddenly interrupted. The shock waves caused by the battle had caused the eaves of a far-off building to collapse onto a fleeing mother and daughter pair, who could only cry out in terror as the beams fell down upon them. Damn it. The Colossus rushed over and raised the back of his hand to prop up the crumbling house. His other hand gently cupped the beautiful mother and daughter pair, who were scared out of their minds, and placed them down on the ground close by. "Ah, it's the blind idiot god Azathoth. Why is it saving people?" As expected of the blind idiot god, it's a truly incomprehensible existence. In the distance, the people who were desperately running away couldn't help but turn their heads and look at this scene in disbelief. Their comments filled the Colossus with dissatisfaction as he strode back towards the nearby battlefield. "How many times do I have to tell you that you're pronouncing my name wrong? What is this evil god saying? Is his name not Azathoth? How should I know? He's a colossal idiot after all." At this moment, in a cluttered alchemy lab in the mountaintop kingdom of Rose's Rose Palace, a young girl was sitting before an alchemy table and intently studying the blood of immortality through the microscope. All 4 of them showed up. They must know that I'm about to break through and cannot hold back any longer. "Don't go, it must be a trap." An anxious voice emerged from the shadows. "You'll only have to break through one final thin layer to reach the demigod level and ignite your divine spark to become a living goddess. I've been waiting for this trap. No matter how deadly it may be, I must face it head-on." Medusa gently shook her head. "I want to be pressured by them, like Grantham had once pressured me with the threat of death back then. Only then will I be able to break through this final layer. This final step is not one I can easily make, even if I had my entire life ahead of me." Her magic was based on the principle of death, which was why, without the pressure of death, it was very difficult for her to break through. "There's no reason for me to hesitate." Medusa stood up. "If I cannot break through, then I'll simply die. If I can ignite my divine spark and reach the demigod level, I will be a goddess, and killing the evil god will just be a matter of seconds." For a moment, the dark room was silent, then the melancholic female voice spoke up again. "You're too rash. At least bring me along as a final insurance if you're going. If you happen to lose, I can bring you back by sacrificing my life." Medusa shook her head. "In that case, I'll know that I won't die. As long as there's hope left in my heart, I won't be able to feel the pressure of death. I won't be able to break through. I won't be able to win. Doing so is meaningless." "You're crazy." The voice in the shadows shouted furiously. Medusa had a mocking expression on her face. "I've never been a good person. What were you people thinking, pinning your hopes on someone as infamous as me? Who's the crazy one here, me or you?" The figure in the silent trembled. Cold despair slowly welled up within her. Medusa held in her hands the fate of the 3 magic kingdoms, the fate of the entire world. But she simply did not care. "I've already done enough by suppressing the evil gods all these years. What do I care about people, the nation, or the world? Medusa's laugh was full of joy as she happily continued. I have my own dream. I only want to become stronger. I want to reach greater heights. If it's for my dream, I can do anything. I could even endure 400 years of humiliation during the Emperor of Alchemy's era. I've endured everything all this time. But now, with an opportunity right before my eyes, how can I not seize it? Medusa darkly chuckled, her laughter growing ever louder. As the sound of her laughter resounded throughout the entire palace, she lost the bearing of a ruling empress and rushed outside like a mad woman. If I must die, then let me die there. For the sake of becoming strong, I'll do anything. Even if it's evil, even if it'll get me hated by everyone, power is the truth of this world. You yourself taught me that all those years ago. Are you taking back your words, my teacher? The dilapidated and decaying town had long been deserted. Those who could flee were long gone, and those who could not were little more than bones scattered on the earth. Boom! A black ray of light parted the sky above. The flower of death. A giant black rose bloomed in the sky. A slender, tiny figure in red rose robes stood in its center, waving her staff high in the air. The four evil gods who were locked in battle paused to look up into the sky. The figure above radiated the terrifying aura of a level 7 epic. The difference of one level was insurmountable, and although they were all the greatest of legendary mages, they were all extremely intimidated. Boom! The giant rose fell upon the town like a giant black meteor. The four evil gods' bodies quickly disintegrated and decayed in a tidal wave of terrifying black energy, crumbling and dissipating in the light. Their deaths were instantaneous. The town was left in shambles, with a giant crater left in the middle. But Medusa did not think the battle was over. Show yourself, you undying evil gods, she shouted while floating 10 meters in the sky above. Fuck! We were that close to kicking the bucket. An epic is fearsome indeed. Akina's speedster was full of anxiety as the four players hid in the shadows. Fortunately, we've managed to keep up with the ever-changing times. Our real bodies were hidden in the subspace of our magic box, which was located at the back of our Titan's neck. We were controlling it from another dimension, but that terrifying attack had shattered the unstable subspace and flushed us out. The Ultraman that they had built after years of effort was gone just like that, and they all felt utterly miserable. But at least, they still had the core of their forces to fall back on. They had set aside various members of their species as backup, and could start mass reproduction as soon as they got back to restore their numbers. The only problem was they would need a lot of resources to recreate such a massive titan. Without at least 3 to 5 years, accomplishing such a feat was basically impossible. This is a serious setback, but if we're still alive, then those guys must have also survived. Akina's speedster muttered. In the next instant, he completely lost his composure and could only look on fearfully at the unbelievable scene before him. Boom. Empress Medusa, we've been waiting for you. A half-finished evil god Cthulhu broke out from beneath the earth in the vast mountain range close by. Countless stone fragments fell to the ground as it slowly straightened itself. Though it was still incomplete, its shape and size was already very close to that of the original evil god. Those P-cares have united? This is a trap for Empress Medusa? Learning is a waste of time was shocked. How bold of them. How many years did they prepare? I can't believe that they've hollowed out an entire mountain range. So those four weren't content with only killing me. They were also trying to lure out Medusa. At this time, a headphone-wearing wizard leisurely walked up to them. WTF. Completely fine. Akina's speedster was stunned. How can that be? Even your clothes are fine. Longji shook his head. My evil god body died in an instant, but in the past 100 years I've made a backup body and hid it in my spatial magic box. I am using it now. He looked up at the evil god Cthulhu in the distance. Those people must have all spent countless time and resources to create a new body. Then they attempted to kill me with their old butcher and tombstone bodies and lure Medusa out while they're at it. The entire time, the four of them were also using their new bodies to reassemble the evil god Cthulhu behind our backs. Longji was quite shaken at the moment. Those four must have formed a secret alliance and been plotting for a long time. Furthermore, if it wasn't for the sudden appearance of these eccentric players, he would be dead right now, and although he hadn't attached his gathered organs onto his body, they were still hidden in one of his magic boxes, which would have got taken away. They have 70% of Cthulhu's organs between the four of them. These players only have 10%, while I have 20% of the organs on me. If those got taken away from me back then, they'd have 90% of Cthulhu's body right now. Enough for them to completely rebuild the evil god. Had he died just now, a 90% complete evil god Cthulhu would have swept across the magic world unopposed. Longji sighed unsteadily. Let's go. We're leaving just like this? Shouldn't we help? Hands-off couldn't help but ask. Longji calmly rebuked him. But what can we do? This evil god is frighteningly strong. An epic-level battle is not something we can interfere with. It would be great if Medusa won, but what do you think would happen if she lost? The four players had ugly expressions on their faces. If Empress Medusa died, then there'd be no one left in this world who could oppose the evil god Cthulhu. Will they have to rely on Ermin? But Ermin was still too young and inexperienced. She's a long way to go. Longji sighed again. We have no choice but to flee while we still can. That way, we won't fall into the evil god's hands even if it wins. As long as we have 30% of the evil god's organs, we'll have a chance to counterattack. Now that the other four PKers have allied, Longji had no choice but to join up with these ordinary players. Calm down, the evil god is still incomplete. With only 70% of its body, it's basically a cripple right now. Its power is only 1/95 of what it should have at its peak. Akina's speedster was still very optimistic. Boom. As if to mock him, a horrifying scene played out before them. The evil god began to emit a frightening magic aura from its entire body. WTF? Akina's speedster was stunned. He had been immediately forced to eat his words. Cerebral Bluff spoke up. That's to be expected. After all, each evil god is supported by an entire cult of traitorous mages, who can help each of their organs train in magic. Our Ultraman is also like that. We split it into many pieces, then scammed our faithful into helping with prayer and meditation. The entire time, they did not even know what they were helping with. You're the only one who does not know this because you're not a preacher and only mess around all the time. This PKer before us is no different. Most of his component body parts are level 1 mages. Longji nodded. The evil god before them was too gigantic, and it was not possible for every single one of its parts to train in magic. But a good portion of them were level 1 mages. Although these level 1 mages weren't sentient, the stronger the individual components were, the stronger the assembled organism became. Furthermore, with 4 legendary mages controlling it, it probably wasn't much weaker than the complete evil god Cthulhu back then. After all, the evil god Cthulhu of the past had not trained in magic at all, although Medusa was on the cusp of the demigod level after all these years, and was far stronger than the Emperor of Alchemy back then. It wasn't certain if she would be a match for the evil god. This was the reason why Longji wanted to retreat. At this moment, as I expected, it's mostly recovered. Medusa was languidly hovering in the sky with her eyes closed. Once I open my eyes, I'll be staring directly at death, huh? Suddenly, she snapped open her eyes and unsealed her hearing. If I can't even open my eyes and project my spirit, then I don't even have the right to challenge it. It doesn't matter if it's something that cannot be directly looked at, I will stare death in the face without fear. Instantly, her head was filled with a chaotic cacophony of miserable screams, mournful wailing, and mad laughter. Yes, this is the kind of pressure that I wanted. Medusa was bent over as she clutched her pounding head. She suddenly let out a battle cry and felt the blood within her entire body begin to boil. The truth I've been seeking all this time is almost before me. The cacophony in her head refused to let up, but she only got more excited the more danger she was in. She knew well that only death awaited her if she failed to break through. Let's begin, the evil god Cthulhu roared. We cannot allow her to break through. As long as we kill her, there'll be no one left to oppose us, and the world will be ours. Within Babylonian capital, garbed in resplendent mage robes, Ermin was sitting upon her high throne in complete silence. Before her was an enormous magical projection, which showed a horrific battle that shook heaven-earth. The combatants had moved on from the starting town, turning the surrounding lands into shattered ruins. While most of the witch ministers below her did not dare utter a sound, one of them couldn't help but tremble. Empress Medusa is doing whatever she pleases. It'll be all right, it'll be all right. She made a breakthrough when pressured by my teacher, who came close to killing her back then. If she could do it once, then she could certainly do it again. Ermin forced herself to smile. Everything's fine as long as she reaches the demigod level and surpasses her human limits. Even if she had not found her own path to ascension by studying the blood of immortality, we can give her my teacher's potion of genetic expansion. If she uses that forbidden elixir, she won't have any problem with igniting her divine spark to become an 8th level myth. Over the years, Ermin had become the magic world's second epic level witch. Even without her alchemical armor, if she were to wear it now, it'll still reinforce her power somewhat. But this effect will keep decreasing as she grows stronger over time. However, she was still relatively young and inexperienced, and the demigod level was too far away. In the Beastman Kingdom, Your Majesty, a minister tried to speak, but the Harpy Queen sitting on her high throne simply shook her head, replying in a somber voice. The fate of the entire world is riding on this battle, but there's nothing we can do. We can only wait and see who will become the next ruler of the magic world. Will it be Medusa? Or will it be the evil god Cthulhu? She lowered her eyes in resignation. Since the very beginning, the Beastman Kingdom had been the least of the 3 great kingdoms. Because they have never produced a genius who could change the world, they could never lead, and had no choice but to be swept along by the ever-changing times. Amidst booming thunder, the ground fell away, leveling the small town in an instant. Empress Medusa was violently hurled backwards, crashing into a distant mountain range. Meanwhile, Akina's speedsters group was desperately trying to flee from the battle. These outsiders have gradually come to realize that they weren't the main characters of this era. They were little more than sea foam, helplessly carried along by the great tide of history. While we can witness and influence history, we're incapable of directing it. Learning is a waste of time, spoke softly. He felt so powerless at this moment. Do you want Medusa to win? I don't know. If Medusa wins, then we'll be exterminated by the natives. But even if those 4 peers win, we'll still be exterminated. There's no longer any place left for us in this world. They walked away. Behind them, the heavens trembled, the earth groaned. The town finally could not take it any more and completely collapsed amidst the violent upheavals, leaving only a flat expanse behind. Is this the truth I seek? I see it! Death. So that's how it is. Without confronting death, you'll never even come close to realizing death's truth. There was the sound of ecstatic laughter. Medusa laughed long and loud, full of joy, before abruptly falling silent. Crazy betch. The heavily injured evil god Cthulhu spat, his voice filled with lingering fear. He slowly stood up, towering over the vast plains. Medusa had lost. She fought to the very end, but unfortunately, fate had only blessed her once, allowing her to break through on the verge of death back then. It had not blessed her a second time. I can no longer sense Empress Medusa. Her presence suddenly vanished. But how can it be? By this time, Akina's speedsters group had reached the nearby mountain range. They could not help but look back while muttering in disbelief. What was with that ecstatic laughter? Why did she so happy? Medusa had been perfectly willing to die in the pursuit of truth. When they realized this, they were all shaken. Complicated emotions stirred within them. Medusa was a truth seeker to the very end. When all's said and done, she was a mage who was worthy of their respect. But with this, her epic has ended. The Empress of Death, Medusa, had presided over the Magic Kingdom's civilization for over 700 years. She was there for over half of its history, starting from the era of the Three Witches, to the Dark Ages, the era of the Emperor of Alchemy, and the era of the evil god's revival. But now, her life has ended. She had come ready to die, but still could not take that final step into the realm of demigods. The entire world was shaken by a horrifying news. On the night of the Celestial Witch, the Empress of Death, Medusa, went to the small town of Birchkell and faced the half-recovered evil god Cthulhu alone. 3 hours later, Empress Medusa died in battle over the Birchkell mountain range. Even the ancient existence from the Dark Ages has. The evil god will soon completely recover. The entire world despaired. Although Medusa had different beliefs and was scorned by the magic academies and sects as the evil and terrifying ruler in the history of the magic world, she was still their final hope. In the bad capital, 10 alchemical airships drifted through the dark yellow sunset sky, pulling behind them hide banners filled with blessings and prayers for the night of the Celestial Witch. In the Babylonian royal palace's audience chamber, Empress Ermin sat in a daze on her high throne, flanked by her ministers. Her eyes were soulless. All hope is lost. We pledge our life to the kingdom until the very end. May the glory of Babylon last for eternity. Her witch ministers knelt one. We've lost. Ermin closed her eyes, sitting still as a statue on her high throne. With Empress Medusa dead, there was no longer anyone left in this world who could stop the evil god Cthulhu's recovery. The sound of steady footsteps interrupted her contemplation. Ermin slowly opened her eyes. This presence, Charlotte, it's a witch from the Rose Kingdom. The surrounding witch ministers hurriedly got in between them, while cautiously looking at the figure walking through the doorway. She got in without anyone noticing. Stand down, Ermin calmly commanded them. Ermin, it's been a long time. Charlotte leisurely walked into the audience chamber. She looked at her beloved childhood friend with a complicated expression on her face. The silly, passionate, and upright girl she once knew had grown so much. Thanks to her amazing teacher, she has reached truly dizzying heights. But Charlotte herself did not fall very far behind. She had also taken in a second gene, recovered her youth, and recently broke through in the epic 7th level. I've heard that you're now the island prison's warden. Your mistress, Medusa, has died, but it's pointless for you to join me. Are you still working hard after all these years to revive Lucy? Ermin sighed. She looked up from her throne while reminiscing on their youth. You should know by now that reviving the dead is impossible. That is an immutable truth of this world. Lucy has left us and gone somewhere far away. But I'm happy that the two of us can reunite like this before the end of the world. Ha ha ha, what truth? Your so-called truth is nothing more than a limitation that mages place on themselves. True mages must be able to break past the truth. This is the reason why you're inferior to the Emperor of Alchemy and the Empress of Death, who shattered boundaries in their respective fields. Charlotte laughed. She softly continued. I forgot to tell you, Lucy was revived 3 months ago. Ermin was utterly shocked. Medusa's forbidden spell of resurrection has already been completed. Back then, the three of them, Lucy, Charlotte, and Ermin had been students from the same academy, and were a very close-knit team. Lucy's death had left a scar in both Charlotte and Ermin's heart. It was the reason Charlotte had defected, causing them to go their separate ways. Lucy, where's Lucy? Ermin hurriedly stood up, abandoning all pretenses of imperial dignity. Her teacher, the Emperor of Alchemy, hadn't been willing to desecrate the dead, and wanted the 7 little witches to rest in peace beneath the earth. Ermin had inherited his ideals, but now that a dead person had been revived, and would soon appear before her, she couldn't help but be excited. It's not only Lucy, others have also been revived. Like their mother? Charlotte gestured her inky black longsword at a pair of brothers. The elder brother was a shorty, while the younger brother was a towering alchemical construct. Ermin frowned. I've seen them before. They're the Elric brothers who were the champions of the Inter-Academy tournament. So that's how it is. Like Charlotte, in order to revive the dead, you two geniuses have sided with Medusa since long ago. Ermin was keenly aware that the younger brother Alphonse's alchemical construct was empty inside. He clearly died long ago, and yet was still walking around like a living person. What's this? Ermin said in disbelief. A dead soul without a body? Noble Empress Ermin. This is the charm of alchemy. Behold our revolutionary alchemy, the alchemy of the soul. Charlotte's rectangular-shaped black sword suddenly spoke up. It began to explain the underlying principles. His outer shell is a spatial magic box. There's a soothing spiritual space inside that's a suitable dwelling for the soul. An environment that's similar to the human brain. You can store a human soul within, allowing for dead soul cultivation. The dead meaning in magic. Ermin felt her mind go blank. The shock was simply too much. In the past years, Medusa's death magic research has already advanced to this level. Even dead people can level as mages now. But with her sharp intellect, she quickly understood how this was possible after a moment of thought. After all, magic training was dependent on spiritual cultivation. It was only natural that the spirits of the dead could also do this. The reason it wasn't possible before was because, even if you'd revive the spirits of the dead, they did not have a body to protect them. Under such circumstances, the spiritual energy generated by meditation could not even keep up with the dissipation of the soul. But if a magic box's subspace could be made into a suitable dwelling for the soul, then there wouldn't be any problems. Pandora's box laughed as she continued. Naturally, the mage who came up with this was not us, but one of the greatest geniuses to have ever walked this world. Furthermore, she's not even a living person, because how could the living know what it's like to be dead and create a cultivation method for dead souls? Not living person? Ermin suddenly thought of an unbelievable possibility. If she was right, then this was a massive plot 800 years in the making, spanning the entirety of the Babylonian era. You've guessed correctly. A disembodied spirit floated out of the magic box. This appearance When Empress Ermin saw the spirit's faintly transparent face, she hurriedly turned to the side to look at the royal palace's ancient mural of the three witches. One of the three women, garbed in pelts and crowned in flowers, had the exact same face. "You're one of the legendary three witches of ancient Babylon, Circe." At this moment, Ermin felt almost unworthy of sitting on the throne of Babylon, because before her was Circe, ancient founder of the Babylonian dynasty, first empress of Babylon, pioneer of the entire magic world civilization, and one of the legendary three witches who had blazed a trail from level 1 to level 6 for the mages who would follow after them. Ermin sighed deeply. This was a frightening development. The old god's invasion of the magic world has revealed a massive ancient conspiracy. An ancient being has awoken and been plotting in the shadows all this time. Behind the dark clouds wasn't the clear blue sky, but only more dark clouds. The evil witch Circe was one of history's most brilliant minds. In order to live a second life, she had created the foundations for the forbidden resurrection spell before dying and bid her disciple Medusa to perfect it. This spell has been completed in recent years. Medusa had already half completed it when she was beaten by the Emperor of Alchemy back then. That was how she summoned Gilgamesh Shade. It was only natural that she'd complete it after her 100 years of imprisonment. Then, what about the ancient era's other two great witches, or the even more ancient Gilgamesh? Ermin inquired with a trembling voice. They cannot be resurrected. With the passage of eons, their souls have long faded into the mists of history. Even if we call them back, they'll only be mindless shades like Gilgamesh back then. Circe smiled sweetly at the frightened witch ministers in the audience chamber. Calmly continued, "The only reason I can perfectly revive is because I've made my disciples properly prepare before my death. My body was laid to rest in a special coffin that would keep my soul from dissipating too much. The souls of the ancient heroes may have dissipated with the passage of time, but my teacher, the Emperor of Alchemy, has only recently passed away." Ermin was extremely excited and could not help but take a step forward. "Please resurrect my teacher. As long as my teacher can be revived, then there's still a possibility for us to beat the evil god Cthulhu." Circe shook her head. "I also wanted Medusa to restore Grantham's soul. After all, the great Emperor of Alchemy would be a great help in solving this world-ending crisis. But she refused, saying that she did not want to desecrate the remnants of her most esteemed rival. Circe believed in female supremacy. Men existed to be used by women. But although she was a radical feminist, she still cared about her nation and tribe. This was why she became one of the three witches and weathered the difficulties of their tribal years together. But her disciple, Medusa, even more extreme than her. Medusa had her own principles and couldn't care less about the end of the world. She acted according to her emotions and refused to resurrect the Emperor of Alchemy. She did not care about the big picture and only wanted to break through. But it failed, leaving behind a hopeless mess. It was just as Medusa said. They're crazy to have pinned all their hopes on the most evil witch empress in the history of the world. Then what are we supposed to do now? Ermin solemnly looked at Circe and the others. We are this world's final hope. According to ancient legends, Circe had been a 6th-level legendary witch when she died, but she kept training even after turning into a ghost, and was now a 7th-level epic. She had even created an entirely new necromancy school so that ghosts could level up as mages. This was no less difficult than reaching a never-before-seen level. Great Circe of the ancient three witches, since you're already a 7th-level epic, does this mean that you'll soon reach the demigod level? Ermin dared to hope. Circe sighed at that. That's extremely difficult. This is an untrodden path, And it's even more difficult for me since I'm not a living person. It's almost impossible for me to become a demigod. Medusa was our one and only hope. Ermin was silent. Although the situation was desperate, it was still better than before. After all, they now had 3 epic witches: Circe, Charlotte, and herself. Then, can you revive Medusa with the resurrection spell? Ermin suddenly thought of this. Circe reluctantly replied, I haven't mastered this forbidden spell yet. Although Medusa has taught me all of its principles, it's still too complex for me to cast. It'll take me countless years to master the magic school she created. There's no one else who can revive the dead now that she has died. Circe was well aware that her disciple Medusa had long surpassed her after accumulating achievements and knowledge for over 800 years. If only she wasn't such an extremist. But, although I cannot revive the dead, she may perhaps be able to revive herself, Circe suddenly said. Medusa could summon herself and reconstitute her own soul. This was uplifting news indeed. Circe continued, I've seen such an idea mentioned in her magic notes. After she died, she planned to reconstitute her soul and return as an incorporeal ghost empress. Everyone in the room was thrilled. But then, Charlotte spoke up from the side. It was only an idea. If she could actually do that, then she would have already saved herself. There's no reason for her to wait until now. That's right, if revival is possible, then she should have already been resurrected, and there is no way that she would have stayed quiet until now. Circe sighed. I cannot revive the dead, but with some difficulty, I might be able to connect with her scattered consciousness and see her thoughts at the moment of her death. This will let me find out if she had tried and failed to revive herself before dying. Everyone gave some room after she said this. They needed to know what had happened. If Medusa had indeed tried to revive herself and failed, they might be able to help her if they could find out the reason why. Or perhaps, Medusa might have left them some information on the evil god that would help them overcome their current crisis? An eerie black ripple slowly materialized in the air. It spread in all directions while pulsing to a certain frequency, as if waiting for something to answer. It ebbed and in wave after wave, and after about half an hour, a voice echoed in everyone's mind. It was Medusa's voice in her final moments. Is this the truth I seek? I see it. Death. So that's how it is. Without confronting death, you'll never even come close to realizing death's truth. She sounded ecstatic. It worked. Everyone could confirm that these were indeed Medusa's final words. Her ecstatic voice had echoed throughout the mountain range. Next, they heard Medusa joyfully mutter to herself, I've finally broken through. Igniting my divine spark is. Everyone was stunned. They broke out into cold sweat as goosebumps gathered on their skin. Could it be that Medusa hadn't failed, and in fact, but if she had broken into the demigod level, then she should have ignited her divine spark and became a goddess. So why did she die? Perhaps there's an even more frightening truth behind Medusa's death back then. The audience chamber was deathly silent. The witch ministers, Circe, Charlotte, Ermin, and even Pan-Eusian all looked terrified. We must keep listening. Ermin gripped her staff hard enough for her fingers to turn pale, then suddenly shouted. Continue. Medusa's voice echoed in their minds. This world is a giant conspiracy. It's a cage. The heavenly gods have tricked us. This barren land cannot possibly give birth to a god. Our bridge to divinity has been cut off. We weak life forms will never be able to make that final step. O gods of heaven, if you are truly compassionate and kind, then why haven't you come to guide me to your world? I want to go to the land of gods. I want to ascend to divinity in the land of the gods. Medusa even started crying. Everyone felt as if they could see the tragic scene playing out before them. The Empress of Death raging against heaven, screaming in despair and madness, while pointing at the uncaring sky above. In the audience chamber, everyone felt an incomparable chill go down their backs. The truth they had learned was far too horrifying. How? Medusa. This was the first time that Ermin and the others have heard the prideful Medusa let out such a piteous cry. She sounded just like a disheartened, helpless, and despairing child. Even when she had lost against the Emperor of Alchemy, she had not despaired in the face of death. She was an unimaginably tenacious woman who could calmly endure over 400 years of humiliation after her defeat. But now in this place, she had finally fallen. We were all wrong. Perhaps she might have been able to save herself and revive after death, but she must have seen something which caused her to lose her mind. She chose to accept her own death and did not want to come back. Everyone in the room was stunned. Medusa was a mage who sought the ultimate truth. Her level was higher than any emperor in history, and she had even broken into the demigod level before death. But what did she see? Her moment of ascension. Circe was horrified. She had laid down the foundations for the age of magic with her own hands, which made her more shocked than anyone else when she heard her disciples' dying wails. Circe felt as if the beautiful dream she had always held in her heart was being shattered into pieces. She couldn't help but murmur, "O great gods of heaven, what have we mortal mages been chasing after all this time? O God of wisdom, Mercury, tell us. We toil away for countless years, discovering countless truths. But once we approach the finish line, all that awaits us at the moment of our ascension is madness and death?" She laughed loudly and miserably, completely unhinged. Her mind drifted back to the ancient Babylonian tribal at 100 years ago. She could still remember that sunny day by the lush poolside of Amia. Back then, she and her two sisters were still young and naive, with hearts filled with eager dreams. They had raptly listened as the heavenly god of wisdom, Hermes, taught them the three great disciplines of magic, meditation, and alchemy. She could hear the god's soft and gentle voice in her mind even now. Meditation is the path of spiritual cultivation and the foundation for you to become gods. It is the path you must take if you want to become a higher being like me and gain authority over this world. At this moment, the mighty Circe felt like an abandoned child who had lost her way. Medusa has broken down, and we have also lost our way. O God, your people cannot find the great path that would lead us to you. We cannot see the gate of truth. What truth? Have I been deceived all this time? Perhaps, back then, I should have followed the other two witches. I shouldn't have defected and tried to live a second life. I should have died content with my life under the god of wisdom Mercury's three great miracles, the flower monument, the divine elegy, and the crimson rain. It would have been better for me to die with the two of them, while believing in a beautiful lie. Live a second life? Become a goddess? Ha ha ha. Couldn't help but chuckle. The evil god Cthulhu would soon revive. Medusa had died, discovering the horrifying truth about the gods right before her death. Tragic events kept piling up, and Circe's face seemed to age by decades. What did Medusa see? Ermin stumbled backwards onto her throne. She cast her gaze upwards into the dark yellow sky above, trying in vain to look past the eye of heaven into the land of the gods. The bridge to divinity has been cut off, and no one will be able to ascend. Have the gods tricked us? What did Medusa discover? The truth about the gods of our world. I refuse to believe it. She looked at despairing people around her and rallied herself. I would rather put my faith in the heavenly gods. Our arbitrary speculations about Medusa's words are nothing but self-doubt. I will believe that we are walking down the correct path. I will find out for myself the truth that Medusa saw. As her conviction firmed, her teacher's words seemed to echo in her mind. Mages are eternal seekers of truth. With enough knowledge, we can move the entire world. Everyone knew, if they lost again, the wizard era would be completely destroyed. Circe was from the era of the ancient witches. Emri was from the era of the alchemy emperor, and Ermin and Charlotte were from this era. They had gathered the most amazing geniuses in the long history of the sorcerer world. They had their own unique points, and each one of them could lead the era at any time. In fact, their talents were not much inferior to Medusa's, and Circe had even far surpassed her. It was just that they had not had enough time. Circe and Emery seemed to have been around for a long time, but for various reasons, they had been in a deep sleep until now, and had only started to cultivate again. The time they had spent cultivating was even less than Ermin's. If they were given another 100 years, they might be able to completely step into Medusa's domain from the elementary epic level. They would be able to make a breakthrough and be as close to the door of Medusa and see the truth of the world. They don't deserve to die here. They have a better future and won't lose to the Emperor of Death. Time? I'm lacking in time. If not for Emperor Medusa's impulsiveness, I would have given them a little more time. Some people in the crowd murmured bitterly. Some prayed devoutly, and some had already collapsed and were roaring angrily. In the face of the dark red killing scene in the sky, in the face of destruction and death, everyone revealed their ugly state. Our king? Even the ministers of the three witch kingdoms were screaming and crying with excitement and admiration. Circe was the first wizard who founded the Rose Kingdom, one of the three ancestors of the witches. She had actually been revived from ancient times, so the evil witches were naturally excited. As for Emilie, she was the most powerful existence in the history of the half-orc kingdom. She was arrogant, talented, and bold. It was unexpected that she was still alive after so many years, and was fighting for the survival of their half-orc kingdom. Circe and Emery were both dead people in the eyes of the three kingdoms. They could have faked their deaths and escaped without coming, but now they chose to join forces. No matter how many grudges the three kingdoms had accumulated over the centuries, all sorts of conspiracy schools and secret plans, they were all magi humans and could still work together in the face of such a calamity. Gilgamesh once said that the hymn of humans is a hymn of courage. The crowd burst out in tragic wails. For hundreds of years, people had fallen into internal strife and killed each other. Only now did they remember this sentence, recorded in history. But in any case, their wails couldn't change the situation. Their strongest was only a legend wizard, and they couldn't even get close to the shockwaves of that earth-shattering battle. Charlotte waved her demonic sword and released a terrifying mental pressure, forming circles of invisible ripples that jumped around the evil god's arm. She stabbed it hard and said, "Pandora, attack." Of life, death. Circe smiled sweetly. Her beauty was soul-stirring, and a terrifying aura rose. Poison mist thorn. In the huge storm, the young and beautiful half-beast banshee swooped down fiercely. Life ripple. Ermin was wearing an alchemy body, and a terrifying aura bloomed. The terrifying sorcery of the four of them was like a rainstorm, completely revealing the true face of the Cthulhu evil god. The Cthulhu evil god had also entered a state of battle. Terrifying ghost faces appeared on its dense skin and black hair. They were wailing and resentful, and they gave off a terrifying aura. They extended countless transparent black tentacles, and the sky turned gray. They started to stir and form a huge black vortex, gathering terrifying power and exploding out. Boom. The four of them were instantly sent flying and could no longer get up. You almost succeeded in your attack, but you guys are too arrogant. No matter how easily injured a demigod is, he's not someone you can deal with. This is the final blow. The Cthulhu evil god once again boiled with a terrifying aura, brewing a terrifying power that could the world. He's already crippled and on the verge of death. Cthulhu's gaze went past the four people on the ground and looked at the group of witch ministers in the distance. These people, coming at this time and waiting silently for the outcome, should be loyal to the death. As long as we get rid of this group, there should be no one in this world who wants to rebel against us. Boom. A terrifying aura brewing once again. In an instant, an oppressive atmosphere that seemed to want to destroy the entire mountain range spread. I can't escape. The surrounding witches looked at each other. They had no intention of leaving and wanted to die with their king. The court historian who recorded history with an extremely complicated expression and silently wrote down a section of history. This history book should be the last stroke of our kingdom of Babylon. The spear of the flourishing witch recorded. Year 937 of the kingdom of Babylon. The Cthulhu evil god was resurrected. The great Medusa died. The four great epic sorcerers were defeated, and the world was about to be destroyed. It was a pity that the last scene recorded would probably not be spread out. All of you go to hell. Boom. In the next moment, a terrifying radiance bloomed. The Cthulhu evil god instantly exploded with a terrifying aura, and 4 rays of light shot out, enough to destroy the entire mountain range. However, the terrifying spell did not kill the 4 people on the ground or the wizards who came to die. Instead, it attacked itself. Boom. The entire evil god seemed to explode. The evil god's body suddenly emitted 3 frantic voices. They were furious, excited, and crazy. Everyone, why did the spell that we've worked together to prepare hit us? If I hadn't secretly shifted my main body to the spot that was hit just now, I'm afraid I would have. A hoarse voice could not help but slowly speak. He was an old man in his 60s from Russia. It was said that he had participated in the war back then. He was old but strong. He had a black bear as a pet at home and had been invited out of the mountain again. He was the oldest among the players present. What a coincidence! It also hit my position. Fortunately, I ran away fast or I would have died. Cthulhu might have lost control. The direction of the spell was wrong, which was why it had hit him. After all, we're not complete. We're incomplete, so it's normal to have flaws. It was Baal who spoke. This tall and burly butcher of flesh and blood couldn't help but secretly complain. His voice had become honest, and he naively said to the others, "Everyone, this was an accident. We were all careless, but this time, our bodies are not as strong as before. Where's Mr. Yamada?" Another voice was heard, and it was very introverted. It was an Australian player. He was very honest and stammered anxiously. Yamada. Why are you not making any sound? Could it be that you accidentally hit Yamada's body that was hidden under his armpit? Mr. Yamada didn't manage to dodge it. He might have already logged out of the game due to that mistake. Bell was depressed. Poor brother Yamada, it's all our fault for being careless. But we still have to get rid of him. The Russian old man said seriously, "Let's continue what we were doing just now. Everyone relax. Don't hit the wrong place this time." Bell took a deep breath. If you can make a mistake the first time, don't make a mistake the second time. A Yamada has already died because of your mistake. The aura was brewing again, slowly accumulating. Boom. In the next second, light suddenly bloomed, and 4 rays of light appeared again, still focused on a certain part of the body. The evil god was shattered again. Belahaha laughed. "You're hitting me again. Good thing I ran fast. You guys don't need to pretend anymore. We've just defeated them and haven't killed them yet, and you're already so impatient that you're going to use this full power attack to get rid of your competitors?" Who knew that we were all thinking the same thing? The other 2 figures instantly fell silent and only attacked in secret. Ha ha ha, they're all showing off their acting skills. Bell laughed heartily. "Who's really honest? Mr. Yamada, you don't have to pretend to be dead. You're definitely still alive. I know you're the most sinister. You're the one who suggested to kill him together with all the Chinese dragon-registered citizens." Yamada's slowly emerged. "I'm still the hot-tempered one. I can't win against you guys. If you want to come, then fight head-on." Belaha laughed as the 4 of them began to fight. In an instant, their arms began to attack the waist, and their thighs twisted into a shape to attack the heretic god's head. Boom. The evil god couldn't stand still for a moment and collapsed. Its whole body twisted into a ball as if it was doing yoga on the ground. Their bodies were too huge. Now, the 4 of them had collected 120 species, each of which had hundreds of numbers, which was equivalent to tens of thousands of biological units. Their main units were hidden too deep, and they had to be sensed secretly, making it difficult to attack. Evil god, is there an internal fight? On the ground, the witch ministers who were hiding in the distance could not help but show their fear when they saw the evil god suddenly collapse on its own. What a brutal and unreasonable creature this. It's chaotic and can even attack itself. It's simply a natural disaster. This an opportunity. The legend wizards looked at each other. They couldn't participate in an epic battle if they'd secretly saved the 4 seriously injured epic wizards. This is our last hope. The 4 legendary wizards must not die. The heretic god was in an internal battle. It was difficult for them to get close to its terrifying aura, but their own lives were insignificant. If they could sneak down there and rescue the 4 defeated epic sorcerers, this world might not be without hope. But at this time, someone was faster than them, as if they had already expected this moment. Ta-ta. The 2 figures ran quickly, stirring up heavy dust, and ran towards the 4 fallen epic wizards. It was a wizard wearing headphones, rushing forward. Next to him were 4 muscular figures, which were barely reassembled by the players. It's evil god again. Furthermore, it was 2 evil gods working together. The witches' faces were instantly filled with despair. Ha ha ha. The muscular figure laughed arrogantly. "Witch sisters, cover me. I'm known as the great star of righteousness, sending charcoal in the snow and sending the chicken to the end. I've come to save people in the chaos. It's the god of blind stupidity, Asatos. Not good. They were going to attack the 4 legendary wizards. Quickly stop them." The witches were dumbfounded. The racer of Mount Haruna and the rest sprinted away, and they could not help but exclaim in surprise, "Brother Long Wooming, you're right. You're so smart." As expected, they will start fighting among themselves. As long as we follow them, we might have a chance to save them. If we join hands, we are invincible. Ryuji nodded, but his heart sank when he saw the signature foolish laughter of the racer of Mount Haruna. He didn't really have any thoughts of joining forces. After all, these idiotic players had different thoughts from him. It was too bad. The only way was to have the things in his hands. He would not be too weak if he robbed them of their power. He might even have the capital to compete with others. However, the 4 of them, also a little tricky. Although they had lost their bodies, they were store rank 6 wizards. Although he still had a backup evil god's body, he could still take them down but he would lose some fighting power, use them to attract the fire, and then take advantage of their unguarded moment to save Ermin. That's the chance to attack them. Ta-ta-ta. The 4 players ran as fast as they could and opened the spatial magic box slightly, trying to collect the 3 unconscious people and Circe's soul. This is the time. Long Ji's eyes flashed, and he suddenly attacked the 4 people beside him. Bang! All of a sudden, a huge palm struck, and Long Ji was sent flying. Long's mind went blank. Boom, boom, boom. Was shaking. Ah ha ha ha. At the same time, a maniacal laughter could be heard as a new giant of light stood up. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? The racer of Mount Haruna laughed maniacally as he looked at the dragon record that was sent flying. As expected, both of us have thought of the same thing and launched a sneak attack on each other. My brothers, is not bad, right? I lied to him that the Church of Light did not have a spare body. The speed of the racer of Mount Haruna's betrayals was so fast that Long Ji was speechless for a long time. He slowly stood up, let out a breath of foul air, and cursed. Damn it, I thought he was an idiot. I didn't expect him to be so sinister and play dead. Not only Yamada pretending to be dead, but the 4 of them were also pretending to be dead. It was too sinister. In fact, everyone had been in this industry for more than 100 years. To be able to live until now, who wasn't a two-faced? Both of them clearly understood that although working together was the best choice, there were many things that could not be too idealistic. If he gave his back to someone else unconditionally, what? If the other party had the intention to kill him? There was no trust at all. Since the other party was not trustworthy, it was better to strike first and sneak attack the other party. That was the best way. This kid is too shameless. Long Ji's expression was strange. A big star who is anxious for justice. A chicken who sends charcoal in the snow. You were acting dumb with me just now, and now you're giving me a slap. These 4 little bitches. He wasn't bad at that moment either. He had sneaked an attack on each other, and neither of them had gained anything. Do it. Ryuji's expression suddenly changed, and he turned around to snatch the epic wizards on the ground. Old cunning bastard. Tsubaishu and the others were also cursing loudly. Then, they started to snatch the 4 people on the ground. In an instant, the 2 parties got closer to each other, and the racer of Mount Haruna and the others snatched Charlotte and Ermin away, and Ryu snatched Amurai and Circe away. Further away, Cthulhu and the other 3, who were fighting among themselves, were also watching this scene. They were extremely furious. Those 2 little bugs are actually to take advantage of our internal fight to snatch people. Everyone now is not the time for internal fighting. Let's get rid of them first. All right. It is indeed the best choice. Everyone don't have any more thoughts. Yes, the 4 of them replied coldly. In the next second, their terrifying auras rose together again. Boom. In the next second, it hit his body hard. Ha 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 ha! Belle laughed wildly. You guys are still acting? Everyone was really angry. Everyone knew that the best way now was to deal with the future trouble and get rid of the 2 little bugs that couldn't help but sneak attack each other. After all, Cthulhu was the most powerful force in this world. So what if they were to escape? As long as he wanted to, he could play hide and seek again and capture them at any time. Now that he had gotten rid of the others, he could truly control this power. On the other side, deep in the mountain range. Boom. After running for their lives, everyone hid in the forest to catch their breath. They looked at each other, their faces filled with excitement. The rescue was a success. Could there be anything more exciting than acting tough and running away? The racer of Mount Haruna was on cloud nine as he gasped for air. All of you are f***ing sly old foxes. You're all f***ing acting me. Fortunately, we have a backup plan. Your acting skills are not bad. Swebai laughed. 6666. The Golden Horse of the Year award. I'm very happy to pay more and chop off my hands. They immediately released the two people from the spatial magic box, Charlotte and Emperor Ermin. They were covered in blood and had fallen into a coma. These two are epic. Ermin is our idol. We've saved the world. Although she's seriously injured, she should be a living Ermin again after a few months of recuperation. After so many years, they finally smiled. They had finally met their idol Ermin, and he had really helped her. It would be a lie to say that they weren't excited. Who are you? However, at this moment, the Pandora demon sword suddenly stood up and blocked the two unconscious people. Charlo Ermin, wake up! We've fallen into the hands of the evil gods. Demonic sword? Pandora? The few of them looked at each other. They had all heard of this legendary alchemy demonic sword. Charlotte was indeed a genius. She was already able to create an alchemy life. It was said that this was Charlotte's powerful alchemy product, which allowed swords to cultivate and develop their own consciousness. All these years, she had developed a spatial magic box. Naturally, she had heard of it and was using it. If you want to kill them, you have to step over my dead body. The sword blocked the two of them in a panic. Charlo Ermin, wake up. We've been captured by the evil god. Don't be nervous. The racer of Mount Haruna quickly consoled. We're not bad people. The evil god is a massive and chaotic consciousness entity, so it's only natural for it to have its own good and evil. We're the good ones, or else we wouldn't have saved you guys. Really? Pandora's box stood in front of the two of them, its voice pure. Of course it's true. Xubai smiled very gently. It was still the simple folk customs of the other world. They looked at the demonic sword. It loyally protected its master and stood in front of its master without running away. It was truly worthy of admiration. However, this sword secretly sighed. The kind side of the evil god. All of you are old and cunning. You really make me, a native of this world, feel my scalp go numb.